Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 1343 to Chapter 1395. Bam! After downing 3 glasses of wine, Ling Lai slammed the glass heavily on the table. His face was red as he said generously, "Mr. Zhou, since you've generously given the Ling family a spot on the heavenly team, I, Ling Lai, will now declare that I, Ling Lai, am willing to join the heavenly team." Slow down, Zhou Wenyi could not help but smile wryly. He gently put down his wine cup, waved his hand, and said, "Elder Ling, I didn't expect your fiery and impatient personality to not change at all." Ling Yan looked at Ling Lai and thought to himself, "Old man, I'm asking for resources from this big shot of the heavenly team. Aren't you just causing trouble?" Ling Yan really didn't expect Ling Lai to value the Huaxia team so much. Ling Lai didn't expect Zhou Wenyi to tactfully reject his sincere words. He was a little surprised, so he turned to Ling Yan and asked, "Yun Grandpa wants to take up a spot. Do you think that's okay?" This time it was Ling Yan's turn to smile bitterly. "Grandpa, you're already so old. Why are you fighting with us youngsters?" Ling Lai was stunned. He immediately realized that Ling Yan was implying something. Only then did he raise his head to look at Zhou Wenyi. He discovered that Zhou Wenyi also had an unperturbed expression on his face. He actually poured himself a cup of wine and began to drink. Ling Lai had no choice but to glare at Ling Yan. "Humph. I'm an old steed with great ambition. I'm willing to serve the country. Why can't I?" Ling Yan chuckled. "Grandpa, it's not a problem if you want to serve the country. However, joining the heavenly team isn't something you can do just because you want to. We have to discuss it carefully." As he spoke, Ling Yan shot a look at Ling Lai before turning to look at Zhou Wenyi. "Senior, I appreciate your kind intentions on behalf of the Ling family." "Thank you for your care, Senior." Zhou Wenyi nodded. Ling Yan had thanked Zhou Wenyi once before, but both parties knew that it was just a formality. This time, however, Ling Yan expressed his gratitude sincerely. Zhou Wenyi nodded slightly and smiled without saying a word. The current Ling Yan was no longer the newbie who had just arrived in Beijing. He had spent 5 days alone with Xianxia. During these 5 days, Ling Yan had learned too many secrets about Huaxia through Xianxia. Naturally, the heavenly team was a very important part of it. The current Huaxia was prosperous and the 4 seas were at peace. There were very few times when the Heaven Squad would need to send out a large number of missions. In other words, the members of the Heaven Squad were basically all working for nothing. On the surface, Zhou Wenyi had found a reason to force Ling Yan to join the heavenly team, but in reality, he had given Ling Yan 6 slots with a wave of his hand. In fact, he had given Ling Yan 6 privileges and 6 portions of cultivation resources, ever since he came to Beijing, other than setting up the spirit gathering formation and activating the Ling family's inheritance, the Ghost Divine Willow. He hadn't obtained any other cultivation resources. Of course, yesterday's trip to the Forbidden City and today's trip to the Great Wall to step on the Dragon Vein to search for the Qi had given him a lot of benefits. However, those benefits belonged to him alone. Even if Ling Yan wanted to share them with the rest of the Ling family, he couldn't. Everyone in the Ling family was cultivating with all their might. The Ling family's death warriors were also frantically raising their realms. There were also the 72 disciples of the Immortal Physician sect in the Ling family's martial arts school. What did they lack the most? It was cultivation resources, medicinal herbs, spiritual energy, elixirs. All sorts of resources, the more the better. How could Ling Yan reject such a huge benefit that could be obtained just by nodding his head? Therefore, he would definitely join the heavenly team without hesitation. Ling Yan understood this, and Zhou Wenyi naturally understood it even more. It was just that both parties didn't say it out loud. It was all in their words. After a while, Zhou Wenyi finally spoke again. He was very serious. "Ling Yan, the heavenly team doesn't care about worldly affairs. As long as it doesn't affect the stability of the country, we don't care about personal grudges or vendettas. Even when it comes to internal strife, we usually turn a blind eye. However, once you join the heavenly team, just like what your grandfather said, you must serve the country. Once the country gives the order, you must put down everything and fight for the country." With that, Zhou Wenyi looked at Ling Yan solemnly. "I'm not joking. Do you understand?" Ling Yun nodded seriously. I understand. Zhou Wenyi finally smiled. Then I didn't come here for nothing. The heavenly team lost 6 people, so I asked for 6 more. I can finally account for myself when I get back. Drink, drink. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhou Wenyi stood up to bid farewell at 1:30 p.m. Ling Lai and Ling Yun naturally stood up to send him off. Elder Ling, please wait. I've already said what I wanted to say, and I'm full now. Next, I would like Ling Yun to accompany me around your house and send me out. What do you think? Zhou Wenyi didn't intend to let Ling Lai send him off. Ling Lai drank to his heart's content. His face was glowing. Then I won't send you off. Mr. Zhou, please come visit the Ling family more often when you're free. I'll definitely bother you in the future. Zhou Wenyi agreed with a smile, then took his leave and walked out of the courtyard. With Ling Yan accompanying him, the 2 of them quickly walked out of the 9th courtyard of the Ling family and arrived at the 8th courtyard. Zhou Wenyi came to the courtyard and suddenly stopped. He asked Ling Yun telepathically, Ling Yun, if I'm not wrong, is there another person in your dungeon other than Diyutong? Ling Yun brought a total of 5 prisoners to Beijing this time, 3 from the Qin family, Qin Jianwei, Qin Sen, and He San, the Devil Sect's Tian Holy Son, Xikong Wuji, and Venerable Lai of Mount Longhu. Later on, Ling Yan rescued his father and captured Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuhan alive. At the end of August, the Ling family and Sun Chen formed an alliance to fight to the death. Then, Ling Yun captured Diyutong alive and locked him up in the Ling family's dungeon. Now, everyone else in the dungeon had been killed by Ling Yun. Only Venerable Lai of Mount Longhu and Diyutong of the Heavenly Sword sect were left. Ling Yun didn't hide anything. He replied telepathically, that's right, the other one is Venerable Lai of Mount Longhu. Zhou Wenyi smiled wryly when he heard that. He pinched the space between his eyebrows and said helplessly, Kid, the grudge between you and Dragon Tiger Mountain isn't small either. Ling Yan asked casually, oh? It seems like you know about my experience in Qingshui City? Zhou Wenyi nodded. Yes, I know about everything that's out in the open. Zhou Wenyi was the great elder of the heavenly team. It would be a joke if he didn't know about something as big as the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain. Ling Yan agreed to join the heavenly team. Now that both parties were basically honest, he said lightly, Mount Longhu bullied my family. I have to teach them a lesson. Zhou Wenyi scanned Ling Yan from head to toe. Who asked you to have so many treasures on you? Who in the pugilistic world wouldn't be jealous? Ling Yan could tell that Zhou Wenyi was implying something, but he avoided the topic. I don't think Senior is jealous. This flattery made Zhou Wenyi feel awkward. I'm jealous too. But if that's the case, I'll have to be your enemy. This decision isn't easy to make. Ling Yan smiled. Senior, you must be joking. Zhou Wenyi changed the topic. Mount Longhu's celestial master residence has a deep foundation. You just need to teach them a lesson. It's best not to blow things up. If you really provoke them, 1 or 2 fierce people will be enough to make you suffer. Ling Yun was grateful and said lightly, thank you for your advice, Senior. I know what I'm doing, but it still depends on what Mount Longhu wants to do. Zhou Wenyi had long understood Ling Yun's strong character. He was someone who wouldn't be swayed by force or persuasion, so he stopped when it was appropriate. He pointed in the direction of the Ling family's dungeon and asked telepathically, those bats, can you guarantee that they won't cause trouble in Huaxia? Zhou Wenyi was obviously asking about Ling Yun's blood clan servants. Ling Yun answered directly, I can guarantee it. Good. Zhou Wenyi only said okay and immediately strode forward. In the 6th courtyard, Zhou Wenyi actually turned from guest to host. He took the lead and brought Ling Yun to the place where the divine ghost willow was planted. The golden striped crow wasn't on the tree. It was unknown where it had gone. This willow tree, Zhou Wenyi stared at the divine ghost willow. His expression was serious, and his eyes didn't blink. Ling Yun remained calm. What are you trying to say, Senior? Zhou Wenyi knew he had lost his composure. He smiled and shook his head. Then, he turned to Ling Yun and said lightly, congratulations. Many thanks. The 2 of them started to argue. As for what Zhou Wenyi was congratulating and what Ling Yan was thanking, they both knew very well but didn't say anything. However, Zhou Wenyi couldn't help but sigh in the end. The spiritual qi here is so strong, especially the wood spiritual qi. The Ling family is really... Ling Yan smiled and didn't say anything. He actually ignored Zhou Wenyi and walked toward the front yard. Ling Yan had already made his stance clear. Although Zhou Wenyi was reluctant, he couldn't stay any longer. He immediately followed Ling Yan. When you officially join the Heavenly Squad, I will tell you a great secret from 40 years ago, Zhou Wenyi said telepathically. Ling Yan turned and asked, "Can't you tell me now?" "I really can't." "Then this junior will wait." When they reached the 5th courtyard, Zhou Wenyi stopped again. He looked at the courtyard full of medicinal herbs and felt the various spiritual qi erupting in the courtyard. He couldn't hide the shock on his face at all. Of course, Zhou Wenyi knew that this was a huge amount of wealth and resources for cultivators. "You planted them?" Ling Yan smiled. "Senior, if you need anything, just say the word and this junior will give it to you." "Hee, there's no need for that." Zhou Wenyi was the housekeeper of the Heaven Squad. Although he was shocked by the medicinal herbs in the courtyard, he didn't think too much of it. After passing through the 5th courtyard, the two of them didn't stay any longer. Soon, they arrived at the Ling family's secluded side door. "Ling Yan, do you know why I'm here?" Zhou Wenyi stopped in the dim passageway and asked with a smile. "I can roughly guess. I think it should be pressure from the Long family?" "You're really too smart, then I won't say much. It's good that you know what you're doing." This junior thanks senior again. Zhou Wenyi gave Ling Yan one last look before patting him on the shoulder. "I'll try my best to help you with the heavenly team. That's all I can do for you this time. The rest is up to you." Ling Yan smiled and nodded. "There's something I have to tell senior in advance. If anyone from the Heavenly Squad really comes to find trouble with me, I will still beat them up until their parents can't recognize them." Zhou Wenyi laughed bitterly. "You little brat, you really make people feel helpless. Let's go." With that, Zhou Wenyi was about to leave. "Senior, please wait." "What is it?" Zhou Wenyi turned back in surprise. Ling Yan clenched his fist and stuffed the item in his hand into Zhou Wenyi's hand. "How could I let Senior come all the way here for nothing? This is just a small gift. Please accept it." Zhou Wenyi opened his palm and saw that it was a platinum ring. Finally, he was shocked. Then, he thought of something and asked in ecstasy, "This is?" Ling Yan chuckled. "Senior, you'll know how to use it after you go back and bind it with your blood." "Good lad. You're really something." Zhou Wenyi was extremely excited. He clutched the platinum ring tightly and punched Ling Yan's chest a few times. Somewhat incoherently, he said, "The Ling family is willing to serve the country, but there are many things waiting to be done. I have decided that from now on, the 6 members of the Ling family's Heavenly Squad will each receive double the resources." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Wenyi's figure had already disappeared. To be continued. Whoosh! In the next moment, Zhou Wenyi's figure abruptly appeared in the dense forest beside the Ling family's ancestral home. He impatiently opened the ring that was tightly clenched in his hand and stared at it. At that moment, he was about to drip a drop of blood on it to bind it to its owner. No, however, on second thought, Zhou Wenyi immediately suppressed his impulse. That kid's divine will is too strong. If I perform the blood contract here, he will definitely see it. If that happens, he will definitely make fun of me in the future. Zhou Wenyi endured it and strode out of the dense forest. He came to the side of the road and got into a very ordinary black car. Drive. The car started and quickly sped 5 kilometers away. When it passed by the entrance of a park, Zhou Wenyi estimated that it was about time and immediately asked the driver to stop. "Wait for me here." After saying that, Zhou Wenyi opened the car door and alighted. Then, he walked into the park and randomly found a dense forest without anyone before burrowing into it. He opened his tightly clenched fist, and in his palm was the platinum ring. Rumor has it that Ling Yan has a spatial treasure. It should be the gray ring on his finger. Ling Yan only said to let me drip my blood on it. If nothing goes wrong, Zhou Wenyi's eyes suddenly lit up like a lamp, emitting a blazing light. Without hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the platinum ring. It immediately dyed the platinum ring red. Then, Zhou Wenyi watched helplessly as the blood seeped into the ring without leaving a single drop behind. "It's done." Zhou Wenyi was ecstatic. He immediately wore the ring on his right index finger and released his divine will to carefully feel the platinum ring. As the head elder of the Xiaotian group, Zhou Wenyi was not a rookie like Tang Meng who did not know anything about cultivation. The moment he used his divine will to wrap around the platinum ring, he immediately sensed that there was a 3-meter square space within the ring. "Oh my God!" Zhou Wenyi's excitement was indescribable. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What followed was an indescribable ecstasy. "Let's try it out first." Zhou Wenyi casually swept his right hand through the air and pulled a palm-sized rock into his palm. "Keep." The stone instantly disappeared from his palm, and with a thought, he found that the stone had been absorbed into the space of the ring. This, after Zhou Wenyi repeatedly confirmed that the stone had indeed entered the spatial ring, he was so excited that he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He felt his entire body go numb. "I've lived for more than 70 years, and now I'm at the peak of the middle stage of qi refinement. I can't believe that I'm so old, yet I'm still in possession of such a magical spatial treasure." Zhou Wenyi was really excited. He raised his right hand, which was wearing the ring, to his eyes. His entire palm was trembling. "My gamble paid off this time." Zhou Wenyi couldn't help but mutter to himself. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable lingering fear in his heart. Honestly speaking, before coming to the Ling family, how should he face the Ling family? Should he suppress and threaten the Ling family to give the heavenly division an explanation? Or should he test the Ling family's strength before taking the initiative to express goodwill to the Ling family? Zhou Wenyi thought about this for an entire night. In the end, he followed the words that his mysterious master had taught him. Unstoppable. Don't look down on weak things. When weak things combine the right time and place, once they become powerful, all forces that stand in their way will become their stepping stones and be crushed by the momentum. Zhou Wenyi learned the Taiji technique from his mysterious master, so his understanding of momentum was naturally far superior to others. With Zhou Wenyi's supreme status in the heavenly division, he naturally knew that the Ling family had already become powerful. Therefore, after careful consideration, Zhou Wenyi decided to choose the latter. He ignored the strong objections of the other 2 great elders of the Heaven Squad and went to the Ling family alone. He decided to investigate the Ling family first and see how strong they were before weighing the pros and cons. The results of the investigation gave Zhou Wenyi a huge shock. The moment he entered the Ling family, he released his divine consciousness and noticed the 3 formations of the Ling family, the willow tree that was releasing a shocking amount of wood spiritual energy, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Qing Niao, who were at the peak of Transcendent Realm. 3 masters of the Transcendent Realm had appeared in the Ling family without a sound. Other than that, the other direct descendants of the Ling family had all reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and there were 5 powerful members of the blood clan. Zhou Wenyi cultivated the Taiji technique. He understood yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, and he had a deep understanding of feng shui and physiognomy. With just one investigation, Zhou Wenyi could immediately confirm that the Ling family had become powerful. Even though it seemed like the Ling family had just started to gain power and was still incomparable to the Long family and Yi family in the capital, Zhou Wenyi understood that Ling Yun, who had caused such a drastic change in the Ling family, had only been in the capital for a short time. Thus, Zhou Wenyi was extremely polite to Ling Lai, who came to receive him, and then asked to see Ling Yun. After waiting for half an hour, when Ling Yun returned home, he saw Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu, who was at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 3. In Zhou Wenyi's eyes, the Ling family was simply majestic and unstoppable. However, Zhou Wenyi couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm at all. That was why he tried to test Ling Yun's strength, and the result was equally shocking. After the test, he realized that he still couldn't see through Ling Yun's true strength. Moreover, what was even more terrifying than Ling Yun's strength was Ling Yun's aggressiveness. Zhou Wenyi didn't think that Ling Yun would dare to take the initiative to attack him after receiving one blow from him. It wasn't easy for him to receive Ling Yun's 100 blows. The Ling family was so powerful, and the heavenly team still wanted to suppress them? Dream on. Thus, Zhou Wenyi made a prompt decision and took the initiative to express his goodwill to the Ling family. He also used the time of a meal to quickly tie his interests with the Ling family. He wanted 6 people from the Ling family because the heavenly team had lost 6 people. That was a decision he made on the spur of the moment. He only wanted to give the Ling family 6 portions of cultivation resources for free. One had to know that the 6 portions of resources were set according to the cultivation standards of a divine realm master. A total of 6 portions. How much resources was that? Thinking about the Chen family, Chen Jingxian only had himself in the Xiaotian group to obtain resources to build the Chen family into such a force. What about 6 portions? As long as there was enough time, it was entirely possible to build 6 families like the Chen family. Zhou Wenyi's capital for such a gift was definitely big enough. It could be said that this was the only gift he had received since becoming the great elder of the heavenly team. Originally, Zhou Wenyi paid such a huge price only to tie his interests with the Ling family. He was just following his instincts and didn't expect anything in return. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Ling Yun would return the favor by giving him such a huge gift. This was a spatial ring. A spatial treasure that was hard to find in the world. If someone wanted to exchange 12 portions of the heavenly team's resources and 10 years of salary with Zhou Wenyi for the spatial ring, Zhou Wenyi wouldn't exchange it even if he was beaten to death. Therefore, when Zhou Wenyi realized what kind of treasure Ling Yun had given him, he didn't hesitate to double the resources for the 6 slots of the Ling family. As the great elder of the heavenly team, this method would definitely be criticized by others, but he still had the authority to do so. That kid, he's too ruthless. Zhou Wenyi took a long time to calm himself down. He looked at the spatial ring in his hand and laughed bitterly. I really didn't expect that I would end up owing him this way. As he spoke, Zhou Wenyi suddenly sat down on the ground. He first did some breathing exercises to completely calm himself down. Phew, after he had truly calmed down, Zhou Wenyi let out a long breath and said faintly, I didn't expect this small ring to almost destabilize my Taoist heart. Then, a thought flashed through Zhou Wenyi's mind, and his expression gradually turned grave and stern. Your Long family isn't willing to fight the Ling family head-on, and instead wants to use me, Zhou Wenyi, as a spear. You, Long Haoran, are dreaming too much. Li Jingfeng, Xiong Biao, the 2 of you want to use Du Yutong's matter against the Ling family. I can't stop you, so you can only wait to suffer at the hands of that kid. The Ling family's momentum is now unstoppable. Zhou Wenyi said the last sentence in a low voice. He floated up and walked out of the dense forest. Then, he left the park and boarded his car again. At this time, Ling Yun had returned to the 9th courtyard and sat opposite Ling Lai. Yun I saw that you gave Zhou Wenyi a spatial ring in the end. Even though Ling Lai was grateful for Zhou Wenyi's green light for the Ling family, he knew what Ling Yun gave Zhou Wenyi in the end. Yes. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Grandpa, you don't have to feel bad. I can easily mass-produce rings like this. Our family doesn't lack them. What we lack now is cultivation resources. Giving 6 slots and 12 sets of heavenly group cultivation resources. Using something we don't lack to exchange for something we urgently need, our Ling family has profited. Ling Lai stroked his beard and asked, what do you mean today? Ling Yun smiled and answered, Zhou Wenyi's attitude today was very obvious. He came to our Ling family mainly to observe our current strength and to what extent we have reached. Then, he would weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. After saying that, Ling Yun took a sip of tea and smiled again. I think the results of his observation today must have given him a huge shock. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed for a drink or taken the initiative to express goodwill to our Ling family. Yun you exchanged blows with him just now. Grandpa would like to ask if the 2 of you really fought. Ling Yun smiled and said, I would definitely lose. Oh. Ling Lai was shocked. Then, why did he express goodwill to our Ling family? Even though Zhou Wenyi's realm and strength are above mine, I am confident that even if he uses all his trump cards, he won't be able to kill me. Also, with my cultivation speed, how long can he suppress me for? Ling Yun said proudly, moreover, he can definitely see that our Ling family is now unstoppable. The Ling family was strong, the great elder of the heavenly team, Zhou Wenyi, could see this. Ling Yun naturally knew this as well. This was because he had relied on his own strength to create this situation. Ling Lai was stunned when he heard this. Not long after, he broke into laughter and said, "Yun Er, now that you mention it, it seems to be the case." Unknowingly, the overall strength of the Ling family has long surpassed that of 20 years ago. Of course, Ling Lai had the right to say this. After all, he was the old master of the Ling family. He had witnessed the fall of the Ling family from the pinnacle of Xianxia to the weakest of the 8 great families. 40 years ago, Ling Lai was still young, and his realm wasn't high enough. Therefore, he didn't know much about the strength of the Ling family, which was at the pinnacle of Xianxia. He only knew that the Ling family was one of the 3 strongest families. This was the same logic as asking Ling Shui and Ling Li of the Ling family how strong the Ling family was now. They wouldn't be able to tell. However, Ling Lai knew very well how strong the Ling family was before that tragedy happened 20 years ago. That was because he had already been the old master of the Ling family for more than 10 years and had already reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. When the masters of the Ling family went to Kunlun, they would naturally leave 1 or 2 people to look after the house. They were Ling Lai's uncles and brothers. However, the 2 elders of the Ling family who stayed behind were only half a step into the Xiantian realm. Neither of them had broken through to the divine realm because they were left behind to look after the house. At that time, no one would have thought that the masters of the Ling family would never return after they went to Kunlun. Ling Lai's brothers were only in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm 20 years ago. They were stronger than Ling Lai and Ling Xiao back then, but not by much. That was because the Ling family's inheritance had already been broken, and it was extremely difficult for them to cultivate. However, in the tragic battle 18 years ago, the people who died in the battle of the Ling family were the ones with the highest realms and combat strength. After that battle, only Ling Lai's bloodline was left in the Ling family. With Ling Yan's help, Ling Lai had already stepped into the divine power realm. However, he continued to cultivate day and night. He spent all his time absorbing the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy in his body and cultivating the top-notch techniques that Ling Yan had given him. Ling Lai was engrossed in cultivation. Coupled with his personality, he had neglected the bigger picture and the bigger picture when he was in the picture. As it turned out, the Ling family's current strength had long surpassed that of 20 years ago. Furthermore, at that time, the Ling family's inheritance had yet to be activated, and the Ling family was barely holding on. Now, however, the Ling family was flourishing with each passing day. It could even be said that the Ling family was changing with each passing day, growing stronger with each passing day, because everyone in the Ling family, from top to bottom, was growing rapidly. It was indeed unstoppable. Ling Yan poured tea for Ling Lai. At the same time, he pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "Grandpa, how do we compare to 40 years ago?" No one wanted to know the shocking secret from 40 years ago more than Ling Yan. It was too important to him. Far from it. Ling Lai didn't hesitate at all. His eyes were filled with pride as he said, 40 years ago, any one of my grandfathers and uncles could easily beat someone like Zhou Wenyi until he didn't know which way was north. Ling Yan was speechless and shocked. How strong was the Ling family then? Was that still a secular family? That's a cultivation clan, it's just that they stay in the secular world, right? Bang! After Ling Lai finished speaking, he suddenly slammed the teacup in his hand on the table and glared at Ling Yun. "You little brat, how dare you trick Grandpa?" Ling Yun chuckled. Ling Lai looked at Ling Yun for a long time before sighing and saying, "Yun Er, there are too many things that were involved in that incident 40 years ago. Every single one of them is an earth-shattering secret. Since you asked about what happened 40 years ago, I believe that old man Qin Chongqing must have told you too much about it, right?" Ling Yun nodded his head to show that he was right. Ling Lai sighed. "The resentment of the Qin family isn't any lesser than ours." Then, his expression suddenly turned serious. "Yun Er, your realm is still a little low now. When you enter the middle stage of qi cultivation, Grandpa will tell you everything I know. At that time, no matter what decision you make, Grandpa will support it." Ling Yun nodded his head cheerfully and only said okay. Ling Lai smiled. In other words, Zhou Wenyi has already understood the Ling family's strength and seen the current situation of the Ling family. That's why he decided to bind his interests with the Ling family. That's right. Ling Yun nodded. If I'm not wrong, Zhou Wenyi's realm should be above Divine Power Realm level 6, but definitely not divine power realm level 7. In terms of our cultivation system, he's at the peak of the middle stage of Qi cultivation. I think that since the great elder of the Xianxia heavenly group is like that, as long as there aren't any old antiques, the cultivation of the top figures of the Long family and the Yi family should be about the same. The only difference is the number of people. Ling Yan now had a very clear understanding of the power distribution in the capital of Xianxia. The actual situation wasn't far from what he guessed. Divine Power Realm Level 6 was equivalent to Qi Cultivation Level 6. Even though the name of the realm was different, at least their combat strength was similar. I'm now in the late stage of Qi Cultivation Level 3. In about half a month, I'll be able to enter the peak of Qi Cultivation Level 3. Then, as long as I cultivate normally, I'll be able to enter the middle stage at Qi Cultivation level in 2 months. Ling Yan didn't hide his cultivation from his family now. He was being honest with Ling Lai. Ling Lai couldn't hide his excitement. Then, what if we fight? Ling Yan smiled. Grandpa, I was already able to kill Xianxia when he was possessed when I reached Qi Disciple level 3. I'm guessing that his combat power should be at the peak of Divine Power level 4 for a short period of time. Yun, does that mean that you could kill someone at the peak of Divine Power Realm level 4 when you were in the early stage of Qi Cultivation level 3? I spent a lot of effort and basically used all my trump cards, Ling Yan told the truth. However, he was now in the late stage of Qi Cultivation level 3. After absorbing the Dragon Emperor energy in the Forbidden Palace, Ling Yan's body became stronger. His combat strength naturally far exceeded the early stage of Qi Cultivation level 3. Ling Yan smiled proudly. As long as I enter the middle stage of Qi Cultivation level, no one from the Long family, Yi family, Heaven group, or Dragon group will be able to do anything to me. This was Ling Yan's ability to be awesome. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. Others would cultivate slower and slower, but Ling Yan cultivated faster and faster. During the Qi cultivation level, even though the spiritual energy on Earth was insufficient, he could ensure that he would advance at a constant speed or even accelerate. That was because he knew how. He didn't need to explore or comprehend at all. As long as he followed the prescribed order and solidified his foundation at every step, all that was left was to collect a large amount of cultivation resources. In the end, it was spiritual energy. Good. Very good. Ling Lai suddenly chuckled. But Yun, you haven't used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force yet, right? Ling Yan knew that Ling Lai wanted to find out more about him this time, so he smiled. Grandpa, the Dragon Elephant Divine Force can't be used easily unless it's a life and death situation. That's because it's a combat strength that overdrafts one's vitality. Even though there aren't any side effects, it will definitely affect cultivation. Moreover, I already felt that someone was watching the battle from the sky, so I definitely held back. Dragon Elephant Divine Force, that was one of Ling Yan's biggest trump cards. It was prepared for experts like Long Haoren, Yi Qingfeng, and Zhou Wenyi. It was meant to be used in a life and death situation. Of course, he wouldn't use it carelessly. Moreover, this was also the source of Ling Yan's confidence in challenging Long Haoren. If the Ling family and Long family were really at odds with each other, Ling Yan would only use it if Long Haoren personally took action. Ling Lai smiled without saying a word. He knew that Ling Yan wouldn't do things he wasn't confident in. If not for the safety of the entire Ling family, Ling Yan would have turned the Long family and the Yi family upside down and left. Grandpa, actually, even though you and my father are at the pinnacle of Divine Power Level 1, you can go head-to-head with an expert at the pinnacle of Divine Power Level 3 if you use your full strength. Because of Ling Yan's heaven-defying techniques, anyone in the Ling family, including Cui Lao, could kill someone at a higher level than them. Ling Yan's eyes flashed. If you use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force, you can instantly kill a Divine Power Level 3 expert and challenge someone at the pinnacle of Divine Power Level 4. Therefore, even though our Ling family has just risen through a life and death battle and doesn't seem to have any foundation, our techniques and the Dragon Elephant Divine Force are the foundation of our Ling family. This is the reason why the Long family and Yi family are unwilling to go head-to-head with us despite our rapid growth. I think that Long Haoren and Yi Qingfeng must have realized this. That's why they tacitly agreed to the rise of our Ling family. No matter which of them makes a move against our Ling family, it will end in a lose-lose situation. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. That's why there's a balanced situation in Beijing. Ling Yan spoke with fervor and assurance. His expression and words were filled with absolute confidence. Ha 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 ha, Ling Lai couldn't help but laugh after listening to Ling Yan's analysis. You brat, you've already said everything. What else can Grandpa say? Ling Yan shook his head solemnly. However, the Long family has already begun to make a move against our Ling family. Oh. Ling Lai was shocked. The Long family made a move against our Ling family first? How is that possible? Ling Yun chuckled. Hee, we might have accidentally provoked them yesterday. Long Howren definitely couldn't sit still. Otherwise, Zhou Winnie from the Heavenly Team wouldn't have come today. Ling Lai stood up suddenly and said angrily, Yun are you saying that Zhou Winnie came today because he was instructed by the Long family? Ling Yan stood up and shook his head. The Long family definitely can't directly instruct Zhou Winnie, but they definitely gave the Heavenly Team pressure. Otherwise, the Heavenly Team wouldn't have waited 7 days after the life and death battle. Ling Lai said in a low voice, Yun are you saying that the Long family wants to start an all-out war with our Ling family? Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, Long Howren probably won't start an all-out war. However, some small-scale battles are unavoidable in the future. Ling Lai was stunned. He asked, then how did you provoke the Long family? Ling Yan stood up and shrugged helplessly. It was really unintentional. It's actually nothing much. I just went to the Forbidden City yesterday and accidentally obtained some dragon energy. If that's the case, then it's no wonder. Ling Lai shook his head helplessly. Since ancient times, all the cultivation techniques of the Long family's direct descendants require the dragon energy. The Forbidden Palace has always been secretly guarded by the Long family. Ling Lai didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Ling Yan obtained the dragon energy from the Forbidden Palace. Wasn't that stealing the Long family's cultivation resources? How could the Long family let it go after they found out? If they didn't believe him, they could send a bunch of ancient martial arts cultivators to the Ling family's spirit-gathering spell and see if the Ling family would agree to it. Ling Yan acted very indifferent and said, it was an accident. Who would have thought that there would be the dragon energy in the Forbidden Palace? Furthermore, who said that the Forbidden Palace belongs to the Long family? Alright, of course, Ling Yan was spouting nonsense. A dragon bed and a royal heavenly seal released the chi of the Dragon Emperor that allowed him to break through to chi cultivation stage 3. How could he not know that there was chi of the dragon in the Forbidden Palace? Unlike Mo Wudao, who went to the Forbidden Palace to find the underground palace, Ling Yan went there for the dragon energy. He went to find the underground palace as a side project. As for the last sentence, it was Ling Yan's personality. Yes, who said that the Forbidden Palace belonged to the Long family? The Long family protected it because they needed the dragon energy, but that didn't mean that it belonged to them. Rascal, you, Ling Lai suddenly realized something and asked in shock, you said that you can absorb the dragon energy in the Forbidden Palace? How is that possible? Ling Yan pretended to be innocent and said, I don't know either. But the dragon energy in those dragon chairs and pillars just burrowed into my body. What can I do? But I think it has something to do with the fact that I drank too much dragon saliva in the past 6 months. Ling Yan provided a possibility. He definitely wouldn't reveal the secret of the magical energy center. It was too shocking. Yes, that's probably the case. Ling Lai nodded his head to show that he agreed with Ling Yun. Suddenly, he stared at Ling Yun and said, but doesn't that mean that you will have to fight with the Long family for resources to cultivate in the future? Ling Yun could no longer deny it. He nodded and said, that should be the case. So, at present, the conflict between me and the Long family is irreconcilable. Spirit stones, spirit herbs, medicinal pills, talismans, weapons and treasures, cultivation techniques, and even array formations, were all cultivation resources. Cultivation resources could be said to be the most important thing to cultivators. If you have more, I will definitely have less. All the secluded families, ancient martial arts sects, and cultivation sects have formed various forces for one thing, and that is to fight for cultivation resources. For example, the spirit chi on earth was exhausted and there were only so many cultivation resources. At most, it could cultivate one immortal. Now, there were 2, 3, or even countless cultivators who wanted to become immortals. Wouldn't there be a bloody fight? This was the same logic as countries desperately fighting for oil resources. Everyone wanted to develop, how could they do it without the support of resources? Ling Lai was speechless. Originally, he was thinking of personally making a trip to the Long family after he broke through to level 2 of the Divine Power realm. He wanted to see if he could improve his relationship with the Long family. He wanted to try his best to sit down and resolve the conflict, giving the Ling family a chance to develop for 3 to 5 years. Now, it seemed like it was impossible. Because the Long family valued the dragon energy the most. Everything on the body of a legendary dragon, the Ling family cultivated the Black-Yellow Sutra and needed the Black-Yellow energy. Everyone minded their own business and had nothing to do with each other, but now, a freak like Ling Yun appeared in the Ling family. He could actually absorb the dragon energy, and it seemed like he would need it in the future. How could such a conflict be reconciled? That was impossible. If that's the case, Grandpa will support you. Ling Lai thought about it and didn't make things difficult for him. He directly expressed his stance to Ling Yun. Because Ling Yun was right. The dragon energy didn't belong to the Long family. Just because the Long family needed it, others couldn't get their hands on it. Thank you, Grandpa. Ling Yun knew that even though Ling Lai said it casually, this wasn't an easy decision for him. Hence, he obediently tried to please him. Even though the Long family was suspected of going easy on the underworld, they protected the Ling family for 18 years after the Ling family was almost wiped out. Even though the Long family's reason for protecting the Ling family was unclear and impure, it was a fact that they protected the Ling family. This was also one of the biggest reasons why Ling Yun could endure it and not go to the Long family to ask for an explanation. Ling Yun would definitely want this explanation, but he had to wait for the right time. There was no point in wasting time if the time wasn't right. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. I'll be leaving now. After Ling Yun finished his conversation with Ling Lai, he was about to slip away. Stop right there. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave, Ling Lai immediately stood in front of Ling Yun and glared at him. Quota. Hee, Grandpa, what quota? Ling Yun asked even though he already knew the answer. Ling Lai crossed his arms. Don't play dumb with me, rascal. What quota are you talking about? How dare you not give the quota to Grandpa? Oh, Ling Yun pretended to be enlightened. I see. Grandpa, I really can't give it to you. Why? Ling Lai was furious. Ling Yun smiled. Firstly, Grandpa, you're the person in charge of the Ling family. What's the point of joining the heavenly team? Secondly, you're serving the country. Even if you don't join the heavenly team, when the country is in trouble, who would dare to stop you? Thirdly, if you want to use the cultivation resources distributed by the heavenly team, I can give you as much as you want. Bastard. Do you think Grandpa cares about those cultivation resources? Ling Lai's nose almost went crooked when he heard Ling Yun's third reason. To tell you the truth, it has nothing to do with what you said. Grandpa just wants the glory of the heavenly team. Ling Yun's expression suddenly turned serious. Grandpa, fame and fortune are harmful. Let me be honest with you right now. What you're cultivating now, and what the entire Ling family is cultivating, are all cultivation techniques. The path that our family is walking on is the path of cultivation. Other than cultivation resources and leveling up, we don't need those useless things. Ling Lai was rendered speechless. Ling Yun then continued, also, I understand the heavenly team very well now. The management is open and extremely loose. You're just a member in name and have some privileges. Other than that, you can receive cultivation resources from the country to speed up your cultivation. When the time comes, you'll serve the country. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single day. However, the heavenly team's method of training soldiers was usually not strict or restricted. They only had to listen to the heavenly team's arrangements when they were needed. The heavenly team didn't even care about internal conflicts. How loose was it? Grandpa, you're already so old. Why are you getting involved in something as illusory as glory? Ling Lai was completely convinced by Ling Yun, but he still couldn't help but ask, then, who do you plan to let join the heavenly team? Ling Yin smiled. Me, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao will definitely enter. As for the other 3 spots, it doesn't matter. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Ling Lai glared. Those 2 brats are still far from reaching the divine realm. Ling Yan laughed heartily. Hee, I alone can take on 10 people of the divine realm. Otherwise, why would Zhou Winnie say that it's fine as long as I join? With that, Ling Yin disappeared from Ling Lai's sight in a flash. Ling Lai was left standing there in a daze for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. This brat sure runs fast, the Long family? Ling Lai's expression turned from benevolent to serious. He rubbed his chin and sent a telepathic message to Ling Xiao. Third brother, come over for a moment. Big brother Yun, what's going on? What a pity. Why didn't they fight just now? After Ling Yin left Ling Lai's courtyard, he appeared in the front yard and went to Ling Xiao's room. The moment he entered, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, Ling Xiao, Ling Shui, Ning Lingyu, and Qi Xiaoqing surrounded him. Tang Meng had already woken up, and Tai Xiaohu had stopped his cultivation. These youngsters had gathered for lunch and were now waiting for Ling Yun. Warmonger. Ling Yun glared at Mo Wudao, who was looking forward to a fight. Then, he smiled and explained, what's there to fight about? They're here to give us benefits. Then, he sat down and briefly told everyone what had happened just now. Finally, Ling Yun said, actually, the quota was fake. The cultivation resources were real. When the time comes, no matter who joins, everyone will get a share as long as it's useful. That old man is not bad. Mo Wudao said, shaking his head. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered with him. He said directly to everyone, we've visited the Forbidden City and the Great Wall of Beijing in the past 2 days. Now that this has happened, I don't think we should go to places like the Summer Palace and Fragrant Hills for now. There will be opportunities in the future anyway. Of course, Ling Yan's words were mainly for Ning Lingyu. Ling Xiao and Ling Shui had already toured Beijing. Tai Xiaohu only wanted to cultivate, and Mo Wudao. This fellow started yawning again. Ling Yan had accompanied Ning Lingyu for 2 days, and Ning Lingyu was already very happy. She knew that Ling Yan's time was precious, so she didn't need Ling Yan to say anything and just smiled and nodded. The current Ning Lingyu had already reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage level 3. Her mentality was already very different from before. That was because there was a huge mountain in front of her, and that was Ling Yun. To the current Ning Lingyu, nothing was more important than having the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yun. Ning Lingyu was very clear that even though she seemed to be 1 step ahead of Ling Yun in terms of cultivation base, there was still a huge gap between them in terms of actual combat ability. Ling Yan's pressure all came from the outside world, but Ning Lingyu had always been well protected by Ling Yun. Therefore, she only had one goal, and that was to catch up to her brother's footsteps as soon as possible so that she could stand by his side forever and fight shoulder to shoulder with him. At this moment, Ling Yan stood up. Xiaohu, Lingyu, both of you follow me. Since they had already decided not to go out and play anymore, Ling Yan's next task today was to help these 2 break through to the next realm. To be continued. Now that everyone knew that Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu were at the critical point of breaking through to the next level, no one said anything when Ling Yun brought them away. Only Qi Xiaoqing watched as the 3 of them left with a trace of envy and desire in her eyes. However, she hid it very well and quickly regained her composure. However, the change in her expression didn't escape Ling Xiao's eyes. Ever since Qi Xiaoqing came to the Ling family, Ling Xiao paid special attention to this beautiful girl and took the initiative to invite her to stay in her house. After 2 days of playing and chatting, Ling Xiao learned a lot about Qi Xiaoqing. She knew that this girl was extremely intelligent and stubborn. She had a strong sense of pride, but she was not vain. She lived in a prosperous city with a poor background, but she never felt inferior. She was truly an outstanding girl who was monstrously talented. Especially yesterday, after returning from Wangfujing, Qi Xiaoqing placed the Patek Philippe watch that Ling Yun gave her on the table in her room. Since then, she hadn't touched it or tried to hide it. She didn't even use it to show off. Just this point alone made Ling Xiao look at Qi Xiaoqing in a different light. Xiaoqing and Ning Lingyu were both from Qingshui City and were almost equally outstanding. Perhaps the only difference between the two of them was that Xiaoqing didn't have a heaven-defying brother like Ling Yun. Was this girl finally unable to resist the urge to cultivate? Ling Xiu quietly sized up the girl in a place where Xiaoqing couldn't see. Her lips curled into a mysterious smile as if she was deep in thought. Ling Yan brought Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu directly to the Ling family's practice room. After entering the training room, Ling Yan closed the door with a wave of his palm. Then, he smiled at Tai Xiaohu. Xiaohu, show me all the martial arts that I taught you. Tai Xiaohu nodded. Up until today, Ling Yan had taught Tai Xiaohu the 1,000 Miles Godly Steps, the Dragon Fish Phantom ability, the Raging Waves internal skill, the Tiangang Demon Fist, the Storm King Kong Kick, the Shaolin Dragon Claw Hand, the Stellar Condensation Technique, and the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. Of the two movement techniques, the 10,000 Miles Godly Steps was suitable for long-distance assaults, allowing one to run as fast as a galloping horse. As long as one had sufficient Xianxia in one's body, one's breathing would be long and steady. While one wouldn't dare to say that one could truly travel 10,000 miles in a day, 1,000 miles in a day would definitely not be an issue. The Dragon Fish Phantom Step was a combat movement technique. After cultivating it to great perfection, one would be able to execute fulgurating shadows, and their speed would be inconceivably fast. Within a certain distance, they would be able to teleport, as if they could create multiple clones in an instant. Now that Tai Xiaohu had reached the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9, his Raging Waves internal skill had reached the phenomenal stage. The true qi in his body surged like the waves of the sea. As he circulated it, the sound of the true qi flowing through his meridians was like the crashing waves of the shore. All? Tai Xiaohu was a little confused. He didn't know where to start. Oh, what I mean is, all the combat-type cultivation techniques. You don't need the others. As for the inner force and movement techniques, you will need them when you use them. Hehe, understood, Big Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head in embarrassment. I thought you wanted me to use the 1,000 Miles Godly Steps here. Ling Yan laughed and pulled Ning Lingyu to a corner of the practice room, giving up the entire space. Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yan wanted to observe his true strength. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. Instead, he focused on channeling his qi and started practicing. Bang! Bang! Tai Xiaohu used the Tiangang Demon Fist right off the bat. Every move and stance was exactly the same as Ling Yan's. However, his body was tall and burly, and his punches were strong and ferocious. It was as if he had been possessed by a tyrant. His fists didn't hit anything. Those banging sounds were the sound of his fists smashing through the air when he made his move. This guy can easily kill a ferocious tiger with one punch now. Ling Yan stood at the side with Ning Lingyu, nodding his head as he watched Tai Xiaohu practice. He couldn't help but comment, even an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 6 wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand against him. Ling Yan's evaluation of Tai Xiaohu was extremely high. When Ling Yan was at the pinnacle of Physique Tempering Stage 9, he could already defeat an expert who was half a step into Xiantian Realm Level 9 with his bare fists. However, his Stellar Condensation technique was already at the pinnacle of the second stage, so he had the upper hand in terms of strength. Moreover, Ling Yan had too many trump cards. However, Tai Xiaohu was only at the pinnacle of the first major realm of the Stellar Condensation technique. He was one major realm lower than Ling Yan, and he didn't have any trump cards. The only trump card he had was his iron tower-like body. Even though Tai Xiaohu was focused on practicing, he could still hear Ling Yan's evaluation. He instantly became more energetic and finished practicing the set of punches in a few minutes. Then, he couldn't wait to use the Gale Thunder Vajra kick. Tai Xiaohu had grown another 3 centimeters taller. He was now 1.96 meters tall. His legs were like 2 iron pillars, spinning like a windmill. The air around his body was whizzing, and the sound of air being torn apart was as dense as popcorn. Ling Yan smiled in satisfaction. Needless to say, Tai Xiaohu's majestic body was like a human-shaped fighting machine with just his fists and legs. In the end, Tai Xiaohu demonstrated the Shaolin Dragon Claw Palm. This was the first martial art that Ling Yan had taught him after he started cultivating inner qi. Naturally, he was already very familiar with it and could demonstrate it with ease. Big brother Yun. Is there anything wrong with me? Very quickly, Tai Xiaohu finished practicing all three martial arts. After he stopped, he stood on the spot, not even panting, waiting for Ling Yun's guidance. Yes, the fist is like a hammer. The leg is like a whip. The Shaolin Dragon Claw hand has reached its true essence. It's ferocious beyond compare. Looks like you've put in a lot of effort. There are no flaws. Ling Yun said as he walked in front of Tai Xiaohu. His eyes were full of praise. Tai Xiaohu didn't disappoint Ling Yun. He was very satisfied. Tai Xiaohu's martial arts foundation was completely solid. However, just these three types of combat martial arts are really too little. Ling Yun suddenly changed the topic. In the past, I didn't teach you any other martial arts in order to let you focus on the Raging Wave's internal skill. I only taught you these three martial arts for self-defense. Now, it's time to teach you some other martial arts. Tai Xiaohu's internal force cultivation had reached its limit. In such a rich spiritual energy-gathering formation, if he continued to practice, he would break through to the Xiantian realm on his own. Therefore, he stopped practicing at noon. Ling Yun was prepared to help Tai Xiaohu break through tonight. In the afternoon, he planned to teach Tai Xiaohu a few new martial arts. Ling Yu, Xiaohu, watch carefully. Ling Yun gestured for Tai Xiaohu to step aside so that the two of them could watch carefully. Then, he began to practice each move. Pay attention to my movements and punches. This time, the martial arts that Ling Yun was teaching were not his own. Instead, they were two martial arts that he secretly learned from Lu Mingju. Floating Buddha Shadow. Shaolin Arhat Fist. Just like the Shaolin Dragon Claw hand, these two martial arts were real Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques. Ling Yun had a good memory. When he was fighting with Lu Mingju, he purposely only defended and did not attack. He allowed Lu Mingju to complete the set of punches so that he could secretly learn it. Now that he was demonstrating it, it was exactly the same as Lu Mingju's punches. Have you memorized it? Ling Yun performed it twice from start to finish before he stopped and asked Tai Xiaohu. The current Tai Xiaohu was no longer a newbie. He already had a solid foundation in martial arts, and he was about to advance to the Xiantian realm. Coupled with his obsession with martial arts and combat, he had already memorized it after watching it twice. Tai Xiaohu hurriedly nodded to show that he had memorized it. Ling Yun smiled and said, then practice it a few times for me to see. Thus, Tai Xiaohu returned to the field and began practicing the Shaolin Arhat Fist. Of course, Ning Lingyu also memorized it. She also came to the field wanting to practice but was stopped by Ling Yun. Lingyu, this Shaolin martial arts is the path of extreme violence. You just need to observe and understand it. You don't have to practice this. Ning Lingyu giggled and nodded her head obediently. After Tai Xiaohu practiced it a few more times, Ling Yun saw that he had really mastered it. He then walked to the field. Then, Ling Yun used his mind and a golden staff appeared in his hand. It was the staff of Master Zhikong. Xiaohu, I'll teach you another set of spear techniques and two sets of staff techniques. The Chen family's Frenzied Wave Spear technique, Lu Mingju's Mad Devil Staff technique, and Master Zhikong's Impermanence Staff technique. However, Chen Jingxuan's Violet Golden Spear technique had already been broken into several pieces by Ling Yun. Ling Yun could only replace it with a spear from the practice room. Ling Yun taught in detail and Tai Xiaohu learned diligently. After 3 hours, Tai Xiaohu had learned all 5 martial arts that Ling Yun taught him. He could even demonstrate them from start to finish. Floating Buddha Shadow, Shaolin Arhat Fist, Frenzied Wave Spear technique, Mad Devil Staff technique, and Impermanence Staff technique. If Xiaohu breaks through to the Xiantian realm, he will definitely be the nightmare of all Xiantian realm masters. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu stood together as they watched Tai Xiaohu demonstrate the Mad Devil Staff technique with Master Zhikong's golden staff. That's too ferocious. I've always been worried that if that Buddhist staff accidentally smashed into the wall of the cultivation room, wouldn't the cultivation room directly collapse? Ning Lingyu shrugged her shoulders and said playfully. Haha, he definitely wouldn't dare to do that. Otherwise, my grandpa would definitely come and beat him up. Ling Yun burst into laughter. Ning Lingyu said, however, big brother, the martial arts that you taught Tai Xiaohu are all extremely ferocious. They are really suitable for him. Of course, I've always taught in accordance with his aptitude. When this guy breaks through to the Xiantian realm tonight, I'll teach him 2 sets of cultivation techniques. Only then will Tai Xiaohu be able to unleash his true combat power. 2 sets of cultivation techniques from the 5 elemental god slaying technique, Golden Emperor Raging Dragon Slash. Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique. Tai Xiaohu was gifted and had a unique physique. Out of the 5 elements in his body, he only possessed the metal and earth attributes. With the Raging Wave's internal skill as the foundation and the stellar condensation technique as the body refinement technique, Tai Xiaohu would cultivate these 2 combat techniques that were truly suitable for him after he broke through to the Xiantian realm and gained divine sense. Under Ling Yan's meticulous training, Tai Xiaohu had always been on the path of ferociousness. After cultivating the strongest offensive and defensive techniques, how terrifying would his combat power be once he reached the Xiantian realm? Ling Yan had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was looking forward to it. To be continued. Tai Xiaohu has more or less mastered these martial arts techniques. Ling Yan commented just as Tai Xiaohu was about to repeat the impermanent staff technique for the 3rd time after executing the mad demon staff technique. Tai Xiaohu was indeed a rare martial arts prodigy. Ever since he was brought into the world of martial arts by Ling Yan, he had completely forgotten about the mundane world. Other than training crazily every day, he was trying to figure out how to practice martial arts. Just like Tang Meng said, he was a martial arts fanatic. In the past few months, other than following Ling Yan, Tai Xiaohu would take the initiative to do some things. The rest of his time was spent on cultivation, eating, sleeping, and even the Tiangang demon fist when he was sleep-talking. It was this focus and madness that allowed Tai Xiaohu to advance at a godly speed. He was able to accumulate enough experience to achieve an explosive increase in his realm. Furthermore, even though Ling Yan had meticulously nurtured Tai Xiaohu, he had never rushed him or purposely forced him to grow. He had always allowed Tai Xiaohu to realize and grow on his own. He had strived to let Tai Xiaohu explore a path of cultivation that was suitable for him. Tai Xiaohu's heaven-defying ability was not only his naturally strong physique, but also his ability to understand martial arts. No matter what kind of martial arts it was, he could learn it after seeing it once and practicing it again. Just like this afternoon. In 3 hours, Tai Xiaohu had mastered 5 types of martial arts to the point where he was proficient in them. Before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, his figure flashed, and he rushed into the sky full of staff shadows. Come, use your newly learned martial arts to attack me with all your might. Don't hold back. Before Tai Xiaohu could be stunned, Ling Yan had already said that he wanted to personally test Tai Xiaohu's moves. It could only be said that Tai Xiaohu was extremely lucky. Cultivation was all about wealth, companionship, technique, and location. Tai Xiaohu was not lacking in any of these 4 words. Ling Yan had already taken care of his finances. His techniques were all personally taught and guided by Ling Yan. His cultivation location was first the Spirit Gathering Array in Qingshui City's Mansion No. 1 and now the Spirit Gathering Array in the Ling family's ancestral home. Companionship was personally tested by Ling Yan. Big brother Yun, be careful. Tai Xiaohu was instantly energized, and he began to execute his new move with all his might. He did not have to worry about whether or not Ling Yan would be able to block it. Tai Xiaohu had always been Ling Yan's follower. Of course, he knew that the new martial arts that Ling Yan taught him were learned from fighting against powerful enemies. The one who survived was Ling Yan. What else did he have to worry about? Tai Xiaohu was like a King Kong. He wielded the golden staff and attacked Ling Yan with all his might. Ling Yan dodged and blocked at times, weaving through the sky full of staff shadows and giving Tai Xiaohu pointers from time to time. This strike is too slow. At this time, he should attack 3 times in a row, sealing off all possible escape routes for me. You don't have enough changes. Pay attention to the coordination between your breathing and movement technique. This move was only focused on attacking, but I neglected the fact that the opponent could change his move and counterattack. No matter how good one's theoretical medical knowledge was, it ultimately depended on clinical performance. No matter how good one was on paper, one still had to fight on the battlefield. The ultimate goal of learning martial arts was for actual combat. Otherwise, everything would just be for show. After Tai Xiaohu had mastered the martial arts, Ling Yan personally guided him in actual combat. He explained the changes and essence of the martial arts and pointed out Tai Xiaohu's shortcomings. Of course, at this moment, Ning Lingyu was watching from the side. Ling Yan was giving pointers to both Tai Xiaohu and Ning Lingyu. Just like that, another half an hour passed. When Tai Xiaohu had executed all 4 martial arts, Ling Yan floated out of the ring and smiled as he called for him to stop. Xiaohu, not bad. Now that you've grasped the essence of these martial arts and the changes to face the enemy, all that's left is to completely master it. That's something that can only be done slowly. Hee, thank you, big brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu was attacking Ling Yan with all his might just now. He also had to carefully ponder the valuable experience that Ling Yan had given him. At this moment, he was exhausted and a little out of breath. How much true qi do you have left? Ling Yan asked with a smile. Less than 20%, Tai Xiaohu answered truthfully. Actually, Tai Xiaohu still had 90% of his true qi left when Ling Yan personally tested his moves. However, after that all-out attack, he was left with less than 20% of his true qi. In just half an hour, Ling Yan had used up 70% of his true qi. It could be seen that Ling Yan personally tested his moves and put a lot of pressure on Tai Xiaohu. This is because I only defended and not attacked. If I had counterattacked just now, your true qi would have been used up in less than 5 minutes. Ling Yan first said to Tai Xiaohu, then looked at Ning Lingyu and said seriously to the two of them, this is the difference between a practice and a real battle. When you're in a real battle, don't always think about defeating your opponent in one move. You also have to consider your opponent's numbers, their killer moves, and their trump cards. You have to learn to observe during the battle. If you're not a match for your opponent, the first thing you have to do is to protect your own life. Where there's life, there's hope. Do you two understand? Tai Xiaohu nodded his head first. Then, he blinked his bell-like eyes and asked, what if you meet an annoying enemy? It's the same. Ling Yan said seriously, an annoying enemy is usually a very strong enemy. It's an enemy that you can't do anything about. When that happens, if you fight with your life on the line, you'll die a horrible death. Once an ancient warrior or a cultivator reaches the stage of a duel, it's rarely about winning or losing. It's always about life and death. Finally, Ling Yan pointed at himself and said, for example, I'm your sworn enemy. Whether I want to kill you or not, it's all up to me. If you try to escape with all your might, it's hard to say if you can escape. If you still want to fight with your life on the line, you're courting death. In order to instill the concept of a life and death battle into the two of them, Ling Yan's words were very blunt. However, the ancient martial arts world was cruel, and the cultivation world was even crueler. When Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu heard Ling Yan's words, they both remembered the battle in Mansion No. 1. They immediately nodded their heads in awe. Alright, this golden staff seems to be very handy to you. It's yours from now on. Ling Yan patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder and said. With a smile, actually, there's still a purple gold spear. It's Qin Jing Xuan's, but I broke it. I'll get the people at the weapon workshop to reforge it. Once it's done, I'll give it to you as well. Hee, thank you, big brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu was so happy that he didn't know what to say. This way, Tai Xiaohu would have 3 weapons, a pair of judgment sticks, a golden staff, and the purple gold spear that he had yet to obtain. It's dinner time now. There's still 2 hours left. Stay here and familiarize yourself with these martial arts. Focus on understanding the essence and changes. When you feel that it's about time, go and have your meal. Then, go and meditate. When you're in your best condition, I'll help you break through. Tai Xiaohu naturally agreed. Okay. Ling Yan smiled and nodded at Tai Xiaohu. Then, he gestured for Ning Lingyu to follow him out of the training room. Lingyu, in my eyes, you're as important as my life. So, promise me, no matter where you go from now on, you must protect yourself. Do you understand? Ling Yan suddenly said as he and Ning Lingyu walked side by side to the front yard. Hearing this sudden concern, Ning Lingyu didn't know what to do. She pursed her lips and thought for a long time. Suddenly, she complained, Big brother, why are you saying this all of a sudden? Ling Yan looked at Ning Lingyu's flustered expression and couldn't help but smile. Hee hee, you're born stubborn. I'm afraid that when I'm not by your side, you'll fight with someone. You won't retreat even if you die. Even though Ling Yun was smiling, his tone was extremely serious. Big brother, I'll remember that. Ning Lingyu's heart was filled with emotions. She didn't say anything else. The two of them arrived at the 6th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home. Standing beside Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun could clearly feel the strong wood spiritual energy released by the spirit willow. It entered Ning Lingyu's body without any hindrance. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. This is the immortal physique. Lingyu, have you been worried about the 4-9 lesser tribulation these few days? Ling Yun turned his head and looked at Ning Lingyu's exquisite face. He smiled and asked. Ning Lingyu bit her lip and didn't say anything. Ning Lingyu had seen Ling Yun's tribulation that night. She was already at the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage Level 3 and would advance to Qi Cultivation Stage Level 4 at any time. How could she not be afraid when she had to face the 4-9 lesser tribulation? What you saw was Big Brother's tribulation. A normal tribulation isn't like this. The thickest lightning from the 4-9 minor tribulations is only as thick as a thumb. Now that you've reached the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, you should be able to withstand it with just your body. Ling Yun smiled as he explained. Ning Lingyu had broken through the first major realm of the stellar condensation technique and was at the peak of the first major realm of the second major realm. She was the first to break through the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique among everyone around Ling Yun. Xianxia reached the peak of the first major realm in just a few days. Moreover, because she was cultivating the void star attractor technique, she could break through the second major realm at any time. Of course, Xianxia had a pure astral body. She couldn't be compared to others. Sister, you have an immortal spiritual body. Heaven and earth wouldn't dare to bully you. Ling Yun suddenly said with certainty. Ning Lingyu didn't expect Ling Yun to say that. Let's go to the 5th courtyard. I'll teach you another technique, the Supreme Azure Emperor technique. If Ling Yun was said to be meticulous with Tai Xiaohu, then he was really meticulous with Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu had an immortal spiritual body. She was the only person other than Ling Yun who could cultivate the 5 elements god-slaying technique. Now that Ning Lingyu had reached the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage Level 3, other than cultivating the stellar condensation technique, she had also cultivated the omnipotent water control technique. Now, she could be considered to have reached a higher level, similar to Ling Yun's yin-yang harmony balance. Mastering one technique meant mastering all techniques. Ning Lingyu had made some progress in cultivating the omnipotent water control technique. It was only a matter of time before she could cultivate the other 5 elemental techniques. She had all 5 elements, but the water and wood elements were the strongest. Therefore, the second technique that Ling Yun taught her was the Supreme Azure Emperor technique. To be continued. Of course, Ning Lingyu wouldn't let Ling Yun down. In the 5th courtyard, after Ning Lingyu memorized the entire Supreme Green Emperor art, she floated into the medicinal herbs and sat down cross-legged to cultivate under Ling Yun's guidance. That was because she was at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3, which was even higher than when Ling Yun was cultivating it. Therefore, after she grasped the technique, she quickly reached the 5th realm of the Supreme Green Emperor art during her first cultivation. The 5th minor realm of the 5th stage. Ling Yun nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the medicinal herbs in the courtyard being ripened by Ning Lingyu. Even Ling Yun had only cultivated the Supreme Green Emperor art to the pinnacle of the 5th major realm. Of course, Ling Yun didn't purposely cultivate the Supreme Green Emperor art. That was because this cultivation technique was only a supplementary technique before he reached the 8th major realm. It wasn't useful in battle, as long as it was sufficient. At the same time, he thought about Miao Xiaomiao, who was far away in Qingshui City. She should have reached the 4th major realm of the Supreme Green Emperor art by now. There were 3 main reasons why Ning Lingyu was able to cultivate the Supreme Azure Emperor art to the middle stage of the 5th stage in such a short period of time, surpassing Miao Xiaomiao. Firstly, she had a celestial physique. Secondly, she was at the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage Level 3, which allowed her spiritual energy to flow out of her body easily. Thirdly, Ning Lingyu was in the Ling family's ancestral mansion. Not only was there a spirit gathering array, but there was also the strong wood spiritual energy released by the divine ghost willow. Very good. You can use it now. Let's go. Seeing that Ning Lingyu had completely mastered the Supreme Green Emperor art, Ling Yun didn't make any other requests. Instead, he asked Ning Lingyu to leave. Big brother, these matured medicinal herbs. Ning Lingyu stood up and looked at the matured medicinal herbs in the courtyard. Her beautiful face was full of joy as she asked Ling Yun. We don't have to worry about it. Auntie Green Bird will come over every day. As Ling Yun spoke, he pulled Ning Lingyu to the third courtyard of the Ling family. This time, they went straight to the master's room. Ning Lingyu immediately acted a little unnatural the moment she entered Ling Yun's room. Her divine sense was strong, so of course she knew that Xianxia and Ling Yun were living together. It was just that this was her first time in Beijing, so there were many things that she could not tell others. Of course, Ning Lingyu was smart enough to know that Ling Yun had already been intimate with Lin Menghan and Yao Rou back in Xianxia City. She knew all of this, but she could only hide it in her heart. This is Big Brother's room. Don't be shy, just sit anywhere you like. Ling Yun thought that Ning Lingyu was a newcomer, so he smiled and invited her to take a seat. Lingyu, do you still have the talismans that I gave you? Ling Yun went straight to the point. It would not be a problem for Ning Lingyu to break through now. However, she would have to face the heavenly tribulation after her breakthrough. Even though Ling Yun said that the heavens and earth would not dare to bully her, she still had to make preparations to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Yes. Big brother, before I came to the capital, I left some for the Qin clan. Ning Lingyu replied shyly. Those talismans were given to her by Ling Yun to protect herself. She gave them to the Qin family without informing Ling Yun first. Of course, she felt a little embarrassed. Haha, why are you embarrassed, little sister? Ling Yun joked with Ning Lingyu. Then, he said seriously, Lingyu, our mother raised me from a young age. She put in a lot of effort and suffered a lot. Even though I have not been to the Qin clan, in my eyes, the Qin clan is no different from the Ling clan. Big brother thinks that it is natural to give something to the Qin clan. You don't have to hold a grudge. Ning Lingyu nodded. Suddenly, her eyes turned red. Big brother, I miss mother. At this moment, it was just the two of them. When Ning Lingyu heard Ling Yun mention Qin Shoyue, she could not hold back her longing. Tears rolled down her cheeks. I know, big brother misses mother too. Ling Yun walked forward and took the initiative to hug Ning Lingyu's shoulders. His eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, it won't be long. Big brother is going to participate in the demon subduing conference. Once it is over, we will go straight to Heaven Mountain and rescue mother. Ning Lingyu raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, Big brother, I want to go to Heaven Mountain too. This, Ling Yun was instantly put in a difficult position. It was not that Ling Yun had never thought of bringing Ning Lingyu along to the Heaven Sword sect to rescue his mother. However, he really did not want Ning Lingyu to be personally involved in such an intense whirlpool of emotions. Qin Shoyue, Ning Tianya, Di Xiaozhen, the Ning family, the Qin family's 18-year promise. Big brother, my mother, and grandfather has already told me everything about the Ning family. Ning Lingyu paused for a moment before changing her words. Ling Yun was stunned when he heard that. You know about it? Ling Yun was instantly relieved when he said that. Ning Lingyu had stayed in the Qin family for almost a month. With Ning Lingyu's intelligence and temper, Qin Chongqing could not hide it even if he wanted to. Thus, without waiting for Ning Lingyu to reply, Ling Yun immediately said, you can't go to the demon subduing conference. After the demon subduing conference is over, I will rush to Heaven Mountain. I will call you over and we can go together. How about that? Seeing that Ling Yun had agreed, Ning Lingyu finally smiled through her tears. She took the initiative to pull herself out of Ling Yun's arms and wiped away her tears. Big brother, after the incident at Mansion No. 1 in Xianxia City, are you still protecting me like an ordinary little girl? On the night of the battle at Mansion No. 1, corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like a river. Killing the Drought Demon, fighting the Blood Clan, and the descent of the Golden God of Thunder, everyone who had personally experienced that night was no longer in the same state of mind as ordinary people. Of course, Ling Yun understood all of this. However, he still smiled and said, "Silly girl, no matter how powerful you become, you are still my little sister that I have to protect." Ling Yan raised his hand to wipe away Ling Yu's tears. "Listen to me. When I'm going to the Demon Subduing Conference, you'll stay in university and study. Once that's over, I'll let you meet up with me, okay?" "Okay." This time, Ning Lingyu agreed without hesitation. Next, Ling Yan began to take out items from the Great Void Ring. Various level 6 and level 7 talismans, as well as the Inyan pill and Dragon Spirit pill that he had personally refined, as well as the Dragon Tiger pill and Great Recover pill that he had obtained recently. At the same time, Ling Yan also explained in detail to Ning Lingyu how to use the talismans and elixirs. After making sure that she had memorized everything, he said, "Lingyu, in the past, you didn't have a spatial artifact, so I didn't give you anything. Now that you have a spatial ring, do you want a weapon that you can use?" Over the past few days, Ling Yan had already given many weapons and other treasures to the Ling family. Now that it was his sister's turn, how could he hold back? Ning Lingyu giggled. "Big brother, I can already control 12 water swords at the same time. Furthermore, I have so many water talismans. Even if there is no water, I can still fight without weapons." 12 water swords. Ling Yan nodded in surprise. "Then it seems like you have started to practice the specific combat techniques of the omnipotent water control technique, right?" The omnipotent water control technique was similar to Ling Yan's divine yang technique, by Xianxia's demonic book of the 9 stars of heaven, and Yi Xingchen's void star attraction technique. It was a combination of cultivation and combat techniques. It included all kinds of combat techniques, ever-changing, and everything was related to one's cultivation realm. "Yes." Ning Lingyu nodded with a smile. She couldn't help but feel a little proud when she told Ling Yan about the results of her cultivation. "I can definitely beat Tai Xiaohu." Ling Yan raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. "Sister, that's called bullying." Tai Xiaohu was at most half a step into the Xiantian realm, while Ning Lingyu was already at the peak of the early stages of qi cultivation. There was no comparison at all. "Alright, since you don't need weapons, Big Brother will directly refine a flying sword for you, just like the green shadow sword." As Ling Yan spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out the green shadow flying sword. Then, he used his divine will to control it. It was ever-changing and shuttled back and forth in the room. Ning Lingyu was dumbfounded as she watched. Ling Yan quickly retracted the green shadow sword. "When you have passed the 4-9 lesser tribulations and entered the middle stages of qi cultivation, I will then teach you 3 types of cultivation techniques. By then, you will truly be able to protect yourself." In the middle stages of qi cultivation, one could begin to cultivate the 5 elemental god slaying technique. Now that Ning Lingyu had already learned 2 types, she was still short of 3. Ling Yan would naturally wait until she reached qi cultivation stage 4 before teaching her. Following that, Ling Yan explained to Ning Lingyu many of the key points to pay attention to when breaking through to the next stage, as well as how to deal with the 4-9 lesser tribulations after breaking through, and many other things. "Lingyu, you can go ahead and cultivate now. Stop when you are about to break through to the next stage. I will help you then." After dinner, Ling Yan let Ning Lingyu cultivate alone. After he had prepared everything, he also cultivated for 2 hours. At 9 o'clock at night, he arrived at the 6th courtyard. He went to the ghost god Willow and found Tai Xiaohu. With the help of the abundant spiritual energy from the Ling family spirit gathering formation, Tai Xiaohu had already replenished the true qi that he had used in the afternoon. Now, his body was in peak condition. "Xiaohu, are you ready?" "Big brother Yun, I'm ready." Tai Xiaohu felt Ling Yan's arrival. He opened his eyes slowly and said impatiently, "Alright, start breaking through to the Xiantian realm now. I will protect you. Don't hold back. Let's see how many Xiantian realm level you can break through to in one go." With that, Ling Yan sat directly opposite Tai Xiaohu and burned 100 drops of divine energy. Tai Xiaohu calmed himself down and started to circulate the raging wave's internal skill. Instantly, it was as if there was a tsunami in his energy center. His true qi turned into raging waves, like the tides of the Qiantang River. Wave after wave, it rushed towards the conception and governing vessels like thunder, almost in an instant. Tai Xiaohu's conception and governing vessels were opened. He reached the unity of heaven and man and advanced to the Xiantian realm. Break through the hidden gate between your eyebrows. Ling Yun reminded him immediately. Tai Xiaohu's raging wave's internal skill finally played a huge role at this moment. He didn't need any help from Ling Yun. The powerful true qi that came with the breakthrough broke through the space between his eyebrows in one go and gained divine sense. Tai Xiaohu's spirit was lifted. Continue. Ling Yun smiled. He knew that this was only the beginning, so he said to Tai Xiaohu. Next, Tai Xiaohu began to break through like a hot knife through butter. Xiantian Realm Level 1. Xiantian Realm Level 2. The pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 3, Xiantian Realm Level 4. Tai Xiaohu reached Xiantian Realm Level 4 with his own strength, and he still had energy to spare. Open your mouth. Ling Yan asked Tai Xiaohu to open his mouth and threw a dragon tiger pill into it. Then, he finally made his move. He flew behind Tai Xiaohu and sat cross-legged. He placed his hands on Tai Xiaohu's back. Continue. The spiritual energy in Ling Yan's body flowed continuously into Tai Xiaohu's body, helping him dissolve the dragon tiger pill's effects and clearing the violent airflow in Tai Xiaohu's meridians. Soon, Tai Xiaohu reached the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 4 and entered Xiantian Realm Level 5 in one go. Finally, with Ling Yan's help, Tai Xiaohu reached the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 5 and completely stabilized his realm. Big Brother Yun, I feel like I still have energy to break through. Tai Xiaohu said excitedly as he felt the powerful energy in his limbs. Ling Yan chided him jokingly, you're still not satisfied with breaking through 5 levels in one go? There's no hurry to break through. Stabilizing your realm is more important. Ling Yan knew that Tai Xiaohu could easily reach the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 6 if he fed him some dragon saliva. However, he didn't want to spoil things through excessive haste. Xiaohu, release your divine sense and see how far you can reach. Ling Yan asked with a smile after stopping Tai Xiaohu from breaking through again. I think it's about 2 kilometers? To be continued. The range of his divine sense was 2,000 meters. If it was categorized by cultivation realms, it would be Qi Cultivation Stage 2. Of course, Tai Xiaohu's Qi Cultivation Stage 2 could only be called that because he had his divine sense, and it had a range of 2,000 meters. The mark of entering the Qi Cultivation Stage was to be able to cultivate Qi into God like Ling Yun. In other words, one had to be able to transform the true Qi in one's body into God. That was the real Qi Cultivation Stage. However, Tai Xiaohu had just opened up his conception and governing vessels, breaking through to the Xiantian realm and gaining his divine sense. It was not bad for him to achieve what he had now. Using true Qi to condense God was something that would happen sooner or later. Whoosh! A tall figure suddenly appeared in the 6th courtyard. It was Ling Lai. Good lad. You reached the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm in one go and still have the energy to break through. Such a good physique is an eye-opener. Ling Lai couldn't help but praise Tai Xiaohu as soon as he appeared. Hee. Tai Xiaohu stood up, and a string of popping sounds could be heard from his body. He then scratched his head and said to Ling Lai, Grandpa Ling, this is all thanks to Big Brother Yun. Ling Yun had naturally stood up as well. He stood at the side and smiled without saying a word. Without a doubt, Tai Xiaohu was right. He was able to achieve what he had today because of Ling Yun's strength. Ling Lai stared at Tai Xiaohu from head to toe. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he rubbed his palms together. Lad, I can see that your combat power is extraordinary. Do you dare to fight me? When Tai Xiaohu heard this, he immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Grandpa Ling, how would I dare to fight you? Ling Lai glared at him. What's wrong with fighting me? This way, I can test your current combat power and help you stabilize your realm. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu could feel the strong true qi surging through his body, as well as the explosive power in his limbs. He was tempted and wanted to spar with Ling Lai. However, how could he make the decision on his own? Tai Xiaohu turned to look at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled. Since Grandpa wants to teach you martial arts, why don't you agree? What are you waiting for? Just do your best. What realm was Ling Lai in now? Ling Lai was at the pinnacle of the 1st stage of the divine power realm. Even if Tai Xiaohu were to unleash everything he had learned, he wouldn't be able to hurt Ling Lai. Therefore, Ling Yun wasn't worried at all. Ling Yun knew that Ling Lai was one of the people with the highest realm in the Ling family. Other than Ling Yun, there were two other people, Ling Xiao and Qin Niao. However, it was almost impossible for the two of them to spar with Ling Lai. Thus, during the time that Cui Lao wasn't around, Grandfather Ling couldn't find a suitable opponent to spar with. He had been holding back for a long time. Now that Ling Yun had groomed Tai Xiaohu, and Ling Lai could tell with one look that Tai Xiaohu's combat power was even above Cui Lao's, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Grandpa Ling, please guide me. Tai Xiaohu was overjoyed when he saw that Ling Yun had agreed to it immediately. He turned to Ling Lai. Ling Lai laughed and said, "Let's go to the training room now. We'll train hard tonight." With that, he floated forward, patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder, and brought him out of the courtyard. Hee, Grandpa won't be lonely anymore. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head as he watched the two of them leave. At around 10 at night, Ling Yun drove out of the Ling family's ancestral home with Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun drove at lightning speed in the dark of the night. They left the city and headed toward the northeast direction of Beijing, heading straight for the Miyun Reservoir. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at Miyun. Ling Yun drove all the way to the vicinity of the Miyun Reservoir before stopping and asking his sister to alight. Ning Lingyu already knew that the Miyun Reservoir was the place that Ling Yun had specially chosen for her to undergo her tribulation. The omnipotent water control technique, of course, could only be unleashed in a place with an abundant water source. For example, the sea, rivers, and lakes. Of course, there weren't any of these around Beijing. Therefore, Ling Yun could only settle for a large reservoir. However, this didn't mean that Ning Lingyu had to come to a place with water for her breakthrough. If that was the case, then the omnipotent water control technique would have too many restrictions to cultivate. It wouldn't be considered a top-notch cultivation technique. Ling Yun chose this place for Ning Lingyu because it was suitable for her cultivation technique. More importantly, it was secluded enough to be suitable for her tribulation. The terrain of the Miyun Reservoir was complicated. Many of the bodies of water were surrounded by mountains. On normal days, there weren't many people around. At night, no one would come. It was the perfect place for Ning Lingyu to undergo her tribulation. After the siblings got out of the car, Ling Yun stored the car into his Taishu ring right in front of Ning Lingyu and carried it with him at all times. Ning Lingyu was a little stunned. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Sister, you have to get used to this as soon as possible. There's no need to make a fuss about it. The space in the spatial ring is big enough. You can use it however you want." In the dark, Ning Lingyu pondered for a moment before nodding her head to show that she understood. The night was dark and there was no one around. Ling Yun took out the green shadow flying sword. Under the control of his spiritual will, the green shadow flying sword turned into a huge broadsword. It hovered in front of the two of them and he flew onto it first. "Lingyu, come up." Ling Yun invited Ning Lingyu to come up as soon as he stepped onto the sword. "Big brother, Ning Lingyu was completely stunned. She felt that the scene in front of her was a little unbelievable. This was sword kinesis flight. The real sword kinesis flight, however, after Ning Lingyu recovered from her shock, she quickly accepted it. Without hesitation, she leaped onto the sword and stood beside Ling Yun. The two of them were more than 10 feet above the ground. Ning Lingyu asked, "Big brother, is this sword kinesis flight?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "That's right. This is the real sword kinesis flight. However, I've only just learned it, so I can't fly long distances yet. However, I can still bring you around the water and find a place to undergo your tribulation. It shouldn't be a problem. Stand still." After reminding Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun controlled the sword kinesis flight and flew slowly into the dark sky. It was Ning Lingyu's first time experiencing this kind of flight. She was a little nervous, but she wasn't afraid. She just held on to Ling Yun's shoulders tightly. "Lingyu, actually, I haven't had the time to teach you. Based on the speed at which you condense your divine energy, you can also achieve sword kinesis flight." Ling Yun didn't fly too high. Instead, when he was 50 meters above the ground, he flew towards the vast water surface in front of him. Soon, he arrived directly above the Miyun Reservoir. He released his divine sense and looked for a suitable place for Ninglingyu to break through. At the same time, he smiled and said, however, you're about to enter Qi Cultivation Stage 4. When that time comes, you can directly fly in the sky without the help of magical artifacts. Ah? Really? When Ninglingyu heard that she could actually fly in the sky after her breakthrough, she was instantly excited. When the time comes, I'll teach you the method of sword kinesis flight. It's actually very simple, Ling Yun said casually. Then, he suddenly pointed to the water surface in the southwest direction and said, let's go there. With the range of his divine sense and the use of sword kinesis flight, it was easy to find a hidden place on the water surface. Soon, Ling Yun and Ninglingyu arrived at their destination. The two of them jumped off the flying sword and stood on the shore. This was a body of water that was more than 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. The terrain was slightly long and narrow, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The other side led to the water in the north, but the shore there was also a mountain range. There was no need to worry about others seeing them. To Ninglingyu, breaking through and undergoing the heavenly tribulation was not a problem. The most important thing was not to be seen by others. Lingyu, don't worry about breaking through. Ling Yan extended his divine sense to the maximum and carefully observed the surroundings. He smiled and said to Ninglingyu, Big Brother will protect you. Ninglingyu found a relatively flat boulder and sat down. Before she closed her eyes and started to cultivate, she suddenly asked Ling Yun, Big Brother, will the heavenly tribulation come immediately after I break through? Ling Yun smiled and said, this depends on the person. However, for most people, the heavenly tribulation will give them enough time to prepare. It is rare for the heavenly tribulation to come down without warning right after you break through. There were only 2 situations where the heavenly tribulation would come down immediately after a breakthrough. One was like by Xianxia, a powerful demon beast undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The other was like Ling Yun, a weirdo who was struck by the heavens out of nowhere. Lingyu, don't think about anything else. Big Brother is here. Don't worry about it. Don't delay your cultivation. Ling Yan could feel Ninglingyu's worry. His tone was full of strong confidence. Okay. So, Ninglingyu sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the omnipotent water control technique. She wanted to break through to Qi Cultivation Stage 4, which was the middle stage. Ninglingyu had reached the limit of the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 3 yesterday. It was imperative for her to break through. Therefore, she used all her strength to break through to Qi Cultivation Stage 4 and succeeded almost instantly. At the same time, the range of her divine sense reached a terrifying 4,000 meters. Next, Ninglingyu used the rich water spiritual energy around her to reach the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 4 without any obstacles. Only when she felt the barrier of the next level did she stop and began to consolidate her cultivation. Half an hour later, Ninglingyu slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was slightly dazed. Big Brother, I don't feel anything. It's no different from when I was breaking through to Qi Cultivation Stage 2 and 3. Ninglingyu's tone was a little resentful. If she had known that it would be so easy, she would not have come to Miyun Reservoir. She could have just found a random place to break through. Sister, you have a celestial body. Breaking through is always so easy. It would be abnormal if it was too difficult. Seeing that Ninglingyu had broken through to the middle stage of Qi Cultivation Stage, Ling Yan smiled and said, Alright, the surprise of a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi Cultivation Stage is not the time of breakthrough, but the various extraordinary abilities that you have after the breakthrough. The entire Qi refining realm was the process of refining Qi into spirit. It was the process of the cultivator continuously transforming all the true Qi in their body into spirit essence. Accompanying this was the expansion of the range of the cultivator's divine sense, and the divine sense also became more and more condensed and pure. The speed at which the true Qi was transformed into spirit essence also increased exponentially, and the burning of spirit essence was magical power. The early stages of Qi Cultivation Stage was actually the stage where the cultivator gradually converted and accumulated divine energy. When the divine energy was strong enough, the cultivator would naturally break through to the mid-stages of Qi Cultivation Stage. The mid-stages of Qi Cultivation Stage was the stage where the cultivator could burn the divine energy at any time and use the magical energy at will. When the cultivator could use the magical energy at will, that was when they were no longer an ordinary person. Therefore, when a cultivator broke through to the mid-stages of Qi cultivation stage, they had to undergo the heavenly tribulation. This was the 4-9 minor heavens tribulation. Any cultivator would have to undergo this tribulation. Ling Yan was no exception. Even though Ning Lingyu had an immortal physique, she still had to go through it. Ling Yan came to Ning Lingyu's side and raised his head slightly. Suddenly, he activated his yin-yang eye and looked up at the night sky. He realized that the originally clear night sky had started to be filled with dark clouds above the Miyun reservoir. They had appeared out of nowhere and had already covered the entire sky full of stars. Tribulation clouds. That's fast. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he did not have the time to explain the various extraordinary abilities of the mid-stages of Qi cultivation stage to Ning Lingyu. Therefore, he changed his tone and asked, "Lingyu, do you remember what Big Brother taught you on how to deal with the 4-9 minor heavens tribulation?" "Yes." Ning Lingyu's pretty face was tense and slightly nervous. This was different from what Ling Yan had seen with his own eyes. Because she was going through the tribulation, she could already feel the arrival of the tribulation. Any cultivator would be able to sense the arrival of their own tribulation. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as preparing for the tribulation. "Lingyu, don't be nervous." The two of them were telepathic. After all, this was Ning Lingyu's first time going through the tribulation. Ling Yan could naturally see that Ning Lingyu was starting to get nervous. He immediately smiled and comforted her. "Just follow what Big Brother taught you and deal with it step by step. Trust me. You've already entered the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. You should be able to withstand most of the lightning with just your body alone." Ling Yan gently patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder. Ning Lingyu felt a little better after being comforted by her brother. She could not help but ask softly, "Big Brother, then, how does it feel to be struck by lightning?" Haha, Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was the most qualified person to answer this question, so he smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It feels the same as being struck by ordinary lightning. It's just that the tribulation lightning more or less contains some of the heavenly path." After saying this, Ling Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. For cultivators, the heavenly tribulation is indeed a test of the heavenly axiom, but at the same time, it is also a gift from the heavenly axiom. As long as one can endure it, not only will the cultivator's body and willpower be greatly improved, but if one can experience the heavenly axiom while undergoing the heavenly tribulation, one can also comprehend the heavenly axiom, which is very beneficial for the future path of cultivation. That kind of feeling can only be felt, but not expressed in words. As for how much a cultivator can comprehend during the heavenly tribulation, it depends on their own luck and understanding. Besides that, lightning itself is the most powerful energy in the world. It is the best opportunity for a cultivator to temper their body after reaching a new realm. Ling Yan did not hide anything from Ning Lingyu. For a genius cultivator who had once endured a terrifying heavenly tribulation, this was definitely the words of experience. "I understand. Thank you, Big Brother." Hearing this, Ning Lingyu finally smiled. Her mind was completely relaxed, and she began to raise her head, boldly looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky. The tribulation clouds came very quickly and had already gathered layer by layer. At this time it had completely covered the sky above the Miyun reservoir, completely blocking the light of the stars and the moon, causing the sky to be pitch black. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Although Ning Lingyu was no longer nervous, her delicate body began to tremble slightly, because she had already felt the pressure of the heavenly axiom. Ling Yan was right beside Ning Lingyu, of course, he could feel the pressure of the heavenly axiom. However, his eyes were disdainful, and his body was straight like a pine tree, looking down on the heavenly axiom. The tribulation clouds were getting denser and denser, and the pressure was getting lower and lower. He remained silent, and with a thought, he took out all the lightning trap talismans and defensive talismans from his infinite space ring and handed them to Ning Lingyu, asking her to keep them carefully. "Lingyu, this is your first time undergoing tribulation. Don't just blindly endure it. When it's time to take the medicinal pills, take the medicinal pills. When it's time to use the talismans, use the talismans, understand? The lightning could strike at any time. Ling Yan had already said what he needed to say. At this moment, he had to leave the range of the tribulation clouds. Before he left, he reminded Ming Lingyu carefully. Suddenly, a trace of stubbornness appeared in Ming Lingyu's beautiful eyes. She did not speak, only nodding her head vigorously. Then I'll leave first. I won't go far, just outside the range of the tribulation clouds, and I'll watch you undergo tribulation. If the lightning struck and Ling Yun was still within the range of the tribulation clouds, he would be harming Ming Lingyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yun immediately took out the green shadow flying sword. In a flash, with a thought, a green light flashed, and Ling Yun had already rushed out of the range of the tribulation clouds. In an instant, he had arrived at the top of a small hill 1,000 meters away. The range of the tribulation clouds of the 4-9 minor tribulation was only a few hundred meters. The place where Ling Yun was currently standing was definitely a place where the lightning could not strike, and it was very safe. At the same time, the place where Ling Yun was currently standing was only 1,000 meters away from where Ning Lingyu was undergoing tribulation. Not only was it within the range of his divine sense, but if anything happened to Ning Lingyu, he could use the sword kinesis flight to reach her in an instant. Even though Ling Yun was 100% confident that Ning Lingyu would succeed easily, he already had a plan in mind. If Ning Lingyu's life was really in danger, he would use all his trump cards to save Ning Lingyu, even if he had to face the tribulation head-on again. After Ling Yun left, Ning Lingyu still stood at the same spot, facing the impending tribulation alone. The tribulation clouds were as black as ink, and they were already extremely low. Within the layers of tribulation clouds, one could see electric snakes beginning to coil around them. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The lightning was rapidly brewing. Ling Yan's expression was solemn as he carefully observed the scale of the tribulation clouds. He realized that they were slightly larger than the normal tribulation clouds of the 4-9 minor tribulation, but not too ridiculously so. These tribulation clouds, Ling Yan was surprised. He noticed that as the black tribulation clouds churned, they would occasionally show other colors. He could clearly see purple and gold among them, as if there was something wrapped within the tribulation clouds. Boom! Gotcha! After discovering the abnormality, Ling Yan looked at Ning Lingyu's lithe and pretty figure from afar. Just as he was about to open his mouth to warn her, he was abruptly interrupted by the lightning. A bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb struck down from the tribulation clouds without warning, instantly striking Ning Lingyu's body. The 4-9 minor tribulation had finally arrived. Lingyu! Ling Yan exclaimed. He stood at a distance, and through his divine sense, he saw Ning Lingyu's long hair and sleeves fluttering in the wind. She forcefully withstood this bolt of lightning, and her delicate body suddenly trembled. Contrary to his expectations, this first bolt of lightning was actually at least twice as strong as what Ling Yan had imagined. F***ck. Ling Yan's heart trembled along with Ning Lingyu. He instantly raised his head to look at the tribulation clouds in the sky. This is a celestial physique. Is there really no preferential treatment? Back in the cultivation world, Ling Yan had undergone countless tribulations. He had lost count of the number of times he had been struck by lightning, and he had seen other cultivators undergo their tribulations even more times. Of course, he understood that the test of the heavenly tribulation, to put it bluntly, was not much different from an ordinary person's test. Even for the same level of heavenly tribulation, although it was more or less the same, there were subtle differences that varied from person to person. Buddhists, demons, spirits, and ghosts faced different heavenly tribulations. For example, Ling Yan had inexplicably been struck by lightning twice before he had even reached Qi cultivation stage 4, and both times he had almost died. It was even more difficult than the most difficult heavenly tribulation for ghost cultivators. However, there were also those who were exceptionally easy, as if the Buddha had shown mercy, and the heavens had turned a blind eye to it. For example, Ning Lingyu, who had an extremely rare celestial physique. That was why Ling Yan had confidently told Ning Lingyu that she had an celestial physique, and the heavens would not dare to bully her. However, from the looks of it now, that was not the case at all. Let's wait and see first. After the initial shock, Ling Yan quickly calmed down. He stared at the rumbling tribulation clouds, waiting for the second bolt of lightning to strike. Because it was Ning Lingyu who was undergoing her tribulation, there was no point in panicking. Since Ning Lingyu's life was not in danger, he could not rush into the range of the tribulation. Kacha! Soon, the second bolt of lightning struck, and it was still as thick as a thumb. Ning Lingyu had already withstood the first bolt of lightning, so naturally, the second bolt was easily withstood as well. She was unscathed, and instead of panicking, she was much calmer. Following that, the third and fourth bolts of silver lightning began to rain down on Ning Lingyu's head. After a few minutes, the first wave of lightning finally ended, and the heavens and earth once again calmed down, preparing for the second wave of tribulation lightning. Boom! Not long after, a dazzling bolt of lightning drilled out from the black tribulation clouds. It was twice as thick as before, and it was actually as thick as a child's arm, and it struck towards Ning Lingyu. Phew! Seeing this scene, Lingyan let out a long sigh of relief. In his heart, he understood that even though Ning Lingyu's tribulation was slightly heavier than the average heaven's tribulation, it was not excessive. As long as this continued, Ning Lingyu would definitely be able to safely pass through it. Indeed, this second wave of lightning was still withstood by Ning Lingyu's body, and she passed through it without any mishap. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave. The 4-9 minor tribulation had a total of 4 waves of tribulation lightning, and each wave became stronger and stronger. The fourth wave was almost like a lightning storm, forming a curtain of electricity between the heavens and earth, covering Ning Lingyu within it. Even Ling Yan's divine sense could not penetrate it. However, even though his divine sense could not penetrate it, his eyes could see it. He saw that Ning Lingyu, who had withstood 3 waves of lightning, suddenly let out a delicate cry in the midst of the extremely dazzling curtain of electricity. Her delicate body then shot up into the sky, and she was actually flying in the air, weaving in and out of the lightning storm. This brat! The corners of Ling Yan's mouth curled into a smile. Ning Lingyu's comprehension was really too high, and she actually mastered the trick of flying in the air on her own. Instead of worrying about Ning Lingyu, he raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Now, it was the last wave of lightning, and the tribulation clouds in the sky were gradually thinning out. Finally, Ling Yan could clearly see the mysterious object wrapped within the tribulation clouds. Oh my God! This time, I've really struck gold. When Ling Yan saw the purple and gold object wrapped within the tribulation clouds, he could not help but be dumbfounded and laughed out loud. To be continued. Wrapped in the black tribulation cloud was still a cloud of mist. To be exact, there were 2 clouds, one purple and one gold. Although the clouds of 2 colors were rolling and swaying together, they were not mixed with each other and were clearly separated. Only the place where they intersected was dyed purple and gold because of the mutual illumination of each other. Ning Lingyu's heaven's tribulation had reached its final stage. The black tribulation clouds had already become extremely thin. Hence, Ling Yan could see everything clearly. Using the yin-yang eye, he could clearly see the shapes of the 2 clouds. The golden cloud was dozens of meters wide and almost circular. In the thin black tribulation cloud, it was like a dazzling golden sun, while the purple cloud was like a long and narrow ribbon, like a dragon soaring into the sky, dancing and coiling around the huge golden cloud. In the night sky, within the tribulation cloud, there were tens of thousands of golden rays and thousands of purple rays. It was like a rainbow after a storm, but it was even more magnificent. The black tribulation cloud seemed to be inlaid with a purplish gold color. It was incomparably magnificent and stunning. Below, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Ning Lingyu was still undergoing her tribulation. She flew through the forest of lightning, her long hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, Ling Yan was no longer worried about Ning Lingyu's success. He activated his yin-yang eye to the extreme and stared at the 2 purplish gold clouds in the tribulation clouds. He raised his eyebrows and clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug deep into his palms and were already sweating from clenching them so hard that he was sweating. With Ling Yan's foresight, he had already recognized that this was different from the 9-colored tribulation cloud that appeared out of nowhere on Turtle Island. Lingyu's heaven's tribulation cloud definitely didn't contain any terrifying tribulation cloud, but an astonishing amount of pure immortal spiritual energy, golden immortal spiritual energy and purple immortal spiritual energy. Needless to say, the golden immortal spiritual energy was the same as the Emperor brushes. It was pure yang immortal spiritual energy. As for the purple immortal spiritual energy, it was above the golden immortal spiritual energy in terms of grade. That was because, to cultivators, purple was the most precious, this was a gift from the heavenly Tao, it was too generous. How could Lingyan not be excited? Lingyu has a celestial physique, she indeed has special treatment, but the heavenly Tao's gift is too generous. He was worried that Lingyu wouldn't be able to absorb so much top-grade immortal spiritual energy with her current body and cultivation, 1/10. Even 1% was not enough. What should we do? Lingyan began to panic. He bit his lips and muttered to himself, his brows furrowed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Crack. Ka-cha. At this point, Ning Lingyu's heavenly tribulation had reached its final stage. The dense electric curtains below the tribulation cloud had gradually thinned into a forest of lightning. The thunder was getting louder and the lightning was getting lesser. The 4-9 minor tribulations could end at any time. Lingyan was clear that the moment the 4-9 minor tribulation ended would be the moment the heavenly gift would descend upon Ning Lingyu's body. What a waste. This is too wasteful. It's definitely a reckless waste of God's gifts. At this point, Lingyan could not wait to ride on his sword and rush directly into the tribulation cloud to absorb some of the purple immortal spiritual energy. However, Lingyan knew that it was useless to do so. Not to mention the fact that he could not charge into the tribulation cloud, with his life of being struck by lightning. If he were to charge into the tribulation cloud, who knew what kind of horrible consequences it would bring to Ning Lingyu? Furthermore, even if Ning Lingyu's tribulation ended and the heavenly bestowment descended upon them, he would not be able to share it even if he stood beside Ning Lingyu, hand in hand with Ning Lingyu, not to mention charging into the tribulation clouds. This was because the purple immortal spiritual energy came along with Ning Lingyu's heavenly tribulation. In other words, according to the rules of the heavenly Tao, the immortal spiritual energy belonged to Ning Lingyu alone. She could absorb as much as she could. If she couldn't, the rest would disappear along with the tribulation cloud. No one else could snatch it away. Lingyan was an expert in heavenly tribulation. No one knew this better than him. Unless, seeing that the tribulation cloud was about to disappear, Lingyan stomped his feet anxiously. In a flash, his eyes lit up as he thought of an idea. Of course, there was still a way. That was when the lightning stopped striking and Ning Lingyu's heavenly tribulation ended. There would be a supreme being who could cut off the heavenly Tao's will. However, Lingyan laughed bitterly. Cutting off the heavenly Tao's will. Where else could he find such a terrifying being? It's over, it's over. Lingyan was filled with regret. He didn't even realize that the huge rock he was standing on had been crushed by him. He sighed and said, what a pity, what a pity. A cooked duck flew away. Moreover, this was not a cooked duck, but a cooked phoenix. Kaboom. Kacha. Just as Lingyan was shaking his head and sighing, he heard a loud bang. The last bolt of lightning shook the heavens and the earth. All the tribulation cloud in the night sky no longer wrapped around the purple immortal spiritual energy. Instead, it turned into a ball of silver lightning that was as thick as a water bucket. It struck down from the sky, piercing through the sky and hitting Ning Lingyu's body. This was the last bolt of lightning. Ning Lingyu, who was originally bathing in the rain of lightning, was struck by this huge bolt of lightning. Her body suddenly fell from the sky. Lingyu. Lingyan saw Ning Lingyu's delicate body falling from the sky. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the immortal spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he summoned the green shadow flying sword and rushed towards Ning Lingyu. Big brother, I'm fine. However, before Lingyan could fly halfway, he heard Ning Lingyu's voice. Lingyan looked again and saw that Ning Lingyu had miraculously stabilized her body in the air after falling dozens of meters. Ning Lingyu was unharmed by the last bolt of lightning. She had safely passed the 4-9 minor tribulations. Seeing that Ning Lingyu was fine, Lingyan calmed down. However, he didn't turn back. Instead, he rushed to Ning Lingyu's side and stopped. The two of them stood facing each other, one on the sword and the other in the air. Lingyu, are you all right? Lingyan was still worried, so he asked again. Big brother, I'm really fine, Ning Lingyu replied with a smile. She was indeed fine. At this moment, Ning Lingyu was standing proudly in the air with her long hair fluttering in the wind. Not a single strand of her hair was singed by the lightning. Her delicate body was light and her clothes fluttered in the wind. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. Ning Lingyu was unharmed. However, Ling Yan's sharp eyes could sense that Ning Lingyu, who had passed the heavenly tribulation, had a completely different temperament. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her beauty was dreamy and unreal. Even the way she looked at Ling Yun had an additional trace of indescribable coldness. There was a mysterious smile at the corner of her beautiful mouth. Compared to her original gentle and obedient yet stubborn image, she was like a completely different person, with an additional coldness and aloofness. However, at this moment, Ling Yun didn't have much time to think. He suddenly pointed to the sky and said anxiously, "Ling Yu, look at the purple and gold clouds above. They are pure immortal spiritual energy. Later, they will descend. You have to relax your body and absorb as much as you can. Especially the purple immortal spiritual energy. Do you understand?" Ning Lingyu placed her hands behind her back. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the purple and gold clouds. Then, she nodded and said, "I understand." Just as the two of them were conversing, the purple and gold clouds above them had already changed. From the huge golden clouds and purple ribbons, countless purple and gold flowers began to separate and fall towards Ning Lingyu. The purple flowers were like blooming peonies while the gold flowers were like blooming lotuses. Heavenly flowers shower. Ling Yun was shocked. He secretly guessed what kind of heavenly tribulation Ning Lingyu was going through. Although the immortal spiritual body was given preferential treatment, Ling Yun had never seen such a gift from the heavenly Tao even in the cultivation world. Ling Yun was very shocked, but he wasn't envious. He used his spiritual will to control the flying sword and moved it tens of meters away from Ning Lingyu. He watched as the flowers of immortal spiritual energy gradually floated around Ning Lingyu's body. Then, they turned into pure immortal spiritual energy and entered Ning Lingyu's body. Although Ning Lingyu was dressed in black, she was surrounded by countless purple and gold immortal spiritual energy flowers. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and her petite body danced gracefully. She looked like a flower fairy. The purple and gold flowers continued to separate from the clouds. They floated around Ning Lingyu's body. They floated on her head, shoulders, and even piled up under her feet. Gradually, they surrounded her. Ning Lingyu did as Ling Yun said. She used her brand new realm and her new physique that had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation lightning to absorb the purple and gold immortal spiritual energy. The immortal spiritual body was indeed miraculous. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. He looked at this miracle and nodded his head repeatedly. He wished Ning Lingyu well in his heart. The 49 minor tribulations had such a phenomenon. Even Ling Yun couldn't predict Ning Lingyu's future achievements. Then, he raised his head slightly and looked at the purple and gold clouds. He sighed in his heart. His prediction was right. There was so much immortal spiritual energy that spanned tens of meters. Even if Ning Lingyu was twice as strong now, she wouldn't be able to absorb even a tenth of it. Under normal circumstances, regardless of whether Ning Lingyu understood or not, she would definitely invite Ling Yun to absorb the immortal spiritual energy with her. However, Ning Lingyu didn't. What a pity, Ling Yun didn't care about this. He just couldn't help but feel regretful. Within a few minutes, Ning Lingyu had absorbed about 5% of the immortal spiritual energy. Her body couldn't contain any more, and there were no more flowers falling from the clouds. Ling Yun noticed that the clouds were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed to be rising. It's over, however, at this moment, Ling Yun suddenly felt a movement in his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. At the same time, there was a strange change in Ling Yun's energy center. Swoosh swoosh, the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book rushed out of Ling Yun's eyebrows and energy center at the same time, rushing towards the purple and gold clouds. In an instant, an ancient and desolate aura filled the surroundings. The Earth Emperor's book arrived above the purple and gold clouds and turned into a huge golden book with a circumference of 100 meters. It blocked off the heaven and earth, it blocked off the will of the heavenly Tao. The Emperor Brush rushed directly into the purple and gold clouds. Everywhere it passed, the purple and gold clouds shrank rapidly. It was actually plundered by the Emperor Brush. This, Ling Yun was caught off guard. He was completely dumbfounded. The scene on Turtle Island was replaying. Hee, kid, let's collect some interest first. There seemed to be a voice coming from within the purple and gold clouds, but it sounded directly in Ling Yun's sea of consciousness. Ling Yun felt as if he was struck by lightning. He didn't even notice an extremely low and cold voice coming from not far away. To be continued. At this moment, Ling Yan was too excited, too emotional. He was so excited that all the cells in his body were trembling. He was so excited that he forgot about everything around him and just wanted to scream, now that the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book were acting at the same time, isolating the will of the heavenly way and snatching the purple and golden immortal spiritual energy. Ling Yan was no longer excited. What Ling Yan was really excited about was that the Emperor Brush had spoken. Ever since Ling Yan obtained the recognition of the Emperor Brush through his bloodline, it had been silent ever since. Even though the Emperor Brush had helped Ling Yan every time he was in danger, it had never taken the initiative to communicate with Ling Yan. It wasn't that Ling Yan hadn't tried to communicate with the Emperor Brush in the past 6 months. Especially after the Emperor Brush acted strangely, he would use his will and divine sense to communicate with the Emperor Brush. Without a doubt, all his efforts ended in failure. However, even though he had failed countless times, he was never discouraged. No one knew better than him that even though the Emperor Brush had recognized him as its owner, or rather, it was willing to stay in his body and use him as its host, there would definitely come a day when it would speak. Ling Yan knew that the Emperor Brush must have gone through a terrifying battle. Its spirit was still asleep, and he was still in the nurturing stage. This was a long process that required time. Originally, Ling Yan thought that the process would take a long time. At the very least, it would take 3 to 5 years. At the very most, it would take decades. He waited patiently and tried his best to improve his realm. However, he didn't expect the Emperor Brush's spirit to speak just now. When this voice exploded in Ling Yan's sea of consciousness, Ling Yan felt as though he was struck by lightning. His eyes became moist. He was too excited. It came out after being summoned for so long. It was absolutely earth-shattering. To Ling Yan, the fact that the Emperor Brush's spirit could communicate with him meant that the Emperor Brush's spirit had truly awakened. The Emperor Brush was an artifact of the ancient sages and an immortal artifact. The awakening of the artifact spirit of the Emperor Brush would allow him to understand a lot of ancient secrets. How much help would it be to Ling Yan's growth? This was definitely not something that those supreme great immortal spiritual energy clouds in the sky could compare to. Kid, don't just focus on getting excited, so as to avoid losing control of your Tao heart and wasting the painstaking efforts of me and that old fellow. It was still the same voice that rang in Ling Yan's mind once again. There was actually a hint of mockery in it. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Yan to lose control of his Tao heart, but it was true that he was indescribably excited at the moment. Hearing this voice again, Ling Yan immediately forced himself to calm down. He pondered for a moment and tried to ask carefully, "Senior, what should I do now?" The Emperor Brush was a holy artifact used by the 3 emperors, human Emperor Fuxi. On account of the inheritance of the human emperor, it was not a loss for Ling Yan to call him senior. After flying out from between Ling Yan's eyebrows, the Emperor Brush didn't grow in size. It remained the size of an embroidery needle. At this moment, it was absorbing the golden immortal spiritual energy within the golden cloud. The golden cloud was shrinking rapidly. It was swallowing the golden immortal spiritual energy like a whale. Take out the Shenong cauldron and come up to reap some benefits. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Do you dare? Out of Ling Yan's expectations, the Emperor Brush had no intention of remaining silent after it spoke. It didn't give off an unreachable vibe at all. There was actually a reason why the Emperor Brush asked Ling Yan if he dared to do it. At this moment, there was a terrifying change in the sky. The huge golden book formed by the Earth Emperor's book covered the sky and isolated the will of the heavenly Tao. However, that was all it could do. Above the Earth Emperor's book, in a place that Ling Yan couldn't see, there seemed to be a gigantic black hole in the night sky. It formed a gigantic black whirlpool, and from that super black hole, there were countless thick lightning bolts that seemed to come from another dimension. They struck the Earth Emperor's book like a violent storm, causing the gigantic golden book to tremble violently. That scene looked like a small boat on the ocean that was enduring a violent storm and raging waves. Who would dare to snatch a gift from the heavenly Tao? This was the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Above the huge golden book, within the terrifying black whirlpool, there were countless black, gold, purple, and green lightning bolts. Every bolt of lightning was at least 2 to 3 meters thick. They surged out of the black whirlpool and struck the Earth Emperor's book violently. The Earth Emperor's book shook violently. It was a terrifying scene. It was a pity that Ling Yun was below the Earth Emperor's book. This scene was completely blocked by the Earth Emperor's book. Other than the huge golden book shaking violently, he couldn't see anything else. If Ling Yun could see this scene, he would definitely know that these terrifying lightning bolts didn't belong to this dimension. Instead, they came from the spatial turbulence and didn't belong to this world. What was strange was that there weren't any terrifying sounds coming from all this. It was extremely quiet below the Earth Emperor's book. It was a silent battle. However, even though Ling Yun couldn't see or hear it, he could guess that it wasn't easy to block the will of the heavenly Tao. Just by looking at the violent undulations of the Earth Emperor's book, he could imagine how difficult it was to defend the Earth Emperor's book. If he couldn't defend it, everything under the Earth Emperor's book would be turned into nothingness under the attack of the wrath of the heavens. However, what kind of person was Ling Yun? After hearing the call from the Emperor Brush, his eyes turned fierce. With a thought, he took out the Shennon cauldron from his great void ring. Buzz! The ancient green cauldron let out a long cry. It seemed to be greeting the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book in the air. After it came out of the spatial ring, it didn't even need Ling Yun to activate it. It flew directly into the air and automatically floated above Ling Yun's head, protecting him tightly. Haha, kid, you're indeed the tribulation taker. Come up. The Emperor Brush spoke again. It was still shuttling back and forth in the purplish gold cloud. The purplish gold cloud, which originally had a radius of tens of meters, had already been absorbed by it. The Emperor Brush was only absorbing the golden immortal spiritual energy from the cloud. Big brother, what's going on? What's happening? From afar, Ningling saw that Ling Yun had taken out the Shennon cauldron and was about to ride on his sword. She raised her eyebrows and asked immediately. Ling Yu, don't be afraid. This is a fight for the gift from the heavenly Tao. Humph, since it has been given out, don't even think about taking it back. Ling Yun replied with a smile. He was already riding on his sword towards the purplish gold cloud. He didn't forget to remind her, wait here, I'll be back soon. Ningling Yu didn't reply. She put her hands behind her back and blinked her beautiful eyes. Her gaze was cold as she stared at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Whoosh! The purplish gold cloud wasn't very high up from the ground. It was only about 1,000 meters. Ling Yun arrived very quickly on his sword. He didn't stop and plunged into the purple clouds. He opened up all his pores and absorbed the purple immortal spiritual energy to his heart's content. Hee hee, kid, you have a good eye. The Emperor Brush spoke again. It couldn't help but laugh when it saw Ling Yun charging straight into the purple immortal spiritual energy. Large amounts of purple immortal spiritual energy entered his body. Ling Yun felt indescribably comfortable. Not only was he using his body to absorb it, but he was also using the yin-yang harmony balance to the extreme. He was using this peerless technique to absorb all the purple immortal spiritual energy into his energy center. Ling Yun noticed that the Shennon cauldron above his head wasn't idle either. It was also absorbing the purple immortal spiritual energy at an extremely fast speed. The body of the green cauldron was already glowing with purple light. The mouth of the cauldron was also enshrouded in purple qi, releasing a mysterious Taoist aura. Don't stand on ceremony. Absorb as much as you can. You won't have to worry about cultivating the purple kingdom and nascent soul in the future. The Emperor Brush wasn't holding back as it guided Ling Yun. The two of them didn't actually need to speak. The Emperor Brush and Ling Yun were already connected by blood. They were communicating through divine senses. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. But Ling Yun absorbed the supreme great immortal spiritual energy crazily within the purple immortal spiritual energy. He didn't forget about the danger and asked worriedly, can you take it? Ling Yun was naturally worried about the Earth Emperor's book that was suffering the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Hee hee, you don't have to worry about that. If it was the 6-9 heavens tribulation, we might not dare to fight for it. Unfortunately, this is the 4-9 minor heavens tribulation. That old fellow will definitely be able to take it. In Ling Yun's sea of consciousness, the Emperor Brush chuckled and said indifferently. At the same time, Ling Yun activated his yin-yang god eye. He noticed that within the golden cloud, around the extremely small Emperor Brush, there was an illusory human figure. It was an old man wearing a straw raincoat and straw sandals. He was lifelike and looked very amiable. Is this the image of Senior Emperor? Or is it an image created by the Emperor Brush's weapon spirit? Ling Yun guessed in his heart, but he didn't ask. It's a combination of both. I'm the main one. It's been too long since I was heavily injured. It's too difficult to recover in this Dharma-ending era. The Emperor Brush seemed to know what Ling Yun was thinking. It took the initiative to answer him without hiding anything from him. However, this sentence revealed too much information. Ling Yun was a little absent-minded. What he wanted to ask the most was the whereabouts of the emperor, or even the three ancient emperors. Kid, don't think too much. Your current realm is too low. I'll tell you the rest in the future. Ling Yun understood and immediately stopped thinking about it. He calmed his mind and started to concentrate on absorbing the purple immortal spiritual energy in the surroundings. However, with his current realm, how much more could he absorb than Ming Lingyu, who was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 4? In just a few minutes, Ling Yun felt that his body was filled with purple immortal spiritual energy. Regardless of whether it was his body or his energy center, he couldn't absorb any more. Ling Yun sighed. His realm was indeed too low. After he couldn't absorb any more immortal spiritual energy, Ling Yun's thoughts started to run wild. He suddenly thought of something and asked in shock, Senior, you caused such a huge commotion during the tribulation. Did you alarm anyone? This concerned the secret of Ling Yun's Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. Of course he was worried. To be continued. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if others see the commotion caused by the young lady's tribulation. As for the commotion caused by the old man and I, no one will be able to see it. The artifact spirit of the Emperor Brush told Ling Yun not to worry. As he spoke, the illusory figure looked down with a deep gaze. Then, he continued to explain, this world has long been isolated from the outside world. Ling Yun was relieved. The Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book could even isolate the will of the heavens, let alone the sight and divine sense of humans. The two of them communicated using their divine senses. While they were talking, the Emperor Brush had already absorbed the golden cloud. When the last wisp of golden immortal spiritual energy was absorbed, the artifact spirit said to Ling Yun, I'll help you keep this golden immortal spiritual energy for now. When you reach a crucial point in your cultivation, the old man and I will help you. However, you still have to rely on yourself for your cultivation. Thank you, Senior. Ling Yun nodded his head and expressed his gratitude sincerely. There was no need for the Emperor Brush to say these words. He knew better than anyone else that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book had always done the same thing ever since the Emperor Brush had recognized him as its owner. It was just that they hadn't communicated with each other then. Otherwise, without the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book, Ling Yun wouldn't have been able to reach his current realm and strength so quickly. Kaboom! Suddenly, a huge clap of thunder exploded on top of Ling Yun's head. Ling Yun felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. At the same time, the huge golden book formed by the Earth Emperor's book fell 100 meters down. I'm just taking some spiritual energy from you. You still won't give up? There's no end to it. The illusory figure of the Emperor Brush raised its head slightly and shouted angrily. Then, it smiled at Ling Yun and said, Kid, do you want to go up and take a look? Ling Yun knew that the Earth Emperor's book was still resisting the wrath of the heavens. Even though the top and bottom of the Earth Emperor's book were only separated by a book, they were two completely different worlds. Do you want to go up and take a look? Ling Yun naturally wanted to see the heavens go up against the heavens. Hence, he said without hesitation, yes. It's my turn now. Let's go. The Emperor Brush was even more decisive. Before he finished his sentence, the humanoid shadow raised its hand and shot a golden light at Ling Yun. The golden light enveloped Ling Yun like a golden bell, wrapping him tightly from head to toe. Shwa, then, the Emperor Brush waved its hand again, and Ling Yun flew towards it involuntarily. The phantom grabbed at Ling Yun's arm and disappeared under the Earth Emperor's book. In the next moment, Ling Yun was brought to the top of the Earth Emperor's book by the Emperor Brush. F***ck. This. When Ling Yun calmed down and saw the scene in front of him, he was dumbfounded and shocked. This scene was too terrifying. There weren't any tribulation clouds, only a giant whirlpool that was close to 100 meters in radius. It was like a super black hole, and countless bolts of black, green, purple, and gold lightning bolts that were at least 10 meters thick surged out of the black hole and bombarded the Earth Emperor's book. Thick electric snakes of various colors swam around the surface of the Earth Emperor's book, as though they wanted to swallow the Earth Emperor's book. Even though this scene couldn't be compared to Ling Yan's tribulation in the cultivation world, it wasn't too far off. However, even though the Earth Emperor's book was struck by all sorts of lightning bolts, it remained unscathed. Its defense was impregnable. As soon as Ling Yan appeared above the Earth Emperor's book, he was struck by a few bolts of lightning. However, with the Xianxia cauldron above his head and the protection of the Emperor brush, Ling Yan was able to remain calm under these two layers of protection. It was as though none of this had anything to do with him. The Earth Emperor's book was going against the heavens, and Ling Yan had become a spectator. However, in a place like this, Ling Yan's divine sense was completely useless. He could only watch with his eyes. Divine Ghost Willow. Ling Yan sat cross-legged and scanned his surroundings. Very quickly, he saw a lush green willow tree rooted firmly on the surface of the Earth Emperor's book. Its branches were extended, and it was enduring the bombardment of the various lightning bolts by itself. It was just the 4-9 lesser heavenly tribulation. Ling Yan originally thought that it would be a small matter and that he would be able to return soon. He didn't bring the divine ghost willow with him. The one in front of him was the one that was kept in his energy center by the Earth Emperor's book. Ling Yan was shocked. He didn't expect the divine ghost willow to be able to resist the heavenly lightning alone. Not only was it unscathed under the bombardment of the heavenly lightning, but it also seemed to be making use of the lightning to grow rapidly. F***ck, if I had known earlier, I would have brought that one along. Ling Yan sat cross-legged, feeling extremely vexed and regretful. But now that things had come to this, it was fine to have one. Both trees belonged to him anyway. Ling Yan could only comfort himself after being vexed for a while. Boom! The Xianxia cauldron suddenly expanded to a radius of more than 10 meters. It started to block the heavenly lightning and, like the divine ghost willow, used the heavenly lightning to temper itself. Boom boom boom, as soon as the shadow of the Emperor brush appeared, it immediately suffered the bombardment of countless thick lightning bolts. However, it was safe and didn't immediately attack. The shadow's eyes emitted 2 solid golden rays that penetrated the black hole vortex. No one knew where it was looking. Bam! In the next moment, the Emperor brush suddenly attacked. With a wave of its hand, it smashed a black lightning bolt that was smashing towards its body. Electric snakes were everywhere. I see. At this moment, Ling Yan finally understood. The Earth Emperor's book was a defensive immortal artifact, while the Emperor brush was a purely offensive artifact. The two complemented each other. Brother, go and collect the purple gas below. Leave this to me. The Emperor brush attacked continuously. It was so fast that Ling Yan couldn't even see it move. However, it smashed all the thick lightning bolts that were smashing towards it. However, the Emperor brush didn't destroy the golden lightning bolts. Instead, it allowed them to bombard its body. Obviously, the energy of the golden lightning bolts was a great supplement to the Emperor brush. It was simply too domineering, Ling Yan smiled. If he had the help of these two artifacts during his tribulation in the cultivation world, he would definitely be able to withstand the last purple lightning bolt. Boom 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 boom. There was lightning everywhere, covering the sky and earth. It became denser and more domineering as it struck down from the black hole towards the Emperor brush. Humph. It's just an arrow at the end of its flight. The Emperor brush roared as it resisted the attack head-on. Suddenly, the Emperor brush rose into the air and charged towards the black vortex. This scene reminded Ling Yan of the Emperor brush in the crater. That was because the speed of the Emperor brush was simply too fast. Exciting. This is really a head-on collision. When would he be able to wield the Emperor brush and charge into the spatial turbulence outside of the black hole to fight against the might of the heavenly Tao? Boom. There was another loud bang, and the heavens and earth fell silent. Then, Ling Yan saw all the divine lightning condense into a huge lightning palm, grabbing at the artifact spirit of the Emperor brush. It was as though a huge lightning palm had reached out from the black vortex and was about to snatch away the Emperor brush's artifact spirit. Senior, be careful. Even though Ling Yun was experienced and courageous, he couldn't help but warn the Emperor Brush. Don't worry, brat, I'll show you the methods of the Emperor of the past. The artifact spirit of the Emperor Brush laughed loudly in his sea of consciousness. Then, it waved the Emperor Brush in its hand and swiped it lightly at the lightning palm. Chi! A huge ravine appeared on the palm of the lightning palm. The lightning palm that had just formed was cut into two by the Emperor Brush. The Emperor Brush was the sharpest in the world. Scram! The Emperor Brush's weapon spirit didn't stop after succeeding in his attack. He waved the brush rapidly and sliced the lightning hand into pieces. Then, the artifact spirit of the Emperor Brush held the brush in its right hand and wrote a huge word in the direction of the black whirlpool, seal. A golden seal character appeared and blocked the black hole vortex. Ling Yun saw the black hole disappear the moment he finished writing the word seal. The real night sky reappeared with stars. It was as though everything that had just happened was a dream. However, Ling Yun was still sitting on the huge golden book formed by the Earth Emperor's book. The huge Shenong cauldron was still floating above his head. The ghost god willow tree in the distance had thousands of branches swaying gently. The purple immortal spiritual energy in his body was surging, causing his body to evolve further. It was like a purple furnace. This was all real. Whoosh! The artifact spirit of the Emperor Brush appeared in front of Ling Yun. He was almost a real person now. His whole body was golden, and his eyes were like golden lamps. He looked extremely amiable. Kid, my old brother and I fought with all our might just to help you snatch some resources from the heavenly Tao. Grow up quickly. There's a place where many people are waiting for you. The artifact spirit of the Emperor Brush disappeared after saying that. He returned to the Emperor Brush. Then, the Emperor Brush turned into a small dot and rushed into the space between Ling Yun's eyebrows. At the same time, the protective golden light around Ling Yun's body disappeared. Ling Yun's eyes flashed as he stared at the black vortex in the night sky. He didn't say anything for a long time before finally nodding his head. The Shenong cauldron floated in the night sky and shrank rapidly before returning to its original size. Ling Yun flew up on his sword and observed it for a long time before putting it back into the Tai Shi ring. The Shenong cauldron had absorbed a lot of purple immortal spiritual energy and had been tempered by countless lightning bolts. It had changed a lot, but it wasn't the time to study it now. In the next moment, the Earth Emperor's book shrank and entered Ling Yun's energy center. Even though it had consumed a lot of energy, it had absorbed the last bit of purple immortal spiritual energy and earned a lot. This time, Ling Yun really earned a lot. The only flaw was that the artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book didn't speak at all. It's only a matter of time. Ling Yun smiled as he muttered to himself. Then, he flew down on his sword and came to Ning Lingyu's side. To be continued. Big brother, what happened just now? Ning Lingyu had her hands behind her back as she stared at the spot where the purplish gold cloud had disappeared. She couldn't help but ask when she saw Ling Yun. Ling Yun was surprised. Could it be that the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book had blocked Ning Lingyu's vision and divine sense when they fought for the Heavenly Tao's gift? However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. He immediately said, Lingyu, your heavenly tribulation caused quite a commotion and must have alarmed many people. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave this place first. With that, Ling Yun nodded at Ning Lingyu and flew towards the northeast on his green shadow flying sword. Seeing this, Ning Lingyu immediately followed. She flew directly in the air, and her speed was no slower than Ling Yun's. Indeed, not long after the two of them left, a few figures flew over from all directions in Beijing. Swoosh 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 swoosh, the first 4 people to arrive at Ning Lingyu's heavenly tribulation were flying so fast that they didn't stop. All of them hovered in the air silently, sizing up the place. What do you think, Chief Long? Yi Qingfeng stood in the air with his hands behind his back. After observing the surroundings, he asked someone in the distance. Yi Qingfeng, why are you still asking me when you already know? The head of the Long family, Long Haoren, sensed that someone was undergoing heavenly tribulation and flew over without hesitation. Who knew that he would be a step too late? How could he have anything good to say? Hee, someone is undergoing heavenly tribulation indeed. Moreover, the commotion was so big that it alarmed us. It seems like the situation just now wasn't small at all. It's a pity that we're too late. Someone sighed and tried to smooth things over. It was the great elder of the heavenly team, Zhou Wenyi. He was full of smiles as he didn't want to offend either side. I wonder who gave him the guts to undergo heavenly tribulation right beside Beijing. Isn't he afraid of causing trouble? How audacious. The last person on the scene spoke. He was obviously annoyed, and his voice was loud and clear. Please calm down, Mr. Zhao. Now that the spiritual energy in Huaxia is scarce, it means that we have another cultivator in the middle stages of qi cultivation. This is a good thing. Zhou Wenyi smiled as he spoke. He was very polite to the angry Mr. Zhao. Something good? Long Howren suddenly smiled. He glanced at Zhou Wenyi, who had been helping to smooth things over, and coldly said, I don't think so. By now, Long Howren had already received the news that Zhou Wenyi had gone to the Ling family during the day to ask for Zhou Wenyi, but he had returned empty-handed without accomplishing anything. It was obvious that Zhou Wenyi was not on the same side as him and did not make a move against the Ling family. In the face of Long Howren's obvious displeasure, Zhou Wenyi only smiled and pretended not to hear him. Could it really be that kid? It's impossible for him to cultivate so fast, right? Yi Qingfeng spoke again. His purpose was clear, and he directly pulled the topic back. When the other three people heard this, they all had different reactions. Long Howren's expression turned even uglier as he let out a cold harumph. He was so angry that his nostrils were about to emit smoke. Of course, he knew who Yi Qingfeng was referring to by that kid. Ling Yan had absorbed so much dragon energy in the Forbidden City the day before yesterday. It was really possible for him to suddenly advance and break through. Zhou Wenyi was calm and completely shut up. He couldn't see through Ling Yan's realm at all. However, from the looks of it during the day, Ling Yan didn't look like he was going through the tribulation. He felt that the person undergoing the tribulation wasn't Ling Yan. However, if it wasn't Ling Yan, then who could it be? Could it be, a person suddenly appeared in Zhou Wenyi's mind? His eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. I don't care who is undergoing the tribulation. I, Zhao Xingwu, hope that the three of you can understand that no matter which family in Beijing is undergoing the tribulation, they should stay far away from Beijing. I'm leaving. Whoosh. Zhao Xingwu threw a cold sentence and instantly turned around. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a small dot in the night sky and then disappeared. This old Zhao has been accompanying that person all these years. I didn't expect to see him today, and it seems like his temper has grown. Yi Qingfeng saw that Zhao Xingwu had left, but he wasn't moved. He's the number one person in the dragon group, that's normal. Zhou Wenyi smiled and then smiled. Then, he twirled his beard and smiled. Take your time, two family heads. Since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave first. Zhou Wenyi casually said goodbye to the two of them and was about to leave. Mr. Zhou, please wait. I have something to say. Long Howren's figure suddenly flashed across the void and appeared in front of Zhou Wenyi, blocking his way. Zhou Wenyi sighed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Oh? Is there anything else, family headlong? He was asking a question that he already knew the answer to. Long Howren stopped Zhou Wenyi. Just as he was about to speak, he scanned the area with his divine sense and found that Yi Qingfeng was still standing in the same place, looking around at the night sky. Judging from his posture, he had no intention of leaving. Long Howren was furious and could only invite Zhou Wenyi to another place to talk. But after thinking about it, he smiled and asked directly, I heard that Mr. Zhou went to the Ling family today to ask for someone. What was the result? The Yi family also had people in the Heaven group. Long Howren knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden from the Yi family, so he might as well speak frankly. In the distance, Yi Qingfeng's eyes flashed and he immediately pricked up his ears. Oh, I thought it was something big. So this is what family headlong is concerned about? Zhou Wenyi first laughed and then said seriously, the Ling family and the Sun and Chen families had a battle of life and death. 5 people from the Heaven group went to help the Sun and Chen families, but everyone knows the result. 5 died and 1 was injured. The one who was injured was Di Yutong from the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect. He was captured alive by the Ling family. Zhou Wenyi was neither servile nor overbearing. He first stated the facts and then changed the topic. After my Heaven group received the news, this old man, as the chief grand elder of the Heaven group, naturally had to go and ask for someone. That's why I made a trip there today. However, the Ling family said that the Ling family had their own arrangements on how to deal with Diyu Tong. It wasn't good for this old man to interfere, so I could only give up. Zhou Wenyi was worthy of being the chief grand elder of the Heaven group. When he was reprimanded by Long Hauran, he first stated the facts and then finished what he had to do. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, so Long Hauran couldn't find any evidence against him. What? When Long Hauran heard this, his voice immediately rose by an octave. He said in a deep voice, "We can only give up? 5 deaths and 1 injury in the Heaven group. Such a big thing happened, and you guys actually treat it as if nothing happened? Are you going to just go through the motions and be done with it? That's a matter for my Heaven squad. I'm afraid it's not up to Patriarch Long to decide how we should deal with it, right?" Long Hauran was anxious, and was immediately caught by Zhou Wenyi. He bluntly retorted Long Hauran, and then said indifferently, "It just so happens that Patriarchy is also present at this moment. If you want to talk about the capital of China, the 3 of us can be considered suitable to sit together and talk. Since it's a coincidence, this old man will say a few more words. The Sun and Chen families have been unjust for many years, and were destroyed in an instant. The Ling family has seized the opportunity to rise, and it is inevitable that they will rise. In the current capital, the situation of the 3 great families has already been formed. I believe that the 2 patriarchs should be clearer about this than this old man, right?" Yi Qingfeng nodded after hearing this. Long Hauran remained silent. It was obvious that he had tacitly agreed. "Then I'll get straight to the point. The Heaven Squad only exists to protect the country. You and I both know that when the country doesn't have a mission, everyone goes their own way. The Heaven Squad never interferes with each other's grudges and killings, right? This old man went to the Ling family to ask for someone, but the Ling family only used this to shut my mouth. Patriarch Long, what else can this old man say? What else can I do? Could it be that the Long family wants to see my Heaven Squad clash with the Ling family again and engage in a life and death battle? For the sake of a Diyu Tong from the Heavenly Sword sect, would it be appropriate to fight to the death?" Zhou Wenyi's expression was solemn, and his tone was sonorous. His eyes flashed as he looked straight at Long Hauran. Although the Long family had a deep foundation and unfathomable strength, Zhou Wenyi was the chief elder of the Heaven Squad. He had the qualifications to be on equal footing with Long Hauran. This? Mr. Zhou is too serious. Long Hauran was speechless by Zhou Wenyi's words. He knew that he had misspoken, so he could only try to salvage the situation. But we can't let that brat do as he pleases. What he is doing is too disrespectful to the heroes of the world. If we allow him to develop without a care, sooner or later, it will bring a storm of blood to our Huaxia, Long family head. You don't have to say that to me. When Zhou Wenyi heard this, he simply waved his hand and said with a smile, "When our Heavenly Squad was first established, we only existed to protect the country. Unless the country was in danger or the country had a mission, we would not care about anything else. In the pugilistic world of Huaxia, the great families, and the cultivation sects are all fighting for fame and profit. This has been the case since ancient times, and it's not our Heaven Squad's turn to interfere." Zhou Wenyi had received benefits from Ling Yun, and his spatial ring hadn't even warmed up yet. Of course, he was still speaking up for the Ling family. I wonder if Long family head agrees with what this old man has said. These words were equivalent to completely putting himself out of the matter. After saying that, Zhou Wenyi asked with a smile. "This makes sense." Long Hauran gritted his teeth and said these 2 words. Then, his gaze was like lightning as he asked directly, "In that case, no matter how much trouble Diyu Tong from the Heavenly Sword sect causes in the future, your Heaven Squad will not care?" Zhou Wenyi shook his head. "This is not the intention of the Heaven Squad, this is my own intention. If it is as Long family had said, and things really get out of hand, then of course the Heaven Squad will still have to do what they have to do. The country cannot be in trouble, this is the foundation." Zhou Wenyi's words were watertight. However, the Huaxia Heaven Squad is not something that I, Zhou Wenyi, have the final say. To be honest, when this old man returned from the Ling family today, the two elders, Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao, had already told this old man that this old man would not care about this matter, but they would definitely care. They said that for the sake of the Heaven Division's reputation, they had to teach the Ling family a lesson. Sigh, this old man tried to persuade them again and again, but I couldn't. Nah, just now, this old man heard that the two elders had already brought people to the Ling family to ask for people. Zhou Winnie put on a pained expression. Of course, he knew that the two elders, Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao, were supported by the Long family. Naturally, they would work for the Long family. Oh? Is that so? Then it won't be easy for the Ling family. Long Haren finally smiled. He acted as if nothing had happened, but in his heart, he was cursing. Old fox, if you don't touch the Ling family, does that mean my Long family has no other way? To be continued. Long Haren, Yi Qingfeng, Zhou Winnie, Zhao Xingwu, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu hid behind a huge boulder on a mountain peak 3,000 meters northeast of where Ning Lingyu was undergoing her tribulation. Ling Yun's body was filled with purple immortal spiritual energy. Once the purple immortal spiritual energy entered his body, his physique improved tremendously, and he reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3, that was the pinnacle of the early stages of Qi cultivation. He was only one step away from the middle stages of Qi cultivation. Ling Yun's divine sense became more condensed, and the range of his divine sense expanded to about 3,600 meters. This was the perfect position to observe Ning Lingyu's tribulation. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't just leave like that. He brought Ning Lingyu to the northeast and flew about 3,000 meters before choosing this place to hide. He used the light assimilation technique to avoid being detected by other people's divine senses. Naturally, he wanted to see which experts in the capital would be alerted by Ning Lingyu's tribulation. Ling Yun knew that the lightning curtain that covered the sky and earth might not be understood by ordinary people, but anyone who had gone through the 4-9 minor tribulations would be able to recognize it immediately. This was definitely the work of someone undergoing a tribulation. If it was Ling Yun himself, he wouldn't have been able to hold himself back and come over to check out who was going through the tribulation if he had sensed the abnormality in the heaven and earth and knew that someone was going through the tribulation. In the end, the scene of the four top figures unintentionally gathering in the capital of Xianxia fell into Ling Yun's divine sense. The number one of the dragon group, Zhao Xingwu. He's at least at the pinnacle of the middle stages of Qi cultivation. Is that the head of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng? That's indeed the style of the Yi family. He didn't say anything useful from the beginning to the end. Zhou Winnie isn't bad. He didn't help the Ling family openly, but he didn't give Long Haren any face. He even said that he wouldn't interfere with Di Yutong's matter. This is equivalent to drawing a line with the Long family. Looks like the spatial ring wasn't given to him for nothing. Long Haren is really overbearing. He actually dared to point fingers at the great elder of the heavenly team. He's really making a move against the Ling family. Whether it was intentional or not, Zhou Winnie actually revealed that Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao, the two great elders, had already brought their men to the Ling family to ask for the person. After hearing this news, Ling Yun didn't immediately return to the Ling family because he knew that he was definitely within the range of the three people's divine senses. If he wasn't careful and was discovered by Long Haren, there might be a huge battle. However, Ling Yun wasn't too anxious. The Ling family now had Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Green Bird, who were at the pinnacle of the first level of the divine power realm. They also had a killing formation and a mace formation. Even if Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao brought people over, they wouldn't be able to deal with it in a short period of time. That was in the bustling capital. Since Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao were the great elders of the Heaven Squad, they wouldn't start a fight the moment they arrived, right? While Ling Yun was deep in thought, the conversation between the three top figures in the distance had also come to an end. Zhou Winnie said, "Patriarchs, I've said what I need to say. This old man still has matters to attend to tonight, so forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Farewell." Long Haren didn't stop him this time. He turned to the silent Yi Qingfeng and asked, "Yi Qingfeng, you've been listening for a long time. What do you think?" Long Haren didn't stop him this time. After Zhou Winnie left, he turned his head to look at the silent Yi Qingfeng and asked, "Yi Qingfeng, you've been listening for a long time. What do you think?" The Ling family now isn't the Ling family of the past. Sigh, let's take it slow, Yi Qingfeng said indifferently to Long Haoran. Then, without saying goodbye, he soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Humph. Old fox. The Ling family wants to rise. They have so many enemies waiting to be avenged, and the Yi family wants to be alone? Dream on. Long Haoran sneered when he saw that Yi Qingfeng didn't express his opinion. He looked around and left with a slight frown. Ling Yu, let's go home. Ling Yan stood up and spoke to Ning Lingyu telepathically after confirming that the three of them had left. Ning Lingyu was at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 4. Her divine sense was close to 5 kilometers, but she didn't know the light blending technique. Ling Yan didn't let her use her divine sense, so she didn't hear their conversation. Now that both of them knew how to fly, how could they still walk on their 2 legs in the middle of the night? They flew directly into the sky, first flying a long distance in the direction of the north, then making a big circle before heading straight west, towards the Ling family ancestral home. Ling Yan had confirmed that the Long family, the Yi family, the Heavenly team, and the Dragon team all had masters who could fly. He had to be extra careful. Big brother, you haven't told me what happened after I finished my tribulation. Thousands of meters above the ground, Ning Lingyu and Ling Yun were flying side by side. She could not help but ask Ling Yun. Oh, I just snatched some heavenly Dao gifts. Ling Yun was about to tell her the truth when he heard a voice in his mind. Kid, don't tell her about our actions. Senior, why? Ling Yun asked immediately. Ning Lingyu was one of his most trusted people. He couldn't think of anything to hide from her. The immortal physique is extraordinary. It's just the 4-9 minor tribulations. Since ancient times, there has never been such a generous gift from the heavenly Tao. The Emperor Brush's weapon spirit's tone was very cold. If I'm not wrong, some kind of seal in this little girl's body was broken by the heavenly tribulation. Seal? He couldn't help but turn his head to take a good look at Ning Lingyu. He realized that the current Ning Lingyu was indeed different from before, especially the condition of Ning Lingyu's body. It had become so hazy that he couldn't even see through it with his divine sense. Big brother, what's wrong? Ning Lingyu couldn't help but ask when she noticed Ling Yan's strange expression. Oh, nothing, Ling Yan retracted his gaze and smiled faintly. He asked casually, Lingyu, I saw that you didn't take any medicinal pills or use any defensive talismans during your tribulation. How did you survive those 4 waves of lightning? Especially the last one, even I would have been injured if I had been struck by it. How did you come out unscathed? After being reminded by the Emperor Brush's artifact spirit, Ling Yan recalled the process of Ning Lingyu's tribulation in detail. He was astonished. He would have been injured even if he had used his body to withstand the 4 waves of tribulation lightning, but Ning Lingyu was unscathed. Big brother, when I was going through the tribulation, when the lightning struck my body, I felt as if some kind of restriction within my body had been broken. Just as the 3rd wave of tribulation lightning ended, at that time, my body was filled with powerful immortal spiritual energy. That was why I chose to endure the 4th wave of lightning. Ning Lingyu's beautiful eyes were no longer cold. She smiled sweetly and looked extremely obedient. She didn't hide anything and spoke the truth. Oh, I was wondering, Ling Yan came to a sudden realization. He knew that when the Emperor Brush's immortal spiritual energy flowed backwards, he had secretly forged Ning Lingyu's innate spiritual body into an immortal spiritual body. He had also injected a large amount of immortal spiritual energy into Ning Lingyu's body before sealing it. That amount of immortal spiritual energy was enough for Ning Lingyu to cultivate to the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 9. Now that Ning Lingyu had reached the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 4, it was normal for the lightning to shatter the seal in her body. Now that Ning Lingyu's body was filled with purple and gold immortal spiritual energy, her cultivation would only get faster and faster. There wouldn't be any obstacles before she reached the foundation establishment stage. Lingyu, how did you suddenly learn how to fly during the tribulation? Ling Yun didn't think too much about it and asked about another matter instead. This was what surprised him the most. Hee, big brother, you've forgotten that there are many ways to fly in the omnipotent water control technique. I've memorized them all. That's why I was able to use them naturally when I reached a certain level. Ning Lingyu smiled sweetly and said. At this moment, Ning Lingyu's face was dreamy and beautiful. Ling Yun was stunned. He immediately used his divine sense and found that there was indeed a cloud of mist under Ning Lingyu's feet. She seemed to be flying on the water cloud. This is the water cloud flight technique? Big Brother is indeed amazing. It is indeed the water cloud flight technique. Congratulations, little sister. This flying technique is not bad. It's a natural success. Now that Lingyu knows how to fly, I'll have to call you Fairy Ning from now on. Haha. Ling Yun was happy for Lingyu, but at the same time, he also made a joke out of Lingyu when he saw that she had such a heaven-defying level of comprehension. The two of them chatted happily as they flew in the air. Soon, they arrived at the sky above the capital. The ground below was brightly lit. With their current realms, whether it was their eyesight or divine sense, they could clearly see the situation on the ground with a single glance. Big Brother, are we flying back to the Ling family's ancestral home just like that? Ning Lingyu asked softly. Yes, there are people from the heavenly team causing trouble at home. I have to rush back and teach them a lesson. Let's descend from the sky and scare them half to death. After saying that, Ling Yun did not land on the ground. Instead, he sped up the green shadow flying sword and flew towards the Ling family's ancestral home. How fast was the sword kinesis flight? It took less than 2 minutes to travel 10 kilometers in a straight line. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu arrived in the sky above the Ling family's ancestral home very quickly. Looking down, they saw 2 groups of people facing off in the 8th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home. The Ling family, led by Ling Lai, was blocking the entrance of the Ling family's dungeon. On the opposite side were the people from the heavenly team. There were more than 10 of them. Both sides were at each other's throats, forming an empty space in the middle as a battlefield. In the middle of the battlefield, 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle. Lightning bolts flashed through the air as they shouted. They were locked in a fierce battle. It's Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun saw that one of them was Tai Xiaohu. He raised his eyebrows and flew down on his sword. At the same time, he shouted, "Which scoundrel dares to cause trouble at my Ling family? Are you tired of living?" Mystical Dragon Hell. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu descended from the sky. To be continued. Ling Yun used the mystical dragon Hell, and the sound was like the roar of a tiger or a dragon. It reverberated through the clouds and shocked everyone below. While everyone was looking up, he took the opportunity to dive down. He landed right in the middle of the confrontation between the 2 parties and looked straight at the heaven team. Ling Yun's entrance was too domineering and stunning because he flew down from the sky. This time, Ling Yun didn't deliberately keep a low profile. He released the aura of the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation stage level 3 once he landed. It enveloped the entire area and shocked the heavenly team. The enemy was already at home. What was there to keep a low profile? After Ling Yun landed, he looked at the heavenly team but ignored them. Xiaohu, come back. Stop fighting, he said to Tai Xiaohu. He could already see that Tai Xiaohu had been attacking his opponent fiercely. However, due to the limitations of his realm, all of his attacks were easily neutralized by his opponent. He couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. The heavenly team was basically all masters of the divine realm. In other words, they had all reached Xiantian realm level 9. The difference between Tai Xiaohu and his opponent was too great. He was purely relying on his amazing physique and exquisite combat techniques to fight his opponent head-on. On the other hand, his opponent could advance and retreat with ease. He didn't even use his full strength. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. After Ling Yun appeared, the heavenly team member who was fighting with Tai Xiaohu had already stopped. However, he didn't retreat because he was completely stunned. Big Brother Yun, you're back. Hearing Ling Yun's greeting, Tai Xiaohu immediately retreated and greeted Ling Yun. There was a tinge of embarrassment on his bronze-colored face. Of course, Tai Xiaohu knew that he wasn't a match for his opponent. He was a little embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. In a few months, you'll be able to take on a whole group of people like him. Ling Yun stepped forward and patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder with a smile. Even though he wasn't staring at his opponent, his divine sense had already covered the entire area. He could see that Tai Xiaohu's opponent was the weakest in the heavenly team. He was at the pinnacle of the divine realm at most, which was Lu Mingju's level. Tai Xiaohu had just advanced to the Xiantian realm. He was only at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, but he was able to fight with a master of the divine realm for a long time. Ling Yan was very satisfied with his performance. Humph. Arrogant words. How dare you look down on our Huaxia group? You really don't know your place. Hearing Ling Yan's last sentence, someone from the Heaven team sneered and retorted. Hee, really? Ling Yan looked at the person on the other side and smiled. However, that smile contained some kind of killing intent. Boom, in an instant, Ling Yan's aura skyrocketed. Two incomparably thick chains suddenly emerged from his body, as though they had grown out of his body. Yin Yang True Qi chain, swoosh. The moment the Yin Yang True Qi chains appeared, they were like two living dragons, one black and one white. They suddenly extended for dozens of meters and arrived around the body of the person who spoke. They coiled around each other and actually tightly bound the person. Shut up! Ling Yan shouted in a low voice. Using his will, the Yin Yang True Qi chain pulled that person out from the crowd and sent him flying into the air above the courtyard. Ah! The talkative person from the Heaven team was caught off guard and was tightly bound by the Yin Yang True Qi chain. He screamed and used all his strength to struggle. His hands and legs flailed wildly, but he realized that the two chains were like two giant pythons, coiling tighter and tighter around him and flinging him into the air. He used all his strength but still couldn't break free. In the end, he couldn't even breathe, let alone struggle free. Especially since he was tens of meters in the air, he didn't know what Ling Yan was going to do to him. He was so scared that he shouted, "Elders, save me! Ling Yan, you're too presumptuous!" On the Heaven team's side, the two people standing at the front shouted at the same time when they saw that their teammate was in trouble. It was Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng. The two elders thought that since Ling Yan had appeared, the two sides would definitely negotiate for a while before fighting again if they couldn't come to an agreement. They didn't expect that Ling Yan would bring Tai Xiaohu back first and then attack without any warning. Xiong Biao was tall and burly, similar to Tai Xiaohu, but his body was thicker than Tai Xiaohu's. He pounced directly at Ling Yan, besieging way to rescue Zhao Zhao. After Li Jingfeng rushed out, he didn't move anymore. He stood still, but a red glow flew out of his body and shot into the sky. Good move! Ling Yan shouted. He used his divine will to see clearly and knew that it was a flying sword that flew out of Li Jingfeng's body. Boom! Bang! Two loud sounds rang out. The first was Ling Yan's attack. He used the Tiangang Demon Fist and met Xiong Biao's fist head-on. As for the bang, it was Ling Yan using his divine will to control the Yin Yang True Qi chain. In an instant, the two chains were shaken straight and smashed to the ground. It coincidentally dodged Li Jingfeng's flying sword attack. Just like that, the unlucky bastard from the Heaven team was viciously smashed onto the rocky ground of the Ling family. His back was on the ground, and his limbs were facing the sky. He was in a daze, and his entire body was falling apart. He was foaming at the mouth, and he was delirious. The Heaven team's expert of the divine realm was smashed half to death by Ling Yan. Hee, serves you right. Coincidentally or not, that unlucky fellow was thrown in front of Mo Wudao by Ling Yan. This fellow was extremely calm the entire night, especially after Ling Yan appeared. He simply went back to his room and moved a chair, sitting there casually, purely watching the show. Who asked you to disturb my sleep? Who asked you to talk too much? Mo Wudao lowered his head and looked at the Heaven team expert who almost fainted from the fall. He didn't forget to fly forward and stomp on him a few more times before returning to his seat in satisfaction. Ah! I'm so angry. The unlucky expert from the Heaven squad was first swept up into the sky, and then smashed down ruthlessly. Not only did he fall half to death, he was even stepped on a few times by a nameless junior. He knew that he had made a fool of himself, and with a furious roar, he completely fainted from anxiety. Boom boom boom. Ling Yan ignored the talkative Heaven team expert after throwing him back to the ground. Instead, he strode forward and punched out with both fists, clashing head-on with Xiong Biao from the Heaven team. Xiong Biao, one of the great elders of the Heaven team, didn't even dream that he would be forced back by Ling Yan's fists. He had extraordinary talent, shocking strength, and was at the peak of the 5th level of the divine realm. Ling Yan was too ferocious. He used the Tiangang demon fist with all his might and couldn't be bothered to talk. His fists were ferocious and domineering, and he took a step forward with every punch. He didn't give Xianxia any chance to catch his breath. The pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3, the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, combined with the ferocious Tiangang demon fist, every punch of his had the strength of 5,000 kilograms. He could even smash a 1,000-kilogram boulder. Moreover, that wasn't all. Ling Yan was multitasking. He summoned the green shadow flying sword and used his will to control it to fight with Li Jingfeng's flying sword. Boom! Ling Yan punched out with both fists and collided with Xianxia's fists. That terrifying punch went berserk and scattered in all directions, causing the people in the courtyard to retreat continuously. The circle kept on expanding. This brat is so ferocious. Behind Ling Yan, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but look at each other. They couldn't believe that Ling Yan could beat Xianxia to such a state even though he was facing two elders from the heavenly team. It was a completely one-sided fight, and it was an oppressive style of fighting. Especially during lunch, Ling Lai had heard from Zhou Wenyi that Li Jingfeng and Xianxia had been picking on the Ling family recently. One of them was at the early stage of Divine Power Realm, while the other was at the pinnacle of Divine Power Realm level 5. Both of them were ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly team. Xiaohu, watch carefully. Yun Er is using the essence of the Tiangang demon fist. Bravely advancing, never taking a step back, while Ling Lai was shocked, he didn't forget to give Tai Xiaohu some pointers through telepathy. Tai Xiaohu didn't even blink. He clenched his fists tightly and nodded blankly. Humph, 2 against 1, how shameless. Suddenly, someone shouted. It was Ning Lingyu, who had returned to the Ling family with Ling Yun. She had been observing Ling Yun's battle for a while before speaking up. Aqua Cloud Sword. Ning Lingyu's divine sense enveloped the 6th courtyard of the Ling family. She opened her arms wide and raised her hands slightly. Suddenly, 12 streams of white water rushed out from the small stream in the 6th courtyard of the Ling family and turned into 12 water swords in the air. Shwa 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 shwa. 12 white water swords came down from the sky, mercilessly stabbing at Li Jingfeng's vital points. Not good. Sensing the danger, Li Jingfeng's entire body glowed with a scarlet light, wrapping his entire body tightly. This was Li Jingfeng's defensive technique. The scarlet light shone brightly, blocking Ning Lingyu's aqua cloud sword. Ling Yan frowned when he saw Ning Lingyu make a move. Since he had captured Di Yutong, this battle with the heavenly team was within Ling Yan's expectations. However, this was his personal matter, and he didn't want Ning Lingyu to get involved. Bang bang. Ling Yan threw 2 punches in a row, causing Xianxia to retreat 3 steps. He didn't want to fight anymore and flew back. Xianxia's fists were numb from the punches. His arms trembled uncontrollably, and his chest rose and fell violently. He was stunned by Ling Yan's torrential attacks. Lingyu, you don't have to do anything. Ling Yan said calmly to Ning Lingyu before turning around to face the 14 experts of the heavenly team. He raised his hand and pointed. I know you are all from the heavenly team and know why you came to the Ling family. However, didn't Zhou Wenyi remind you of what I said when he returned today? During the day, I said that if anyone from the heavenly team doesn't know what's good for them and dares to come to the Ling family, I will beat them up so badly that even their parents won't recognize them. So what if you are from the heavenly team? Today, the 14 of you, one by one, I want you to come in vertically and go out horizontally. To be continued. Come in vertically, go out horizontally, then go out lying on the ground. I'll beat you so badly that your parents won't recognize you. Ling Yan's words were too overbearing and domineering. He didn't give the other party any face at all. He was purely humiliating them, with the first unlucky guy as an example. No one in the heavenly team dared to accept Ling Yan's overbearing declaration. That guy was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead. No one dared to be the second one. Ling Yan, you, cough cough, only the great elder of the heavenly team, Xianxia, was enraged. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yan. His arm was still trembling. He had exchanged more than 100 blows with Ling Yan. His breathing couldn't keep up. He was so angry that he started coughing. The coughing was also a cover-up. At that moment, Xianxia really didn't know how to respond to Ling Yan. Ling Yan's brazen attack just now showed that he didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He didn't care who came and beat them up. Furthermore, he had one person in his hands and fought two of them alone. That was enough to show off his strength. Ling Yan was just acting tough, but he had used solid facts to prove that he had the capital to act tough. Li Jingfeng couldn't speak at that moment. He was using all his strength to defend against Ning Lingyu's 12 water swords. He didn't dare to relax at all. Up until now, the two great elders of the Heaven Squad had mixed feelings in their hearts. They both felt that they had been too rash in coming to the Ling clan to ask for someone. If they did not do well, they might really not be able to bear the consequences. They didn't expect Ling Yan to have grown to this stage. They also didn't expect the Ling family to have people who could use the sword kinesis flight and fly in the air. Moreover, there were two of them. This was too crazy. Li Jingfeng, Xiong Biao, right? Let me tell you. Ling Yan suddenly spoke again. Di Yutong was indeed captured by me. He's now locked up in the Ling family's dungeon. However, my capture of Di Yutong is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Ling family. Therefore, everything that happened tonight has nothing to do with the Ling family. I, Ling Yan, will bear all the consequences. Ling Yan declared decisively that the Ling family had nothing to do with this matter. He was going to take full responsibility for it. This was so that in the future, the Heaven team would not use this as a reason to cause trouble for the Ling family. That was basically the truth. From the Ling family's point of view, they indeed had no reason or need to imprison Di Yutong because there was no enmity between the two parties. Ling Yan had captured Di Yutong for the sake of Qin Qiuyue, who was suffering on the heavenly mountain. It was also for the sake of the Qin family. That was why he had announced that he would bear all the consequences of this matter. Ha 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 ha. After a few coughs, Xiong Biao was finally done adjusting his breathing. He laughed maniacally and pointed at Ling Yan. Arrogant brat. In the deathmatch between your Ling family and the Sun family and the Chen family, including Chen Jingxian, you killed a total of 4 people, captured Di Yutong alive, and chased away Lu Mingjiu. Do you know that you're slapping the face of the Huaxia organization? This was a slap to the faces of all the righteous people in the world. You keep saying that you want to shoulder all the responsibility, but can you? Let's not talk about my heaven group. You killed Ji Kong and offended the Shaolin Temple. You killed Venerable Lai Hua and offended Mount Longhu. You even killed Venerable Ziyu and offended the Kunlun Sword Sect. You captured Di Yutong and offended the Heavenly Sword Sect. Ling Yan didn't expect Xiong Biao, who looked like a Vajra Luohan, to be so eloquent. Ling Yan listened to the other party's incessant criticism, but he only smiled and didn't say a word. This is only in the open. Your Ling family has even more enemies in the dark and in the past. That's right, your Ling family may have won the deathmatch and annihilated the Sun family and the Chen family, but don't forget, if those enemies come to your doorstep together, how long can you handle them? Ling Yan did not make a move for the time being. This gave Xiong Biao a chance to catch his breath. He could finally say what he wanted to say. He was really too depressed. He had just met Ling Yan, and before he could even explain his identity, he was beaten up by Ling Yan. It would be hard not to vent this anger. Xiong Biao got more and more excited as he spoke. In the end, he was beaming with joy. Ling Yan, don't think that I don't know what Zhou Wenyi is planning. He wants to recruit you into the Heaven Group to give you an identity so that when the heroes of the world seek revenge on you, they will be wary, but let me tell you now, as long as I, Xiong Biao, am in the Heaven Group, no one from your Ling family will be able to enter the Heaven Group. Are you done? Just as Xiong Biao's saliva was flying everywhere, Ling Yan suddenly asked a question. Xiong Biao was interrupted by Ling Yan, and he blurted out, "What?" Ling Yan smiled. My Ling family and Ling Yan's matters are not for a bear like you to point fingers and make irresponsible remarks. As for the Heaven Group, since I said that I will enter, I will definitely enter. Since you said that you must stop me, then, go to hell. The next moment, Ling Yan's eyes flashed with killing intent. With a thought, he directly took out the Yin-Yang Astral Energy Sword. Whoosh! The Yin-Yang Astral Energy Sword flashed out of Ling Yan's energy center. It was only the size of a willow leaf, but it was indestructible. Under Ling Yan's control, it went straight for Xiong Biao's face. This was a sure kill move. Axes, come. Xiongbiao had divine sense, and he felt the shocking killing intent. He didn't dare to be careless. With a sudden wave of his hand, 2 giant axes flew out from the crowd of people from the heaven group and were caught in his hands. The 2 axes were shockingly large. The blades were more than 2 feet wide. To put it bluntly, even if 2 people were lying side by side, their heads would still be chopped off. It was unknown what kind of metal the axes were made of. They were completely black and glowed. Only the edges of the axes were snow-white and gleaming. The 2 axes were like the edges of long swords. Xiongbiao felt that his life was in danger. He immediately took out his best weapon. Like the reincarnation of Li Kuei, he waved both his arms and slashed left and right. The pair of axes were impenetrable as he blocked Ling Yan's yin-yang qi sword. Clang 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 clang. Dang 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 dang. The sound of metal clashing rang out like popcorn. Ling Yan used his divine will to activate the yin-yang astral energy sword. It was simply all-pervasive and did not require any moves. However, the yin-yang astral energy sword seemed to have grown eyes. It came at Xiongbiao's defensive blind spots. Xiongbiao roared in anger and was at a loss for what to do. Ling Yan, this kid, has been multitasking all along. At this moment, Ling Yan's green shadow flying sword was still entangled with Li Jingfeng's flying sword in the air. Ling Lai witnessed this scene, and his shock was indescribable. Multitasking. The heart here was not referring to the mind, but the divine sense. Ling Yan was controlling 2 flying swords at the same time. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. Kill. Just when Li Jingfeng and Xiongbiao couldn't take care of themselves, Ling Yan moved. He used the shifting shadows. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. In the next moment, Ling Yan actually rushed into the crowd of the other 11 people from the Heaven team. Just like that, he barged in unarmed and single-handedly. Since Ling Yan had already spoken, he naturally wouldn't be merciful tonight. He wanted to get rid of the other party's small fries first before freeing up his hands to deal with Li Jingfeng and Xiongbiao. Bam, 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 bam. The remaining 11 people from the Heaven team were all subordinates of Li Jingfeng and Xiongbiao. They obeyed the orders of the 2 elders and followed them to the Ling family today. They didn't expect to be so unlucky. Ling Yan barged into the enemy's formation like a tiger descending the mountain into a flock of sheep. At the same time, he used the Tiangang Demon Fist, Gale Thunder Vajra Kick, and Qinggong's Shifting Shadows. At the same time, he used his fists and kicks to sweep a large area. When Ling Yan was in the early stages of Qi Cultivation Level 3, he was able to take on 5 Divine Realm ninjas from the Tokugawa clan by himself. The 5 of them could only defend themselves and had no way to retaliate. Moreover, he had been concealing his true strength at that time and hadn't revealed it at all. Now, Ling Yan had reached the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. His body had absorbed more than 500 years of Dragon Emperor Qi from the Forbidden Palace, and his physique had improved by another level. Now that his body had absorbed the purple immortal spiritual energy, be it his body, his divine sense, or his combat state, they were all at their peak. He needed a battle. Moreover, Ling Yan was now in the Ling family. There was the spirit gathering formation protecting him, the 1000 Chance 9 slaughter formation waiting to be activated, and many experts of the Ling family watching the battle. This was completely his home ground. Other than that, there was the ghost god Willow in the 6th courtyard of the Ling family. Ling Yan also had the protection of the Emperor Brush's artifact spirit in his sea of consciousness, which could communicate with him. These were the reasons why Ling Yan dared to fight 1 against 2 and take on the 2 elders of the Heaven team. Not to mention these 2, even experts of Zhou Wenyi's level would be suppressed by Ling Yan. As for the experts of the Heaven team who came with Li Jingfeng and Xiongbiao, none of them were a match for Ling Yan. Ling Yan was crushing them, completely crushing them. Bam! One of them was sent flying by Ling Yan's punch. He crossed his arms to block, but they were broken by Ling Yan. That fist then landed on his chest, breaking several ribs. His chest caved in, and he was sent flying. He was seriously injured, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before fainting. Ouch. Pft. Kacha. In an instant, the people of the Heaven team were in a complete mess. Ling Yan swept his opponents, and no one could stop him. Ling Yan's movements were simply too fast. Some of the weaker ones didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying by Ling Yan. In less than a minute, the 11 experts of the Heaven team who were originally standing were all knocked to the ground or sent flying by Ling Yun. Those with broken tendons and broken bones were considered light, but at least 7 or 8 of them were seriously injured and unconscious. All of them were lying on the ground. Whoosh! Ling Yun flew back and clapped his hands lightly as if he was dusting them. I'm a man of my word. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Who asked you to be so blind as to come to the Ling family to find trouble with me? Of course, these people were from the Heaven team after all, so Ling Yun still showed mercy. He didn't use any weapons. Otherwise, if he used the Devil's Blade or the Green Shadow Flying Sword to attack these people, they would have been long dead, and very quickly, Ling Yun was only doing this to establish his authority. There was no need to kill people. He smiled and sighed. Just take it as giving Zhou Wenyi some face. After easily dealing with the small fries, Ling Yun turned around and looked at Xiong Biao, who was still crazily swinging his pair of giant axes. Now, it's your turn. Ling Yun said coldly. At this moment, Xiong Biao was waving the pair of axes in his hands frantically to deal with Ling Yun's Yin Yang Gang Chi swords. His eyes were solemn and his face was taut. At the same time, he was using Qinggong to dodge left and right, trying his best to avoid the tricky angles of attack of the Yin Yang Gang Chi swords. Under the control of Ling Yun's powerful divine will, the Yin Yang Gang Chi swords danced around Xiong Biao's body. As long as there was a gap in Xiong Biao's defense, they would attack without hesitation. It was simply all-pervasive, leaving Xiong Biao in a difficult position. This was the advantage of using divine will to control the sword. Because it was no longer restrained by the wrist, the Yin Yang Gang Chi swords could fly however they wanted in the air. The direction and angle of attack were all within Ling Yun's control. Moreover, it was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes fake and sometimes real. It was truly impossible to defend against. Ding 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 ding. Dang 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 dang. Only Xiong Biao knew the terrifying pressure that Ling Yun's Yin Yang Gang Chi swords brought him. Every time the Yin Yang Gang Chi swords clashed with his axes, the terrifying penetrative force would destroy the axes, leaving a small dent that was about an inch deep. In such a short period of time, Xiong Biao's 2 giant axes were already riddled with holes. The surface of the axes was full of bumps and hollows. It must be known that these 2 giant axes were forged from 1,000-year-old iron essence at the bottom of the sea. From this, one could see the terrifying sharpness of the Yin Yang Gang Chi swords and the power of Ling Yun's divine will. Even so, Xiong Biao was a peak 5th-level divine power realm expert. Even though he was busy, he wasn't panicking. He brandished his axes like a whirlwind, blocking most of the Yin Yang astral sword's attacks. Occasionally, he would use a lightness technique to evade the attacks that his axes couldn't defend against. Ling Yun, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare you injure 12 members of my heavenly group? Xiong Biao naturally saw what happened while he defended against the Yin Yang Gang Chi swords. His face was ashen, and he couldn't help but roar in anger. Although the 12 experts from the Heaven group that Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao brought were only temporarily selected by them and could not be considered their direct subordinates, these 12 people were all their subordinates. However, they did not expect to be severely injured by Ling Yun. How could Xiong Biao not be angry? However, what surprised Xiong Biao even more was that these 12 masters of the heavenly group were all between the 1st and 3rd stage of the divine power realm. They would be able to hold their own in any martial arts sect, but none of them were a match for Ling Yun. In less than a minute, Ling Yun defeated all of them with his bare hands. Humph. Ling Yun laughed coldly. This is the price you have to pay for offending my Ling family. You will be ranked 14th soon. Shua. Before Ling Yun finished his sentence, he was already charging at Xiong Biao with his bare fists. Bang! Breaking through the air, Ling Yun threw a punch at Xiong Biao's face without hesitation. At the same time, under the control of Ling Yun's divine will, the Yin Yang Gang Chi swords instantly appeared behind Xiong Biao, aiming at his blind spot. Ah! Xiong Biao was shocked. At the last moment, he clenched his teeth and swung the axe in his left hand at Ling Yun's fist. At the same time, he swung the axe in his right hand behind him. Ding! Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Xiong Biao blocked Ling Yun's Yin Yang Gang Chi swords. Boom! At this time, Ling Yun's domineering fist, packed with unparalleled strength, had already landed solidly on the edge of Xiongbiao's axe. Facing Xiongbiao's axe, Ling Yan relied on the powerful defense of the second stage of the stellar condensation technique and did not dodge. Instead, he took Xiongbiao's axe head-on. F***ck. This guy is crazy. Behind him, Mo Wudao, who was originally lying on the chair, jumped up from the chair when he saw this heaven-defying scene. That was the axe that Xiongbiao had used all his strength at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the divine power realm. It could be said that anyone below the pinnacle of the 5th level of the divine power realm would not dare to block it with their bare hands without a weapon. Ling Yan actually took it head-on with his fist? Boom! The overbearing fist aura and the huge axe blade were not fancy at all. They fiercely collided with each other. Two balls of terrifying astral wind instantly exploded. With this place as the center, it violently swept out in all directions. The 11 people who were knocked to the ground and unable to move were affected by the sudden explosion. Their bodies were directly swept up and sent flying. More than half of them crashed into the courtyard wall. They once again suffered a wave of heavy injuries, and several miserable cries sounded. Ah! Xiongbiao's left hand that was holding the axe split open, and fresh blood flowed out. His entire left arm was sore and numb, and he almost let go of the axe. At the same time, his burly body, which was as large as a bear, was sent flying by the violent force of the axe. Kaboom! Xiongbiao's huge body slammed into the courtyard wall, directly smashing a human-shaped hole in the courtyard wall. However, he still couldn't stop his momentum. He flew back all the way to the middle of the 7th courtyard before barely stabilizing his body. Humph, you're the one who ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts. Ling Yan snorted coldly again. He used his divine will to retract the yin-yang astral sword. He didn't follow up with another attack. Without a doubt, Ling Yan used his full strength in that punch. At the same time, it was also a test of his continuous improvement over this period of time. The battle of life and death, the annihilation of the Sun-Shin alliance, could be said to be the pinnacle of Ling Yan's cultivation on Earth. After that battle, Ling Yan went to Xianxia's place. After a period of careful cultivation, he absorbed all kinds of true qi and reached the late stages of qi cultivation stage 3. Both his body and divine will received a qualitative improvement. After that, he went to the Forbidden City and accidentally obtained the Dragon Emperor qi that had been accumulated there for more than 500 years. That huge amount of Dragon Emperor qi not only helped Ling Yan reconstruct his energy center, but also helped him condense the Dragon Emperor sword. The remaining small amount of Dragon Emperor qi entered Ling Yan's body. This Dragon Emperor qi was everywhere in his bones, flesh, organs, meridians, and acupuncture points. Even though his realm didn't increase, his flawless body improved again. Ling Yan could clearly feel that after the Dragon Emperor qi entered his body, it didn't just go silent. Instead, it was constantly transforming his body. After the trip to the Forbidden City, his body had been constantly evolving and becoming stronger and stronger. This was especially so for Ling Yan's bones, skin, and flesh. This was the most obvious transformation that the imperial energy from the Forbidden City had on Ling Yan's body. It wasn't just his spine that had turned golden. Now, the bones of his arms and fists had also gradually turned pale gold. Ling Yan's strength was increasing, and at the same time, his defense was even more shocking. Compared to the peak of physique tempering stage 9, his defense had at least doubled. This was the biggest reason why Ling Yan dared to use 100 swords against the great elder of the heavenly group, Zhou Wenyi. Tonight, through Ning Lingyu's tribulation, Ling Yan obtained endless benefits. His body was full of purple immortal spiritual energy, and it was improving his physique. The peak of Qi cultivation stage 3 could condense 3 drops of divine energy in a minute. At this moment, Ling Yan had close to 10,000 drops of divine energy in between his eyebrows, forming a small lake. Ling Yan's strength skyrocketed, his defense was shocking, and his divine energy was endless. Now, he needed a big battle to test how much he had grown. In the end, Li Jingfeng and Xiongbiao came. This was like someone delivering a pillow to him when he was dozing off. These two were just stepping stones for him. Moreover, other than testing his current strength, Ling Yan was about to leave Beijing to participate in the Devil Annihilation Conference at the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu. He didn't want other forces to cause trouble for the Ling family after he left Beijing. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to establish his dominance. Not to mention other things, he wanted all the forces in Beijing to seriously consider Ling Yan's name at the mention of the Ling family. If they wanted to cause trouble for the Ling family or provoke the Ling family, they didn't have the right to do so, especially the Long family, which was already on the move. Of course, there was another reason why Ling Yan dared to take on Xiongbiao's giant axe with his bare hands. He clearly knew that Xiongbiao's realm was the peak of divine power realm. Through the clash with Xiongbiao's fists, Ling Yan could vaguely determine that Xiongbiao's strength was indeed stronger than Chen Jingshuan's, but it was very limited. Ling Yan could kill Chen Jingxian when he was in the early stages of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. Now that Ling Yan had improved so much, what about Xiongbiao? The result was obvious. The defense of his fist could take on Xiongbiao's giant axe head-on. Not only was he unscathed, but he also sent Xiongbiao flying with one punch. Therefore, even though Ling Yan's performance tonight was unexpected, everything was within his expectations and within his control. This is impossible. Xiongbiao looked at the giant axe in his left hand after he finally stabilized himself. He realized that there was a fist mark on the blade of the axe from Ling Yan's punch. 4 fingerprints could be seen clearly. He was shocked. According to the secret report from the Long family, Ling Yan's true strength was at the peak of divine power realm at most. But now, the strength that Ling Yan displayed could go head-to-head with someone at the peak of divine power realm. To be able to injure someone at the peak of divine power realm with one punch, that meant that he was at least at the peak of divine power realm. Hee hee. Ling Yan smiled faintly as he thought to himself, impossible? Did he think that the great elder of the heavenly group was blind? He raised his fists. The skin on his fists was suffused with a faint golden glow. There was also a hazy purple aura. He smiled evilly. Xiongbiao, don't cry later. Whoosh. Shifting shadows, Ling Yan moved again. He appeared in front of Xiongbiao in an instant and punched with both fists. Xiongbiao was already fearful of Ling Yan. He didn't want to fight anymore. He wanted to find a way out of this embarrassing situation and leave the Ling family. Unfortunately, Ling Yan didn't give him the chance. Seeing Ling Yan's fists coming again, Xiongbiao could only try his best to block. Bang bang bang, Ling Yan was fearless. His punches were like explosions as they rained down on Xiongbiao. Xiongbiao exploded. Just as Xiongbiao was flustered, Ling Yan suddenly punched from below and landed squarely on Xiongbiao's chest. Bang! Gotcha! The sound of his sternum breaking could be heard. Xiongbiao was sent flying into the sky by Ling Yan's punch. Pfft! Xiongbiao, who was sent flying by Ling Yan, was bleeding from his nose and mouth. Snot and tears flowed down his face. He didn't cry, but it was worse than crying. In the entire heavenly team, there were only a handful of people who dared to engage in close combat with Xiongbiao and had the upper hand in terms of strength. As for breaking through Xiongbiao's defense with their bare hands, there was no one who could suppress him from beginning to end. Xiongbiao was born with godly strength and an amazing physique. He had focused on training his body since he was young, and his favorite thing to do was to engage in close combat with his opponents. Then, he would rely on his terrifying strength and amazing defense to suppress his enemies until they were out of breath. Therefore, Xiongbiao would never have dreamed that someone would be able to defeat him with their bare hands while doing 2 things at the same time. Moreover, that person had easily broken through the powerful defense that he was so proud of. His sternum was broken, which meant that Ling Yan had shattered his protective true qi. That terrifying punch had landed squarely on his chest. Xiongbiao's head buzzed from the impact. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and the blood in his body churned uncontrollably. In particular, the pain in his chest was spreading out, making him feel as if his heart was being torn apart. This was a feeling he had not experienced for many years. Accompanying the intense pain was a violent sense of humiliation and unwillingness. Ah! Xiongbiao roared. His eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Ling Yan, who was standing calmly on the ground. It's useless even if you roar. Ling Yan laughed coldly. Whoosh! Following Ling Yan's will, the yin-yang astral energy sword shot up into the sky and pierced towards Xiongbiao's body. At that moment, Xiongbiao was still flying straight up under the huge inertia. In the eyes of the spectators, it was as if he was smashing towards the yin-yang astral energy sword. Xiongbiao's protective true qi had already been shattered. If the two really came into contact, he would at least be injured again even if he didn't get a hole in the yin-yang astral energy sword. After all, Xianxia had already experienced the sharpness of the yin-yang astral energy sword. Xianxia couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to throw the giant axe in his left hand at the yin-yang astral energy sword. At the same time, he hurriedly took a deep breath and activated his Xianxia to protect the vital parts of his body. Then, he took the opportunity to do a carp flip in midair and stood up. Under the control of Ling Yan's spiritual will, the yin-yang astral energy sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Its speed was too fast, and Xianxia's previous posture was too passive. He had to change it as soon as possible. Clang, the yin-yang aura sword and Xianxia's giant axe fiercely collided, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. After another deep pit was left on the giant axe, Xianxia was sent flying again. After all, he was at the pinnacle of divinity realm level 5. No matter how strong Ling Yan's divine will was, the power of the yin-yang chi sword couldn't compare to Xianxia's desperate throw. Moreover, the yin-yang aura sword did not rely on strength to win, but speed, craftiness, agility, and sharpness. However, Ling Yan had no intention of harming Xianxia with the yin-yang gang sword. That wasn't his goal. What he wanted was time. Kill. Suddenly, a dark red long knife appeared in Ling Yan's hand. He rose into the sky and slashed at Xianxia, who had just straightened his body. The Devil's Blade. Heaven Destroyer Saber Art. Blade battling the universe, this was Ling Yan's real killer move. The Devil's Blade released an unparalleled blade aura. It was ferocious beyond compare, and like a huge black and red curtain, it shrouded Xianxia's entire body. Open! Xianxia felt the terrifying murderous aura of the Devil's Blade. He was so shocked that he couldn't care less. In this crisis, he could only hold the handle of the axe with both hands and slash at the blade of the Devil's Blade. Clang! The Devil's Blade collided with the blade of the giant axe without any fancy moves. However, it was as though it was cutting through tofu. It only paused for a moment, but its momentum didn't stop. It landed squarely on Xianxia's chest. First, the blade aura entered Xianxia's body, and in an instant, it split open the protective layer of true qi that Xianxia had gathered with great difficulty. Then, the blade entered his body. Xianxia grunted, the entire giant axe was sliced in half, and Xianxia's body was sent flying by the blade. He felt a chill on his chest, and his eyeballs almost popped out, but it was to no avail. Xianxia would have died if Xianxia hadn't seen that he couldn't block Ling Yan's axe and forced himself to bend down to avoid the attack. Otherwise, he would have died in midair. Even so, Ling Yan's blade had cut open his abdomen, from his left shoulder to his right rib. All the bones in his chest were broken, and his flesh was lacerated. Fresh blood gushed out. Bang! Xianxia's huge body flew a distance in the air before crashing heavily on the hard ground. He fell on his back, and fresh blood instantly stained the ground around him. Ah! Xianxia cried out in pain. Without hesitation, he struck the major acupuncture points around his wound in an attempt to stop the bleeding. Next, he endured the pain and took out a high-quality medicine from his hunter treasures pouch. He sprinkled it on the horrifying wound, then took out a few talismans and used them on his own wound. That horrifying wound immediately healed. Xianxia was severely injured by Ling Yan's blade. Even though he wouldn't die, he had already lost the ability to fight. At this moment, there was only fear left in his heart. No wonder he's one of the elders in the heavenly group. He really has a way to save his life. Ling Yan thought to himself as he allowed Xianxia to heal himself. Ling Yan's purpose was to establish his dominance, and he didn't want to kill anyone. Therefore, he didn't follow up with another attack. Otherwise, he could have used the yin-yang qi to stab Xianxia a few more times while Xianxia was heavily injured. He would have died 10 times over. Xianxia, I'll spare your life. If you dare to attack again, you'll definitely die. Ling Yan said coldly to Xianxia. In a flash, he appeared in front of Li Jingfeng, who was struggling to hold on. At this moment, the other great elder of the heavenly group, Li Jingfeng, was fighting against Ning Lingyu's 12 aqua cloud swords. At the same time, he also had to defend against Ling Yan's clear shadow flying swords. Although he was not at a disadvantage, he was not at an advantage either. It could be said that this battle was far less exciting than the battle between Ling Yun and Xiong Biao. This was because both sides were using spiritual sense, and they were using spiritual martial arts. The spectators could only see 12 water swords piercing into Li Jingfeng's Shen Qi barrier, and a green light and a red light chasing and fighting in the air. Only Ling Yun, Li Jingfeng, Ling Lai, and Qingniao, who had reached the immortal realm, knew that while the battle wasn't exciting, it was 10 times more dangerous, especially Li Jingfeng, who was fighting Ning Lingyu's aqua cloud swords and Ling Yun's clear shadow flying swords alone. His heart was in turmoil. Li Jingfeng had broken through to the 6th stage of the immortal realm. His realm and strength were above Xiong Biao's, and he could tell that Xiong Biao was no match for Ling Yun. Especially when Xiong Biao was in danger. It wasn't that he couldn't save him in time or that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Ning Lingyu didn't listen to Ling Yun. Perhaps it was because she had just broken through to the middle stage of qi cultivation and was bursting with confidence, or perhaps she wanted to use this opportunity to train herself. Either way, she didn't stop after she started fighting Li Jingfeng. Ning Lingyu had successfully passed her tribulation and easily reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation stage level 4. She had also completely stabilized her realm and even triggered a heavenly phenomenon. She received an extremely rare gift from the heavens. The immortal physique was already rare since ancient times, and now that she had reached the next level, her spirit was at its peak. She urgently needed a peak battle. At the pinnacle of qi cultivation stage level 4, her divine sense had a range of more than 4,000 meters. The strength of her divine sense was almost on par with Ling Yun's. The only difference was that she had too little combat experience, and her control and use of divine sense was much weaker than Ling Yun's. However, she was attacking with all her might and didn't need to defend at all. Therefore, the pressure that the 12 aqua swords brought to Li Jingfeng was immense. Li Jingfeng's physical defense wasn't as strong as Xiong Biao's. If Ning Lingyu's aqua cloud swords broke through his defensive barrier, Li Jingfeng would instantly become a porcupine. Moreover, Ling Yan's clear shadow flying sword was behind him, flying up and down in a place where his eyes couldn't see. If Li Jingfeng was careless, the clear shadow flying sword would break through the entanglement and pierce his body. Therefore, Li Jingfeng was also surrounded by danger. He had to give it his all, so how could he have any spare energy to save Xiong Biao? However, at this moment, Ling Yun rushed towards him after severely injuring Xiong Biao. Li Jingfeng turned pale with fright. Ling Yun remained calm and looked at Li Jingfeng with a faint smile. "Now it's your turn." As soon as he finished his sentence, the clear shadow flying sword in the air suddenly doubled in speed. Ling Yun was multitasking when he was controlling the clear shadow flying sword. Now that Li Jingfeng was the only enemy left, how could the clear shadow flying sword not be fast? The doubling of the clear shadow flying sword's speed instantly increased the pressure on Li Jingfeng. At this moment, Li Jingfeng's forehead was already covered in sweat. The clear shadow flying sword had already bypassed his red glow several times and was rushing towards his body. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu had already gained the upper hand. At this moment, he wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he was calm and composed as he said to Li Jingfeng, "Trash like you dare to show off in my Ling family?" Then, he smirked and glanced at Li Jingfeng with disdain. Turning his head, he said, 12 swords, not as good as one sword." This sentence was, of course, meant for Ning Lingyu to hear. Lingyu's combat experience is still too little. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. The more the better. Whoosh! As soon as Ling Yun said that, Li Jingfeng instantly felt the pressure on the defensive barrier lessen. He saw Ning Lingyu's 12 flying swords retreating at the same time. Phew! Just when Li Jingfeng was about to let out a long breath and take a breath, he suddenly saw those 12 flying swords had actually all arrived before him and instantly combined into an enormous water sword. Moreover, with the speed of a thunderbolt, it pierced towards him. Clang! The gigantic water sword pierced the defensive barrier around Li Jingfeng's body. The defensive barrier immediately collapsed inwards like an all-piercing through a rag. This showed how perceptive Ning Lingyu was. Ling Yun only gave a single hint. Li Jingfeng instantly felt a headache coming on. Without hesitation, he raised his palm and slammed it towards the area where the defensive barrier had collapsed. The gigantic water sword shook violently and was actually sent flying by his palm. Humph! Ning Lingyu snorted, her face frosty. She flew out and clasped 2 fingers together, activating the sword art. Whoosh! The gigantic water sword flew back a few meters before charging towards Ling Yan again. Li Jingfeng had no choice but to attack again. At the same time, he felt the pressure behind him lessen slightly. This was because Ling Yan actually weakened the attack of the clear shadow flying sword. He only entangled Li Jingfeng's flying sword so that he couldn't attack Ning Lingyu. If Ling Yan retracted clear shadow and allowed Li Jingfeng to focus on fighting Ning Lingyu would naturally be no match for him. Thus, he could only entangle Li Jingfeng's flying sword and let Ning Lingyu attack with all her might in order to hone her own combat strength and realm. Since Li Jingfeng was the only one left, the Ling family's victory was already assured. It didn't matter if it was earlier or later. Thus, Ning Lingyu and Li Jingfeng, one attacking with all her might, the other defending with all her might. However, Li Jingfeng was the great elder of the heavenly group and had already reached the 6th stage of the divine power realm. He had rich combat experience, strong divine will, and the Xiantian true qi in his body was like a torrential river. Once Ling Yan relaxed, Ning Lingyu couldn't break through Li Jingfeng's defense even if she used her full strength. A few minutes later, Ning Lingyu's smooth forehead was covered in sweat. "It's about time to end this," Ling Yan suddenly said. Then, he activated his divine will, and the clear shadow flying sword sped up and attacked Li Jingfeng again. At the same time, the yin-yang astral energy sword flew out like lightning and attacked Li Jingfeng's defensive qi barrier. TSK. Li Jingfeng's defensive qi barrier was almost pierced through by Ling Yan's yin-yang astral energy sword. Li Jingfeng was extremely shocked. At this moment, he was defending himself against Ning Lingyu's gigantic water sword and using his divine will to stop clear shadow. How could he have any energy left to defend against the yin-yang astral energy sword? Whoosh! Li Jingfeng retreated while shouting, "Stop! Ling Yan, the heavenly group admits defeat tonight." He had no choice but to admit defeat. If he continued fighting, he would only end up worse than Xiong. No way. Ling Yan rejected him directly. He walked forward slowly and said, "I've said it before. Tonight, the 14 people from the heavenly group will come in with their tails between their legs and leave with their tails between their legs." Before he finished his sentence, Ling Yan flew up and appeared in front of Li Jingfeng in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a ferocious punch, Ling Yan smashed Li Jingfeng's defensive qi barrier. This time, the earth shook and strong winds blew. Just one punch was enough to break Li Jingfeng's defensive qi barrier. "Take this." Ling Yan was very calm as he continued to punch Li Jingfeng. One punch broke Li Jingfeng's right arm, and the other landed on his chest. Just based on physical defense alone, Li Jingfeng was far from Xiong. He spat out mouthfuls of blood from Ling Yan's punches. His sternum was completely shattered, and his body was sent flying. Boom! Li Jingfeng's body smashed heavily into the wall, creating a human-shaped hole. He fell into the 7th courtyard of the Ling family. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Thailand's biggest breasted female streamer's new passion video exposed pouncing on the male lead. Please follow. Li Jingfeng was sent flying and fainted on the spot. At this point, there were a total of 14 people from the Heaven Squad who had invaded the Ling family tonight, including the 2 great elders. All of them were lying on the ground. No, there was one more person, Xiong. After he was seriously injured, he quickly underwent treatment. Even though his broken bones couldn't be reconnected immediately, the wound from the Devil's Blade had already started to heal with the help of the healing talismans. He was the only one from the heavenly team who could still sit. However, Xiongbiao's heart skipped a beat when Ling Yan glanced at him coldly. He couldn't help but lie down on the ground. What ** king grievance, it couldn't be helped. After this battle, Xiongbiao was truly afraid of Ling Yan. From the beginning to the end, he was completely suppressed by his opponent and had no way to retaliate. Only now did he finally understand why Zhou when he tried so hard to persuade him not to go to the Ling family in the afternoon. It wasn't because of the big picture, nor was it because he was biased towards the Ling family. It was because he was really worried that they would be beaten up. Moreover, as the great elder of the Heaven team, Xiongbiao understood Ling Yan's style very well. He would definitely do what he said. Ling Yan said to let them go out lying down. If he was still sitting, Ling Yan would really give him another blow and make him faint. Therefore, Xiongbiao, the great elder of the heavenly team, actually lay down obediently in the midst of his immense fear. Ling Yun was speechless. He couldn't be bothered to look at Xiong Biao anymore. At the same time, there was an earth-shattering cheer from the Ling family. This guy. Ling Lai was extremely shocked. Originally, more than 10 experts from the heavenly team, led by the two great elders, had come to the Ling family aggressively. Because Ling Yun wasn't home, Ling Lai thought that the Ling family would have to go through a tough battle tonight. Of course, the current Ling family was no longer the same as before. Ling Lai and everyone in the Ling family were not afraid of the Heaven Squad, but the other party had 14 people at once. Not only were they all experts of the divine power realm, there were also two great elders in charge. Thus, if the two sides were to fight, the Ling family would definitely suffer. Other than Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu, the Ling family only had Ling Lai, Qing Miao, and Ling Xiao, who were in the divine realm. 3 against 14. How were they supposed to fight? Thus, before the battle started, Ling Lai had already secretly ordered everyone in the Ling family to prepare all their trump cards, including the talismans and elixirs that Ling Yun had given them. If they really couldn't win, they were to enter the Ling family's 9th courtyard. They wouldn't hesitate to activate the Armillary Sphere Maze Formation and the 1000 Chance 9 Slaughter Formation to defeat the experts of the Heaven Group one by one. This was the reason why the Ling family dared to fight against the two great elders of the Heavenly Group and the 12 Divinity Realm experts. It wasn't until the start of the battle that Ling Lai finally understood what Ling Yun had done for the Ling family in the past month. In the past 20 years, even the Sun family could bully the Ling family to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. However, in just a month, the Ling family had the confidence to challenge the two great elders of the heavenly team. Ling Lai wasn't the only one who thought this way. Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, the juniors of the Ling family, and the Ling family's warriors of sacrifice all thought the same way. It was just that he didn't expect Ling Yun to return so quickly. Ling Lai didn't have the time to use all of his arrangements. Of course, he didn't know that Ling Yu's heavenly tribulation had attracted the attention of the 4 major powers in Beijing. Ling Yan also heard the news that Zhou Winnie had unintentionally revealed and rushed back in time. The moment Ling Yun returned, not only did he turn the situation around, but he also did what he said. In less than 20 minutes, he crippled all 14 members of the heavenly group. At this moment, Ling Yun stood in the middle of the battlefield like a god. He left an unforgettable impression on the Ling family and the members of the heavenly group. Invincible, so what if they were from the heavenly group? The two great elders had attacked together, but they were still seriously injured by Ling Yun. They actually admitted defeat. Furthermore, this was Ling Yun showing mercy. Otherwise, all 14 of them would have been dead by now. Ha 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 ha, Mo Wu Dao laughed maniacally as he appeared beside Ling Yun. Big brother Yun, how should we deal with these useless people? Ever since he knew Ling Yun, this was the first time Mo Wu Dao had addressed him as Big Brother Yun. That was because this battle was won beautifully. He admired Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart. Clean up the battlefield first, Ling Yun said casually. At this moment, Ling Yun clenched his fists and raised them in front of his eyes. He used his divine sense and vision to examine his fists. To be honest, Ling Yun knew that he would win this battle for sure. However, he didn't expect it to be so easy and fast. One had to know that he was facing two great elders of the heavenly group. One was at the pinnacle of Divine Power Realm level 5, and the other was at the early stage of Divine Power Realm level 6. Right now, he was only at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation level 3, he didn't use any talismans or pills. He didn't drink dragon saliva to replenish his energy like before. He didn't use the spell formation, and he didn't even use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. With just his flying sword and fists, he was able to crush two strong enemies easily. Even Ling Yun found it hard to believe. It's not that the enemies are too weak, it's that I'm too strong. Thinking back to when he was in the cultivation world, Ling Yun could fight at least 8 of himself at the same time if he were to face the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation level 3, it was very simple. Ling Yun knew himself very well. The degree of condensation of his divine sense, his explosive power, and his defense were all 3 times stronger than when they were at the same realm, a blessing in disguise. How unbelievable, a strange smile appeared on Ling Yun's face as he thought about it. Kid, don't be too full of yourself. You're still far from it. A dissatisfied voice was transmitted into Ling Yan's consciousness. It was the Emperor Brush. What's so unbelievable about that? Why don't you think about it? Ever since you started cultivating, who was it that was in your forehead? Who was it that was in your dantian? How many benefits did that old man and I give you during this period of time? Haha, thank you, seniors. Ling Yan also used his consciousness to communicate with the Emperor Brush. He was sincerely grateful to the two immortal weapon spirits. Putting aside the fact that the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book had helped him resist the 9-colored tribulation cloud on Turtle Island, just the fact that they had worked together to snatch the extremely rare gift from the heavenly Tao that allowed him to obtain a huge amount of purple immortal spiritual energy was enough for him to be grateful for. Not only could the purple immortal spiritual energy form the purple palace and allow Ling Yan to form a true purple nascent soul, but it was also said to be able to resist the purple lightning. This would give Ling Yan an extra layer of security when he faced the various lightning tribulations in the future. At this moment, Ling Yan could see the bones under his palms glowing with a golden light. All his joints were shrouded in a purple aura, giving his fists a terrifying amount of power. It wasn't just his fists. Now, Ling Yan's energy center, meridians, organs, bones, muscles, and even his acupoints were all shrouded in purple aura, nourishing his entire body and increasing his combat power. Of course, this was only a small portion of the purple celestial spiritual energy that Ling Yan had absorbed. More than 90% of the purple celestial spiritual energy that he had absorbed had entered his energy center. His energy center was filled with a purple luster that was indistinguishable from the original golden luster. The entire energy center was illuminated in a magnificent purple-gold color. Ling Yan also noticed that there was already a strand of purple immortal spiritual energy flowing out of his energy center and into his major meridians. It also passed through his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and formed a cycle, which sped up the condensation of his divine energy. When the purple immortal spiritual energy passed through his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, there would always be a tiny strand of it constantly entering the Dragon Emperor sword. This made the Dragon Emperor sword even more perfect. These were all visible benefits that were incomparably huge. Ling Yan was so happy that he couldn't hold back even if he wanted to. You don't have to thank me. You're the tribulation taker. You just have to increase your strength as soon as possible. Emperor Brush's voice was slightly desolate. After saying this, there was no more movement. Whether it was the Huasha Cultivation World's proverb or the Emperor Brush, they all said that Ling Yan was the one facing the tribulation. He didn't understand why, but even though he had countless questions, he knew that this wasn't the time to ask. No matter what, the dragon energy from the Forbidden Palace has helped me strengthen my body, and this purple immortal spiritual energy can continuously nourish my body. This will only make my cultivation faster and my combat power stronger, Ling Yan finally concluded. He estimated that he would be able to put up a fight even if he were to meet his Qi cultivation stage 6 self now. He could fight someone 3 realms above him. If I fight Zhou Wenyi again, I probably won't lose to him, right? Ling Yan thought happily in his heart. Big brother Yun, what are you thinking about? The battlefield is cleaned up. At this moment, Emma Wu Dao came over again, breaking Ling Yan's thoughts and bringing him back to reality. Nothing. Ling Yan said casually. Then, he scanned with his divine sense and found that the weapons that the Heaven Squad members had thrown into the field had been gathered into a pile. At the same time, the members of the Heaven Squad had also been laid out in a row, lying on the ground in the courtyard, all of them screaming miserably. Have you searched them? Search? Emma Wu Dao scratched his head and looked at Ling Yan in disbelief. We have to search them? Ling Yan was a little helpless. Of course, what do you mean by cleaning up the battlefield? Don't you see that they have elixirs and talismans on them? Plunder everything for me. Ling Yan looked at Emma Wu Dao as though he was looking at an idiot. He thought to himself that he had followed him for so long for nothing. My style is to plunder the feathers of wild geese, understand? Moreover, they came to me for nothing. Understood, big brother Yun. Emma Wu Dao looked at Ling Yan with even more respect. He immediately roared, plunder the feathers of wild geese, brothers, attack. Emma Wu Dao wasn't the only one who heard Ling Yan's words. Everyone from the Ling family heard it clearly. Instantly, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the Ling family's kamikaze warriors all rushed forward and started plundering the heavenly team members. Yes, that's right. Ling Yan chuckled as he looked at this scene. He nodded in satisfaction. This is what it means to really clean up the battlefield. All of you, remember this. In the future, if you want to clean up the battlefield, do it like this. Just as the younger generation of the Ling family was plundering the feathers of wild geese, Ling Yan smiled and came to Xiong Biao's side. Ever since Xiong Biao was scared off by Ling Yan's glare, he didn't dare to open his eyes. He was too ashamed and flustered. However, his divine sense was still there. Sensing that Ling Yan was coming towards him, his heart skipped a beat. His eyelids twitched and blood rushed to his head. Ling Yan came in front of Xiong Biao, looked down at him and smiled. Old Xiong, F***ck. Xiong Biao immediately wanted to cry, but no tears came out. In the Heaven Squad, when others saw him, they would have to obediently call him Elder Xiong. How did he become Old Xiong? Hey! Seeing that Old Xiong refused to open his eyes, Ling Yan couldn't help but kick his arm. Old Xiong, don't play dead. Wake up. Xiong Biao couldn't take it anymore. He opened his eyes and said with a red face, Ling Yan, don't insult us. We are not as good as you. We just admit defeat. What else do you want? Xiong Biao was born with a fierce face. However, he didn't look arrogant at all. It was really difficult for him. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He had no choice but to be beaten up to this extent. What else do you want? Ling Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. You guys barged into my house in the middle of the night to cause trouble. How dare you ask me what I want? Ling Yan took a step forward and stood beside Xiong Biao's head. The tip of his shoe was only 20 centimeters away from Xiong Biao's face. He looked down at him. Their eyes met. Xiong Biao couldn't stand Ling Yan's gaze. He turned his head away angrily. Ling Yan squatted down and patted Xiong Biao's face. He turned his head back and smiled. Don't turn your head away. I'm talking to you nicely. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ling Yan was very polite. Xiong Biao was so embarrassed and angry that he wanted a hole to appear on his back. He sat up abruptly and roared, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Don't be anxious, Ling Yan quickly turned his head away to avoid his saliva. Then, he smiled and said, Old Xiong, I really didn't mean to humiliate you. Haven't I been very polite? If you keep tilting your head, how are we going to communicate? You have to look each other in the eyes when you speak. This is the most basic courtesy, right? Not far away from the two of them, the members of the Ling family couldn't help but open their mouths wide in shock. If Ling Yan's battles gave them the impression that he was invincible, then Ling Yan's humiliation could only be described as heaven-defying. The corners of Ling Lai's mouth twitched. He didn't know what Ling Yun wanted to do, but he couldn't bear to watch any longer. He turned his head away. Ling Xiao rubbed his forehead, unable to bear to watch his precious son's actions. However, there were still some who had been through big scenes with Ling Yun, such as the group from Qingshui City, Mo Wudao, and Tai Xiaohu. They could roughly guess what Ling Yun was trying to do, and all of them watched with great interest. As for the people from the Heaven Squad, other than Li Jingfeng who was still unconscious, everyone else had long since woken up. Seeing Xiong Biao's miserable state, they wished that they could immediately faint. Xiong Biao was filled with grief and indignation. He sighed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only comfort himself by saying that he had to endure it. Xiong Biao knew that this failure and Ling Yan's humiliation would become a demon in his heart. It would follow him for the rest of his life, and his cultivation would stagnate. Even the best outcome would be the pinnacle of divine power realm level 6. He couldn't help but use his divine sense to scan Li Jingfeng, who was nearby. He realized that Li Jingfeng was still unconscious, and he was actually envious of him. Just say what you want to say. Xiong Biao finally looked at Ling Yun seriously. The winner was king, and the loser was a thief. Right now, all he wanted was to leave the Ling family as soon as possible and never come back to this place, or even this street. Ahem, that's more like it. That's the right attitude for a conversation. Ling Yun gave Xiong Biao an admiring look before saying, it's very simple. Old Xiong, repeat what you told me just now. What? Xiong Biao was a little confused, or rather, feigning ignorance. Ling Yan pursed his lips. Old Xiong, you're not a kind person. Don't play dumb. It's the things you said to me before we fought. For example, as long as you're in the heavenly team, I'll never be able to enter the heavenly team. Repeat it. Ling Yan was very serious. Xiong Biao almost vomited blood. He was going crazy. You won, you can slap my face, but you can't slap me like that. That's too much. Repeat it. Ling Yan's expression was unfriendly. He raised his hand again and repeated it. I hope you repeat it. Xiong Biao really didn't want Ling Yan to slap his face again. He had no choice but to really repeat it. After listening, Ling Yan was a little dissatisfied. He muttered, the general meaning is more or less the same, but it's not as imposing as before. It's not imposing at all. Xiong Biao was about to cry. At that time, they had just started fighting. Now, he was already beaten to the ground by you. He was forced to say it by you. What kind of imposing manner did he have? Ling Yan chuckled and stopped making things difficult for him. Then, his expression turned serious. I was busy beating you up just now, so I didn't have time to answer your questions. Now, I'll answer them one by one. Listen carefully, okay? Xiong Biao. No. No need. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Listen carefully. These words are very useful because no matter who asks you in the future, you have to tell them this. My Ling family and the Chen family have a life and death battle. Your heavenly team sent out 5 people to help them. I killed 4 people, captured Di Yutong alive, and chased Lu Mingju away. This is a slap to your heavenly team's face. It's a slap to the faces of those who call themselves righteous. Ling Yan's eyes were sharp. He raised his hand again and slapped Xiong Biao's face. He asked word by word, do you understand? Xiong Biao could only nod in humiliation. Repeat it. Xiong Biao finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded. He roared, are you done? Ling Yan's eyes turned fierce, and Xiong Biao immediately felt timid. He could feel that if he said another word, that slap would really land on his face. It would only be more humiliating. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he chickened out again. Sure enough, he repeated it without missing a word. That's right. Ling Yan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he asked, then answer me now. I said that I want to bear all the responsibility. Do you think you can or can't bear it? Xiong Biao, you can bear it. Actually, what he meant was, I don't care if you can or can't bear it. It's best if you can't bear it. Ling Yan's gaze was deep. He seemed to see through Xiong Biao's thoughts, but he didn't care. He said again, I offended Shaolin Temple, Longhu Mountain, Kunlun Sword Sect, and the Heavenly Sword Sect. No matter how many people I offended or how many enemies I have, it's my business. You don't have to worry about me. Do you understand? Xiong Biao didn't say anything. Ling Yan's voice deepened. Speak. I remember, Xiong Biao answered honestly. Anyway, he had endured until now. He had lost his face, so he didn't care about it anymore. Fortunately, this time, Ling Yan didn't ask him to repeat it. This was really a stroke of luck. Ling Yan finally smiled brightly. Now, I'll tell you one last thing. I entered the heavenly team not because I begged you to, but because the great elder of the heavenly team, Zhou Wenyi, invited me. He begged me to enter, so I had no choice but to agree. Do you understand? Hearing that Ling Yan finally said the last thing, Xiong Biao was so emotional that he almost cried. He immediately nodded his head and said hurriedly, understood, I understand. That was because Xiong Biao really understood now. Zhou Wenyi didn't let Ling Yan enter the heavenly team to give him an identity. It was to prevent enemies from coming. Anyone who really thought that way, such as himself and Li Jingfeng, would be the dumbest of the dumbest. The real reason was that Ling Yan was really good at fighting. 2 of the great elders of the heavenly team had been beaten to such a state. One was unconscious, and the other was enduring humiliation. Why would Ling Yan need an identity? It's good that you understand. Ling Yan nodded slowly and asked, then answer me now. As long as you, Xiong Biao, are in the heavenly team, can I, Ling Yun, and my Ling family enter the heavenly team? Xiong Biao nodded without hesitation. Yes, yes. I have no objections. Really? Absolutely not. Enter as you please. What about Li Jingfeng? Does he have any objections? He won't, and he has no objections. Ling Yan smiled indifferently. He spread out his hands and said indifferently, look, it's such a simple question. Why did you have to fight to the death? If you had said this earlier, wouldn't you have saved yourself the beating? As soon as these words came out, Xiong Biao and the rest of the heavenly team were ashamed. They all lowered their heads and blushed, speechless. Emma Wu Dao and the rest watched the scene from nearby. Their faces were full of admiration. There was nothing they could do. Ling Yan was simply a walking face-slapping textbook. This face-slapping was practically going to break through the heavens. In the distance, Ling Li was recording. This sly fellow had been recording ever since Ling Yan flew down from the Ling family. Even when Ling Yan said that he was going to pluck the feathers from the geese, he only shouted to join in the fun and didn't really go up. He had been recording until now. His hands were almost sore, but he was so excited that he couldn't stop. If the elimination of the Sun and Chen families was the battle for the rise of the Ling family, then tonight's confrontation with the heavenly team was the Ling family's declaration of strength. This was the real turning point and was very memorable. Therefore, Ling Yu didn't stop Ling Li at all. Alright, that's more or less enough. Let me ask one last question. Xiong Biao's heart skipped a beat. He was going crazy. How many last questions were there? Ling Yan chuckled and completely relaxed. He said indifferently, then after my Ling family and I enter the heavenly team, will you and Li Jingfeng make things difficult for us and secretly deal with us? After hearing this, Xiong Biao shook his head like a rattle drum. He said crazily, no, don't worry, definitely not. Xiong Biao thought to himself, make things difficult for you? King want to, but I have to dare to. Pa. Ling Yan slapped Xiong Biao's shoulder. Then that's enough. Let's get down to business. Xiong Biao, I had #Yen%. Xiong Biao was completely dumbfounded. Ling Yan was so serious with me just now, slapping me in the face time and time again. I endured the humiliation and cooperated with you for so long. Wasn't that serious? He originally thought that as long as he endured and let Ling Yan vent his anger, Ling Yan would release the members of the heavenly team. Then, he could leave as soon as possible. But now, it seemed like things weren't over yet. Weren't we talking about serious matters just now? What else is there? Xiong Biao was about to foam at the mouth. His words were unclear, and his blood was rushing to his head. Ling Yan looked at Xiong Biao as if he was an idiot. He smiled casually and explained patiently, of course, that wasn't serious. That was just to solve the problem between us. You have to solve it one by one, right? Ling Yan's smile faded as he reminded Xiong Biao, don't forget why you're here. As he said that, Ling Yan pointed in the direction of the Ling family's dungeon. You, Diyu Tong, didn't you come to the Ling family to ask for someone? He's in the dungeon now. Do you still want him? Xiong Biao wanted to cry. Still want him? If we could beat you, would we still want him? No, you can do whatever you want with that person. We don't want him anymore. That's good. Ling Yan nodded and said deliberately, you don't have to repeat what you said just now. Xiong Biao was about to go crazy from the torture. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have treated him just now. He might as well just die. Just when he thought that the matter was finally over, Ling Yan said something. His voice wasn't heavy, but it was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Xiong Biao's ears. Then, we can talk about the most important thing now. Ling Yan's tone became heavier as he said that. Yes, this matter is really important. Xiong Biao's face was full of do whatever you want expression. He was already a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. The 14 of you broke into a private residence in the middle of the night and caused a ruckus. Now that I've subdued you, tell me, do you want to settle this publicly or privately? Ling Yan chuckled and asked calmly. As soon as he said that, everyone on the Ling family's side was stunned. How could this be? Ling Yan was going to take advantage of the two great elders of the heavenly team. Was he really going to break through the sky this time? However, when Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao heard it, their eyes lit up with excitement. It's finally here, your heavenly team came to the Ling family to cause trouble for Big Brother Yun. You want to leave just like that after losing? No way, even if all of them were to go out horizontally, it wouldn't do. No, this brat. Ling Xiao felt that Ling Yun had gone overboard. He wanted to step forward and tell Ling Yun to leave some face for the heaven team. Was it official or private talk with the two great elders of the Huaxia heavenly group? How many years had it been since anyone had dared to do this? Ling Xiao was very worried that Xiong Biao would retaliate and harm him in the future. Third brother. Ling Yu, who was beside him, suddenly reached out and pulled him back. He shook his head and transmitted a message, "Third brother, you don't have to worry about Yun'er. He knows what he's doing." Ling Xiao turned his head and saw Ling Yu giving him a reassuring look. He hesitated and gave up. Ling Li, who was far away, did not care at all. He was still recording with relish. This was because he had never felt this way before. Slapping the great elder of the heavenly team and taking advantage of someone from the heavenly team. Just the thought of it made him excited. Who would dare to do this in the entire capital? Only Ling Yun. Xiong Biao was even more dumbfounded. Was it official or private? F*CK, I'm the great elder of the heavenly team. Even if I wanted to go public, who in the entire Huaxia could stop me other than the heavenly team and the number one person? Elder Xiong, I'm sorry. At this time, Li Jingfeng had already woken up from his coma. It was just that he didn't dare open his eyes when he saw Xiong Biao being tormented by Ling Yun. He could only sympathize with Xiong Biao. However, when he heard Ling Yun's words, Li Jingfeng didn't hesitate to lock his chi flow and his 5 senses and 6 senses. He was even more unconscious than before. What are you thinking about? My big brother Yun is asking you a question. Speak up, old Xiong. At this time Mo Wudao, who had already finished plundering the 3 members of the heavenly team, came over with an indifferent expression. He copied Ling Yun's actions. Now, Xiong Biao finally understood. It seemed like the rumors were true. No matter who it was, as long as they provoked Ling Yun, they would be skinned alive if they lost. Xiong Biao suddenly recalled the news he received this morning. Yi Tianshui from the Yi family wanted to make a killing using the Ling family's battle to the death. He didn't expect to be scammed by Ling Yun for 15 billion yuan in the end. The Yi family didn't even say a word before admitting their loss. Originally, when Xiong Biao heard about this matter, he was still mocking the Yi family, saying that they were hiding their strength and biding their time, turning them into a coward. They were willing to eat such a big loss. But this day had not passed, and now it was his turn. Xiong Biao's heart was filled with hatred. Not only did he hate himself for being stupid, but he also cursed the Long family. This Ling Yun was really a devil. How dare he take advantage of the heavenly team? However, he only dared to say these words in his heart. He didn't dare to say them out loud. Let's settle this privately. Xiong Biao's expression was extremely ugly as he said to the 2 laughing people in front of him. Pa. Ling Yun suddenly slapped Xiong Biao's shoulder with just the right amount of strength. The other party was stunned for a moment. Then, Ling Yun laughed. Sensible. I've been waiting for you to say that. Then, Ling Yun smiled and asked Xiong Biao politely, Old Xiong, you're the great elder of the heavenly team. You have a high position and I listen to you. How do you think we should settle this privately? Xiong Biao's brain wasn't working well. He said subconsciously, compensate. Ling Yun nodded immediately. Of course we have to compensate. He casually pointed at the human-shaped hole that Li Jingfeng had smashed into the wall and said angrily, Look at what you've done to my house. It's so dilapidated. Such a good house, you have to spend money to fix it. However, Ling Yun changed the topic and said with a smile, Old Xiong, we're all cultivators. Money is like dirt to us. I heard that the welfare of the heavenly team members isn't bad, so, you know. Ling Yun's fox tail had finally been revealed. Xiong Biao was shocked. He asked sternly, What do you mean? Ling Yan finally got up slowly and looked down at Xianxia. Then, his gaze swept across all the members of the heavenly team on the ground. Nothing much. I'll let all of you leave as long as you hand over a year's worth of salary from the heavenly team. Otherwise, your best outcome will be the same as Diutong from the Heavenly Sword sect. His voice was cold. Hiss, all the members of the heavenly team who were lying on the ground couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A year's worth of salary for the 14 members of the heavenly team, including the 2 great elders, was enough to nurture 100 Ho-Tian realm experts to the advanced stage of the Xiantian realm. Of course, if it was only used on the advanced stage of the Xiantian realm, it would be enough to nurture at least 20 divine power realm experts. One had to know that those were cultivation resources for the divine power realm experts to increase their realm, not to mention the members of the heavenly team. Even the Ling family was shocked, especially Ling Lai, who had been the head of the Ling family for so many years. He understood the concept and value of a year's worth of cultivation resources for a member of the heavenly team. Ling Yan's extortion was really ruthless. Ling Yan, don't go too far. Do you know what it means to ask for a year's worth of cultivation resources from the 14 of us? Xianxia was completely mad. He was hysterical, disregarding everything. Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, let alone Xianxia. Oh? Ling Yan didn't care and said calmly, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourselves. If you don't agree, I'll cripple all of your martial arts, including you and Li Jingfeng. Ling Yan stared at Xianxia and said word by word, if that's the case, the 14 of you will say goodbye to the heavenly team tonight, and you won't need any cultivation resources from now on. Xianxia was dumbfounded. This time, he was really dumbfounded. Everyone in the heavenly team was dumbfounded. Everyone saw how Ling Yan slapped Xianxia in the face just now. They knew that Ling Yan was a man of his word. Now that Ling Yan had spoken, they had no choice but to agree. It was obvious that Ling Yan wanted them to choose between giving up a year's worth of cultivation resources or becoming a cripple. Even an idiot would know what to choose. The value of those resources was great, but that was in comparison to other things. It was nothing compared to having their martial arts crippled. With their martial arts crippled, the heavenly team wouldn't give them any cultivation resources other than retirement benefits. Ling Yan, we agree. Just when Xianxia was about to die of grievance, Li Jingfeng actually opened his eyes. Enduring the pain, he forced himself to sit up and said calmly to Xianxia. Elderly, this. Xianxia was shocked. Li Jingfeng laughed bitterly and waved his hand at Xianxia. You don't have to say any more. We're meat on the chopping block. What else is there to say? We can't beat them, but so what if it's the heavenly team? He then looked at Ling Yan, who was smiling back at him. Thank you. Li Jingfeng's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He then asked, can we leave now? Li Jingfeng had truly experienced Ling Yan's prowess. Since the other party agreed so readily, Ling Yan's goal was achieved. He couldn't be bothered to humiliate them anymore. He chuckled. No hurry. I still need to confirm it. With that, Ling Yan took out his communicator and contacted Zhou Wenyi. On the other side, Zhou Wenyi was in his room, playing with the spatial ring that he had just obtained. He really couldn't bear to part with it and practiced repeatedly. Then, his communicator rang. Xianxia, Li Jingfeng is finished. Zhou Wenyi saw that it was Ling Yan and instantly understood. He sighed and answered the call. Is what you said true? After hearing Ling Yan's explanation, Zhou Wenyi was shocked. His mouth was open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. I'll get them to reply to you now. Ling Yan chuckled and brought the communicator in front of Xianxia. At the same time, he turned back and waved at Ling Li, who was recording from afar. Don't record there, come over here. The most important thing is now. 14 sets of cultivation resources for the members of the heavenly team. Even if it was only for a year, it was enough for the Ling family. Xianxia and Li Jingfeng personally promised Zhou Wenyi on the communicator. There would be no more changes. It was a done deal. Sigh, why are you guys doing this? After agreeing to Ling Yan, Zhou Wenyi sighed at Xianxia and Li Jingfeng and turned off the communicator. If that's the case, the Ling family will be invincible in the ancient martial arts world in a year's time. Zhou Wenyi sat down, his eyes sparkling. Ling family. I don't want much money. There are 14 of you, 100 million each. I'll round it up. Give me a total of 2 billion, and we'll call it even. Someone from the heavenly team cursed. 4 billion had turned into 2 billion in the blink of an eye. Wasn't it rounding up? However, since they had already agreed to give them a year's worth of salary, 2 billion was really nothing to them. Li Jingfeng agreed immediately. I'm not afraid of you guys going back on your word. Money didn't matter. Ling Yan smiled and said to Xiong Biao, Old Xiong, learn from Old Li in the future. Look at how straightforward he is. Xiong Biao, at #yen%. He didn't dare to make a sound. Li Jingfeng didn't say another word after agreeing to pay. Ling Yan looked at the two of them with different expressions and said, You guys are buying your lives. It's a profit, not a loss at all. This was the truth. If not for the heavenly team's reputation, these 14 people would have lost their lives. Men. Ling Yan ordered the Ling family loyalists, throw all 14 of them out. After giving the order, Ling Yan's figure flashed, and 2 consecutive punches landed on Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng's heads. The force was precise, just enough to knock them out. I told you guys to walk out horizontally. Ling Yan had taken advantage of the situation. He smiled innocently and patted the dust off his body. He could do what he said, he was unknowingly romantic. Following Ling Yan's order, the Ling family's death warriors surged forward. Their eyes were blazing, and their aura was like that of wolves and tigers. They rushed towards the Heaven Squad and dragged them out. Very quickly, they left the courtyard and went straight for the main gate. Ling Yan said he was going to throw them out. Of course, he was going to throw them out of the main gate. As the saying goes, there are no weak soldiers under a strong general. Since the family had treated these people like that, why would the Ling family's death warriors be polite to them? It was already good enough that they didn't throw them out of the courtyard. Ling Yan used his divine sense to observe these loyalists. He realized that after the marrow cleansing, their realms had improved again in just half a month. The weakest had broken through to Xiantian realm level 2, and the better ones were almost at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. Of course, this had to do with the Ling family's current cultivation environment. There was the spirit gathering formation absorbing the spiritual energy from the entire capital, the divine ghost willow releasing limitless wood spiritual energy, and the 5 to 6 courtyards filled with lush spiritual herbs. Right now, the Ling family was truly a small blessed land. If the same person were to cultivate here, their cultivation speed would be at least 10 times faster than anywhere else. Their cultivation speed was truly godly. Of course, if the Ling family's loyalists could advance so quickly, the real bloodline of the Ling family would naturally advance even faster. This was because the Ling family cultivated the Black-Yellow Sutra, which was most compatible with the spiritual energy of the divine ghost willow. All of this was single-handedly created by Ling Yun in the past month. Ling Yun nodded to himself. He had never felt so satisfied before. He was in high spirits and full of confidence for the Ling family's future. After the heavily injured members of the Heaven team were dragged away, the courtyard no longer had the miserable cries and groans. It was strangely quiet. Ling Yin felt that something was amiss. He collected his thoughts and turned around suddenly. Ahem. I say, why are you all looking at me like that? Are there flowers growing on my face? Ling Yin immediately noticed the expressions of the Ling family. He felt a little awkward and mocked himself. In his heart, he knew very well that what he had just done could only be described as shocking in the eyes of others. Not only did he severely injure everyone from the heavenly team, he even slapped the face of the heavenly team's great elder Xiong Biao, forcing him to swallow every single word he said. In the end, he even extorted a large sum of money from them. Even though everyone in the Ling family was already familiar with Ling Yun's style, they didn't expect him to be able to display it to such an extent. One had to know that their opponent tonight was the heavenly team. Furthermore, Zhou Winnie had just given the Ling family 6 slots in the afternoon. Ling Yan hadn't even joined yet, but he had already bullied the 2 great elders of the heavenly team. At this time, many people in the Ling family were thinking about a very important question. Was Ling Yan fearless because he was invincible, or was he invincible because he was fearless? It was as though fearlessness and invincibility were inseparable from each other. It was as though Ling Yan was born with them. Hey, brat. The first to speak was the eldest sister, Ling Xiao. She appeared in front of Ling Yun in a flash and sized him up. Then, she asked curiously, let me ask you, have you been doing things like this for the past 18 years? Ling Yun was a little unnatural. He rubbed his nose and said honestly, not in the past, but I started cultivating this year. After all, my irresponsible master didn't care about me after he accepted me into the sect when I was 8 years old. I could only learn by myself and cultivate diligently. It was only this year that I managed to achieve great success. Ling Yan said with a straight face. Hearing this, everyone in the Ling family who already knew about Ling Yan's past couldn't help but laugh, including Ling Xiao. Everyone laughed, and the originally tense atmosphere disappeared without a trace. The entire courtyard became relaxed and joyful. That's what I said. Even if you don't get beaten to death 1,000 times, you'll be beaten to death 800 times. It's a miracle that you're still alive today. Pfft. Ling Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter at the end of her speech. She stretched out her delicate hands to pinch Ling Yan's cheeks. That action was as doting as it could be. Her eyes sparkled as she said, however, you did a good job. Big sister likes it. In front of so many people, the head of the Ling family was pinched by Ling Xiao. Even though it didn't hurt, he was very embarrassed. He had no choice but to beg for mercy through telepathy. Big sister, can't you leave me some face? Big brother Yun, my admiration for you is like an endless river. It's also like the overflowing yellow river that can't be stopped. Mo Wu Dao also came over and started sucking up to Ling Yun. Scram. Ling Yun kicked him away with one kick. Xiao, stop fooling around. Ling Lai walked over and stopped the younger generation from fooling around. He then asked Ling Yun excitedly, Yun, look at these things. What do you plan to do with them? Ling Lai was naturally referring to the weapons that the members of the heavenly team had abandoned and the spoils of war that they had plundered from their bodies. The weapons of the 13 members of the heavenly team were gathered in a pile. In addition, there were 1,400 treasure pouches, as well as the hidden weapons and other small items that the members of the heavenly team carried. As for Li Jingfeng, the weapon he used was his natal flying sword. He had already kept it when he was severely injured, so he only had 13 weapons. Ling Yun finally escaped from Ling Xiao's clutches. He smiled and said, Grandpa, these weapons are divine weapons even in the eyes of a late-stage Xiantian realm expert. You guys can pick whatever you want, and the leftovers will belong to me. I have my own uses for them. As for those 100 treasure pouches, they're basically filled with elixirs, talismans, and top-notch medicine. I want to keep these first and make a decision after studying them. Ling Lai laughed heartily and nodded. Yes, that's how it should be. However, Ling Lai changed the topic. As for those weapons, they're indeed divine weapons. However, our Ling family doesn't lack them now, so there's no need for anyone to pick. You can keep them and give them to whoever you think is suitable in the future. Ling Lai's words were very clear. All the spoils of war would be handled by Ling Yun. He wasn't being pretentious, but Ling Lai now deeply understood that all the resources of the Ling family could only be used to their fullest potential by handing them over to Ling Yun, because Ling Yun's realm was the highest and his foresight was the highest. No matter who got it, it would inevitably be discounted. It would cause a pearl to be covered in dust and become unusable. After Ling Yun heard this, he used his divine sense and realized that Ling Xiao and Ling Yu were nodding at him. Obviously, they supported Ling Lai's decision, so he didn't decline anymore. Alright then, I'll handle it. As he spoke, Ling Yun waved his hand, and the various weapons on the ground, as well as the 1,400 treasure pouches, as well as all sorts of small objects, all flew into his palm. They were instantly sucked into his universe ring and disappeared without a trace. Ling Yun naturally understood Ling Lai's intentions. These were all things that he had plundered from the bodies of the divine realm experts. They were all real treasures, and only he could make the best use of them. Ling Lai saw that Ling Yun had stored all the spoils of war and nodded his head in relief. Then, he waved his hand. Alright, we'll call it a day. You guys can cultivate and rest if you need to. We'll talk about other matters another day. To the Ling family, there were two biggest rewards tonight. One was naturally the heavenly team coming to the Ling family to cause trouble, but they ended up being defeated. They became the stepping stones for the Ling family to announce their strength. From tonight onwards, the Ling family's reputation in Xianxia would definitely be like the sun in the sky. Another huge gain was the 14 sets of cultivation resources that Ling Yun had extorted from the members of the heavenly team. These resources would definitely increase the strength of the Ling family rapidly, allowing them to advance by leaps and bounds within the next year, allowing their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. This was truly gaining both face and fame. It could be said to be gaining both wealth and fame. Compared to this, the 2 billion that Ling Yun had extorted at the end was at most a good thing. However, it was precisely at times like this that they couldn't get carried away. Instead, they had to be extra cautious and carefully deal with the open and hidden attacks. Therefore, Ling Lai immediately dismissed everyone and let them go about their own business. Especially the 14 sets of cultivation resources. Those were the core benefits of the Ling family. As long as the Ling family got their hands on them, Ling Yun would distribute them to everyone to cultivate. There was no need to discuss too much. Everyone from the Ling family was extremely intelligent. They could basically understand Ling Lai's thinking, so they didn't say much. They respectfully agreed and dispersed. Ling Li, come back. Just as everyone was leaving the courtyard, Ling Lai suddenly called out to Ling Li, who was sneakily running outside, to come back. Grandpa, Ling Li gripped his phone tightly with both hands as he walked towards Ling Lai. The video you recorded tonight can't be leaked, Ling Lai said in a low voice. Especially before the heavenly team makes their next move against the Ling family. Grandpa will keep this video for you for now. As for how to deal with it, I'll discuss it with your father and the rest before making a decision. Ling Lai knew that Ling Li's recording tonight might be taken out to show off to his friends of the same age. What would happen if this matter blew up? Grandpa, can't I just watch it one more time? My third brother's fight just now was too exciting. I was too busy watching the video and didn't get enough. Ling Li begged. If you want to watch it, come to Grandpa's room tomorrow. As he said that, Ling Lai took Ling Li's phone and scolded him jokingly, go back to your room and sleep. You're the one who wants to watch it. Ling Li muttered softly. However, he had no choice but to say, good night, Grandpa. Then, he left the courtyard resentfully. Grandpa, Ling Li actually did the right thing this time. Plus, the Ling family is in the right tonight. It doesn't matter even if this video is leaked. Ling Yan said to Ling Lai after Ling Li left. Rascal, of course Grandpa knows that. Ling Lai's eyes widened, then he smiled and said, however, some of the contents are indeed a little too explosive. We still have to discuss carefully which parts we want to pass on. Otherwise, I'm afraid the heavenly team will lose face and Zhou Winnie will come looking for me for a drink. Ling Yan laughed shamelessly. Hee hee. Grandpa is still the most thoughtful. Ling Lai laughed heartily as well. However, he quickly retracted his smile and sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. Yun actually, even if we don't send this recording out, we just need to throw those 14 people at the gate. What happened to the Ling family tonight will immediately spread throughout Beijing. Ling Yun nodded. At the same time, he used his divine will to look in the direction of the Ling family's gate. They're here. As the 2 great elders of the Heaven Squad had personally come to the Ling clan to ask for someone, they had informed them in advance. Tonight, the road outside the Ling clan's main gate was under traffic control. All vehicles and ordinary pedestrians were not allowed to pass through. Even so, when the 14 seriously injured members of the heavenly team were left outside the main gate by the Ling family's loyalists, the news spread like the wind to all the major forces in Beijing. It was very detailed, with information, voice, and even pictures and videos. The reason was simple. Traffic control could only control ordinary people, not the spies of the Long family and the Yi family. Of course, Long Haoran knew about the operation of the 2 great elders of the heavenly team against the Ling family because it was his secret request. Therefore, he had already arranged for the family's spies to hide near the Ling family's mansion so that he could get the news as soon as possible. 2 great elders of the heavenly team, one at the peak of Divine Power Realm, one at the peak of Divine Power Realm, and 12 Divine Power Realm masters. No matter how strong the Ling family is now, they will have to bow their heads to me tonight, this was Long Howren's original plan because he had personally witnessed the life-and-death battle between Ling Yun and Sun Chen's alliance. Qin Jingxian was only at the peak of the 5th level of the divine power realm after becoming a demon, but he had already caused a lot of trouble for Ling Yun. Ling Yun had spent a lot of effort to kill him. Therefore, after Long Howren returned home from Ning Lingyu's tribulation, he was very calm and leisurely drinking tea, waiting for the news of Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng's victory. He didn't ask for much. As long as the Ling family could bow their heads to the heavenly team, hand over Di Yutong, cause some trouble for the Ling family, and intimidate Ling Yun, he would have achieved his goal. To put it bluntly, Long Howren wanted the newly risen Ling family to understand who was the real ruler of Beijing. He thought that tonight's battle was a sure thing. But now, Long Howren's expression was as ugly as it could get after reading the news and images he had received. How is this possible? Long Howren stood up immediately, his eyebrows knitted together. In his shock, he accidentally broke the teacup in his hand. Intimidate the Ling family? Intimidate Ling Yun? Victory was a sure thing? It was all a day trip and a beautiful dream. According to the secret report, the 14 Divinity Realm experts of the Heavenly Squad, including the 2 elders, were thrown out by the Ling family's death sworn. Moreover, the images that were sent back showed that the 14 experts of the Heaven Group were all heavily injured, and more than half of them were lying on the ground like corpses, their lives unknown. It's only been 8 days. It's impossible for Ling Yun to advance so quickly. Long Howren's eyes flickered as he pondered, could it be that on the night of the life and death duel, when Ling Yun faced the Yamada no Orochi, he still had a stronger trump card? This guess was rejected by Long Howren because Orochi had threatened Ling Yun with death. He couldn't have held back at that time. Or could it be that he absorbed the Imperial Palace's dragon chi so quickly, and it helped him raise his cultivation level rapidly? Long Howren shook his head decisively. That's even more impossible. Other than Tian Feng, if anyone from the Long family wanted to use the Imperial Palace's dragon energy for their own use, they would have to slowly absorb and fuse it through the dragon control art. Ling Yun doesn't have the Long family's bloodline, so it's impossible for him to be that fast. Long Howren rejected his own guesses one after another. Finally, he said hesitantly, could it be that the person going through the tribulation tonight was really Ling Yun? However, no matter how intelligent Long Howren was and how meticulous his calculations were, he couldn't have imagined that even though the person going through the tribulation tonight wasn't Ling Yun had received a gift from the heavenly Tao and absorbed a huge amount of purple immortal spiritual energy, further strengthening himself and increasing his combat power. Useless. What a bunch of useless people. The plan had completely failed. Long Howren was furious. He scolded Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng, grabbed the teapot on the table, and smashed it on the ground. Of course, Long Howren only knew that the Heaven Group's operation had failed. He didn't know that the Heaven Group had been extorted by Ling Yun, and the 14 of them had been forced to give up a year's worth of cultivation resources. If he knew, the expression on his face would be even more interesting. In the southeast of the suburbs of Beijing, in the courtyard of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng. So fast? Yi Qingfeng also received the family's secret report immediately, but he was different from Long Howren, the initiator. He was much calmer, but when he saw the image that was transmitted over, he almost jumped up. Of course, the Yi family had their own people in the Heaven Group, and they also held the position of Great Elder. Therefore, he already knew that the 2 Great Elders of the Heaven Group were going to cause trouble for the Ling family. There were 2 meanings in his words. One was that the battle had ended too quickly, and the other was that Ling Yun's strength had increased too quickly. Yi Qingfeng was well aware of the combat power of the 14 people in the Heaven Group. He knew that even if the Ling family didn't lose tonight, they would still be in big trouble. They would definitely go through a bitter battle. The Ling family could either directly hand over Di Yutong and admit defeat, or they could fight bitterly. This was Yi Qingfeng's judgment. However, the truth was that after he returned from Miyun Reservoir, the 14 people in the Heaven Group were thrown out by the Ling family in less than the time it took for a joss stick to burn. Not only did the Heaven Group lose, they lost too quickly and miserably. That could only mean one thing. The Heaven Group was completely crushed and had no way to retaliate. Yi Qingfeng was shocked. He stared at the image on the screen, speechless for a long time. Second uncle, what's wrong? Yi Tianxue, who was observing his expression, asked carefully. Yi Tianxue was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. He could master the sword nurturing at any time. Therefore, Yi Qingfeng asked him to stay at home for this period of time to guide him and protect him. He. The new generation will replace the old, and the new generation will replace the old. Yi Qingfeng laughed bitterly and passed the communicator in his hand to Yi Tianxue. He then sighed. See for yourself, Ling Yan has surpassed you. Yi Qingfeng put himself in Yi Tianxue's shoes and thought about it. If the heavenly squad had the same number of 14 people and charged into the Yi clan like that, with just Yi Tianxue and 2 or 3 level 3 god power realm experts, both sides would definitely fall into a bitter battle. It's over? Xiong Biao, Li Jingfeng, and 12 transcendent realm experts were crushed by the Ling family? Yi Tianxue was dumbfounded after reading the message on the communicator. Yi Qingfeng shook his head slowly. It's not the Ling family. It should be Ling Yan alone, or two. Second uncle, what about us? Yi Tianxue asked subconsciously. It's right that we don't provoke the Ling family. The Ling family can defeat 2 great elders of the Heaven group with Ling Yan alone. This strength is truly on par with us. Yi Qingfeng naturally understood that if Ling Yan had the strength to kill Li Jingfeng, the other 12 members of the Heaven group would be nothing more than food for him. If it were him, he would do the same. That was why he only said that Ling Yan defeated Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao. After he finished speaking, Yi Qingfeng laughed. Fortunately, the one who is suffering now is the Long family. Long Howren has failed this time, and the Heaven division cannot be counted on. If he wants to step on the Ling family again, he will have to think about it carefully, somewhere in the center of Beijing. An amiable but dignified old man was silent for a long time after listening to Zhao Xingwu's report. After pondering for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, Xingwu, what do you think? Even someone as arrogant as Zhao Xingwu was now extremely respectful in front of the old man. He replied honestly, Chief, in my opinion, the Ling family now truly has the power to stand up to the Long family and the Yi family. The dignified old man nodded slowly. That's right. With that little fellow around, although the Ling family has 1,000 things to do, they are still unstoppable. He smiled, nodded, and then slowly shook his head. However, this little fellow's growth rate has slightly exceeded my expectations. It's all thanks to Chief's help, Zhao Xingwu said respectfully. The old man did not reply. He only glanced at Zhao Xingwu indifferently. Zhao Xingwu's expression turned cold as he immediately lowered his head and kept quiet, not daring to say another word. After a long while, the old man slowly spoke again. In the capital, no matter how the Ling family and the Yi family fight, your dragon group should not interfere. Yes. The old man stood up from the sofa and began to pace slowly. Suddenly, he smiled and stopped, muttering to himself, looks like it's time to meet this little fellow. Zhao Xingwu lowered his head and secretly observed the old man's expression. All he saw was a gratified smile on the old man's face. That night, 14 people from the heavenly group invaded the Ling family but were ruthlessly crushed by the Ling family. In the end, all 14 of them were severely injured and thrown out of the Ling family's gate. This news swept through the top forces in Beijing like a gust of wind. Soon, even the Chao family and the Li family knew about it. Of course, the Chao family did not need a secret report. Ling Lai directly called Chao Juanxiong and told him personally. Good job. No wonder you are my grandson-in-law. After Chao Juanxiong heard this, he could not stop smiling. His beard curled up and he could not wait to run to the Ling family's mansion to drink. TSK, I say, old Chao, do you think so highly of yourself? That's my own grandson, okay? Ling Lai laughed mockingly. That night, the most depressed were naturally the people from the heavenly group. Even though they were not the ones who were beaten up, Ling Yan's method of throwing all 14 of them out of the gate was really a slap to the heavenly group's face. With such a huge incident, Zhou Winnie had no choice but to personally take action. He led more than 10 people from the heavenly group and rushed to the Ling family's gate, sending all 14 of them away as quickly as possible. This was because no one else could interfere, much less dare to interfere. When Ling Yan said they're here, he was actually referring to them. However, this time, Ling Yan did not go out to meet Zhou Winnie. and Zhou Winnie did not enter the Ling family's house to talk. The two of them only used their divine senses to exchange a few words. "Thank you for telling me, Senior," Ling Yan said. "Is it that little girl's tribulation?" Zhou Winnie asked. "Yes," Ling Yan replied. "Brat, how did you destroy the heavenly group's face? You'll find a way to get it back in the future," Zhou Winnie said fiercely. "Don't worry, boss." Ling Yan chuckled and agreed. On the way to the headquarters of the heavenly group, Zhou Winnie looked at the heavily injured Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng and sighed deeply. "Sigh, I tried so hard to persuade you, but you thought I was siding with the Ling family. How do you think this matter will end?" Zhou Winnie touched the spatial ring on his hand and said bitterly. Anyway, he had profited from tonight. Now that Zhou Winnie was helping him clean up the mess, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered anymore. After a big battle, he was also a little tired, so he went directly to the ghost god Willow to cultivate. Nothing was more important than Ling Yan's cultivation. It wasn't just Ling Yan. After the battle, everyone in the Ling family was training with all their might. Because of Ling Yan's terrifying performance, everyone was deeply stimulated. They silently tempered themselves and didn't want to be left behind by others. It could be said that the scene of the Ling family desperately trying to catch up with each other in cultivation had never appeared even 40 years ago, when the Ling family was at its peak. The next morning, Ling Yan cultivated the stellar condensation technique as usual. He got up and went back to his room to wash up. Then, he sat on the sofa to think. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to think about how much trouble the heavenly teen would cause in Beijing. That was his ultimate goal. He wanted to establish his dominance. He wanted to make all those who coveted the Ling family tremble in fear. Now that he had succeeded, the effect couldn't be better. Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry to study the pills, talismans, and other treasures that he had plundered last night because he didn't need them for the time being. He wanted to wait until he joined the Heaven Squad, at least until he saw Zhou Winnie again. Moreover, he had more important things to do today. Today was the 9th of September. The Yi family would be holding an auction in the eastern suburbs of Beijing. Who should I bring with me? Ling Yan thought to himself. Yi Xingchen naturally had to go. Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao had to be brought as well. They had reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. He had to bring them along to broaden their horizons. Lingyu, the one who gave Ling Yan a headache, was Ning Lingyu. This was because Ning Lingyu had taken the initiative to attack Li Jingfeng last night. This was something that Ling Yan had not expected. However, he could feel that Ning Lingyu's aura had changed after her breakthrough. She was different from the ethereal and dreamy person before. Now, she was cold, arrogant, and aggressive. This seems to be the first time Lingyu didn't listen to me, Ling Yan furrowed his brows as he pondered. Even though it was completely understandable that Ning Lingyu would help Ling Yan because she couldn't stand against the two of them, Ling Yan still felt that something was amiss. However, Ling Yan couldn't pinpoint the exact problem. Tribulation transcendence is a process of changing with each tribulation. Ling Yan muttered to himself. Perhaps it's because of the heaven and earth anomaly caused by Lingyu's tribulation. Ling Yan gave himself an explanation. At the same time, he decided not to bring Lingyu to the auction. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. Oh right. Ling Yan suddenly slapped his thigh and took out his communicator. Auntie is still waiting for me to contact her. Ask her if she wants to go. This was because Ling Yan would be leaving the capital in a week's time to attend the Devil Subduing Conference at the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu. Yi Xingchen would definitely be there when the time came. It was good to let Qin Dongxue and Yi Xingchen get to know each other in advance. Ling Yan dialed Qin Dongshue's communicator immediately. Hello, big hero, busy man, you finally thought of me? Qin Dongxue answered immediately. She had just finished cultivating the stellar condensation technique and was eating breakfast made by Auntie May. Hee hee. Auntie, I'm not finally thinking of you. I'm thinking of you every day. Ling Yan laughed. He was afraid that Qin Dongxue would question him, so he went straight to the point. Auntie, the Yi family is holding an ancient martial arts auction tonight. I'm going to take a look. Do you want to come along? Yes. Qin Dongxue agreed without hesitation. She then said, Brat, don't play this game with me. Tell me, why haven't you contacted me for so long? Ling Yun knew that he couldn't avoid it. He could only explain patiently. Auntie, don't you know how busy I am? Look, it's Ling Yu's first time in Beijing. I have to bring her around the Forbidden City, climb the Great Wall, collect debts, and fight with the Heavenly Team last night. Moreover, didn't we meet on the 6th when we picked up Ling Yu and the others? It's only the 9th today, only 3 days have passed. Ling Yan got more and more aggrieved. Stop, stop, stop. Stop pretending. Qin Dongxue stopped him decisively. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Yuan Shan frowned. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Qin Dongxue naturally knew how busy Ling Yun was with Ling Yu contacting her every day. She also knew what Ling Yun did every day, but she still wasn't happy. Back in Qingshui City, Ling Yun had to come home obediently, cook for her, and entertain her as long as Qin Dongxue wanted to see Ling Yun, even though Ling Yun was also extremely busy and elusive every day. But now, Ling Yun came to Beijing and led the Ling family to a meteoric rise. It was a glorious achievement that shocked everyone. However, it was difficult for Qin Dongxue to see Ling Yun now. No matter how close the two families were, the Ling and Qin families were still two different families. The top forces in Huaxia were intertwined and complicated. Qin Dongxue had to avoid many things to avoid arousing the fear of other forces. During the life and death battle between the Ling family and Sun Chen, Qin Dongxue wanted Qin Chongqing to promote the Ling family, but Qin Chongqing refused. Therefore, the contact between the two of them decreased drastically. Even though Ling Yun had only been gone for 3 days, the two of them didn't have the chance to communicate with each other. Ling Yun didn't even call her after that. It would be a wonder if Qin Dongxue was in a good mood. Didn't I promise to kill the world with you by Qingshui Lake? Did she forget about it so quickly? Ling Yun didn't know what to say after Qin Dongxue finished. Auntie, I was careless. I thought you would know everything about me with Ling Yu contacting you every day. That's why I was careless. Ling Yun paused for a moment. She is she, you are you. Qin Dongxue interrupted his feeble explanation and said decisively, come and pick me up when you're done with your work. We'll talk about the rest when we meet. Ling Yun was overjoyed. He nodded immediately, but she had already hung up. Sigh, it's so hard to be a human, Ling Yun sighed and shook his head. No matter what, Qin Dongxue had passed this hurdle. He just had to wait until they met and use his silver tongue to make Auntie happy. Auntie, Yi Xingchen, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, 4 people, and me. It's an auction after all, so it's not good to have too many people. Ling Yun didn't look for anyone else. As for Tang Meng, he didn't even know martial arts, so Ling Yun didn't consider him at all. Next, Ling Yun began to prepare for the auction that night. Auctions, auctions, auctions. One was to auction, and the other was to sell. Ling Yun thought that it wouldn't be bad to sell some unimportant things if he had the chance to make a killing. After thinking it through, Ling Yun left the house and had a simple breakfast. At the same time, he told Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao about attending the auction that night. Both of them were extremely excited. That morning, the Ling family was filled with guests. There was an endless stream of VIPs who came to visit. The Ling family's doorstep was almost broken. The poor were ignored on the streets, while the rich had distant relatives deep in the mountains. What kind of place was Beijing? Anyone with a bit of foundation and sensitive information would have heard some movements. More or less, many VIPs felt that Beijing was about to change, and they began to place their bets in advance. Ling Yun didn't entertain these people. He threw his phone and communication device into his spatial ring after breakfast and went to the ghost divine willow to continue his cultivation. At noon, Ling Yun was informed by Ling Yu that the compensation of 2 billion promised by the 14 members of the Heavenly Group had been transferred to Ling Yun's personal account immediately. Ling Yun cultivated for another 3 hours in the afternoon. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that he got up slowly and walked out of the Ling family's door with a smile on his face. That was because an uninvited guest had come to the Ling family. Ling Yun had to meet this person. Yi Tianxue. Yo, what a rare guest. Ling Yun came to the entrance and sized Yi Tianxue up for a long time before saying with a grin. Ling Yun, can we talk inside? Facing Ling Yun was a headache for Yi Tianshui. He had to bite the bullet to come. Yi Tianshui was too fat, weighing 300 to 400 kilograms. He stood out too much standing at the door of the Ling family. Sorry, I can't. Ling Yun shook his head decisively, not giving Yi Tianshui any face at all. He really couldn't let Yi Tianshui enter the Ling family now because Ling Yun was very clear about the effects of the Ling family spirit gathering formation. Yi Tianshui could break through at any time now. If Ling Yun let him in, he might advance directly in the Ling family. Wouldn't that be a great bargain for him? Ling Yun was determined not to make a loss. Yi Tianshui didn't care about that. He flew into a rage and said, Ling Yun, do you know how to treat a guest? Do you want to fight me too? Ling Yun chuckled. Sure, do you think I'm afraid of you? I had #yen%. Yi Tianshui almost choked to death by Ling Yun's words. Of course, Yi Tianshui wouldn't fight Ling Yun. He gritted his teeth in hatred and sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, I'm here to invite you to the Yi family's auction. As he spoke, Yi Tianshui didn't forget to wave the gilded VIP invitation in his hand. At the same time, Yi Tianshui couldn't help but tilt his head. He went around Ling Yun and looked inside the Ling family's door. Don't peek. My big sister isn't home. Even if she was, she wouldn't see you. Ling Yun obviously knew what this guy wanted to see. He chuckled. But I'm warning you, if you dare use your divine sense to spy on the Ling family's mansion, I'll make sure you suffer. Yi Tianshui was furious. The grievance in his heart was indescribable. There was an unwritten rule in the cultivation world, or rather, it was a consensus. Using one's divine sense to spy on another sphere of influence, be it malicious or unintentional, would be considered an invasion. That was because all the secrets within one's sphere of influence could be seen by the other party with a sweep of the divine sense. Therefore, as long as it was a slightly larger force in the cultivation world, be it a sect or a family, they would basically have a mountain guarding formation or a clan expert. This could also be considered a moral bottom line. If someone crossed the line, it would be a battle of strength. To put it bluntly, it was a test of one's fighting prowess. On a grand scale, it was like a country protecting its airspace against foreign enemies. On a small scale, it was like an ordinary family protecting their privacy against thieves. How could Yi Tianshui not understand this logic? Did he need Ling Yun to say it to his face? He wasn't here to cause trouble, but to invite Ling Yun to the auction. Now that Ling Yun was treating him like a thief, Yi Tianshui was so angry that his nose was crooked. In fact, Yi Tianshui was forced to come by Yi Qingfeng. He was very repulsed and unwilling to come, but he was convinced by Yi Qingfeng's words. No matter who Ling Yun is or what his character is like, his reputation and achievements were forged by his own hands. This has become a publicly acknowledged fact since last night. Since he has already told you that he wants to attend the Yi family's auction, it would be impolite of us not to invite him. Yi Tianshui once complained, then why must I go? Yi Qingfeng smiled. In our Yi family, the only one who has dealt with him face to face is you. Who else can go if not you? As for the other reason. Yi Qingfeng glanced at the sword whetstone in his yard and said with a smile, Tianshui, Ling Yun is your sword whetstone. It's difficult for you to cultivate. If you want to completely master the sword nurturing technique, you have to interact with Ling Yun. Just from Yi Qingfeng's words, it was obvious that Yi Qingfeng was far above Chen Jingxian in terms of breadth of mind and insight. That was why Yi Tianshui appeared at the Ling family's gate this afternoon. I don't need you to remind me. Yi Tianshui said angrily, am I that kind of person? Ling Yun, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. I'm not bragging, but if we were to weigh our morals on a scale, mine would be at least 10 kilograms heavier than yours. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun burst into laughter. He couldn't help but step forward and pat Yi Tianshui's round belly. There's no need to weigh me. Who would dare to weigh you with your size? I concede defeat. Do you think it's interesting to bicker with me? Yi Tianshui realized that there was no way he could beat Ling Yun in a verbal argument, and he couldn't beat him in a fight either, so he just admitted defeat. Can you be more serious? Do you want this VIP invitation or not? Yes. Why not? Ling Yun snatched the invitation away and hugged Yi Tianshui's shoulder. Why? Can't I attend the Yi family's auction without this invitation? Actually, Ling Yun had already understood that anyone could enter as long as they could pay the required deposit of 100 million yuan. There were no other restrictions. Originally, Ling Yun was considering if he should disguise himself and see if he could sneak in. However, it was obviously impossible with Yi Tianshui's actions. Yi Tianshui felt very awkward being hugged by Ling Yun. He struggled to say, "That's not it. Anyone can attend as long as they can pay the deposit. However, if you're not a VIP, your position won't be good. Moreover, the seat you sit in and the tea you drink will definitely not be as good as the service you enjoy." I understand. Ling Yan asked with a smile, "How many people can I bring in with this invitation?" Normally, you can bring 4 or 5 people. Any more and it won't be good. One compartment won't be able to fit. Yi Tianshui was surprisingly patient and explained very clearly now that he could finally communicate with Ling Yun normally. Ling Yun nodded to show that he understood. He then asked, "Then what are you auctioning tonight? Tell me about it." "That's impossible." Yi Tianshui shook his head decisively. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't pay much attention to this. Won't you know when you get there?" Yi Tianshui's face was full of wariness. He turned to look at Ling Yun, afraid that he was going to cause trouble again. He asked, "You're not going to ruin the Yi family's reputation, are you?" "Hee, how could I?" Ling Yun smiled innocently and said, "Then I'll go have some fun tonight and experience the Yi family's auction." Ling Yun agreed just like that. Actually, his goal tonight was very clear. It was the golden black devilish silk. He was determined to get it. As for the rest, it depended on whether there were any surprises. With that, Ling Yan let go of Yi Tianshui and took 2 steps back. He raised his chin at him. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. He had taken the invitation and said what needed to be said. Ling Yan directly asked him to leave. Yi Tianshui was a little anxious. Actually, Yi Qingfeng wanted him to accompany Ling Yun to the auction site after he delivered the invitation until the Yi family's auction ended. Otherwise, Yi Tianshui wouldn't have to personally make a trip just to deliver an invitation. "Why, what else do you want?" Seeing Yi Tianshui's hesitation, Ling Yun asked with a smile. Ling Yun, actually, I'm here to invite you to go with me. We'll have a meal together later, then we'll go to the auction site. Thank you for your kind offer, but there's no need. It's inconvenient." Ling Yan rejected him directly and waved his hand at Yi Tianshui. "Get lost." Ling Yan thought to himself, "You don't even know what your family is auctioning, and you still want to be my guide. It's obvious that the Yi family specially sent you to keep an eye on me. Look at your treacherous face. The only thing missing is the words 'I'm a mole' written on your forehead." Who knew that Yi Tianshui's reaction would make Ling Yan a little dumbfounded? After hearing it, Yi Tianshui actually turned around and left as if he had been pardoned. He almost used his qinggong on the streets to get into his super-large luxury car and disappeared in an instant. "So you're not a mole?" Ling Yan raised his hand to his forehead and laughed. Wrong judgment. Ling Yan didn't think about how badly he had bullied Yi Tianshui. Yi Tianshui couldn't wait for him to reject him and escape as soon as possible. A whetstone was a whetstone, but Yi Tianshui was grinding it with his life. He didn't want to stay a second longer. Moreover, it was just an auction. Even though it was Ling Yan's first time participating, the Yi family had held it at least 2 or 3 times a year for decades. He was already used to it. After Yi Tianshui left, Ling Yan returned to the house and found Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao. The 3 of them had a detailed discussion. Then, Ling Yan gave Xiaomimi a call. After explaining everything clearly, he transferred 500 million yuan to Xiaomimi and asked her to act according to the plan. The VIP invitation clearly stated that the Yi family's auction would start at 8 in the evening. Therefore, after reporting to Ling Lai, Ling Yan brought Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao out of the Ling family's mansion in an inconspicuous but comfortable 7-seater Mercedes-Benz commercial car to pick up Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue lived about 6 kilometers away from the Ling family. It wasn't far, and there wasn't much traffic on the road. Therefore, Ling Yan's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue was dressed like a city beauty because she lived in a high-class district. She wore a snow-white shirt, dark blue skinny jeans, high heels, and light makeup. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her figure was alluring. Her legs were long and slender. She was far better than the female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yan was coming to pick her up. She was already prepared and waiting at the entrance of the district. "Auntie, you're so beautiful today," Ling Yan exclaimed sincerely as he got out of the car and flew to Qin Dongshue's side. Qin Dongxue originally wanted to teach Ling Yan a lesson, but the moment she saw him, the inexplicable resentment in her heart disappeared. Now that she received Ling Yan's praise, her heart was filled with joy, and the corners of her eyes and brows were filled with joy. However, she still glared at Ling Yan with her beautiful eyes before bursting into laughter. "I'll let you off this time on account of your sweet mouth." "Hee, thank you for your magnanimity, Auntie." Ling Yan naturally sucked up to her. "I knew it, Auntie dotes on me the most." "Humph." Qin Dongxue snorted coldly. "But I'll remember this debt. If you do it again, I'll teach you a lesson." "Don't worry, Auntie. There won't be a next time." Ling Yan chuckled and promised. Ling Yan destroyed the Sun-Chen alliance and defeated the Heavenly Group last night. The Ling family was in the limelight now. At least in Beijing, no one dared to find trouble with the Ling family. That was purely looking for trouble. Not even the Long family. Therefore, Ling Yan estimated that he would have a rare period of time before the demon subduing conference. He would be able to cultivate and do things in peace. That's more like it. Get in the car first. These people are so annoying. Qin Dongxue had only been standing at the entrance of the neighborhood for a few minutes, but many men were already attracted by her peerless beauty. Their gazes were passionate and unwilling to leave as they marveled at her beauty. "Humph." Ling Yan had seen it long ago. He snorted coldly and secretly used the mystical dragon hell to make those people's heads buzz. Their bodies wobbled before he returned to the car with a smug smile. "Xiaohu, head east. Emma Wudao will tell you the exact direction." After picking up Qin Dongxue, they had to pick up Xianxia as well. Then, the five of them would attend the auction together. "All right, big brother Yun." Tai Xiaohu stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. "Ling Yun, you mustn't be careless. Since you already know that the Long family is the mastermind behind the Heavenly Team's visit, you have to be wary of them." On the way to pick up Xianxia, Qin Dongxue and Ling Yan talked a lot about the defeat of the Heaven Group last night. Qin Dongxue frowned slightly after listening to Ling Yan's narration. "Thank you, Auntie, I understand," Ling Yan said with a smile. Ling Yan smiled and said, "I knew that the Long family would definitely deal with me. Because a few days ago, I touched their true interests. No wonder the Long family is in such a hurry to deal with you." "How? Did you offend the Long family this time?" Qin Dongxue was shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened as she asked, "No wonder the Long family is in such a hurry to deal with you." "Haha, it's nothing." Ling Yan pretended to be relaxed. "I just went to the Forbidden Palace and accidentally absorbed some dragon energy." Who knew the Long family would react so violently? "Oh my god." Qin Dongxue exclaimed in disbelief. "You really don't know the gravity of the situation. Do you know how important the dragon energy is to the Long family?" Qin Dongxue thought that it would be weird if the Long family didn't react violently. All the top forces in China knew that the Long family cultivated the art of dragon control. They searched all over the world for true dragons, flood dragons, and even dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon saliva, and anything related to dragons. They wanted to absorb dragon qi and stimulate and temper the Long family's bloodline. Outsiders did not know whether the true dragon had been found or not, but the Forbidden Palace that the Long family had guarded for hundreds of years was already in the hands of the Long family. Any outsider who dared to covet it would be seen as a mortal enemy by the Long family. They would not stop until the other party's bones were ground to dust. Ling Yan wasn't absorbing the dragon energy. He was absorbing the Long family's luck and foundation. Of course, that was the Long family's fundamental interests. Of course, Ling Yan said that he only absorbed a little dragon energy. Qin Dongxue didn't know how Qin Dongxue would react if he said that he absorbed all the dragon energy in the Forbidden Palace. However, according to Qin Dongshue's understanding of Ling Yan, she knew that he must have absorbed a lot of it. As for the exact amount, Qin Dongxue naturally wouldn't ask. She only reminded him, Ling Yun, you're going to be in big trouble. The Long family won't let you off easily. Auntie, don't worry. I understand. Ling Yun was grateful to see Qin Dongshue's worried face, but he remained calm. I won't let the Long family go so easily, he said plainly. Qin Dongxue observed Ling Yun's expression carefully and realized that he was determined. She immediately understood that the battle between Ling Yun and the Long family was inevitable. So she didn't say anything more, and the look in her beautiful eyes gradually changed from worry to determination. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Qin Dongxue said to herself. The car exited the 6th Ring Road and headed east. There were fewer and fewer cars on the road. Tai Xiaohu sped up and soon arrived at the small mountain village where Yi Xingchen was temporarily staying. Yi Xingchen's divine sense was powerful, so she had sensed Ling Yun's car as soon as it entered the range of her divine sense. Naturally, she had come out to greet him. What a beautiful woman. As soon as Qin Dongxue got out of the car, she saw the graceful Yi Xingchen. She was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. When Ling Yun saved his father, Qin Dongxue was there too. She even fought alongside Yi Xingchen. However, Yi Xingchen was wearing a veil then, so no one could see her face clearly. At that time, Qin Dongxue was already stunned by Yi Xingchen's peerless figure. Now that she saw her face, she couldn't help but admit her inferiority. Qin Dongxue was extremely beautiful. In terms of appearance and charm, only Bai Xian'er and Ning Lingyu could make her exclaim in awe and even concede defeat to her. But now, there was one more person on that list, and this person seemed to be ranked first in terms of overall strength. No matter what, Qin Dongxue was Ling Yun's aunt now. Hence, she regained her composure and walked forward. Hello, Miss Yi, we meet again. You're so beautiful. Yi Xingchen smiled at Qin Dongxue and said. Yi Xingchen was still dressed in her usual black veil. Seeing Qin Dongxue take the initiative to greet her, she felt a little awkward. Qin, how should she address her? Miss Qin? Big Sister Qin? Or should she call her aunt like Ling Yun? Yi Xingchen couldn't be blamed for feeling awkward. This address would affect how they would interact in the future. Frankly speaking, the pugilistic world had its own rules. If not for Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen would have called her Miss Qin directly. That was because they treated each other according to their status in the pugilistic world. Qin Dongxue was a direct descendant of the Qin family, and Yi Xingchen was the holy virgin of the devil sect. Their status in the pugilistic world was similar. In fact, Yi Xingchen's status was even higher because the devil sect was powerful. If Qin Dongxue was a few years older, Yi Xingchen would at most call her big sister Qin out of respect. That would be the limit. Thinking about how Yi Xingchen treated Lin Menghan and Yao Rou back then, it was clear. But now, with Ling Yun's relationship with her, it was troublesome. Her relationship with Ling Yun had never been made public. Would Qin Dongxue be unhappy if she called him aunt? Yi Xingchen's mind raced. Even though she was smart, she couldn't help but worry. At this time, Ling Yun had also gotten out of the car. Seeing Yi Xingchen in a dilemma, he immediately said, Call me big sister. Qin Dongshue's sudden voice interrupted Ling Yun, causing him to swallow the words aunt that almost escaped his mouth. Pfft! Yi Xingchen burst into laughter and took a step forward. She took the initiative to hold Qin Dongshue's arm. Big sister Qin, you're the one with peerless grace, just like a fairy. Ling Yun, who was at the back, raised his hand to his forehead after witnessing this scene. His expression was incomparably miserable as he thought to himself, what kind of seniority is this? How could Ling Yun not be miserable? He called Qin Dongxue aunt, but Yi Xingchen called her sister. This way, Ling Yun was one generation lower than Yi Xingchen. Qin Dongxue continued, Xingchen, you can just call me big sister from now on. We're all people of the pugilistic world, so don't worry too much. Okay. Yi Xingchen agreed readily. She seemed very happy as she glanced at the screaming Ling Yun. She then said to Qin Dongxue, Big sister Qin, I already prepared tea when I knew you were coming. Fortunately, we have enough time. Let's rest for a while before heading to the auction. Alright, let's talk inside. As they spoke, the two of them actually held hands and walked towards the wooden house while whispering sweet nothings to each other. Their intimacy made them seem like sisters who had been separated for many years and had finally reunited. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia didn't even greet Ling Yun and left him outside. I brought this upon myself. Ling Yun looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. He thought to himself that he must have lost his mind to have allowed the two of them to be together. How regretful. However, Ling Yun knew very well in his heart that Qin Dongxue and Xianxia would meet sooner or later because of the devil subduing conference. They couldn't avoid it. Moreover, even without the devil subduing conference, as Xianxia and Ling Yun's relationship grew closer, she would sooner or later come out from behind the scenes and face everyone around Ling Yun. Sigh, so be it. Which man doesn't have to be a generation younger than his wife? A man has to be magnanimous and broad-minded. Ling Yun muttered to himself to console himself. Big brother Yun, Mo Wudao walked over, obviously suppressing his laughter. However, his eyes were deep in thought as he reminded Ling Yun, "You're not the only one who's a generation younger than you." T. Ling Yun couldn't find a punching bag to vent his anger on, so he flew into a rage. Just as he was about to lash out at Mo Wudao, he suddenly stopped. Qin Dongxue letting Xianxia call her big sister indeed made Xianxia a generation older than Ling Yun. However, in reality, Qin Dongxue was the one who took the initiative to lower her seniority. She just handled it very cleverly and avoided Ling Yun alone. The profundity of this was worth pondering. Mo Wudao didn't use telepathy to remind Ling Yun. Qin Dongxue, who had already entered the wooden hut, blushed as soon as he finished speaking. Xianxia, who also heard this, smiled and poured tea for Qin Dongxue as if he didn't hear anything. Big brother Yun, there are mountains and rivers here. The environment is really good. I'll go take a look. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu, who had just recovered from the shock of Xianxia's beauty, flew away with a flushed face. Old Tai, wait for me, let's go together. I'm more familiar with this place than you are. Mo Wudao seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing. Of course, he didn't dare to enter the hut and immediately chased after Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun stood rooted to the ground like a wooden statue, not moving for a long time. Inside the wooden hut. Good tea. Qin Dongxue took a sip of the tea and praised it. Then, she looked at Xianxia and said, "Little sister, if we met half a year ago, we might have fought to the death. Who would have thought that we would be sitting together and drinking tea now? The world is unpredictable." Xianxia smiled sweetly. "I know a thing or two about Big Sister Qin's past. What do you plan to do if you meet the people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa at the Demon Subduing Conference?" Qin Dongshua's heart skipped a beat. This Xianxia was really sharp. With a simple sentence, he directly asked her what was on her mind. Of course, she understood that Xianxia was referring to the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain in Qingshui City and the expulsion of Xianxia from Deity Sword Mountain Villa. "Little sister, it's hard for me to answer this question. I can only say that it depends on the situation." Frankly speaking, Qin Dongxue really didn't want to go against her original master. After all, she had 20 years of gratitude. Xianxia nodded. "I know Big Sister's difficulties, but I think it's better for Big Sister to make a decision as soon as possible. Because you should know the origins of Deity Sword Mountain Villa. This sect is actually a vassal of the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect. As far as I know, Ning Lingyu's mother is currently suffering in the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect." Qin Dongshua's delicate body shook, and her pretty face turned pale instantly. Xianxia glanced at Qin Dongxue but remained unmoved. "Big Sister Qin, there are some things that Ling Yun might not be able to tell you in time, or perhaps it's inconvenient for him to do so. This article was written by. However, he stayed with me for a few days ago. During that time, he mentioned to me several times that he wanted me to gather information on the Sky Sword sect as soon as possible. He said that the first thing he wanted to do after the Devil Subduing Conference was to attack the Sky Sword sect and rescue Mother from her misery." As she spoke, Xianxia couldn't help but turn her head and glance at Ling Yun, who was still standing outside in a daze. She couldn't help but smile. Then, she turned back and said, "Ling Yun's matters are my matters. If he wants to go to the Sky Sword sect, I will naturally accompany him. That's why I'm telling you these things in hopes that you can make a decision as soon as possible." Big sister Xianxia has been spoiled rotten by master since young. I've always been straightforward and unapologetic. If I've offended you in any way, please punish me, big sister. Xianxia couldn't help but size Xianxia up. She couldn't help but re-evaluate Xianxia. She was simply too calm, too straightforward, and too capable. She only cared about Ling Yun and nothing else. Ling Yun had countless beauties by his side, but none of them could compare to Xianxia. That was Xianxia's evaluation of Xianxia. She didn't know how far Xianxia and Ling Yun had progressed, but she already had the demeanor of a matriarch. No pretense, no concealment. She went straight to the point and cut through the Gordian knot. What a rare and good woman. Outside the door, Ling Yun, who was still playing the role of a wooden sculpture, praised from the bottom of his heart after hearing Xianxia's words. Such a wife is hard to find. Inside the house, Xianxia pondered for a moment before smiling. Xianxia, you're asking me to choose between the sect that expelled me and my sister. What do you think I'll choose? Xianxia didn't reply and only smiled knowingly. He poured tea for Xianxia again and said softly, Sister Qin, please have some tea. Xianxia nodded gently and took a sip of tea. Then, she put the teacup back on the table. Her eyes were suddenly filled with determination, and she said in a deep voice, let's not talk about the fact that I've been expelled by the deity Sword Villa. Even if I, Xianxia, really betrayed the sect, so what? For my sister, so what? The two of them looked at each other and smiled at the same time. When the time comes, let's go together. At this moment, Ling Yun, who was still playing the role of a wooden sculpture, watched this scene with his divine sense. He couldn't help but admire Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. This was Xianxia's first conversation with Xianxia, but he had already revealed what Xianxia was most conflicted about. It might seem abrupt, but it only took a few words to pull Xianxia into his trench. There were so many women around Ling Yun, but none of them had been able to do that. Xianxia laughed again. Xianxia, the devil subduing conference in 10 days was organized by the martial arts world just for you. To be honest, at that time I really thought you were a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. The two of them were now completely tied together. Naturally, there was nothing they couldn't talk about. Xianxia giggled and said casually, indeed, I killed without batting an eyelid. But the people I killed were those who deserved to be killed. Well, they were basically the people who forced my master and Uncle Ling to separate. Xianxia laughed. Well done. Those people deserve to be killed. The two of them talked about the two cases from 20 years ago in Huaxia. One involved the Qin family, the other the Ling family. The entanglement of fate had been like this since ancient times. The two beauties chatted away as they drank their tea. Soon, the pot of tea was finished. Hey, the wooden block outside the door, are you coming in or not? Xianxia suddenly turned her head and shouted at Ling Yun. Ling Yun flew into the house and said to the two of them with a smile, you already said it's a wooden block, how can it move? If it moves, wouldn't it become a monster? Xianxia rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. In my opinion, you're not much different from a monster. Ling Yun puffed out his chest and struck a pose that he thought was cool. Have you ever seen such a handsome monster? Xianxia looked at the two of them bickering. Indeed, she didn't feel sour anymore. Instead, she felt closer. The three of them continued drinking tea for a while. When it was about time, Ling Yun sent a telepathic message to Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao to return. The five of them packed up and went straight to the Yi family's auction house. Eastern suburbs of Beijing, Longwang Manor. The Yi family's ancient martial arts auction was held here. The time and venue were clearly marked on Ling Yun's VIP invitation. Even the floor was indicated, so it was easy to find. Moreover, Ling Yun had Xianxia by his side. She was completely familiar with the place. The mountain village where Xianxia lived was less than 10 kilometers away from Longwang Manor. At most, it was a 10-minute drive. They arrived at around 6:30 p.m. Longwang Manor was actually a village 10 years ago. After Beijing expanded to the 6th Ring Road, it naturally became a suburb. However, the degree of prosperity couldn't be compared to the 5th Ring Road. Tall buildings rose from flat ground. It was simply too eye-catching. Ling Yun noticed it as soon as the car drove into Longwang village. The building was more than twice the height of the surrounding residential buildings. It was brightly lit and splendid. Just by looking at the exterior view, it was very imposing. It was much more luxurious than the five-star hotels in Beijing. That's the building. Just drive over. Xianxia pointed and explained to everyone with a smile, this is actually a five-star luxury hotel. It's the property of the Yi family, but it's never open to the public. Usually, it only receives ancient martial arts practitioners from Xianxia. During the auction, as long as one can pay 100 million as a deposit, not only will food and accommodation be provided, but the service will also be very thorough. All expenses are waived. How extravagant. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. They're doing business. Of course, they have to think of ways to attract customers. Xianxia pouted. As they spoke, the car arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Get out. Ling Yan was in high spirits as he got out of the car first. Sir, are you here to participate in the auction? Did you bring an invitation? As soon as Ling Yan got out of the car, a burly man in a black suit walked over. He wasn't old, about 25 or 26 years old. However, Ling Yan could tell that he was an early Xianxia expert. He was probably a loyalist from the Yi family who was arranged to be here to receive guests. There were 7 or 8 such people standing at the entrance of the hotel, and this man was only one of them. Ling Yan nodded and handed the invitation letter to the other party. Then, he used the light assimilation technique to scan the audience. Because the auction would start in an hour, there were many people here at this time. Among them were monks, Taoist priests, nuns, swordsmen, men, and women, young and old. They were dressed in all kinds of styles and colors. There was a mix of fish and dragons. Most of them were ancient martial arts cultivators. There were Hotian experts, Xiantian experts, and even quite a few divine realm experts. Moreover, Ling Yun noticed that many people who didn't know martial arts were actually here to participate in the ancient martial arts auction. He guessed that they were here on behalf of someone else or sent by some big family to bid for some urgently needed items. Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan the area. At this moment, there were already 500 to 600 people in the entire building. Moreover, there were many cars nearby that were speeding over from all directions. Hiss, Ling Yan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, no wonder Xianxia said that the Yi family's ancient martial arts auction was the largest. There were probably thousands of people here. How many items would be auctioned in such an auction? How long would the auction last? Because if there weren't enough items, with so many people bidding, wouldn't those items be sold at sky-high prices? However, these things only occurred to him in a flash. He didn't need to worry about it at all. Everything could be seen slowly. In his divine sense, Ling Yan still hadn't found Xiao Mimi's figure. It seemed that she hadn't arrived yet. What's wrong? At this time, Xianxia had already gotten out of the car and stood beside Ling Yan. He didn't know when, but she had covered her face with a veil again. No one could see her face clearly anymore. Nothing. Ling Yan smiled lightly. I just didn't expect there to be so many people. It's practically a grand gathering of ancient martial arts cultivators. Xianxia smiled sweetly. It's a grand gathering to begin with. On average, the Yi family holds 3 auctions every year. This is the second one. It's held every year on September 9th. All the top forces in the ancient martial arts world know about it, so it's the largest. Xianxia already knew that this was Ling Yan's first time participating in an auction. She patiently explained to him. Hello, sir. Your invitation has been registered. Please follow me. The burly man who took Ling Yan's invitation to register came over again. He carefully handed the invitation back to Ling Yan. The expression on his face was clearly much more respectful than before. After all, it was an ancient martial arts auction. There were no names on the invitation, only numbers. Ling Yan took the invitation and looked at the people who were being led to pay the security deposit. He thought to himself that VIPs were indeed different. At least it saved him a lot of trouble. At this time, Tai Xiaohu had already parked his car and walked back. Thus, Ling Yun called out to the five of them and followed the burly man into the hotel lobby. "Sir, there's still about an hour before the auction starts. May I know if you'd like to go to your rooms to rest first or head straight to the auction lobby?" "My rooms?" Ling Yun thought to himself that food and lodging were indeed provided. However, he still asked, "What do you mean?" The man replied, "Sir, it's like this. For every guest with a VIP invitation, our auction will provide 3 rooms for them to rest for free. The rooms are all of the standard of a super 5-star presidential suite." What the F***ck, even Ling Yun was shocked to hear that. However, he didn't even think about it before rejecting, "No need, we'll head straight to the auction lobby." If it was only Yi Xingchen, Ling Yun would definitely choose to rest in his room first. However, Qing Dongxue was also there. Why would he go to her room? Was he looking for trouble? Another more important reason was that Ling Yun wanted to reach the auction lobby early so that he wouldn't attract too much attention if he went before the auction started. Ling Yun wanted to observe others by first impressions. Moreover, he really needed to go to the venue first to understand the process of the auction. "Then please follow me." The man led Ling Yun and the others straight to the elevator. They took the elevator directly to the 36th floor. "Sir, after you exit the elevator, just report your invitation card number. There will be someone to serve you." "Thank you." After the elevator door opened again, Ling Yun thanked the man. Then, they walked out of the elevator and arrived at the auction venue. Important notice, please use this site's free app. No ads, anti-piracy, fast updates, members synchronized bookshelf. Download the free reader. The guy didn't exit the elevator. He watched as Ling Yun and company walked out of the elevator before following the elevator down. This was the busiest time for them to receive guests. If Ling Yun wasn't holding a VIP invitation, he would only be able to send them to the elevator on the first floor. "Hello, sir. May I know if you are VIP number 9? Indeed, there was someone to receive them. Furthermore, it was a woman in her mid-20s. She was well-dressed and had a curvaceous figure. Her face was clean and beautiful, and she had a gentle smile on her face. Overall, she looked pleasing to the eye. At the Yi family's auction, all the attendants in charge of receiving guests were equipped with special communication devices. They could communicate with each other in real time to save time and improve the efficiency of receiving guests. It seemed like the guide had informed her when he was registering Ling Yun. Hence, she was already waiting at the elevator door. Once Ling Yun and company exited the elevator, she welcomed them warmly. Ling Yun nodded and handed the invitation over. At the same time, he scanned her with his divine sense and sized her up. He was shocked to discover that she was an early-stage Xianxia expert. Ling Yun was shocked. Of course, it wasn't because of Yi Xiaoqing's realm, but because of the Yi family's terrifying heritage. The attendants at the hotel entrance were all Xianxia experts. Now that they were at the auction, no one would dare to cause trouble. However, the attendants here were also Xianxia experts. That was shocking. "Hello, sir. My name is Yi Xiaoqing." Although Yi Xiaoqing's badge clearly displayed her name, she still took the initiative to report her name out of courtesy. Then, she said with a smile, "Tonight, I will be in charge of all the service work in VIP room 9. I'm very happy to serve you." Yi Xiaoqing was very enthusiastic, but she was neither servile nor overbearing. She didn't fawn over Ling Yun just because he was a VIP. It was obvious that she had been specially trained by the Yi family. Furthermore, she had been in this job for many years and was used to seeing all sorts of important people and occasions. Ling Yun smiled lightly. "Thank you. No need. Sir, you are too polite. You are the first VIPs to come to the auction. It's my honor." Ling Yun's politeness had obviously won the other party's favor. Her tone was much more sincere than before. She said with a smile, "Please follow me." With that said, Yi Xiaoqing extended her hand and made an inviting gesture. Then, she led Ling Yun and company straight to VIP room 9. As Ling Yun walked, he sized up the entire auction venue. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the Yi family's professionalism and extravagance. This luxurious hotel was obviously built by the Yi family for the purpose of holding the auction. It was said to have 36 floors, but in fact, the entire floor was 10 meters high. This floor was equivalent to the height of the 3 floors below. The hall was very large. Other than a few necessary rooms, elevators, and the surrounding load-bearing pillars, it was almost the size of the entire building. The venue was divided into 2 levels. Ling Yun was currently on the lower level, which was 7 meters high. At the lowest point of the venue, there was a 50 square meter stage, which was naturally used to host the auction. Around the auction stage, other than the necessary rooms and passageways, there were seats in all directions. They were arranged in a funnel shape, from low to high, in rows. It looked similar to a basketball stadium used for formal competitions. No matter which corner one sat in, it wouldn't affect the view of the auction stage. This was obviously to not affect the bidding. Ling Yun used his divine sense to scan and roughly estimated that there were at least 800 seats on this level, but it wasn't crowded. This was because there was a certain gap between the seats, and every seat was spacious and comfortable. It was equivalent to a first-class seat on a plane. In front of every seat, there was a high-end computer. This level was obviously for ordinary guests because at this moment, Ling Yun and company had already followed Yi Xiaoqing into a dedicated elevator and arrived at the upper level. After exiting the elevator, Yi Xiaoqing quickly led Ling Yun and company to VIP room 9. All the rooms on the second floor are provided to bidders with VIP invitations. "Sir, this is your VIP room number 9. Please come in." The door was naturally open, and Ling Yun walked in directly. He glanced at the facilities in the room and nodded in satisfaction. He teased, "Whoa, the decorations in this room really make me feel more comfortable than at home." The entire VIP room was huge. It was more than 100 square meters and was spacious and bright. There was an expensive carpet, a high-end leather sofa, a tea table in front of the sofa, a huge LCD TV on the wall facing the sofa, and a few comfortable chairs. There were also 3 widescreen computers lined up in the room. There were even a few paintings of famous people hanging on the wall. Everything was here, everything was here. With all of this, I don't even know if I'm here to participate in the auction or to enjoy myself, Ling Yun sighed. Pfft. Yi Xiaoqing couldn't help but laugh at Ling Yun's teasing. She immediately knew that it was his first time participating in the Yi family's auction. She hurriedly said, "Make yourself at home. This is what we should do." She observed his expression and quickly explained in detail, "Actually, all of these things are useful. Let me explain it to you. When the auction begins, this LCD TV will broadcast the auction live. It will display all the items being auctioned, as well as a detailed introduction of most of the items. Everything will be clear at a glance. As for these 3 computers, they will be used for the auction. When an item that you like appears, you can use them to bid for it. Of course, you don't have to worry about the operation at all. You just need to name a price, and I can do everything else for you. If there isn't an item that you like for the time being, you can sit on the sofa and rest. I'll be waiting outside at any time. Call me if there's anything. Of course, if you're willing to experience the atmosphere of the auction." Yi Xiaoqing came to the lounging chairs and placed them at the entrance of the VIP room. Then, she turned back and said with a smile, "You just have to sit here and look down. The view is very good. Everything on the first floor will be clear at a glance." There was a huge empty space between the second and first floor. It was like a patio. The location of VIP room 9 was not bad. There was no need to stand. As long as one sat at the entrance and looked down, they would be able to see the auction stage. It was less than 20 meters away. To people like Ling Yun, it was no different from having it placed right in front of him. Ling Yun had already noticed this when he was at the entrance, so there was no need for Yi Xiaoqing to explain. It was perfect. At this moment, Ling Yun, who was already sitting on the sofa, thought to himself, "This is really perfect." The LCD TV broadcast the entire process, displaying and introducing the items in all directions, and the computer bidding. There was no need to shout or raise a paddle to bid. When there was an item that they wanted, all they had to do was tap their fingers and the auction would be completed. Moreover, Ling Yun didn't even need to tap his fingers. All he had to do was open his mouth and Yi Xiaoqing would do it for him. At this moment, he saw Yi Xiaoqing put down the lounge chair. She pointed to the ceiling above her head and said, "Sir, our Yi family's auction house has installed a holographic projection facility in the VIP lounge 3 years ago. All the auction items that are on display can be displayed in the VIP lounge through holographic projection. Other than being unable to touch or sense its spiritual energy, everything else is identical to the real thing." After hearing this, Ling Yan was slightly surprised. Was this still an ancient martial arts auction? Not only was there a live broadcast, but there was also a computer bidding. Even holographic projection technology was used. This was too high-tech. Ling Yun wasn't the only one who was surprised. Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao, who were beside him, were dumbfounded. In short, everything is for the convenience of our customers. This is the purpose of our Yi family auction house. After Yi Xiaoqing finished her introduction, she smiled and summarized. Finally, she asked, "Sir, do you have any other questions?" Ling Yan shook his head and smiled. "No. Now that you mention it, it seems like I only need to wait patiently for the auction to begin." Such comprehensive and thoughtful service had widened Ling Yan's horizons. There was really no need for him to ask any more questions. "Sir, it's less than an hour before the auction begins. The TV has already begun broadcasting the various introductions of the basic auction items. Do you need me to switch on the TV for you?" Ling Yan had long wanted to know what auction items the Yi family auction house had. Hence, he immediately nodded and got Yi Xiaoqing to switch on the TV. "May I know what drinks the few of you would like? Tea, coffee, or any snacks you need, we have it all here." After Yi Xiaoqing finished the basic introductions, she immediately began her service. In the end, Ling Yun and the other three naturally ordered tea. Only Mo Wudao shamelessly ordered coffee. The VIP room indeed had everything. Yi Xiaoqing didn't even leave the room to brew tea and coffee. She was very efficient and finished quickly. Then, she waited respectfully at the side. Ling Yun glanced at Yi Xiaoqing and said with a smile, "Miss Yi, since the auction will only begin after a while, we still need to discuss some matters." "What do you think?" Yi Xiaoqing instantly understood. She immediately smiled and said, "All right, then I'll go out first. The few of you, please make yourselves at home. If you need anything, just press the service button on the table and I'll come over immediately." With that, Yi Xiaoqing smiled politely at Ling Yun and the rest before leaving VIP room 9. Phew, once Yi Xiaoqing left, Mo Wudao immediately laid down on the spacious sofa. He let out a long sigh and said, "The Yi family is amazing. An ancient martial arts auction is so heaven-defying. Even I'm a little nervous." At this moment, Ling Yun was staring intently at the auction items displayed on the TV. His eyes were burning as he carefully looked at the detailed introductions of the various auction items. He casually said, "How useless. We're here to enjoy the service. What's there to be nervous about? It's just a small event." With that said, Ling Yun moved his mind. Dozens of goose egg-sized spirit stones instantly flew out of the universe ring. Under the control of Ling Yun's divine will, they formed a formation in the air. Drop. Ling Yun moved his mind again. Dozens of spirit stones fell straight to the ground and formed a formation with a wave of his hand. This was the small divine defense formation. It could isolate divine senses. Today, 5 a.m. Genius website. Mobile version. These were, of course, the batch of spirit stones that Ling Yun had obtained from the antique market in Xingshui City. At that time, Ling Yun had plucked enough raw jadeite stones and spirit stones to fill 3 carts. Ling Yun had entrusted Yu Xingjin and Song Jingyang to sell the raw jadeite stones on his behalf, but he hadn't sold any of the spirit stones. Ling Yun hadn't reached the qi refinement stage back then, so he hadn't used up much of these spirit stones. Only when he was cultivating the divine yang cultivation technique did he use up most of the metal and fire spirit stones. He had kept the rest until now. Now that Ling Yun had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation stage 3, the divine energy in his sea of knowledge had accumulated to the size of a small lake. He could now set up some higher-level spell formations. Hence, these spirit stones came in handy at this moment. The small divine defense formation, as the name suggested, was specifically used to block divine senses, but it wouldn't hinder the people inside the formation from using their divine senses to probe the outside. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among the 5 basic elemental spirit stones, the earth element was naturally the best for setting up a formation to defend against divine senses. However, Ling Yun didn't prepare that many. It wasn't that he didn't have enough earth spirit stones, but that some of them were too big to be used in the room. Therefore, he mixed in a few other elemental spirit stones. Even though the effect was slightly reduced, it was more than enough to defend against the detection of masters below Qi Cultivation Stage 8. This is the small divine defense formation. Ling Yun chuckled as he looked at the other 4 people's shocked gazes. He then used telepathy to explain the function of the formation to them. Finally, he said, however, this formation can only block other people's divine senses. It can't block sight or sound. Therefore, from now on, we'll use telepathy to speak among ourselves. After reminding everyone, Ling Yun pointed outside in the direction of the dedicated elevator. He smiled and said, more VIPs are coming up. They're masters of the divine power state. If one wanted to get the Yi clan's VIP invitation, one had to have the qualifications. One had to be one of the 8 big clans in Xianxia, or be the great elder of the heavenly group and dragon group, or be the sect leader of an ancient martial arts sect or the clan leader of a hidden clan. Of course, ordinary people who didn't know martial arts could also be invited, but the prerequisite was that they had to participate in the Yi clan's auction and spend a terrifying amount of money. Anything less than 10 billion was out of the question. Because the Yi clan's auction commission was 20% of the auction item's transaction price, you spent a total of 10 billion, which was equivalent to the Yi clan earning 2 billion. This was the only way for ordinary people to receive the Yi clan's VIP invitation. Of course, those who were able to take out rare treasures for the Yi clan to auction were also qualified to be honored guests of the Yi clan's auction. This was because the auction earned them commission. They were the god of wealth and could not be offended. As long as an auction item obtained the approval of the Yi clan, regardless of gender, age, cultivation, or status, they would immediately become a distinguished guest of the Yi clan. They would be given a room on the 2nd floor of the VIP room. Therefore, those who had the qualifications to enter the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor of the auction, be it the buyer or the seller, all had a great background, and they all had to go through the Yi clan. These were the 4 great benefits of the auction that Ling Yun had spoken of: connections, resources, information, and connections among prophets. The Divinity Realm expert who had just walked out of the elevator was obviously a frequent guest of the Yi clan's auction, because he was very familiar with the receptionist standing at the elevator entrance. Ling Yun used his divine sense and the light assimilation technique at the same time to secretly size up the man. The man was burly and looked very tough. He was in his 50s, and his beard and hair were all spread out. He didn't need to speak to exude a thick air of heroism. At first glance, he looked like a living Zhang Fei, but his eyes sparkled from time to time. Clearly, he was extremely astute. 10,000 miles alone, starry sky. Just then, Xianxia, who had been sitting lazily on the sofa since entering the room, spoke up. Ling Yun turned his head and asked curiously, "Starry sky? What does that mean?" There was a rare glimmer of anticipation in Xianxia's eyes as he explained, "He's called Starry Sky. He's not affiliated with any sect, and his origins are mysterious. He's been a loner for the past 30 years, often appearing in famous mountains and great rivers, as well as the Gobi Desert to explore. He specializes in providing high-grade auction items for the Yi clan's auction, and the items he auctions are all rare treasures that are hard to find in the world. I wonder what treasures he's brought to auction this time." Realization dawned on Ling Yun. So this was the god of fortune of the Yi clan. No wonder the receptionists were so polite to him. The moment Starry Sky stepped out of the elevator, he immediately drew many gasps of surprise. However, he didn't care at all. Instead, he cupped his fists at everyone and laughed heartily as a greeting before following the receptionist to the 2nd floor. Starry Sky. What an interesting name. I really want to beat up a tycoon. Ling Yun's eyes lit up as he listened to Xianxia's introduction, and his heart itched. Pfft, Xianxia snickered and rolled his eyes at Ling Yun. Then, he said seriously, "For so many years, there have been countless people who have designs on Starry Sky. But look at him, he's still alive and well, while those people have all disappeared from the world. This person's cultivation is at least at the 6th level of divine power. But even though he's mysterious, he doesn't offend those who don't offend him. He only does business, so he's not a bad person. It seemed that this person wouldn't be too bad at doing things if Xianxia's evaluation was not bad. However, Ling Yan still muttered to himself, he's just a lone thief. Starry Sky came over while the two were talking. He was VIP number 6 and was 2 rooms away from Ling Yan. He just happened to pass by Ling Yan's door. Ling Yan noticed that when Starry Sky walked past his door, he glanced at Ling Yan's room from time to time. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't stop and walked straight past. Hee, you can't detect it with your divine sense, right? You're dead tired. Ling Yan couldn't help but chuckle as he knew what Starry Sky was surprised about. That attendant invited Starry Sky to VIP number 6 to sit down. As expected, he didn't give any explanation and just asked him what he wanted to drink like he was familiar with the place. In the end, Starry Sky directly said Old Mao Tai. Seeing this, Ling Yan retracted his divine sense and couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to him. In the ancient martial arts world of Xianxia, there are many lone wolves like Starry Sky. They specialize in exploring various secret realms and then auction the treasures they find at auctions or exchange them for the cultivation resources they need. Xianxia saw that Ling Yan's attention had returned to the television, so he said this to him. Yes. Ling Yan understood very well because he had always done this in the cultivation world. Therefore, he had the deepest understanding. There was no choice. Without a sect, he could only rely on himself for all equipment and risking his life for cultivation resources. There were less than 40 minutes to the auction. Very soon, there was a third, a fourth, and more people ascending to the second floor. Ling Yan only paid attention to the masters of the transcendent realm and couldn't be bothered to look at the rest. The TV showed the various auction items waiting to be auctioned. The introduction was very detailed. From the name, picture, quantity, unit, to the base price, and even the increment of each auction item, everything was clearly marked. There was also an impassioned commentary. Ling Yan stared at the introduction of the various auction items on the LCD television. At first, he was watching with great interest and anticipation, but after a while, he felt bored and disappointed. The introduction was very good, but the auction items disappointed him to the core. For example, the various weapons that ancient martial arts practitioners used the most, as well as the best medicine for wounds and so on. There were also slightly more advanced body honing pills, body tempering pills, marrow cleansing pills, healing talismans, and so on. There were also some rarer medicinal herbs and various low-level materials. However, these things could only be used by ancient martial arts practitioners below the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. They were completely useless to the current Ling Yan. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 items that caught Ling Yan's eye, but they were merely chi cultivation pills, spirit concentration pills, or higher-level talismans. In addition, there were some unorthodox items such as various poisons and even corpse powder. It could be said that the auction items displayed on the television could make ordinary people and Hotian realm experts scramble for them, and even Xiantian realm experts fight over them. However, these items were all trash in Ling Yan's eyes. Ling Yan didn't need weapons. He had plenty of them after the few battles. As for elixirs and talismans, Ling Yan was even more dismissive. The worst elixirs in his spatial ring were marrow cleansing pills, and they were all of the highest quality, far superior to those auctioned items. Talismans were needless to say. The Yi family made such a big fuss with just these auction items. It was really all bark and no bite. Xianxia, who had been sitting lazily beside Ling Yan and drinking tea with Qin Dongxue, naturally noticed Ling Yan's expression. She couldn't help but smile and ask, "Why, are you disappointed?" Up until now, Xianxia couldn't even be bothered to look at the auction items displayed on the television. Ling Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How can I not be disappointed? These are all useless to me. I don't even have the golden black devilish silk, let alone treasures." Ling Yan's only goal in participating in the Yi family's auction was the golden black devilish silk. He was determined to get it, but he didn't see it on the television. "That's right, you've already noticed that the golden black devilish silk isn't on display here. What's the hurry?" Xianxia sat up straight and pointed outside the door with a slender finger. She smiled and said, "Look at those people outside. More than 80% of them are Hotian realm experts. The auction items shown on TV right now are all for sale to them. Moreover, these items won't be auctioned on the spot. When the auction starts in a while, the bidders will bid on the computer, and the highest bidder will win. As for the items we need, they will be displayed on the auction stage. Then, the host will host the auction. At that time, the television will broadcast it live and introduce the items in detail." Ling Yan was speechless. Is that even possible? No wonder Xianxia didn't even look at the television when it was switched on. He then asked, "But if these items aren't displayed on the stage, how will the bidders be able to determine the authenticity? How will they dare to bid freely?" Xianxia giggled. The biggest feature of the Yi family's auction is that other than some special auction items that require the bidder's own judgment, most of the other items have already been appraised. All the items that are only auctioned on the computer are guaranteed to be authentic. If it's fake, I'll pay you 10 times the price. This is the Yi family's signature. Genius website. Mobile version. So that's how it is. Ling Yan understood instantly. That was the answer to the question he had when he first arrived at the hotel entrance. Why did the Yi family only need a few hours to settle an auction with thousands of people and so many items to be auctioned? All the items that were of use below the middle stage of the Xiantian realm were auctioned off on the computer. There was no need for a host, and the highest bidder would win. That was why these items would be displayed on the television or computer in advance with a detailed introduction. As long as you had your eyes on the item, you could enter the price directly on the computer when the auction started. Wasn't that easy? How could it not be fast? Everyone didn't need to wait. All they had to do was find the item they needed and wait for the bid. As long as no one made a higher bid, the item would be considered a success. This was like an online supermarket. The only difference was that the price wasn't fixed. You had to add more money, and more money. Only by beating all the other bidders could you get your hands on the item. If all the items were auctioned off this way, the auction would only take an hour at most. There were only 100 or so experts above the middle stage of the Xiantian realm in the entire auction hall. Only the items that these people needed would be placed on the auction stage for others to bid on. Those items were naturally much fewer, probably only a few dozen items at most. Of course, a few hours would be enough to auction these dozens of items. Even if some of the items got into a stalemate, it would only take 10 minutes at most. After all, it was just bidding. Understood. Ling Yan nodded and asked again, "Then why don't they all auction like this? Wouldn't it be faster that way?" Xianxia was speechless. He glanced at Ling Yan and pouted. This is an auction, not a showcase. Of course, they need a host to set up the atmosphere. Moreover, there are always a few items that the Yi family's appraisers can't appraise. They can only let the bidders judge for themselves. Ling Yun nodded. That's more like it. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to pick up the leftovers. But those items that are being auctioned should be displayed, right? Why are you being so secretive? Xianxia laughed. Psychological warfare. Since it's a treasure, of course it has to be hidden. It definitely won't be displayed until the auction. Only then will the bidders hesitate and worry about their gains and losses. Only when they see the auction item that they like will they be willing to bid with all their might. You don't know if the next auction item will be useful to you or not, but all you need to know is that the auction item in front of you is something you must obtain. If you don't want this one, it will be snatched away by another bidder. I'm sorry, but this is the last one for tonight. There are no more. Do you think you will not bid with all your might? In this way, not only could real treasures be auctioned for sky-high prices, but ordinary treasures could also be auctioned for sky-high prices. That was the only way to maximize profits. This was the secret of the auction. I say, damn, the Yi family really knows how to play, making me watch TV for half a day. Ling Yan couldn't help but complain. He couldn't be bothered to watch television anymore. Xianxia laughed. Since I have nothing to do, it's good to understand more. It's not just the Yi family, the Long family, and the Heavenly Group's auctions are all like this. They use the methods of secular auctions, auctioning items from the ancient martial world. It's much more high-end than finding a random place in the ancient martial world and a bunch of people huddled together to bid chaotically. It's precisely because of this that the Yi family and the Long family's ancient martial arts auctions are becoming more and more popular. More and more people come. After all, it's a modern society, and cultivators keep up with the times. Ling Yan nodded as he listened. He couldn't help but sigh at the power of technology and the progress of the times. Transportation was convenient, communication was developed, and the service was thorough. Why wouldn't they come? There was really no reason not to come. There's still half an hour. Most people should be here already. Just wait for the Yi family's auction's opening prize. You might get a surprise when the time comes. Yi Xingchen swept the outside with his divine sense and said to Ling Yun. Opening prize? It's the first item to be auctioned after the auction starts. That item might not be very useful for ancient martial arts cultivation, but it's definitely a rare treasure that mortals rarely see. It will attract everyone's attention and set off the atmosphere of the venue. That's why it's called the opening prize. When Ling Yan heard this, he found it a little funny. So that's how it is. He wanted to see what treasure the Yi clan could bring out to open the auction. Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao, like Ling Yun, were also attending an auction for the first time. They didn't have a chance to speak at all and could only listen to Yi Xingchen's explanation in silence. When they heard Yi Xingchen talk about the opening prize, they couldn't help but reveal looks of curiosity and anticipation, hoping that the auction would start as soon as possible. During this period of time, there were people passing by Ling Yan's VIP room from time to time. They came in waves, but rarely did they come alone. Most of them came in groups of 3 to 5, and there was no lack of transcendent experts among them. Very soon, the guests from VIP rooms 1 to 8 had all arrived. Ling Yan's divine sense enveloped the room, not letting a single room go unnoticed. VIP room 1 belongs to the Long family, Yi Xingchen suddenly said. Number 2 belongs to the Lu family, number 3 to the Tan family, number 4 to the Li family. I'm not sure about number 5, but it's very likely to be from the heavenly team. Number 6 is Sky Full Stars, number 7 is the representative of Mount Longhu, and number 8 is the representative of the Shaolin Temple. Number 6, 7, and 8 are usually the auction house. Sky Full Stars rare treasures, Dragon Tiger Mountains talismans and elixirs, and Shaolin Temple's elixirs are all very important auction items in the Yi family's auctions. Yi Xingchen spoke with certainty, his eyes filled with strong confidence. Ling Yan couldn't help but turn his head and stare blankly at Yi Xingchen. Wasn't Yi Xingchen's intelligence a little too powerful? Xingchen, when did you start investigating? What moved Ling Yan even more was that he only said he wanted to attend an auction, but Yi Xingchen actually did so much for him in secret. Qin Dongxue was equally shocked. She looked at Yi Xingchen in surprise. Once again, she saw him in a different light. Being stared at by Ling Yan like that, Yi Xingchen was a little shy. Actually, I didn't do much research. Number 1, 4, 7, and 8 are basically fixed seats. The Yi family won't move them in every auction. Ling Yan knew that even though Yi Xingchen made it sound simple, this information wasn't something an ordinary person could obtain. He must have put in a lot of effort just to let him know himself and his enemy. What's up with number 2 and 3? I've never heard of the Lu family and the Tan family. Why are they so close to the front? Yi Xingchen smiled and said, the 2 families I focused on investigating were the 2 of them. These 2 fixed seats originally belonged to the Chen family and the Sun family. Now that Sun Chen has been eliminated by you, these 2 families are restless and want to take over the seats and replace Sun Chen as one of the new 7 great clans. So they spent a lot of capital to get these 2 seats from the Yi family. Ling Yun was amused. F*CK, the highest level in those 2 VIP rooms is only at Xiantian realm level 7. They want to become one of the 7 big families in Beijing? Are you kidding me? Yi Xingchen didn't speak for a long while. After a while, he said, disregarding everything else, just based on the level of the strongest person in the family, they're at least stronger than the current Chao and Li families. They're not much weaker than the original Sun family. Moreover, before you led the Ling family to rise, the meaning behind Yi Xingchen's words was clear. 2 months ago, the Lu and Tan families were at least stronger than 3 of the 7 big families in Beijing, especially the Ling family. this wasn't funny at all. These two families have been coveting the position of one of the 7 big families in Beijing for a long time. If not for the strong rise of the Ling family under your leadership, they would have been able to push down 2 of the Chao, Li, and Ling families in less than 3 years. Now that the Ling family has risen, they've destroyed the Sunchen alliance. It's just the right time to make space for these 2 families. However, those 2 places definitely aren't given for free. They need the support of the Long and Yi families. That's why they've put in a lot of effort to participate in the Yi family's auction and buy treasures for the Long family. At the same time, they can build up their reputation, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Qin Dongxue chimed in, that's true. The Lu and Tan families have risen too quickly in the past 10 years. They've already surpassed the Chao, Li, and Ling families in terms of cultivation base. They're just lacking in terms of reputation and some shortcomings. It's just that they've been lying low and biding their time. That's much more fun. After listening, Ling Yan smiled and said, buying treasures at the Yi family's auction and giving them to the Long family, paying for the passage, wanting the Long family to support them. Doesn't that mean that number 1, number 2, and number 3 are enemies? To Ling Yun, the Long family was definitely an enemy. Since the Lu and Tan families wanted to follow the Long family, they were naturally potential enemies. Ling Yan had found his target now. Looking around, including Mount Longhu and Shaolin Temple, number 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 were all enemies. Under such circumstances, Ling Yun definitely wouldn't let them have it easy. Ling Yan made up his mind immediately and asked, the people from the Li family don't cultivate. Why are they attending the ancient martial arts auction? Just because they have more money? Yi Xingchen laughed. The Li family participates in 2 or 3 auctions every year at this time. They spend a lot of money each time. Firstly, it's to give gifts, and secondly, it's to extend the life of their old master. Giving gifts was to preserve the status of the 7 big families. It was naturally the same for extending the life of their old master. Ling Yun, I also received news that the Yi family's auction this time has people from the East Sea and Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance. I don't know if they're the buyers or sellers, let alone which VIP room they're in. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. The Independent Cultivators Alliance? Ling Yan thought of someone and asked immediately, could it be Sikong Wuqing? Yi Xingchen said disdainfully, Sikong Wuqing wouldn't dare to return even if he had 100 guts. The East Seas Independent Cultivators Alliance has been interacting with the ancient martial arts sects on the mainland for the past 2 years. They're secretly communicating with each other. Who knows what they're up to? As for why the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance is here, that's even more unclear. Ling Yan thought to himself that this was really a grand event of the ancient martial arts world. It seemed like he hadn't come here for nothing. Suddenly, Ling Yan's divine thoughts moved and saw a graceful and alluring figure slowly walking out of the elevator. Xiao Mimi had finally arrived, she had practically arrived on the dot. When Xiao Mimi walked out of the elevator, it was already less than 5 minutes before the auction officially began. When Xiao Mimi left the Devil Sect a month ago, she had already reached the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 2. Her only cultivation technique, the Sky Demon Formless Charm technique, had also reached the 5th stage. After returning to Ling Yan's side, Xiao Mimi was stuck between Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen for more than half a month because Ling Yan's identity could not be confirmed. It was only after Ling Yan saved his father and confirmed his identity that she was finally freed. It could be said that after suffering comes happiness. Now, not only had Ling Yan completely regained his trust in her, even Yi Xingchen didn't order her around like a slave anymore. Instead, he would give her pointers whenever he had the time and provide her with all kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs to aid in her cultivation. As a result, Xiao Mimi's realm had improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time. She had already reached the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 3. Ling Yan had reminded her in advance not to break through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm on her own. Otherwise, she would have broken through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. This was because the Sky Demon Formless technique that she was currently cultivating had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th level. This realm was already on par with Yi Xingchen from back then, which was also when Ling Yan first met Yi Xingchen. When the Sky Demon Formless Charm technique was cultivated to the 5th level, one's figure and appearance could be changed at will. It was impossible for those below the ancient martial arts realm to see the cultivator's true appearance. Once one reached the peak of the 6th layer, they would be able to block out divine sense. After concealing one's face with a veil and using a cultivation method, the average divine ability realm expert would not be able to see through one's true appearance. This was the reason why Ling Yun had been unable to see through Xianxia's true appearance. According to legend, when the heavenly demon faceless charm technique was cultivated to the greater mastery realm, one would be able to truly transform into a myriad of forms that were shapeless and formless, and even gods would find it difficult to distinguish them. Every time the cultivator utilized the technique, it would be as if the cultivator had been reincarnated, and they would be able to choose their own appearance and reconstruct their bodies. Their physique, natural endowment, and comprehension ability would become stronger with every use. On the night of the Qingming festival in Qingshui City, Ling Yun injected a strand of immortal spiritual energy into her body. She was the perfect candidate to cultivate the Sky Demon Formless Charm technique. Of course, it was also because of this that Ling Yun had chosen her to attend the Yi family's auction tonight. Xiao Mimi was originally just a Hotian realm assassin. After failing to assassinate Ling Yun, she was captured by Yi Xingchen and brought back to the Devil Sect's main altar. She only appeared in the world a month ago. Other than the people around Ling Yun, there were too few people in the outside world who knew her. Furthermore, ever since Xiao Mimi had followed Ling Yun to the capital, she had followed Yi Xingchen's instructions to the letter. She was a nocturnal sleeper, appearing and disappearing at night. It was impossible for anyone to investigate her. Even the Long family and the Yi family, who had investigated Ling Yun thoroughly, found it difficult to notice Xiao Mimi. Furthermore, she had the Sky Demon Formless. Moreover, Xiao Mimi happened to be at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 3. Xiao Mimi followed Ling Yun's instructions in the afternoon and prepared everything early. She purposely waited until the auction started before entering. She was still wrapped in a black veil, revealing her exquisite figure. She didn't hide her realm, but she had already changed her appearance and covered her face with a veil. Ling Yun wouldn't have recognized her if it weren't for her signature attire. As she had arrived too late, her seat was naturally in the last row, an inconspicuous corner. Xiao Mimi arrived at the hall on the 1st floor. She quickly found her seat according to the number and sat down calmly. Xiao Mimi's number was 958, which was quite auspicious. She was once an assassin specially trained by the Assassins Organization, so she was naturally proficient in computers. After sitting down, she quickly understood everything without asking anyone. It was too simple. The computer was already turned on, and there were instructions on how to operate it. All she had to do was select the auction item and enter the price. Ling Yun observed everything with his divine sense. He couldn't help but admire himself for letting Xiao Mimi bid for him tonight. Why did you let her come too? What are you planning? Yi Xingchen was at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3. Her divine sense was equally strong, so she naturally saw Xiao Mimi enter. Even though Xiao Mimi could hide her appearance and figure from others, she couldn't hide it from Yi Xingchen. That was because she cultivated demonic arts and walked the path of Yi Xingchen. Hee, Ling Yun smiled slyly and pretended to be mysterious. You'll know when the auction starts. Then, he used telepathy to communicate with Xiao Mimi for the first time. Xiao Mimi, I'm in VIP room number 9 on the 2nd floor. The auction is about to start. Familiarize yourself with the operation and follow my instructions later. Ling Yan's voice sounded softly beside Xiao Mimi's ear. Xiao Mimi's delicate body trembled slightly, but she didn't look up. Instead, she quietly continued to fiddle with the computer and nodded slightly. Very good. Later, you don't even need to nod. Just do what I say. No matter what, you have to make others think that you're the one bidding. After everything was ready, Ling Yun used his powerful divine sense to cover the entire 2 floors of the auction house. He discovered that there were 7 or 8 rooms like him that his divine sense couldn't probe. This included Starry Sky in VIP room number 6. Obviously, there were supreme experts in those rooms who used secret techniques to block others' divine senses from probing. Looks like there are many supreme experts in the ancient martial arts world attending the Yi clan's auction. Ling Yun secretly speculated. At that moment, at the center of the auction stage on the 1st floor, someone was already busy. An old man in his 60s was already standing on the auction stage. He was of medium build and had a round face that was fair and clean. He looked amiable and had a smile on his face as he stood there quietly. At first glance, one could tell that he was an amiable and prosperous person. But Ling Yan could tell with a glance that this old man was at least a mid-stage divine realm expert. He's the one hosting the auction for the Yi clan. His name is Xia Homing, and he's at least at the peak of the 5th level of divine realm. He's also the #1 appraiser of the Yi clan's auction house. In the past 20 years, he's auctioned off countless rare treasures, and he's never lost. It's widely acknowledged in the ancient martial arts world that items appraised by Xia Homing have the most reasonable starting price. That's why the Yi clan's auction house dares to do this without ruining their reputation. As soon as Xia Homing appeared, Xianxia revealed the identity of the auctioneer to Ling Yun in great detail. Ling Yun nodded. Indeed, as soon as Xia Homing stood on the stage, the originally crowded and noisy hall immediately quieted down. Then, there was a thunderous applause. 80% of the people applauded enthusiastically, welcoming him. Those who applauded had obviously attended the Yi clan's auction at least once, so they recognized Xia Homing. Xia Homing's round face broke into a smile. It was truly a wholesome one, just like a Maitreya Buddha. He cupped his fists and bowed to the surroundings, then pressed his hands against the air, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, this old man is Xia Homing. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming. That's right, I'll still be hosting this auction today. Although Xia Homing was in his 60s, his voice was clear and resonant like a great bell. His voice had a strong penetrating power. Not to mention this hall, even if you were still in the elevator, you'd still be able to hear him clearly. Ling Yun knew immediately that this person definitely knew some sound-related techniques, like his mystical dragon howl or Buddhist lion roar. Xia Homing's opening remarks were very simple. He paused for a moment, then continued, "This old man won't waste any more words. There's still 1 more minute before our auction begins. As usual, the first auction item is the Yi clan's auction's opening prize. I hope everyone will bid enthusiastically and be able to obtain the opening prize at the most satisfactory price." Ling Yan laughed inwardly when he heard this. He thought to himself that the most satisfactory price was well said. As for whether it would satisfy the bidders or the Yi clan, he didn't know. However, since Xianxia had already said that the opening prize of the Yi clan's auction would always be a rare treasure, Ling Yun was now very much looking forward to what the first auction item would be. At the same time, Ling Yun also noticed that at this moment, regardless of whether it was the first or second floor, the bidders were all holding their breaths in concentration. Countless gazes, mixed with hundreds of divine senses, were all looking at the auction stage at the same time. This was especially so for the Lu clan in VIP room number 2 and the Tan clan in VIP room number 3. They were all eager to try. Regardless of their realms, they were already standing at the door, looking down at the auction stage from above. At this time, no one was watching television or computers. Without exception, they all wanted to see the real thing. The Yi clan's auction officially begins. Present the opening prize. At 8 o'clock sharp, Xia Homing gave the order to announce the start of the auction. 2 young Yi clan deathsworn carried a large, pitch-black metal box. It was square and extremely heavy. They came out from a room in the backstage that was completely isolated from divine senses and followed the passageway to the auction stage. They put the box down and opened 4 locks in succession. The large metal box was obviously specially made. The 4 locks were on the 4 sides at the bottom. Open the box. Xia Homing didn't hesitate at all. After the 2 of them opened the locks, he immediately gave the order. Everyone was looking forward to it. The 2 young deathsworn stood on either side of the box. Abruptly, they exerted force at the same time and lifted the box that was covering it. Wow! When the box was opened and everyone saw the auction item, they immediately let out gasps of surprise. They saw that on the base of the box, there was actually a small, colorful mountain. It was not big, only half a meter tall. However, it had 5 peaks that were almost the same height. What made people gasp in surprise was not the colorful mountain, but the fact that the mountain was actually burning. There were a total of 5 types of flames: red, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 5 colored flames were circling and rising. It was extremely dazzling. Oh my God, a burning mountain. The flames are so beautiful. Countless people exclaimed. What is this? I've never heard of it before. This is too magical. For a moment, the hall was filled with countless exclamations and praises. Not to mention seeing this mountain, the entire Yi clan's auction venue of more than 1,000 people had never heard of it before, but there was one person who had seen it before. The mountain of 7 colored flames. In VIP room number 9, Ling Yun, who had been sitting as usual, suddenly stopped breathing when he saw the treasure in the box. Even in his dreams, Ling Yun had never thought that the opening prize of the Yi clan's auction would be such a big one. He had dreamt of this treasure and was determined to get it. Despite Ling Yun's status, at this moment, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly, as though it was about to jump out of his throat. Even in the cultivation world, he was only lucky enough to see the 7 colored flaming mountain once in a tribulation transcendent stage auction. Moreover, he was only a nascent soul stage cultivator at that time. There was no way he could compete with those who had ascended to the tribulation transcendent stage. At that time, Ling Yun regretted it for 3 whole years. It wasn't until he obtained a treasure that wasn't inferior to the 7 colored Inferno Mountain that he was able to recover. That was why Ling Yun didn't expect to see it on Earth, in the capital of Xianxia, even though this 7 colored volcanic mountain was much smaller than the one in the cultivation world. It was definitely that item. As for the origin of this treasure, Ling Yun didn't have time to think about it. He was thinking about how to successfully get this treasure. At this moment, Ling Yun didn't care about the golden black devilish silk or the final treasure. As long as he got the 7 colored volcanic mountain, he didn't care about anything else. However, Ling Yun only glanced at the treasure once before retracting his divine sense. He didn't want to be discovered by a super expert. In VIP room 9, he sat as usual and didn't move a muscle. Even if he was going crazy, he had to maintain a nonchalant expression on his face. That was how a professional auctioneer should be. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. As soon as the opening ceremony was announced, the hall was filled with exclamations of surprise and excitement. Xia Homing had no choice but to quiet everyone down. After the hall quietened down completely, Xia Homing said, I definitely won't tell the current owner about this mysterious item. However, in order to let everyone understand this treasure, I can tell everyone that this item came from the bottom of the sea. Xia Homing stared at the beautiful flames of the 7 colored volcanic mountain and didn't hide his fondness for it. He smiled and said, I won't hide it from everyone. I've never seen or heard of this item before. It's not just me. When this item arrived at the Yi family's auction house, everyone said that they've never seen or heard of it before. Ling Yun laughed coldly in his heart. If they knew what it was, they wouldn't have put it up for auction. They would have bought it themselves. I'm sure everyone has seen the introduction on your computer by now, but I still want to say it again. This thing comes from the bottom of the sea, and its flames won't go out even in the sea. Although it's half a meter square, it's not heavy, only 50 kilograms. Judging from its color and shape, it should be a strange coral we've never seen before. As he spoke, Xia Homing picked up a bucket of water that he had prepared earlier and poured it all over the 5 colored flame mountain. The bucket of water instantly drenched the base of the flame mountain and flowed around the auction stage. However, the 5 colored flame mountain was not affected in the slightest. It continued to rise magnificently, and even the head of the flame did not shrink. This naturally caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Xia Homing smiled faintly and said, not even water can extinguish it. Even if you cut off the air, it won't extinguish. But this isn't the magical part of this object. It's the flame mountain. It's burning with an open flame, but there's no heat. As he spoke, amidst the exclamations, Xia Homing's long-sleeved arm suddenly reached into the 5 colored flame and stopped there, allowing the flame to burn his arm. This 5 colored flame is inextinguishable, has no heat, and can't ignite anything. These are the 3 magical parts of this auction item. Xia Homing put his arm into the flame for half a minute before pulling it back. Indeed, it was unharmed, and his clothes were the same as before. Then, his face turned serious and he said solemnly, but I want to remind everyone that after repeated research by many appraisers from the Yi family, other than these 3 magical parts, This auction item has no spiritual energy, and it can't be used as medicine. It doesn't seem to be of any help to ancient martial arts practitioners. Xia Hongming paused, unable to hide the embarrassment and regret on his face. Finally, he said, therefore, after much consideration, the Yi family auction house did not purchase this item. Instead, we followed the wishes of the owner of this auction item and auctioned it here as the first auction item. We hope that the fated person will obtain it. Sigh, what a pity. It's indeed useless for cultivation. It's beautiful and magical, but it's just a rare ornament. It's useless to bid for it. You don't understand. The Yi family and the Long family's opening auctions are basically like this. It doesn't help ancient martial arts practitioners much. What they want is a rare item. Most of the bidders were originally eager to give it a try, but after hearing Xia Hongming's words, they were instantly disappointed and immediately lost interest in bidding. After all, they were ancient martial arts practitioners. What they wanted was strength and realms. As for being rare and beautiful, only rich people who were interested in such things would be willing to spend money to bid for it. That scared the hell out of me. In VIP room 9, Ling Yin wanted to stuff Xia Hongming's mouth with his introduction of the 3 magical parts of the 7-colored volcano. It was only after hearing the reminder at the end that she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Xia Hongming was basically right about the magical parts of the 7-colored volcano. However, it only showed 5 colors: red, green, cyan, blue, and purple. There were 2 other colors that wouldn't show up. Black and white. Not to mention eyes, even divine sense or any modern high-tech equipment wouldn't be able to detect this black and white color. These 2 colors weren't hidden by the 5 bright colors, but they simply wouldn't appear now. The 5-colored fire was actually a fire of the 5 elements. It would only become a 7-colored fire when it encountered the yin and yang qi and needed to be nourished by them for a period of time. At the same time, its true magical and heaven-defying benefits would be revealed. Ling Yin cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance and had a magical energy center. Therefore, this was simply a treasure bestowed by the heavens. That 5-colored flame is so beautiful, and it doesn't hurt anyone. Unfortunately, it's useless for cultivation. It wasn't just the other bidders. Yi Xingchen and Qin Dongxue also liked the beauty of the 7-colored volcano, but they were lamenting about it. Even these 2 people thought so. Ling Yin was instantly reassured. He wished that everyone at the auction had the same thoughts. That way, he would be able to buy the 7-colored volcano at the lowest price. However, Ling Yan's idea could only be a fantasy. After seeing the magical 7-colored volcano, many people couldn't hold back and were eager to bid for it. After all, this was an auction with thousands of people. There would always be people who weren't short of money and were interested in this treasure at the same time. If they weren't confident, the Yi family wouldn't have used the 7-colored volcano as the opening item. I didn't expect this auction item to be so beautiful. The flames are like a dream. Do you 2 like it? If you do, we'll bid for it and bring it home. Ling Yan asked Yi Xingchen and Qin Dongxue through telepathy. Which woman wouldn't like such a magical treasure? Unfortunately, it's useless for cultivation. What's the point of wasting money? Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly. I like it. If you like it too, I'll bid for it and give it to you as a gift. Yi Xingchen's eyes sparkled as he smiled at Ling Yan. Only then did Ling Yin remember that he wasn't the only nouveau. Rishan VIP room 9. Yi Xingchen and Qin Dongxue weren't inferior to him in terms of wealth. Moreover, he might be the poorest. Ling Yin felt a little miserable at the thought of this. Yi Xingchen continued, however, there are other benefits to winning this auction as well. That is, after winning the opening item, the Yi family will give you a 10% discount no matter how many items you bid for in the future. F***ck. Ling Yin was angry instead of happy. He almost cursed out loud. How bad must one be to come up with such a deceptive rule? He's almost second to me. This rule was indeed very deceptive. The reason was very simple. In an auction, once a wealthy person was prepared to spend 10 billion to bid for something, a 10% discount would save them 1 billion. That was equivalent to saying that they would definitely be willing to spend 1 billion to buy the opening lottery. Of course, this was just an example. It didn't matter how much it cost. As long as they didn't lose out overall, anyone could fight for it. In the end, if they really bid for an item worth 10 billion, the opening item would be a free gift. This was equivalent to forcing all bidders to fight for it. Seeing Ling Yan's expression, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Ruthless, right? You don't have to be angry. The three big auction houses in Beijing do it like this. It's the same every time. It's not like it's just targeting you. Ling Yan was even more annoyed. I'm determined to win the opening item this time. Isn't it targeting me? No wonder Xiahou Mingken was so generous to remind the bidders and wasn't worried at all that there would be no auction. There was such a layer to it, Ling Yan thought. No wonder the VIPs on the second floor are so eager to get first. It's to save a lot of money later. Everyone who knew the rules of the Yi family auction house had such thoughts, especially the Yi family, Lu family, and Tan family on the second floor. They all seemed to think the same and were determined to win the opening item. Naturally, this was a trap for Ling Yun. In this case, Ling Yun naturally had to calculate carefully. Then, what price can the Yi family bid for the opening item every time? Xianxia shook her head and frowned. No one can say for sure. It's divided into major and minor years. For example, this time it's definitely a major year. At this point, she gestured to Ling Yun with her eyes. Look at number 2, 3, and 4. It's obvious they're going to spend a lot of money this time. I know that one year, the Yi family's opening item was a secular item. Even though it was precious, it was useless to ancient martial arts practitioners. It was just an item, but it was auctioned for a high price of 1.8 billion. Then, that bidder really bought something worth 20 billion, damn, in this case, the opening item actually helped the bidder earn money. They spent 1.8 billion and saved 2 billion, not only did they get the opening item, but they also earned 200 million, Ling Yan immediately asked, then the total value of the golden black devilish silk we're going to buy this time? No matter how much it costs. After hearing this, Xianxia's beautiful eyes glanced at Ling Yun. As long as it was something that Ling Yun needed, why would Xianxia care about the price? Then, she said, even though this golden black devilish silk is precious, it's still considered common in the auction house. Therefore, everyone has a price in mind. Supreme golden black devilish silk usually goes for 100 million per caddy. If we want to bid for 10 caddies, it'll probably be 2 billion, F***ck, Ling Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. He only saved 200 million, and he probably wouldn't be able to earn it back. This opening item was too much of a scam. Other than the golden black devilish silk, Ling Yan's other motive for participating in the Yi family's auction was to see how the ancient martial arts auctions of Huaxia were run. Once he had a rough idea of what was going on, he would be able to organize the Ling family's auction in a rush. This was his true motive. As for what the auction items were, Ling Yan actually did not have any expectations. That was because no matter how powerful the Yi family was, they were still a secular family. Their real power was still in the secular world, not the ancient martial arts world, let alone the cultivation world. How many surprises could there be in an ancient martial arts auction organized by a secular family? Moreover, the ancient martial arts auction would only be auctioning some weapons, supplementary pills, rare herbs, low-level talismans, and some more obscure items. Ling Yan had traveled all over the world in the cultivation world. What treasure had he not seen? Moreover, it was obvious that the talismans, pills, and even flying swords that he had refined were enough to crush many transcendent realm experts. His dragon spirit pill, yin yang pill, and all sorts of level 6 talismans. Any one of them would be enough to make everyone in front of him fight over them, including the transcendent realm experts. Just the level 6 healing talisman alone could save a life. As long as its nature-defying effects were displayed, Ling Yan was confident that it would be the opening prize of the Yi family's auction. Of course, if there was no need, Ling Yan would not bring his treasures to the Yi family's auction. Wouldn't that be promoting the Yi family's auction? This was because he wanted to organize the Ling clan's own auction. Even if he wanted to sell the pills and talismans that he made himself, he would definitely wait until his own auction was held to create momentum for the Ling clan's auction, and then crush the other 3 parties in the capital. Therefore, even though Ling Yun was looking forward to a pleasant surprise, he didn't have high expectations. At most, he was hoping to find some rare spiritual herbs, black iron copper essence, or spirit stones. Such materials for alchemy, forging, and setting up formations would be enough for him. This was because he was one of the 4 grandmasters of alchemy, blacksmithing, talismans, and formations. In Ling Yan's eyes, finished products were worthless. Only rare materials were useful. Any material that fell into his hands could be sold at 100 times the price. However, Ling Yan did not expect that the Yi family's opening prize, which was useless to others, would be so beneficial to him. Even if the price was sky high, he had to buy it. That was because the 7-colored Inferno Mountain had too many benefits. That flame was the 5 elemental fire, which belonged to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As long as Ling Yan bought it, swallowed it, and nourished it with the Yin-Yang Qi for a period of time, it would immediately become the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire. The Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire could nourish the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and it could also be used to refine pills and weapons. Moreover, it could also temper the divine sense, refine the divine essence, and finally, it could follow the flow of true energy in the meridians to nourish the acupoints in the body, constantly calcining the yin and yang energy, transforming it into astral energy. The Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire complemented the stellar condensation technique, the Yin-Yang harmony balance, and the divine yang cultivation technique, allowing Ling Yan's cultivation speed to increase by 10 to 100 times. That was not all. When Ling Yan cultivated the 5 elemental god-slaying technique in the future, the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire would be even more useful to him. Moreover, the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire was indestructible. Even if Ling Yan reached the tribulation stage, he would still be able to use it. How heaven-defying was this treasure? It was simply a priceless treasure. Ling Yan was actually overjoyed. The only thing he was depressed about was the fact that the item he wanted was something that others wanted to buy to save money. That would cause him to spend more money. That was a waste of money. That was because Ling Yan had no hope for the next auction item. Even if he bought 15 kilograms of golden black devilish silk, he would only save 300 million yuan. That was a huge loss. Ling Yan's only hope now was that among the VIPs on the 2nd floor, there wouldn't be anyone who planned to spend more than 3 billion yuan. Of course, Ling Yan also hoped that there would be more items that caught his eye in this auction. That way, he would be able to recoup some of his losses. However, it was obvious that this was just wishful thinking. That was because the auction had already begun. 5 to 6 minutes had passed, and those who were below the middle stage of the Xianxia realm had already started bidding on the computers. The bidding was extremely intense. At this moment, Ling Yan's divine sense enveloped the 3 computers. He realized that there were people bidding astronomical prices for the lowest level of healing talismans, 100 for a bundle. Someone actually bid 50 million yuan. The effects of the lowest level of healing talismans were far inferior to the healing talismans that Ling Yan made when he first started making talismans. Someone actually bid 50 million yuan for one. Holy sh*t, if I were to auction off all the talismans above level 5 in the universe ring right now, how much would I be worth? Ling Yan was very shocked. At the same time, he felt a little smug. If that was the case, wouldn't he be the richest man in Xianxia after a few auctions? At the same time, Ling Yan thought about the healing talismans that Xiong Biao used to save his life when he injured the Great Elder of the Heavenly Group. Those were probably the best healing talismans in the Heavenly Group, and their effects couldn't even be compared to the level 3 healing talismans that Ling Yan made. Thinking about this, Ling Yan instantly felt more at ease. It didn't matter if he spent a little bit of money unnecessarily. On the auction stage, Xia Homing said to everyone, don't worry about being too busy with the items being auctioned on the computer. As you can see, the bidding time for each round of the auction is 1 hour. There's plenty of time. Of course, these words were said to those who were participating in the auction for the first time. He didn't want to affect the opening of the auction. As expected, many of the regulars laughed when they heard this. It was obvious that they were mocking the newcomers who were desperately bidding. There was a 1-hour time limit. Even if you were the highest bidder right now, the item might not necessarily be yours as long as it wasn't even an hour. Someone else could make a bid at the last minute and beat you in an instant. Therefore, the regulars weren't in a hurry. Of course, there was a reason why the time limit for the call auction on the computer was limited to 1 hour. This was because any live auction item, no matter how intense the bidding was, would only last for 20 minutes at most. In this way, all the bidders could wait for the live auction item to be sold, and then bid for the item they wanted on the computer without any delay. Cough, cough. Xia Homing saw that everyone had raised their heads again. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Opening lottery, the base price is 100 million. Each increment is 10 million. The auction begins now. Same old rules, as long as no one makes a higher bid in 1 minute, this old man will strike the hammer." Xia Homing smiled like the Maitreya Buddha, but his eyes were as cunning as a fox's. As soon as he said that, 4 large electronic screens rose up on the auction stage. The screens faced 4 different directions, and the bids on them could be seen by all the bidders. This was, of course, the power of advanced technology. 200 million. Someone made a bid immediately. It was from the Liu family in VIP room number 2. The 3 computers in Ling Yan's room were all switched on. The television was showing a detailed introduction of the Rainbow Mountain of Flames. At the same time, its real-time bid was displayed in an eye-catching position on the right side. The bids weren't numbers, but were displayed in Chinese. They were 9 or even 10 digits. A long string of zeros was troublesome for the ancient martial arts experts to read. Similarly, the computer keyboard was also a special keyboard to simplify typing. It was very convenient to increase the bid. 300 million. The bid from the Li family in VIP room number 4 jumped directly to 300 million. The Li family is really rich and overbearing. Ling Yan could only sigh helplessly as he watched the numbers jump twice on the television screen. 2 bids and 300 million. His hopes of getting the Rainbow Mountain of Flames within 300 million were instantly dashed to smithereens. However, at this moment, Ling Yan wasn't anxious anymore. Since he was determined to get it, it would be too petty of him to care about money. That thing was priceless in Ling Yan's eyes, and he had to get it no matter the price. Wasn't it just money? Ling Yan relaxed his body and leaned back on the sofa. His eyes were fixed on the television as he sent a telepathic message to Xiao Mimi. "Get ready, we'll start the bidding immediately." The live auction was different from the computer. There was no time limit. As long as no one made a higher bid within 1 minute, Xia Homing would immediately strike the hammer 3 times. Xiao Mimi had the same thought as Yi Xingchen and Qin Dongxue. She hadn't received any instructions from Ling Yun and thought that Ling Yun wasn't interested in the opening auction. She didn't expect to hear Ling Yun's voice and immediately prepared to bid. 400 million. Another person made a bid. It was VIP room 13. Ling Yun sighed. At the same time, he immediately used his divine sense to pay attention to VIP room 13. It's actually an ordinary person. Ling Yun was a little surprised. What was an ordinary person doing here? Of course, Ling Yun also understood that there would be all sorts of people attending such a large-scale auction. Just like Xiao Mimi, it was impossible to guess. In the end, one could only rely on the bidding to buy the items. An auction was a competition of wealth. 600 million. In VIP room 4, the Li family increased the bid again. This time, it jumped by 200 million. Ling Yun couldn't sit still. It was too scary. What was the Li family trying to do? If they wanted to protect their position, they could have come to him. The Li family in Beijing had never been interested in the ancient martial arts world. Because of this, their status had gradually declined. Now that the Sun and Chen families were destroyed, the Liu and Tan families were eager to rise. The Li family must have felt the danger. Obviously, they were prepared to spend a lot of money on this auction. The total amount would not be less than 6 billion. In the eyes of the ancient martial arts world's experts, the Mountain of Flames was obviously not worth that much money. With a few 100 million, it was better to wait for the items later on. Therefore, up until now, no one on the first floor had made a bid. Now that the Li family had raised the bid to 600 million, naturally, no one increased the bid. Everyone on the first floor stared at the electronic screen. Many people exclaimed, but the price changed again amidst the exclamations. 700 million. The Tan family in VIP room 3 finally couldn't take it anymore and made their move. Hee, seeing such a crazy bid, Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh coldly. He thought to himself, the Lu family and the Tan family are really going all out for the sake of their families. F*ck, no matter how much money you make me spend, I'll get it back from you with interest. It was still the same saying. Losing out? That wasn't Ling Yun's style. 700 million, Tanning finally made his move. How generous. A 45-year-old man in VIP room number 2 spoke. His name was Lu Yuanji, one of the most outstanding figures in the Lu family. This man was tall and slender. His skin was fair, and his eyes were long and narrow. His gaze was sinister, and his lips were thin, giving off a cold and unkind feeling. Lu Yuanji was at the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 6 and was the brains of the Lu family. He led the other 3 members of the Lu family to participate in this auction. Come back and sit down. There's no chance for the opening auction below 120 million. Lu Yuanji used telepathy to call back the other 3 at the door. They were all mid-stage Xiantian realm masters. Since the Tan family has made their move, we won't be in a hurry to bid. Let's wait and see how much the Tan family is willing to spend, Lu Yuanji said. Because the Ling family had destroyed the Sunchen Alliance, the 7 big families in Beijing had 2 empty spots. The Lu family and the Tan family wanted to rise up. They would definitely cooperate in the short term, but it was inevitable that there would be competition. The Ling family had regained their position as one of the top 3 families in Huaxia. That was a title that Ling Yun had won through many bloody battles. It was a thrilling and dangerous journey. After going through the test of blood and fire, it was a publicly recognized position. Although the Lu family and the Tan family had the power to rise, it was impossible for them to become one of the 7 great families quietly. Even if the Yi family and the Long family secretly supported them, it would be useless. No one would approve of them. It was impossible to think about it without spending a lot of money. Hence, the Lu clan and the Tan clan were now full of energy. They wanted to make use of the Yi clan's auction this time to build momentum in front of thousands of ancient martial arts experts and raise their clan's prestige. At the same time, they could also bid for large amounts of scarce resources. They could cultivate when needed and send gifts when needed. 800 million. The Lu family didn't make a move, but VIP number 13 made a move. It was that ordinary person. He didn't give in. 900 million. In VIP room number 3, the representative of the Tan family, Tan Ying, raised the bid to 900 million without hesitation. Tan Ying was tall and sturdy like an ox. He wore a short purple robe, and his face was covered with sideburns. His eyes were as big as copper bells. With one look, one could tell that he was a domineering and mighty person, more like a hero of the pugilistic world. 900 million, damn. In VIP room 9, Ling Yan looked at the jumping numbers on the big screen. He was a little shocked. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was said that there would be at least a 10 million increment, but it was always a 100 million increment. Ling Yan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xianxia, who was still sitting lazily. Frowning, he asked, the bid has already reached 900 million. This should be considered a big year for the Yi clan's auction, right? Ling Yan's calculations were very clear. The bid for the opening lottery had already reached 900 million, but there were a total of 4 bidders. He knew very well that it was impossible for these 4 clans to know the true value of the 7-colored flame mountain. They were bidding purely to save money for the upcoming auction. Other than the Lu clan, who stopped bidding after bidding 200 million yuan, the other 3 clans, the Li clan, number 13, 800 million yuan, and the Tan clan, 900 million yuan. If they were multiplied by 10 times, it would be 23 billion yuan, and this was just the beginning. Xianxia sat lazily, not really paying attention to the jumping numbers on the big screen. She said coquettishly, it's definitely a big year. Who asked you to wipe out both the Sun and Qin clans in one go? With so many tigers competing, the opening lottery this time might even break the previous record. The Yi clan is going to make a fortune. Ling Yan's face instantly darkened. Why, do you really want this opening lottery? I'll help you bid. As she spoke, Xianxia's lazy expression changed, and she actually looked like she was about to stand up. In that instant, the domineering expression on her face actually mesmerized Ling Yun. No need, no need. Ling Yan hurriedly stopped her with both hands. Alright, he clearly felt that if Xianxia went up to raise the bid, it would probably directly exceed 2 billion. Ling Yan thought to himself that his future wife was really much more domineering than him, but even if he had money, he shouldn't spend it like this. 1 billion. In VIP room 4, the Li clan made their move again. They were very generous. Up until now, the Li clan's bids had directly jumped to 200 million, it was a perfect demonstration of what it meant to be rich and overbearing. It broke 1 billion. Many people in the auction hall on the first level exclaimed, especially the newcomers. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the competition at the Yi clan's auction would be so fierce, and this was only the first auction item. In less than a minute, the opening lottery's price had actually increased by 10 times, this was very frightening. One had to know that up until now, no one in the auction hall on the first level had made a bid. Humph. The Li clan is practically asking for it. As soon as the bid of 1 billion was made, VIP room 3, Tan Ying's expression instantly turned ugly. He immediately let out an angry snort, and his cold gaze swept across the room next door. As long as the Tan clan could successfully ascend to become one of the new 7 big families in Beijing, it was very obvious that their overall strength would instantly surpass the Li clan, and they would replace the Li clan's position, or even trample them underfoot. Therefore, as long as the Tan clan made a bid, the Li clan would immediately jump to ruthlessly crush their opponent. Here, they were throwing money, but what they were fighting for was their future position. In order to ensure that the Yi clan's auction was fair and just, even though the invitation only had a number written on it and not a name, when the bids were made, the big screen would definitely show which number was making the bid at the same time. This was a must. In this kind of situation, for competitors who did not know each other and did not understand each other, it actually did not matter. Everyone was just competing for money. However, for bidders who knew each other inside out, it was very complicated. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a raging storm. Who was the opponent, who was giving face to who was suppressing who, as long as they knew each other inside out, it would be clear at a glance. Heh, this kind of bidding is really satisfying. If the owner of the opening lottery at this time could also put up a shill, it would be even more perfect. With regards to the Li clan's move, Ling Yan did not have a dark expression this time. He sighed in amazement as he spoke to the other 4 people in the room at the same time. Unexpectedly, Xianxia shook his head. It's very difficult. The Yi clan's auctions rarely have people looking for shills to raise the price. Ling Yan asked in surprise, why? Because of that 20% processing fee. Xianxia explained with a smile. The Yi clan has fully considered this point. Whoever wants to auction something and then secretly finds someone to raise the price, they will have to complete the transaction and buy their own bidding item. Not only will the item not be sold, but they will also have to pay a 20% processing fee. At such a price, 20% processing fee is not a small amount, unless one has absolute confidence in the item they want to auction and fully understands the needs and psychology of their competitors, only then would they dare to play this game. Otherwise, the gains do not make up for the losses. Xianxia finished speaking and giggled, rolling her eyes at Ling Yan. She was still so naughty. Haha. Ling Yan could only laugh dryly and explain awkwardly. I was just saying, indeed, the Yi clan's bid this time shocked their competitors. Within half a minute, no one else made a bid. Ling Yan stared at the electronic screen and thought to himself, it should be my turn now. Even though he didn't have much of a relationship with the Li clan, he was determined to get the mountain of flames. He wouldn't give face to anyone. In VIP room 3, Tan Ying's expression was very ugly. The Tan clan was prepared to spend about 10 billion to participate in this auction. If the opening prize exceeded 1 billion, it wouldn't be worth it. That opening prize was indeed useless to the Tan clan. They only wanted to pick it up for free and gift it to the Long clan. 2 billion. But in the end, Tanning still gritted his teeth and added another 100 million. No matter what, he couldn't let the Li clan beat them. However, this 2 billion was already the Tan clan's limit. 3 billion. Who knew that the moment the Tan clan made their bid, someone else immediately made another bid, adding another 100 million. It was VIP room 13 again. Pfft, Tanning was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, how *king unlucky. Why did our Tan clan's bids always get rejected in seconds? However, 1.2 billion was the Tan clan's limit. Hence, even though Tanning was angry, he could only silently admit defeat. 1.4 billion. The Liu clan in VIP room 2, who had been silent since the first bid, finally made their bid again. Countless people in the auction hall on the first floor exclaimed. Liu Yuanji's eyes were like a fox's, and a sly smile hung on his face. He didn't care whether the Liu clan could get the opening prize or not, but his 2 bids at least brought the Liu clan a full house. At the very least, he crushed their direct competitor, the Tan clan. At the same time, he also made the Li clan and VIP room 13 suffer losses. Of course, 1.4 billion was also the Liu clan's limit. They had their own set items that they wanted to buy, and they roughly had their own price range. After the Liu clan made their bid this time, the electronic screen didn't move for a long time. After more than half a minute, Xiaoming on the auction stage was already shouting. VIP room 2 made a bid of 1.4 billion, going once. 1.45 billion. Another bid. It was the Li clan, but they only added 50 million this time. Clearly, this was close to the Li clan's limit. Give up. Seeing the Li clan's bid, Liu Yuanji decisively chose to give up. He wouldn't spend a cent more than he should. 1.5 billion. Another 50 million, and it was room 13 again. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people on the first floor, as well as hundreds of divine senses, scanned VIP room 13 at the same time. He's just an ordinary person, and yet he's so determined to get the opening prize? Is he crazy? He doesn't even give face to the Liu clan, the Tan clan, and the Li clan. Who is this person? Many people exclaimed. On the second floor, those big shots who knew the identities of VIP rooms 2, 3, and 3 were even more puzzled. The Li clan remained silent and didn't raise the bid again. On the auction stage, Xiaoming was calm. His divine sense covered the entire venue, and his cunning eyes subconsciously glanced at VIP room 9 on the second floor. Everyone says that the kid from the Ling clan is wild and domineering, and he loves to be in the limelight. How can he not make a move at this time? How strange. Others didn't know the identity of Ling Yun in VIP room 9, but the key figures in the Yi clan knew. As the host of the auction, Xiaoming naturally knew. Of course, he also knew the identity of the mysterious VIP room 13. He also knew how much the other party would spend in this auction, so he wasn't surprised that VIP room 13 was willing to bid 1.5 billion. 1.51 billion. Another half a minute passed, and Xiaoming had already shouted twice. Just when everyone thought that the opening lottery would be won by VIP number 13 with a price of 1.5 billion, the price on the electronic screen changed again. At the same time, the bidder's number was clearly and conspicuously marked under the bid of 1.51 billion. Number 958. Ling Yun finally made his move. Genius website address. Mobile version. Oh my god. 9 and 58? That's not from the second floor. Nonsense, that number is already 9 and 58, how could it be from the second floor? Wow, this is too shocking. Finally, it's the first floor's turn to shine. Haha, this is so exciting. As soon as the bid appeared on the electronic screen, it immediately caused an uproar in the hall. Everyone exclaimed. At the same time, they all turned their heads and used their eyes to look for this amazing person who had appeared out of nowhere. This was the first time that an ordinary VIP on the first floor had jumped out to bid for the Yi family's opening bid after the bidding price had exceeded 1 billion. Furthermore, this number 958 had suddenly jumped out when the 4 powers on the second floor had gone through many rounds of bidding. 3 powers had given up and there was only 1 left. Obviously, in this situation, this person wasn't trying to raise the price, but was determined to win the opening prize, because there were only 2 parties left. As long as one of them stopped bidding, the auction would be completed instantly. Xiaoming, who was on the auction stage, was also stunned. After a while, he naturally looked towards Xiaomimi's seat. In terms of familiarity with the auction house, no one could compare to Xiaoming. After all, he had been in charge of the Yi family's auctions for many years. He didn't even need to look for the corresponding seat. A woman at the peak of the third level? When Xia Homing saw Xiao Mimi, he was stunned. She had an enchanting figure and was wearing a black veil. He used his divine sense and eyesight, but he could barely make out her face. It was still a little blurry. She's from the devil sect? Xiao Mimi's demonic faceless was, of course, the devil sect's technique. With her current realm, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell. However, anyone above the divine realm would be able to recognize her in an instant. Xia Homing's eyesight was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit on the throne of the Yi family's auctions for so many years. After receiving Ling Yan's order, Xiao Mimi accepted the gazes from all around. She was very calm and looked at ease. She was ready to raise the price a second time at any time. It feels so good to be the center of attention. However, this was the first time Xiao Mimi was in such a big situation. Furthermore, she was the center of attention. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. 9 and 58, who is that woman? How come I've never seen him before? Not only was the first floor shocked by Xiao Mimi's sudden appearance, but even the people on the second floor started to use their divine senses to envelop her. Hee, this is going to be fun. I didn't expect that two women would fight in the end. Number 13 VIP seat. 958 ordinary seat. Interesting. In VIP room 2, Lu Yuanji sighed helplessly. He had been calculating for a long time to compete with the second floor, but he didn't expect that in the end, the limelight would be stolen by a woman of the first floor who was only at the early stage of the Xiantian realm. He suddenly felt dispirited. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. Tanning, the third VIP guest, also had the same thoughts. When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. Let's watch the show. Tan Ying's face was gloomy. At this moment, the most depressed person was, of course, the ordinary woman in VIP room 13, He Yuqiong. She came from a special region in the southernmost part of China. This time, she specially came to participate in the Yi family's auction. She was prepared to spend a lot of money. She also understood the rules of the Yi family's auction early on. She knew that winning the opening prize could save money, so she was determined to win the opening prize. He Yuqiong's family's financial resources were almost on par with the Li family in the capital. Therefore, she didn't care about money. Of course, it had to be worth it. Therefore, He Yuqiong continuously bid within the price that she thought was appropriate. She was very aggressive and didn't care about others' face at all. This was because this was her style of doing things. She was straightforward and resolute. However, just when she defeated all her competitors and thought that she would win the magical opening prize, she didn't expect that a new opponent would appear out of nowhere. However, she was very calm. The bid is 1.6 billion. She stared at the holographic projection of the Rainbow Flame Mountain in front of her and ordered the attendant who was in charge of serving her. 1.6 billion. 1.61 billion. The two numbers jumped out almost at the same time on the big screen. Wow, this is a fight. It's really a fight. When the new bid came out, the auction hall was once again in an uproar. The 958 in VIP room didn't give in at all. It was obvious that she was determined to win. Humph. He Yuqiong looked at the bid and snorted coldly in anger. It wasn't that she couldn't accept this price. What she was angry about was that the other party only increased the minimum by 10 million when she jumped by 100 million. He didn't add a single cent more. In VIP room 2, Yi Xingchen had already sat up straight. She glanced at Ling Yun with a smile on her face. Yi Xingchen's divine sense was also very strong. Of course, she saw that Xiao Mimi's number was 958. Without a doubt, it was Ling Yun who made the move. I really don't mean anything else. As for the opening prize, I'm determined to win. Ling Yun was very uncomfortable under Yi Xingchen's stare. He raised his hands in surrender and said directly. Humph, I knew it from the start. Why did you have to go through so much trouble? Just add 1 billion and crush that woman, add 1 billion. It was indeed 1 billion. Ling Yan raised his hand and touched his forehead. He turned his head and said seriously to Xianxia, "You have to learn how to be thrifty. You have to learn how to live a good life." Xianxia was amused by Ling Yun. She couldn't be bothered with him anymore and continued drinking tea with Qin Dongshui. In fact, Ling Yun wasn't thinking about the price. Instead, he was thinking about who would get the Rainbow Flame Mountain. It would either be Xiaomimi or himself. Ling Yun actually wanted to bid for the Rainbow Flame Mountain directly and have it placed in front of him immediately. That would make him feel more at ease. However, after much consideration, Ling Yun decided to let Xiaomimi get it. That was because Ling Yun had set the price. Tonight's golden black devilish silk auction would be won by Xiaomimi. This would save him at least a few 100 million yuan. Furthermore, Xianxia also said that this auction was the new year. If there were other things that he needed, he would have profited. Ling Yun made this arrangement because he didn't want to fall into the Yi family's trap. He didn't want them to take the opportunity to observe him. Therefore, he chose to keep a low profile and play the pig to eat the tiger. This would make the Yi family feel at a loss. 7 billion. In VIP room 13, He Yuqiong gritted her teeth and added another 100 million yuan. 71 billion. Instantly, the other party didn't hesitate and continued to increase the price by 10 million yuan. We're about to break the Yi family's record for the opening prize. In the hall on the first floor, many of the regulars who attended the auction all year round started to exclaim. The original record was 8 billion. At this moment, He Yuqiong in VIP room 13 was about to explode with anger. She really wanted to bring people down and chop that person into pieces. That was because her limit was about 8 billion yuan. Any higher and it wouldn't be worth it to her. With her family background, she didn't need a small mountain of flames to show off her wealth and status. However, He Yuqiong couldn't stand the feeling of being suppressed. She had been pampered since she was young and didn't go back on her word. When had she ever been bullied like this? 8 billion. 81 billion. Again, Xiaomimi immediately added another 10 million yuan. Oh my god, it's a record. How exciting. The bidding price for this opening auction has actually broken the record. That masked person is too awesome. Looks like she's determined to win. Nonsense, it's already won. 8 billion yuan. Do you think they're joking? The auction hall was in an uproar. Some people were staring at the big screen, some were looking at the second floor, but more people were looking at Xiaomimi, who was sitting calmly in the corner. Tonight's auction is definitely going to be interesting. The two families competing now will definitely spend close to 20 billion yuan. If they go against each other again, some of the regulars muttered. However, on the second floor, dozens of VIPs had mixed expressions on their faces. The sellers' VIPs were naturally secretly happy, but the buyers in room 2, room 3, room 4, the Liu family, the Tan family, and the Li family all had ugly expressions on their faces. No matter how big the Yi family's auction was, how many items could there be that were truly worth bidding for? Now, there were obviously two rich people, and they were both women. If the items that everyone wanted to buy were to clash, it would be a huge loss and they would have to spend more money than usual. 82 billion. At this moment, He Yuqiong had lost her drive, but she hated her opponent to death. She would rather break the pot and make the other party lose more money. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable. 83 billion. The other party immediately increased the price. 84 billion. 85 billion. The two of them fiercely bid, chasing each other and not giving in. However, it was obvious that He Yuqiong's bid was getting slower and slower, while the other party's bid was getting faster and faster. At this time, the entire auction hall was silent. Everyone held their breath and stared at the jumping price on the big screen. In this fierce competition, both parties increased the price by 10 million. After more than 10 bids, the price of the Rainbow Flame Mountain had reached 98 billion. Of course, this was He Yuqiong's bid. She was already flustered and exasperated. At the same time, she had made up her mind that if the other party increased the price again, she would immediately give up. No matter what, she had already made the other party spend an extra 200 million yuan. Moreover, even if she won the opening prize now, it would be a losing business. However, surprisingly, after Yuqiong bid this time, the other party actually did not increase the price again. Even if Yuqiong had a large family business and did not care about money, at this moment, she could not help but feel her heart pounding. Because although she lost money, she had won the other party and gained some face for herself. It's the limit. A VIP is still a VIP after all. The person upstairs has won. Half a minute later, many people on the first floor of the auction hall stared at the big screen that did not move for a long time inside. At this time, Xia Homing, who was on the auction stage, was already grinning from ear to ear. He no longer hesitated and began to shout, VIP number 13, 1. 98 billion going once, 1. 98 billion going twice, 1. 98 billion, just as Xia Homing was about to shout for the third time and was about to close the deal, the bid on the big screen suddenly changed again. 99 billion. Number 958 bid again. When this bid came out, Xia Homing almost choked to death. Wow. The auction hall on the first floor was filled with thunderous applause. In VIP room number 13, Yuqiong's face was pale. Her tense body softened and she sat down on the sofa with a thud sound. She gave up. Xia Homing shouted for the third time. Of course, no one would bid again. After a minute, he decisively closed the deal. Congratulations to number 958 for winning the opening prize of our Yi family's auction this time. Still the same old rules. Next, all the auction items that number 958 bid will be given a 20% discount. At this time, Ling Yun, who personally directed this intense bidding, also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The corner of his mouth lifted into a hearty smile. The rainbow flaming mountain was finally in his pocket. Genius website address. Mobile reading website. It didn't break 2 billion. Not bad. After obtaining this treasure, which was coveted by both transcending tribulation stage and ascending stage experts, Ling Yun was all smiles. This time, he was truly happy. His heart was shining brightly, and he was absolutely satisfied. This was because he had truly profited greatly. Winning was a given. Other than Ling Yun, no one else knew the value of the seven-colored flame mountain. Only Ling Yun knew the value of the seven-colored inferno mountain, especially to him. The 5 elemental flames would become the Yin-Yang 5 elemental flames. This was the flame that alchemists and blacksmiths dreamed of. Moreover, it came at the right time. Ling Yun had just reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage level 3. In the future, he would naturally conduct large-scale alchemy or blacksmithing. At that time, he would no longer need other flames. He only needed to spit out the Yin-Yang 5 elemental flames. Moreover, the alchemy or blacksmithing he refined would be 3 levels higher than under normal circumstances. Moreover, the Yin-Yang 5 elemental flames were of great use to Ling Yun's own cultivation. The benefits were endless and innumerable. Ling Yun knew that the expert who was infinitely close to ascending had used a terrifying amount of money, immortal spiritual meridians, and more than 10 of his famous magical treasures to defeat all his competitors with difficulty and take the Rainbow Flame Mountain into his own pocket. It was the same mountain of flames, but compared to the price spent by the Ascension stage expert, Ling Yun's 2 billion was not even worth mentioning. He picked it up for free, not to mention 2 billion, even if he had to spend 200 billion, or even 2 trillion, Ling Yun would still obtain the mountain of flames. Everyone else bidding was just to save money. Only Ling Yun was determined to get it at all costs. He had schemed against the unsuspecting, so of course, he succeeded. Moreover, since he had seen the mountain of flames, even if the owner wanted to go back on his word, he had no choice but to sell it. Ling Yun had to snatch it even if he had to. Apart from Ling Yun, anyone who took it tonight would die. Of course, now that he had obtained it, there was naturally no need for all these. With one item in hand, there was nothing else to ask for. This was how Ling Yun felt at the moment. Look at how happy you are. Isn't it just a rare thing? It doesn't help with cultivation. Really. When Xianxia saw that Ling Yun had successfully obtained the treasure, he was grinning from ear to ear and couldn't help but tease him. Of course, she was happy for Ling Yun. Money didn't matter to her. As long as Ling Yun was happy, anything was fine. Hee hee, you don't understand. I saved money, so of course I have to be happy. Ling Yan chuckled and responded casually. The seven-colored volcano of flames was too valuable. He couldn't reveal the real reason for bidding before he actually got his hands on it. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xianxia, but he was afraid that there was an even more powerful expert whose consciousness could break through his minor divine defense formation and eavesdrop on his secret voice transmission. That would be terrible. Ling Yan was not afraid of thieves stealing, but he was afraid of thieves remembering. Xianxia, after the auction is over, investigate the identity of the woman in VIP room 13. She made me spend an extra 500 million. I have to find a way to make up for it. Thinking about the intense bidding just now, Ling Yan was a little annoyed. Even though it was an exaggeration to say that he spent an extra 500 million, it was obvious that the woman had made him spend at least 200 million more. Got it. Xianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled with divine light. Her disdainful gaze disappeared in a flash. In the end, He Yuqiang had increased the price crazily. Xianxia was already unhappy without Ling Yan's reminder. But does Xiao Mimi have enough money on her for 2 billion? Xianxia finally asked. This made Ling Yan even happier. He chuckled and said, of course, I have plenty. Don't worry. In the afternoon, Ling Yan got Xiao Mimi to contact Tang Meng and get him to transfer the 15 billion that Ling Yan had extorted from Yi Tianshui to Xiao Mimi's secret account. In addition to the 500 million that Ling Yan had transferred to her, Xiao Mimi had at least 15 billion on her now. How could it not be enough? Just the thought of using the money that originally belonged to Yi Tianshui to bid for items at the Yi family's auction house made Ling Yan extremely happy. This feeling couldn't be any better. Of course, he couldn't just use the black card that Yi Tianshui had given him. If he did that, not only would Xiao Mimi's identity be exposed, but her relationship with Ling Yan would also be exposed. If that happened, other than causing the Yi family to vomit blood and anger, Ling Yan wouldn't be able to play around anymore, even though it wouldn't be a big deal. After the opening auction, the auction continued. This time, the auction item was the body-tempering liquid that could be used by even those in the divine state. According to Xianxia, this was a body-tempering liquid specially refined by the experts of the heavenly team. Ling Yan immediately lost interest when he heard that. He was about to join the heavenly team. There were 6 slots, and all of them would receive double the salary. He definitely wouldn't be lacking in the future. Moreover, he had just crushed the 2 great elders of the heavenly team last night and extorted a year's worth of salary from 14 of them. Who knew how much body-tempering liquid he would have? The moment the body-tempering liquid appeared on the stage, it was immediately snatched up by people from the first and second floors. In an instant, the price had reached 80 million per bottle, and the bidding was still ongoing. However, Ling Yan didn't care about any of this. He just chatted casually with the other 4 people and waited patiently for the auction item that he needed to appear. Amidst the continuous hubbub, the auction passed by quickly for an hour. Xia Homing's hosting ability was very strong. Whether it was the introduction of the auction items or the bidding, he was extremely proficient. Basically, he could get the auction items to sell for sky-high prices. This auction is really profitable. It's too fast, it's practically a robbery. Ling Yan sighed. In just an hour, the auction house had already auctioned off 20 auction items. Excluding the opening auction, a rough estimate of the total value of those items had already exceeded 20 billion. The auction commission was 20%. That was a profit of 4 billion. What could he do to earn 4 billion in an hour? Ling Yan thought to himself that he had to set up the Ling family's own auction house as soon as possible. It was really too profitable. The next item to be auctioned is the golden black devilish silk. Hearing Xia Homing shout, Ling Yan immediately stopped chatting and focused on the auction stage. This was Ling Yan's goal for this trip. He was determined to get it, so of course, he had to pay attention. Xia Homing first gave a detailed introduction of the supreme grade golden black devilish silk and finally said, this time, there is only a total of 36 gene of supreme grade golden black devilish silk, which is a small amount. Moreover, this old man already knows that there are a few important customers who want to buy all of these 36 gene of devilish silk. Therefore, this time, our auction house can only auction these 36 gene of devilish silk together. As soon as these words came out, the hall on the first floor was filled with complaints. These people were mainly Xiantian realm masters. They were all specially here to bid for the golden black devilish silk. After all, it was difficult to be damaged by swords and knives. After being made into clothes and worn, it would greatly increase one's defense. Whether it was in battle or when going on an adventure, it would be an additional layer of protection. Xia Homing had long expected that there would definitely be a lot of complaints. Therefore, he immediately cupped his fists and said, I know that this will make some people unhappy. However, this time, there's really no other way. I hope that all the heroes here can understand. Even though Xia Homing cupped his fists, there wasn't much apologetic on his face. In fact, towards the end, he even released the powerful aura of a divine realm master and suppressed it towards the place where the complaints were the most. This was how a big shop bullying its customers came about. Obviously, between these individual customers and the VIP guests on the second floor, anyone would do the same. Otherwise, wouldn't they be offending their own big customers? There were many individual customers, like carps crossing the river. However, if the VIP guests on the second floor were to be lost, then the Yi family would suffer a huge loss. Indeed, in the pugilistic world, strength spoke louder. With a little pressure from Xia Homing, those complaints instantly disappeared without a trace. Only then did Xia Homing's expression relax and he said with a smile, of course, our Yi family auction house won't treat everyone unfairly. After this auction is over, as long as there's a need for golden black devilish silk, you can leave your name at our Yi family auction house. When we hold our next auction, as long as you come to bid, we'll definitely treat you generously. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. After saying that, Xia Homing paused for a moment and immediately said, Supreme golden black devilish silk, a total of 36 caddies. The starting price is 1.8 billion, and each increment can't be lower than 200 million. The bidding begins now. Xia Homing had a card up his sleeve and immediately announced the start of the auction. 3.6 billion. In VIP room number 2, Lu Yuanji of the Lu family made his move again after spending 3 billion for 30 bottles of body-tempering liquid. It was done in one go. Yi Xingchen had said that normally, this golden black devilish silk had a relatively stable price, which was around 100 million per gene. The Lu family had directly bid 3.6 billion, which meant that they didn't want to waste any more time and were determined to get it. 4 billion. Tanning of the Tan family in VIP room number 3 didn't back down and actually jumped the price by 500 million. Looks like this Lu and Tan families are really ambitious. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. Both families were fighting to get their hands on the supreme golden black devilish silk. It was obvious that their goal was the same as Ling Yan's. They wanted to strengthen their family's power and overall combat power. 5 billion. The Li family also made their move. In the previous hour, they had spent more than 2 billion on many weapons and elixirs. Now, they actually jumped the price by 1 billion, completely crushing the Lu and Tan families. Damn, they're completely crazy. Ling Yan was very angry. How many Xiantian masters did the Li family have? What was the point of buying so much golden black devilish silk? However, there was no other way. This was an auction, and people came to bid. No one could stop them. Ling Yan's divine sense enveloped the Li family's VIP room. Just by looking at the expressions in the eyes of the few people present, he knew that the Li family was definitely staking it all on this one throw. They were determined to get the golden black devilish silk. Xingchen, I think we should give up on the golden black devilish silk this time. The Li family is definitely determined to get it. If we go all out against them, it would be too much of a loss. It's not worth it. Ling Yan saw the Li family gritting their teeth, and his first decision was to give up. Looking at the Li family's stance, it was possible that they would bid more than 8 billion this time. That was equivalent to more than double the normal price. Ling Yan knew that the Li family had prepared at least 15 billion according to their final bid during the opening auction. It wasn't that Ling Yan was afraid of spending money, but he knew very well that after crushing the 14 people from the heavenly team last night, the Ling family had truly gained a foothold in Beijing. Therefore, with his means, he now had enough time to rapidly increase the strength of the Ling family. They didn't necessarily have to rely on increasing their defensive power. Why? Yi Xingchen suddenly stood up with a swoosh. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she sneered, "Isn't it just money? I'll do it this time." Suddenly, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, one sitting and one standing, looked at each other and smiled. A smile tugged at the corners of Yi Xingchen's mouth as he said in high spirits, "Since that's the case, then there's no need to fight anymore." As it turned out, the two people's divine senses were powerful, and they both enveloped the Li family's VIP room number 4. They heard the same words at the same time. "Yu Jun, you just have to increase the price. The old man has already said that no matter what price our Li family has to pay, we have to buy this golden black devilish silk and give it to the Ling family to obtain their protection." The Li family's brazen action, crazily bidding for the top-grade golden black devilish silk, was actually to gift it to the Ling family, so he was one of us. Genius site address. Mobile version, good taste. Very insightful. Ling Yan gave a thumbs up. Even though the Li family's cultivation wasn't that great, their foresight was much better than the Lu and Tan families. They were definitely worthy of praise. Since the 36 kilograms of golden black devilish silk would be delivered to the Ling family sooner or later, there was no need for Ling Yan to fight for it now. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. Why didn't the Li family say something so important earlier? They almost got hurt by accident. In fact, the one who spoke from the Li family was also an early Xianxia expert. He spoke to his nephew, Li Yujun, using telepathy as well. Unfortunately, his realm was too low. Given the strength of Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen's divine senses, they could hear everything clearly. Moreover, the name Yujun further confirmed Ling Yun's suspicions that the person in VIP room 4 was definitely someone from the Li family. That was because he had met someone from the Li family before. It was Li Yumin, the one who went to Shui Mining's 17th birthday party in Qingshui City to give her a gift. Let's see if the Li family can take it down this time. If they can't, then we'll make our move. Ling Yan said to Yi Xingchen with a smile, completely at ease. Aren't you afraid that the Li family will change their mind and give the golden black devilish silk to someone else? Yi Xingchen reminded Ling Yun bluntly, pouring cold water on him. I don't mind, but if that happens, the Li family will have to pay a terrible price, Ling Yun said calmly as he looked at the rapidly jumping numbers on the big screen. Even though Ling Yun didn't mean to hear what that person from the Li family said, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with them if they dared to go back on their words. Then, the only thing Ling Yun could do next was naturally to watch the tigers fight while drinking tea. Obviously, the few important customers that Xia Homing mentioned were the Lu, Tan, and Li families. At this moment, only these three families were bidding. Therefore, while Ling Yun drank his tea, he also extended his divine sense to the limit to listen to the relationship between these three families and what their current situation was. In the past hour, all three clans had obtained something. The Lu clan had obtained the body-tempering liquid, the Tan clan had obtained some pills that could assist in cultivation, and the Li clan had obtained some weapons that could cut through iron like mud, as well as some high-quality pills. 5 billion. Tan Ning, who was in VIP room number 2, was stunned by the Li family's sudden jump of 1 billion. Caught off guard, he ordered to raise the price by 500 million with a furious expression. 8 billion. This time, Lu Yuanji of the Lu clan did not give way. He also competed fiercely and increased the price by another 300 million. 8 billion. The Li family did not stand on ceremony and directly jumped the price by 1 billion. This price was 8 billion more than the 5 billion they had just offered. Wow, many people on the first floor exclaimed in shock. The Li family had jumped the price by 1 billion twice. These two moves were simply too domineering, shocking everyone. Ling Yan's judgment was correct. The Li family had used two crazy price jumps to tell everyone that they were determined to get the 36 kilograms of the golden black devilish silk. In the two VIP lounges on the second floor, the air instantly froze, as heavy as cold iron. Damn, the Li family is sparing no expense. Lu Yuanji could no longer sit still. He stood up and stared maliciously at the big screen, his heart bleeding. The body-tempering liquid of the divine realm and the golden black devilish silk of the golden black devilish silk could be said to be the two items that the Lu family was determined to get tonight. With these two items, the direct descendants of the Lu family, as well as the close to 100 men of sacrifice that they had painstakingly nurtured, would have their combat power increase by leaps and bounds. However, he had already used 3 billion just now. If the golden black devilish silk was to exceed 7 billion, it would be at least 10 billion. Rapidly increasing the overall strength of the family was the Liu family's current biggest strategy. However, if it was 100 million per person, Liu Yuanji's blood rushed to his head. His malicious gaze swept in the direction of VIP room number 4 on the left, his teeth chattering in hatred. Li family, you are so determined to stop my Liu family from ascending. This is equivalent to openly declaring war. The Liu family would make a move against the Li family sooner or later. It was just that the time wasn't right now. At the same time, Tanning in VIP room number 3 was already standing in front of the widescreen TV. His hair and beard were all standing on end. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Courting death." Tanning had a violent personality. He couldn't even be bothered to use telepathy now. In his rage, he wasn't afraid that the Li family would hear him. 7,800 million. Tanning finally opened his mouth. For the first time ever, he raised the price by 1 billion. Wow, another 1 billion jump. This golden black devilish silk is already double the usual price. The people on the first floor saw that the price of an auction item had actually jumped by 1 billion 3 times. At the same time, they no longer had any complaints about the Yi family's method of auctioning off the golden black devilish silk as a package. It turned out that the Yi family really did have a big client this time, and a big client that didn't lack money at all. If they really sold it separately, not only would it be troublesome, it would also be equivalent to blocking their path to wealth. Moreover, from the looks of it, even if they only bid for 1 caddy, they wouldn't be able to get it. 8 billion. Amidst the exclamations, VIP room number 2 made another bid. This time, it only jumped by 1 unit, 200 million. This was Liu Yuanji's limit. Any higher and he would immediately give up. 9 billion. Another shocking bid appeared on the big screen. The Li family jumped another 1 billion, bidding 9 billion, if this was based on the base price of 1.8 billion, it was equivalent to 5 times the base price. Give up. After VIP room number 2 saw the red bid on the big screen, his fair face also turned red, and his eyeballs almost popped out. He immediately gave the order to give up. Li family, you're courting death. VIP room number 3, Tanning directly cursed. Although his voice was very low, it was just enough for the Li family to hear. However, this bid of 9 billion had obviously exceeded the Tan family's limit. Tanning also didn't make another bid. 36 caddies of top-grade golden black devilish silk, VIP room number 4, 9 billion going once, 9 billion going twice. On the auction stage, Xia Homing was already smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. He didn't even call for a third time and directly dropped the hammer to seal the deal. After Xia Homing dropped the hammer, in VIP room number 4, the Li family's representative, Li Junhua, whose body had been tense all along, suddenly fell backwards. Father! Li Yujun, who had been raising the price with 1 billion, was currently in a state of great nervousness and excitement. He sensed that something was wrong and immediately turned his head to exclaim. I'm fine. Li Junhua waved his hand weakly and said, 9 billion, I can finally go back and answer to the old man. I hope that our Li family's 10 billion can be exchanged for a word from the Ling family. Li Junhua was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 1, and his realm was the highest. When he was bidding just now, he clearly felt more than 10 divine senses enveloping him. That obvious pressure forced him to use all his strength to resist, and that was why he didn't make a fool of himself in the end. It was like a battle of life and death. The Li family has now fallen to the bottom of the 5 big families. It's a precarious situation, Li Junhua sighed secretly. VIP room number 3. Tan Ying's face was gloomy. Li Junhua, isn't your Li family rich now? Unfortunately, that's all you have left. You might have the money to bid for the items, but you might not have the ability to bring them back to the Li family. He really couldn't take it anymore and actually sent a telepathic message to the neighboring VIP room number 2. Liu Yuanji, what do you think? Liu Yuanji was waiting for Tanning to say this. He smiled sinisterly. Old Tan, you should be happy. This way, we'll save money. Why don't we do it together, and each family gets half? Let's do that then. Tanning didn't even hesitate before he immediately agreed. Then, he took out his communication device and began to contact the experts in his family. He planned to intercept the items after the auction ended. Sigh. Some people really have bad morals. If they can't compete openly, they'll rob secretly. In VIP room number 9, after hearing the secret conversation between the Liu family and the Tan family, Ling Yun shook his head and sighed. Then, he smiled and said to Yi Xingchen, "Looks like we'll be busy tonight." "I'm waiting." Yi Xingchen smiled lazily. "I have nothing better to do anyway." In the next hour, the auction basically consisted of some rare spiritual herbs, as well as intermediate talismans such as the Demon Suppression Talisman, Exorcism Talisman, and Spirit Cleansing Talisman. Within this hour, the person in the limelight was actually the second floor's VIP room number 13. He Yuqiong bid for almost all the spiritual herbs on the auction stage, as well as talismans such as the Demon Suppression Talisman, Exorcism Talisman, and Spirit Cleansing Talisman. She actually spent 5 billion in an hour. An ordinary woman coming to the ancient martial arts auction to buy all these things. Looks like someone important in her family is suffering from an incurable disease. Ling Yun was an immortal doctor. Seeing that He Yuqiong was willing to pay a high price for those items, he could immediately guess what was going on. Looking at this woman's unbridled bidding, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to compete with her. Spiritual herbs such as Tianshan snow lotus, Chinese knotweed, and ginseng were all over 100 years old, so Ling Yun didn't care for them. As for those talismans, Ling Yun had even less need for them. At this moment, there were too many things in his universe ring. Moreover, they were far older than the ones being auctioned here. Moreover, the Ling family still had 3 acres of spiritual herbs. Because Ling Yu was cultivating the Supreme Green Emperor technique, the herbs ripened almost every day. Ling Yun didn't lack them at all. It was 10 o'clock at night again. This time, the Yi family's auction house finally brought out an item that moved Ling Yun's heart. White jade honey. When Ling Yun saw the big bottle of white jade honey on the auction stage, he immediately sat up straight. Looks like I didn't wait in vain. White jade peak honey, this is a real treasure. Ling Yun grinned. He felt that this trip was definitely not in vain. This was because this white jade peak honey was a type of honey secreted by the extremely rare white jade bee. This white jade peak honey itself had the effects of relieving pain, detoxifying, and beautifying. Of course, its effects were 100 times stronger than ordinary honey. However, in Ling Yun's hands, its value would increase by more than 1,000 times. This was because Ling Yun could use it to make the beauty pill and the youth-retaining pill. 10 Everything is ready except for the east wind. I've been waiting for you. Ling Yun's divine sense enveloped the 10 kilograms of white jade peak honey as he laughed heartily. These white jade bees were completely transparent, including their wings. They were like white jade and were full of spiritual energy. They would only appear in places with extremely harsh conditions, but they would definitely be places overflowing with spiritual energy. Furthermore, those places had to be places where hundreds of flowers grew all year round. Now that the spiritual energy on earth was depleted, such a place was hard to come by. Ling Yun guessed that the white jade peak honey might have been found in a small cave. Such a small cave was similar to the Shenong cauldron in Xianxia. It was impossible for ordinary people to find it. Only those who were fated would have the opportunity to enter. The effects of this white jade honey naturally had the same effects as ordinary honey, such as clearing away heat and dryness, relieving pain, detoxifying, beautifying, and so on. Its effects were 100 times stronger than ordinary honey, and drinking it regularly could even prolong one's life. It could even make one look youthful. However, that was only how ordinary people consumed it. In Ling Yun's hands, the white jade peak honey had an even more powerful and important effect. It was a fusion agent, or rather, a catalyst. Ling Yun's family's 3-acre spiritual herb garden was filled with all kinds of spiritual herbs with powerful beauty effects, such as rhodiola, angelica, lily, aloe, and so on. In his spatial ring, there were knotweed, ginseng, Tianshan snow lotus, and so on. It could be said that Ling Yun already had the main ingredients and supplementary ingredients for the beauty pill and the Ajarasia pill. What he lacked was a catalyst that could perfectly integrate the effects of these ingredients and amplify them by multiple folds. In short, it was what traditional Chinese medicine called a primer. These primers weren't difficult to find. There were plenty of them, but Ling Yun's requirements were too high. Even though ordinary primers could make the beauty pill, it was a waste of spiritual herbs. Only the white jade peak honey was the best primer to make the beauty pill and beauty pill. The beauty pill and the healing talisman could completely remove scars. Even if a person was completely disfigured by sulfuric acid, Ling Yun could still make her as beautiful as a fairy and retain her youth. With the 10 kilograms of white jade peak honey, Ling Yun could definitely make 2,000 pills. Why couldn't one pill be sold for 2 or 300 million? Therefore, the value of the Bayou peak honey was too great for Ling Yun. This is honey. Because it is snow white and transparent, like flowing white jade, we call it white jade peak honey. At that moment, Xia Homing began his speech on the auction stage. Aside from the fact that he didn't mention its use as a medicinal primer, he basically explained everything else. In the end, he said, this white jade honey was brought out by a divine realm expert from a mysterious grotto heaven after experiencing several life and death situations. Its value isn't below that of the golden black devil silk. Our auction house has already tested it, and its beautifying effects are simply amazing. After Xia Homing finished his introduction, the first floor immediately boiled over. This was because among the thousands of people, there were more than 100 women. To them, this white jade peak honey was a dream come true. Wow! This is a good thing for the elderly and women, especially women. It can beautify and nourish their skin. Hero Zhao, I heard that you're currently pursuing a female confidant, right? If you bid for this and give it to her, I think she'll immediately enter the bridal room with you. Senior Wang, don't tease me. Didn't you see the starting price? I wouldn't be able to afford it even if I sold myself. White jade peak honey, this big bottle weighs 20 caddies. The starting price is 1 billion, and each increment is at least 100 million. Xia Homing announced the start of the auction after explaining the origin, value, and effects of the white jade peak honey in detail. 1 billion. 2 billion. 5 billion. Many people started bidding before Xia Homing's voice fell. This time, it wasn't just the second floor, but the first and second floor. Obviously, this white jade peak honey was in high demand. Auntie, Xianxia, do you want to try this white jade peak honey? In VIP room 9, Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry to bid. Instead, he teased the two people who had already stood up. Ling Yun's words were completely nonsensical because Qin Dongxue and Yi Xingqian's eyes lit up. They didn't hide their love for the white jade peak honey at all. Cut the crap. Yi Xingqian rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. You don't have to bid for this, I'll do it myself. Big sister Qin and I will eat it, not you. No need, no need. Ling Yun raised his hands in surrender. How can I let you buy such an important gift yourself? I'll definitely buy it for you. That's more like it. Yi Xingqian smiled happily. While Ling Yun was having fun with the two beauties, the price of the white jade peak honey had exceeded 2 billion. It was equivalent to 100 million per caddy, which was comparable to the price of the golden black devilish silk. 5 billion. In VIP room 4, the Li family, which had been silent for an hour, made another move. This time, the price jumped by another 500 million. This was bought by Li Junhua for his father. After all, this white jade peak honey had the effect of prolonging one's life. To the Li family, the life of the old man was as important as the protection of the Ling family. 3 billion. In VIP room 13, He Yuqiong didn't want to be left out. She continued to bid, jumping the price as well. She was determined to get it, not only for her family's illness, but also for herself. However, this time, most of the people on the second floor didn't bid. In the eyes of these experts, this white jade peak honey was flashy without substance. It didn't have much effect on improving one's cultivation, so they definitely wouldn't bid for it. Ling Yun, on the other hand, had a headache. Why did the Li family always jump out to cause trouble every time he had something he wanted? Even though they were all in the same trench, they couldn't cheat him like this. 1 billion. The Li family paused for a moment before raising the price again. After all, Li Junhua had already thrown out 12 billion. No matter how rich the Li family was, it was impossible for them to throw out 15 billion just for an auction. After the white jade peak honey reached 3 billion, no one else bid. Only the Li family and He Yuqiong were left in the bidding. 5 billion. He Yuqiong, on the other hand, was full of vigor. She was very domineering, jumping the price by 400 million directly. She was determined to get something that could prolong one's life. Furthermore, the white jade peak honey could nourish one's skin. After seeing this bid, the Li family indeed didn't bid again. Li Junhua shook his head and gave up. No one else bid. Many people could tell that this room 13 wanted almost everything related to medicinal herbs. She wouldn't give way to anyone. However, at this moment, the bid on the big screen changed again. 6 billion. Oh my God. It's room number 958. Countless people exclaimed. After successfully winning the opening prize, room number 958, who had been silent for 2 hours, actually made a bid again, and coincidentally, this time, she was once again at loggerheads with guest number 13, of course, Ling Yun had to bid. This white jade peak honey was worth at least 100 times more in his hands. That was money that he could see and touch. He was determined to get it. In VIP room number 13, He Yuqiong was so angry that her whole body was trembling when she saw the bid number on the big screen. At the opening prize, it was this room number 958 who snatched something that was within her reach. She didn't expect him to come again. He Yuqiong was very puzzled. Even if you want to bully others, you can't just target me. She was starting to suspect that this room 958 was an actor hired by the Yi family on purpose. 4 billion. He Yuqiong went completely crazy. She jumped the price by 400 million directly. 5 billion. The price jumped. It actually jumped by 500 million directly. Wow, everyone on the first floor exclaimed. That was because no one expected room number 958, who always bid with the lowest unit, to jump the price as well. He Yuqiong was so angry that she almost cursed. That was too harsh of a slap to her face. At the opening of the auction, the other party had bullied her that she was at the end of her tether and was obviously scheming against her. But now, he was crushing her. 6 billion. He Yuqiong increased the price again, but this time, she only increased it by 100 million. That was because she had already spent 5 billion in the previous crazy bidding. If she spent another 5 billion for this Bayou Peak honey, then she wouldn't be able to bid for the most important auction item. 5 billion. The other party didn't stand on ceremony and continued to jump the price. It was as if he had completely seen through her psychological limits and directly quoted the price she expected. Of course, Ling Yun didn't care. He bid 5 billion with a 10% discount, which was 5 billion. He could still save 500 million. He Yuqiong's eyes were fixed on the big screen. She wasn't satisfied, but she knew that she couldn't increase the price anymore. Give up. Half a minute later, He Yuqiong opened her mouth and gave up. Xia Homing's voice sounded just in time. Congratulations to room number 958. After winning the opening prize, you successfully bid for 10 kilograms of Bayou Peak honey. This auction item will be given a 10% discount based on the bidding price. The first floor was filled with thunderous applause. It was too enthusiastic. Everyone was shocked. Room number 958 had made 2 bids and won both times. He actually won again. Amazing, this room number 958 is godly. Yeah, she crushed the VIP upstairs twice in one auction. She either doesn't make a move or she wins it. Who would dare to compete with her next? What if the other party takes revenge and deliberately raises the price for her? Some regulars started to worry for room number 958. This wasn't impossible. Hee, brother, this is your first time attending an auction, right? Why don't you think about it? That room number 958 is obviously an auction expert. What if she beats him at his own game and does the exact opposite? There were all sorts of comments, but there was no doubt that Xiao Mimi had become the center of attention. This time, the venue even shone the spotlight on her. It was too dazzling, however, Xiao Mimi's eyes were still clear and calm. She sat there quietly, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Hee, if that's the case, I'll bid again. Let's see who dares to compete with me. In VIP room number 9, Ling Yan's divine sense enveloped the flustered and exasperated He Yuqiong. 5 billion, not bad, not bad. At that moment, in VIP room number 6, Lone Ranger Mansky Stars was laughing heartily. This was because he had brought the Baiyufeng honey out from a mysterious valley. It was his auction item. Originally, Mansky Stars thought that the Baiyufeng honey could only sell for about 3 billion. He didn't expect it to fetch a price of 5 billion. He was extremely satisfied. At the same time, his divine sense enveloped the auction stage as he continued to pay attention to the next item. This was also his. On the auction stage on the first floor. Everyone, the next item is in my hands. As you can see, it's in my hands. Xiao Homing raised a long box that was half a meter long. He waved it in the air, attracting everyone's attention. This is a map of a secret territory. I know that many of you here like to travel to famous mountains and rivers, entering and exiting dangerous places to explore secret territories. However, they often don't know the way. Therefore, with this map, you can save yourself a lot of trouble. However, before the auction, I want to tell everyone that the place drawn on this secret territory map is extremely dangerous. If you haven't reached the advanced Xianxia realm, I suggest that you give up on bidding for this item. That's because this was drawn by a divinity realm expert after he escaped from that secret territory after going through a lot of danger. As soon as Xia Homing said that, many of the ancient martial arts experts who had been staring at him with sparkling eyes gasped. If a divinity realm expert had to go through a lot of danger, wouldn't it be courting death for those below the divinity realm? Senior Xia Homing, how can we confirm whether this secret territory map is real or not? Someone below the stage suddenly asked. This was also Ling Yan's question. When he knew that Xia Homing had a secret territory map in his hands, his heart had been itching. After all, exploring secret territories was what Ling Yan was best at. This friend worries too much. With the decades of reputation and credibility of the Yi family auction house as a guarantee, you can rest assured. Xia Homing didn't even bother to explain to that person. He just dismissed him with one sentence. Then, he smiled mysteriously and said, however, I can tell everyone that the last auction item, the 10 kilograms of Baiyufeng honey, was brought out by the divinity realm expert from the secret territory he drew. Hua. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction hall was instantly in an uproar, and clamorous voices arose from all directions as people discussed animatedly. There's no need to ask. It's definitely the solitary starry sky. It can't escape. I also think it's him. Apart from him, no one else would be able to go to such a dangerous place. We can't do that at all. It's too dangerous. We'll just die if we go. Sigh, what a pity. Let's not talk about other things. Just based on the price of the white jade peak honey, how many cultivation resources could it be exchanged for? There were all kinds of theories, but no one objected to the theory that this secret territory map belonged to the sky full of stars. Everyone unanimously agreed that it was him. Everyone, quiet down. Xia Homing waited for the crowd to discuss for a while before he smiled and said, since everyone has guessed it, then, he suddenly raised his head and shouted towards VIP room number 6, Solitary Hero Man, please show yourself. It was obvious that the Yi family had already discussed this with stars in the sky. Otherwise, according to the rules, the owner of the auction item would never show himself, and the Yi family would never take the initiative to ask him to show himself. Ha 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 ha, following a burst of rough laughter, stars in the sky flashed out of the VIP room and appeared outside the door. Fellow Jianghu cultivators, this man greets you. Stars in the sky cupped his fists casually and said, that's right. That white jade peak honey was brought out by this old man from a secret territory. As for why I'm auctioning this secret territory map, I'm ashamed to say that it's because this old man's realm is low and my cultivation is insufficient. In that secret territory, this old man has already exhausted all his strength. Even with a narrow escape, I could only explore from the outermost area of the secret territory. I didn't dare to go further in. Therefore, after this old man came out, I thought about it and drew this secret territory map to auction. I hope that friends who are interested in exploring the secret territory can go there and explore it. Before auctioning the secret territory map, I'll say this first. This old man can use his life to guarantee that I will never tell anyone about that place. As long as you follow the secret territory map I drew, you will definitely be able to reach the entrance of the secret territory and successfully enter it. If the person who wins the secret territory map is willing to let me lead him, this old man is willing to follow him to the entrance of the secret territory. However, I will definitely not enter again because there are many dangers inside. As for whether you live or die after entering, you can only rely on yourself. Finally, Stars in the Sky cupped his fists and said, "Of course, risk and opportunity coexist. I wish the fated person will obtain it." After saying that, Stars in the Sky turned around and returned to his room without looking back. Hero Man has always been a man of his word. Everyone can rest assured now, right? After Stars in the Sky returned to his room, Xia Homing asked again. Everyone nodded. With the double guarantee of the Yi family auction house and Stars in the Sky, this secret territory map was definitely not fake. Moreover, this was not the first time the Yi family had auctioned a secret territory map. As long as it was auctioned, everyone who had been there had confirmed the authenticity of the secret territory map. This secret territory map has a starting price of 200 million. Each bid cannot be less than 20 million. The auction begins, 300 million. Someone made a bid immediately, and it was someone from the first floor. Secret territories and treasures had always been the dreams of martial artists. Of course, there would definitely be people bidding for them. After all, Stars in the Sky had personally said that he had only explored the outermost secret territory and obtained the white jade peak honey. He had auctioned it for 5 billion. The profit was too tempting. 400 million. Someone from the second floor also made a bid, but it wasn't from the Liu family, Tan family, or Li family, and it definitely wasn't VIP 13. That was because such a dangerous place had nothing to do with these people. It was VIP number 15. All 5 of them are masters of the divine realm. In VIP room 9, Ling Yan had long known that everyone in this VIP room was of the divine realm. Based on their attire, he felt that they were most likely from the East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance. So they're here for this secret territory map. It seems like the Yi family secretly leaked a lot of information before the auction. Ling Yan guessed secretly, and in fact, he guessed correctly. 500 million. Someone from the first floor made a bid again. After all, the price wasn't too high. Humph. Someone from VIP number 15 snorted. He was obviously angry, but after the snort, he increased the price. 700 million. Hearing that cold snort, the master from the first floor at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm level 9 gave up decisively. It wasn't a matter of price, but he couldn't afford to offend the other party. In an ancient martial arts auction, even if it was just an auction, sometimes one had to rely on one's strength. Indeed, after the bid of 700 million, no one made another bid for half a minute. Hee, the ancient martial arts practitioners on the mainland are really getting worse with each generation. One cold snort and everyone is as quiet as cicadas in winter. After someone snorted in VIP room 15, someone sneered and mocked. This wasn't telepathy, but in such a huge auction venue, no one dared to reply. They were all here to participate in the auction, and no one wanted to cause trouble and make things difficult for themselves. VIP number 15, 700 million going once. 700 million going twice. 700 million going, Xia Homing deliberately shouted slowly because he was very unhappy with the cold snort and mockery of VIP number 15. However, he was the host of the auction, so he naturally couldn't express it. 720 million. It was number 958 again. Wow, the entire auction venue was filled with thunderous applause. Wow, that's too awesome. I'm impressed, number 958. I'm impressed. Is that woman crazy? Why is she insulting everyone? No matter who the other party is, she won't give face to anyone. I'm impressed too. Look at her, she's only at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3, and she's a woman, yet she dares to challenge a divine realm master. Everyone was shocked, not because of number 958's bid, but because of the other party's boldness. She was too heaven-defying. Not to mention the others, even Xia Homing was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? Where did this woman come from? If it was number 13 from the second floor, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, there were 5 divine realm masters bidding. Even if you had the money to bid for it, could you bring it away? Walking out of Longwang Manor would mean death. However, what was even more shocking was that number 958 was still very calm after making the bid. It was as if she didn't care who she wanted to bid for. At this moment, the ones with the ugliest expressions were, of course, the 5 experts in VIP room 15. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that a mere Xiantian realm level 3 girl would dare to bid against them. They knew without a doubt that this woman had an expert guiding her, but how much could that expert be? Going against the East Ocean Alliance of itinerant cultivators was courting death. Humph. Courting death. There were a few angry shouts from VIP room 15, but no one increased the bid. There was no need to increase the bid, because number 958 was already a dead person in their eyes. Not only the secret map, but even the treasures that she had just won belonged to them. Congratulations again to number 958 for winning the secret map for 720 million. Xia Homing announced the deal a minute later. Even though the items didn't reach the sky-high price that he was satisfied with, number 958's performance still won Xia Homing's respect. Sigh, looks like there's more than one job after the auction ends tonight. In VIP room 9, Ling Yin sat on the sofa calmly and said with a smile. Number 15 had unknowingly helped him a lot, allowing him to win the secret map at an extremely low price. Of course, he was happy. Xianxia only giggled when she heard that. VIP room 15 was also from the East Ocean Alliance of itinerant cultivators. Even though they were furious at number 958, they wouldn't mess around at the Yi family's auction. They could only swallow their anger for now. The auction continued, and the value of the auction items became higher and higher. For example, Shaolin Temple's Great Cyclic Pellet, Mount Longhu's Dragon Tiger Pellet, and Heaven Group's Spirit Congealing Pellet were all out. This caused many pre-celestial realm experts and divine power realm experts to fight over them, and all of them were sold at sky-high prices. However, Ling Yin had many of these treasures in his Taishu ring. Moreover, he would have more after entering the Heaven Group, so he didn't need them at all. Time passed quickly, and it was already 11 p.m. Next item, Purple Jade Essence. Xianxia, does the Yi family's auction have a good item every hour? At 11 o'clock at night, another item that Ling Yin could use appeared on the auction stage. He was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but ask Xianxia. 8 was the opening color, the Rainbow Inferno Mountain, 9 was the Supreme Grade Golden Black Devilish Silk, and 10 was the White Jade Peak Honey and the map of the Mystic Realm. Ling Yin had already obtained 3 out of these 4 treasures. Even though he didn't personally bid for the last one, Ling Yin knew that the Li family would deliver the 15 kilograms of golden black devilish silk to the Ling residence by tomorrow at the latest. Moreover, if the Lu and Tan families really chose to kill the Li family tonight, they wouldn't even have to wait until tomorrow morning. Ling Yin asked this because the Yi family's auction was too regular. Every hour, there would be an auction item that caught his eye. Moreover, in his eyes, it was of astonishing value and he had no choice but to bid for it. This included the purple chalcedony that was just brought to the auction stage. Of course, at other times, the Yi family's live auction items were also precious and rare. However, they were basically things that could be made or grown, such as weapons, pills, talismans, and spirit herbs. Then, in another hour, at midnight, what would the Yi family auction item? Ling Yin was looking forward to it. He only heard Xianxia explain with a smile, of course, because the bidding is so intense, many people are already numb to the bidding. Therefore, every hour or so, the Yi family will bring out an item that can attract everyone's attention, in order to maintain the atmosphere of the entire auction. I see. I understand now. After listening to the explanation, Ling Yin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he began to pay attention to the auction. As everyone knows, the essence of earth is stone, and the essence of stone is jade. Then, the essence of jade is naturally this chalcedony. On the auction stage, Xia Homing began his sales pitch again. There are many types of chalcedony, and there are all kinds of colors. Correspondingly, their functions and effects are also emphasized. However, among all the colors of chalcedony, the rarest and most helpful to us cultivators should be the purple chalcedony. Listening to Xia Homing's introduction, Ling Yan couldn't help but nod his head slightly. What Xia Homing said was generally correct. Different types of chalcedony had different effects. For example, the red chalcedony could be used as medicine and was helpful in the cultivation of divine sense. The blood chalcedony could improve one's blood and qi, replenishing one's blood and qi, greatly increasing the strength of a cultivator. The green chalcedony had exuberant vitality and gave one a strong life force. However, among all the different colors of chalcedony, purple was the most expensive. Not only did the purple chalcedony have all the effects of the other chalcedonies, but it could also help cultivators build their foundation. Purple jade essence was a type of supreme-grade spirit stone. Even in the cultivation world, it was one of the supreme-grade spirit stones used by the core disciples of the major cultivation sects to build their foundation. Ling Yan was about to enter the middle stage of qi cultivation. According to his cultivation speed, he would be able to build his foundation in at most half a year. Therefore, he placed great importance on the purple chalcedony. With this purple chalcedony, not only can it increase the cultivation speed of us cultivators, but it can also allow an ordinary late-stage Xiantian realm master to break through to Xiantian realm level 9 and enter the divine art realm in a short year. Furthermore, according to modern physics, this purple chalcedony can resonate with human brainwaves through a special frequency. It's the most useful for spirit cultivators. At this point, Xia Homing's gaze swept towards a room on the second floor, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Ling Yan's divine sense was strong, and he acutely noticed that Xia Homing's gaze swept towards VIP room 17. There were 3 spirit cultivators in that VIP room because of the strong yin qi and murderous aura on them. Furthermore, their divine senses were very strong. When Xia Homing said the last sentence, the faces of the 3 of them showed a fanatical expression. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Xianxia, do you think those skinny, dark-skinned people in VIP room 17 are from the Nanyang Wandering Cultivators Alliance? Xianxia had naturally noticed those people long ago. She nodded thoughtfully. Probably. I saw Xia Homing's introduction. These are the people he's targeting. Also, from their figures and appearances, they should be from Nanyang. So they're here for the purple chalcedony, Ling Yan thought to himself. Since the East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance was here for the secret map, then the Nanyang Wandering Cultivators Alliance must be here for the purple chalcedony. Xianxia smiled. Why, are you interested in the purple chalcedony again? I'm not determined to get it, Ling Yan said calmly. Let's see how it goes. If the price is right, then we'll bid. Ling Yan was speaking the truth. Even though Ling Yan valued the purple chalcedony, it was different from the 7-colored Inferno Mountain. He wasn't determined to get it. That was because when he saw the palm-sized chalcedony, he suddenly remembered something in his Cosmos ring, the Super Tonghulu. Before the college entrance exams, when Ling Yan was at Physique Tempering Stage 8, he found this treasure in the Lord of Jade's shop. This was the real king of stones. It was a Tonghulu skewered with 5 different colors of top-grade jade. Each of them was bigger than a basketball. It shocked everyone in Qingshui City's antique market that Super Tonghulu had a total of 5 colors: purple, white, yellow, red, and black. They were the 5 colors of top-grade jade. Because Ling Yan was only at the pinnacle of Physique Tempering Stage 8, he couldn't see through the interior of the top-grade jade. Moreover, the Tonghulu didn't emit any spiritual energy, so Ling Yan completely ignored it. But now that he thought about it, there was a high possibility that there was a chalcedony inside the Tonghulu. That was because a piece of top-grade jade bigger than a basketball was too rare. If there was no chalcedony inside, it wouldn't be able to form such a large piece of jade. At the same time, Ling Yan thought of the huge imperial greenstone king. Could there be a green chalcedony inside such a big and pure imperial greenstone? If there was, how big of a green chalcedony would it be? Thinking about this, Ling Yan was very tempted. He couldn't wait to take out the Tonghulu and use the clear shadow flying sword to cut it open to take a look. However, Ling Yan resisted the urge. This wasn't the place. Anyway, the Tonghulu was in his spatial ring and couldn't run away. After the auction ended and he left, he could take a look at it at any time. I have such a valuable treasure on me, but I don't know it. This is really the first time. Ling Yan mocked himself. On the auction stage, after Xia Homing finished introducing the value of the purple chalcedony, he said, auction item 99, purple chalcedony. The starting price is 1 billion. Each increment must be no less than 100 million. The bidding begins now. 2 billion. Before Xia Homing finished his sentence, someone immediately made a move. The price of the purple chalcedony doubled in an instant, increasing by 1 billion. Surprisingly, it wasn't the guest in VIP room 17 who made the bid this time, but He Yuqiong who was in VIP room 13. Ling Yan was a little surprised. This purple chalcedony had nothing to do with treating illnesses. Why did you bid so high all of a sudden? However, when his divine sense enveloped VIP room 17, he realized that the three spirit cultivators weren't angry. Instead, they nodded in satisfaction. That was when he understood. Needless to say, VIP room 13 and VIP room 17 were in cahoots. 5 billion. 8 billion. Everyone on the first floor was stunned by the terrifying bid, but there were still two other distinguished guests who participated in the bidding. The Liu family and the Tan family. Ling Yan looked at the bidding numbers on the big screen and smiled. Looks like this is the gift that the Liu family and Tan family bought for the Long family. In the past hour, the Liu family and the Tan family had spent about 2 billion to bid for many Dragon Tiger pills and Great Recover pills. These things were very useful to the masters of their families. It was obvious that the purple chalcedony wasn't of much use to these two families. It would be a waste if they used it on themselves. Therefore, Ling Yan guessed that they were bidding for it to be used as a gift. 4 billion. VIP room 13, He Yuqiong, made another bid. This time, it jumped to 2 billion. Obviously, He Yuqiong was determined to get this purple chalcedony. That was the truth. The three spirit cultivators in VIP room 17 had followed her from the south for this purple chalcedony. They had personally promised that as long as He Yuqiong got the purple chalcedony and gave it to them, they would extend the life of He Yuqiong's grandfather. Seeing the bid of 4 billion, Ling Yan shook his head and decisively gave up. This purple chalcedony wasn't a necessity in Ling Yan's eyes. At most, it was worth 3 billion. He wouldn't spend a single cent more than that. 5 billion. 8 billion. The Liu family and the Tan family were still bidding crazily. However, it was obvious that they had lost to VIP room 13 in terms of momentum. 6 billion. He Yuqiong didn't even hesitate. She jumped to 2 billion. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this woman is crazy. In VIP room 3, Tanning was so angry that he smashed the teacup in his hand onto the floor. Lu Yuanji looked at the shocking figure and didn't increase the bid anymore. He shook his head and sat down with a bitter smile. Congratulations to VIP room 13. 6 billion for the purple chalcedony. Xia Homing was naturally very satisfied with this price. He grinned and dropped the hammer, announcing the deal. Phew, in truth, He Yuqiong was sweating in her heart. She was afraid that number 958 from first floor would attack her again. It was only after Xia Homing announced the deal that she abruptly relaxed. Her graceful figure swayed a little. With the purple chalcedony in her hands, even though her grandfather's illness couldn't be cured, it could extend his life for another year. This would give her more time to settle her family affairs and take back the initiative. Humph. Both families are useless. At this moment, in VIP room 1, a middle-aged man in his 50s, who had been sitting there drinking tea, snorted coldly in his heart. This person was, of course, the representative of the Long family. Thanks for the smoke signal, the flying sharks, the rushes. Generous rewards. 10. Even though the purple jade essence was won by VIP number 13, Ling Yun was indifferent. He was even secretly delighted. He had a feeling that as long as the purple jade essence was in this woman's hands, it would belong to Ling Yun sooner or later. Just by looking at the life-prolonging items that number 13 had auctioned in the past 3 hours, Ling Yin knew that someone important to that woman must have contracted an incurable illness. that illness could only be cured by him. Ling Yan was confident that as long as he could find this woman after the auction, she would obediently hand over the purple jade essence to him after he showed off his skills in front of her. It was just treating someone's illness. To Ling Yan, it was as easy as lifting a finger. He wouldn't be Ling Yan if he didn't take advantage of 6 billion. Therefore, the purple jade essence was already in Ling Yan's possession. After that, the auction naturally continued. In the next hour of bidding, nothing caught Ling Yan's eye. Number 13 made another bid. She spent 2 billion and won the mind-cleansing incense and vitality pill. Up until now, He Yuqiong had spent more than 13 billion in this auction. Ling Yan, of course, was paying attention to her. From the items that she was bidding on, Ling Yan guessed that her family member must have contracted a mental illness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bid on such items. Mental illnesses were undoubtedly the hardest to treat. Hence, Ling Yan's confidence in obtaining the purple jade essence was even greater. In this hour, number 2 and number 3 made frequent bids. They mainly bid on a few weapons that could cut iron like mud. These were things that could increase the strength of a family. If the price was right, the Lu and Tan families would definitely fight for them. Amidst the intense bidding, it was midnight in the blink of an eye. Ling Yan couldn't help but stand up. He wanted to see what kind of auction item the Yi family would bring out at this hour. He saw a soldier of sacrifice from the Yi family come to the auction stage with a long, black sword case in his hands. The sword case was about a meter long and was obviously very heavy. The soldier of sacrifice carefully placed it on the auction stage. Another weapon? The expressions and movements of the Yi clan's death warrior undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was secretly guessing. At the same time, their gazes and divine senses were fixed on the black sword box. Even though the weapons that were up for auction were sharp weapons that could cut through metal like mud, the best ones could only tempt masters at the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 8. As for those in the divine power realm, they definitely wouldn't be interested. Still, there was no doubt that a divine tier elite would be able to use it. At this time, Xia Homing came to the stage and signaled the Yi family's death warrior with his eyes to open the sword case. At the same time, he smiled and said, "The Yi family's auction has been going on for 4 hours. I'm sure everyone is a bit tired. Let's let everyone feel the chill to cool down and refresh themselves." Shua. As the death warrior opened the sword case, countless chilling sword chi suddenly rushed out from the sword case and instantly filled the entire auction hall. The bone-piercing sword aura and the terrifying murderous aura made everyone on the first floor feel as if countless sharp swords were stabbing at their bodies, bringing with them an unparalleled coldness that formed a sense of oppression. They had no choice but to use all of their strength to resist. Haha, this isn't a weapon. It's a meteorite from outer space, a naturally formed Xiantian sword embryo. As he spoke, Xia Homing suddenly reached out and grabbed the black, thick and coarse Xiantian sword embryo. He lifted it up into the air. Wang! The body of the sword vibrated and actually let out a sword hum like the roar of a dragon. Indeed, it wasn't a sword because it was too blunt and rough. It only had the shape of a sword, but it wasn't a sword yet. Countless exclamations rang out in the auction hall because the Xiantian sword embryo's sword chi was too terrifying. Many people below the middle stage of the Xiantian realm couldn't resist it at all. It's indeed a Xiantian sword embryo. Ling Yan was moved. Seeing this Xiantian sword embryo, Ling Yan was instantly delighted because his clear shadow flying sword could finally advance again. Not only the clear shadow flying sword, but such a large piece of the Xiantian sword embryo could even be used as the physical body of the yin-yang astral energy sword, refining his own natal flying sword. To Ling Yan, who was eager to improve his strength, the Xiantian sword embryo was far more valuable than the purple chalcedony. Looks like I'll have to compete seriously with money this time. After seeing the Xiantian sword embryo, Ling Yan finally stopped laughing. Money was a worldly possession after all. He had to save it when he needed to, but he couldn't care less when he needed to spend it. Xiao Mimi, get ready. I must obtain this Xiantian sword embryo. Ling Yan didn't hesitate to send a telepathic message to Xiao Mimi. I'm sure everyone here has personally experienced how terrifying this Xiantian sword embryo is. If you use it to forge a sword, I think even I will have to avoid its sharpness. Xia Homing was all smiles as he purposefully reminded him. Then, his sly and cunning eyes inadvertently swept across the second floor. This time, his target was Ling Yan's VIP room 9. Xiao Homing thought to himself, with this Xiantian sword embryo, I don't believe that Ling Yan won't make a move. He was right, but of course, he was wrong as well. Ling Yan would definitely make a move, but he wouldn't do it himself. Yi Clan's auction, item 118, Xiantian sword embryo. The starting price is 3 billion, and each bid must be no less than 300 million. Let the bidding begin. 4 billion. 5 billion. Two clans made a bid in an instant. Without a doubt, it was the Lu clan and the Tan clan. Because they didn't get the purple chalcedony earlier, they were determined to get their hands on the Xiantian sword embryo. 5.5 billion. DIP Room 15, the East Sea Rogue Cultivators Alliance, also made a bid. They were all Divinity Realm experts, so they naturally knew what was good for them. 6.5 billion. In VIP Room 2, the Lu clan made a second bid. This time, it was another 1 billion, even though he knew that the people in VIP Room 15 were all experts, he didn't know them at all. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the Xiantian sword embryo and give it to the Long clan. Lu Yuanji's bid was, of course, to intimidate his opponents so that he could spend less money. His limit was 7.5 billion. If he exceeded it, the Lu clan would be out of money. That was because they had already spent more than 5 billion in the past 4 hours. 6.5 billion. This bid successfully stopped the people in VIP Room 15, the East Sea Rogue Cultivators Alliance. When they saw the bid, they snorted coldly and gave up. The East Sea Rogue Cultivators Alliance was located on the islands overseas. They had too little contact with the mainland, so their ability to earn money was naturally too poor. They were basically a bunch of paupers. 5.5 billion was their limit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wanted to bid for the secret map at such a low price. It was all for the sake of finding treasures and earning benefits. 7.5 billion. In VIP Room 3, the Tan clan had the same idea as the Lu clan. Even if they wanted the support of the Long clan, they had to prioritize it first and how much support they had. Ugh, Lu Yuanji cursed in his heart. Because the Tan clan's bid of 7.5 billion was exactly the limit he had in mind. It could be said that the Tan clan had hit him where it hurt. Damn it, the Tan clan sent this reckless fool Tanning to bid. So it's to deal with me. Lu Yuanji gritted his teeth. He stared at the innate sword embryo on the big screen. His eyes flickered, and in the end, he clenched his teeth and called out a number. 8 billion. The bid was too crazy. It kept jumping from 1 billion to 1 billion. The bidders on the first floor were already dumbfounded. No one dared to participate as they watched the two clans increase the bid. The huge auction hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. There was not even the sound of breathing. It was obvious how tense the atmosphere was. 8.5 billion. Tanning called out again. This time, he only increased the bid by 500 million. He was familiar with Lu Yuanji and could roughly guess what he was thinking. Old Tan, you win. Although I know that this price has exceeded the limit of your Tan clan, I'll give you face and let you have this innate sword embryo. Lu Yuanji admitted defeat. However, before he did so, he used a secret voice transmission to leave some harsh words to Tanning. This was equivalent to giving face to the Tan clan. He. Thank you, old Lu. The Tan clan will definitely owe you a favor. Tanning was so happy that he was about to burst. Naturally, he would not provoke the other party. As for this bid, Tanning felt that he had spent at least 500 million more, but he had won beautifully. Half a minute passed, and no one else in the auction hall made a bid. 8.5 billion had already exceeded the previous sky-high price of the purple jade essence. It had exceeded 2 billion. Who would still fight for it? After all, it was only an innate sword embryo. It could only be used by one person. 8.5 billion going once, 8.5 billion going twice. Xiao Homing called out very slowly. At the same time, he was very anxious. How was it possible that Ling Yan did not even want the innate sword embryo? Could it be that our Yi family sent you an invitation letter and invited you here just to watch the show? However, his divine sense could not penetrate Ling Yan's little god defense formation. He could not see what Ling Yun was doing. Xia Homing was very helpless and unwilling. He slowly brought the hammer down. Tanning in VIP room number 3 was so happy that he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. 8.5 billion. The bids on the 4 big screens suddenly changed again. Wow. This time, the bids ignited everyone's enthusiasm in an instant. Thunderous applause resounded in the auction hall, because it was number 958 again, the most dazzling person in this auction, after winning the white jade peak honey and the map of the mystic realm, had actually made his move again after 2 hours of silence. Bam! In VIP room number 3, Tanning slammed his fist on the coffee table in front of him, smashing it into pieces. F***ck, Tanning was about to curse out loud. The other party's bid this time not only made the treasure fly out of his hands, but it was also only 300 million. That was the lowest unit. This was a huge slap to his face. Mr. VIP room number 3, you have to compensate for the damage to the items in the VIP room. The female receptionist who helped him bid suddenly said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You don't have to tell me, I know. Tanning was so angry that he jumped up and appeared at the door in a flash. He used his divine sense to look at number 958. Xiao Mimi sat there calmly, once again enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Her face was covered with a black veil, and her gaze was calm. She placed a finger on the bidding area and waited for the other party to bid. Tanning looked at the thunderous applause below. He was very angry and wanted to bid again, but when he looked at the other party's hand that was ready to raise the bid, he instantly became discouraged. Because only the 2 of them were left to bid, and the other party had used 3 heaven-defying successful bids to prove himself. Either he did not bid, or he did not back down. The last point was, of course, that 8.5 billion had long exceeded the Tan family's psychological limit. A minute later, Xia Homing struck the hammer, and the deal was done without hesitation. Once again, congratulations to number 958 for successfully winning the innate stage sword embryo. Just like before, you can enjoy a 10% discount on this auction item. Also, you have successfully obtained the VIP status of our Yi family auction house. The 3,400-word chapter was updated a little late. Thank you for your monthly votes. 7419, bookmark for easier reading. From the start of the auction until now, 958 had already made 4 bids, and all 4 of them were successful. The total amount spent had already reached a terrifying 16.5 billion. With such a stunning performance and terrifying strength, she was definitely qualified to be a VIP of the Yi family's auction. Amazing, she's too amazing. She made 4 bids and won all 4 times. Yeah, she won the opening prize at 8 p.m. At 10 p.m., she won 2 items consecutively, the White Jade Peak Honey and the Mystic Realm map. Now, she won the Khanate Sword embryo at 12 p.m. I'm really impressed. She's really too amazing. This trip wasn't in vain. I've learned a lot. The key is that she won the last auction item with just 1 bid. Her opponent didn't even dare to raise the price. She's truly invincible. Everyone was gasping in surprise at the heaven-defying performance of number 958. It was simply too heaven-defying, and they couldn't help but admire it. Of course, there were also people who started to worry for number 958. It could be seen from the discussions. However, she's in danger tonight. She won too many treasures. It's really tempting, yeah, she's offended at least 3 VIPs and 4 bids. I don't think they'll let her off so easily. It's a pity that she's only at the Xianxia realm. She's already been targeted. I wonder how many steps she can take out of Longwang Manor after tonight's auction. She has the strength to bid, but she has to have the strength to take away the treasures. Otherwise, she'll just be helping someone else. There were all sorts of comments, but there was no doubt that Xiao Mimi had once again become the most dazzling presence in the auction hall. The auction couldn't continue for a while. Xia Homing wasn't in a hurry to bid. This was because the Yi family's auction house wanted such an effect. This was the only way to stimulate everyone's emotions and keep them excited to bid for the items at sky-high prices. He was very excited but also secretly felt that it was a pity. This was because Ling Yun really didn't bid. Even after the auction began, Ling Yun didn't call Yi Xiaoqing over. For a split second, Xiao Homing's mind raced. It wasn't that he hadn't considered the possibility that number 958 was someone arranged by Ling Yun. However, he thought of some reasons and immediately rejected the idea. Because of the case from 20 years ago, everyone in the Ling family would turn pale at the mention of the Devil's Doctrine. It was impossible for them to arrange for someone from the Devil's Doctrine to bid on such an occasion. Wouldn't that be equivalent to announcing that the Ling family would repeat the mistakes of the past and once again face the crusade of the entire martial arts world? Furthermore, the Yi family had a thorough understanding of Ling Yun's character. The Ling family was on the rise, and this was the time when they needed to build momentum. Ling Yun was famous for being domineering. Facing such a large-scale event, Ling Yun would not miss the opportunity to show his face. Furthermore, the Yi family's intelligence network was so powerful that they had yet to discover any traces of contact between the Ling family and the Devil sect. That was because Ling Yun had wiped out all the traces. He didn't leave any survivors. There were many other reasons, but no matter what, Xiao Homing refused to believe that number 958 was someone arranged by Ling Yun. He wanted the Yi family to be unpredictable. This was one of the reasons why Ling Yun arranged for Xiao Mimi to help him bid. This kind of small family is really useless. It's better not to have them. They're a disgrace to the Long family. In VIP Room 1, the Long family's representative shook his head in disdain when he saw that the Lu family and Tan family had failed again. He laughed and said, "But since they came to us voluntarily, we should still accept those gifts. After all, it's a free bargain." Tonight, many good items appeared in the Yi family's auction. However, the Long family's representative did not move. They only needed items related to dragons and nothing else. Moreover, the Long family had their own auction house. There was no need to buy these items at the Yi family's auction. It was too degrading. VIP Room 3. Tanning had already returned to the sofa. However, no matter how he thought about it, he was still unwilling to give up. Thus, he asked through telepathy, "Old Lu, that number 958 obtained so many heaven-defying treasures and slapped both our families in the face. Tonight, do you want to?" Tanning did not finish his sentence. Instead, he released his killing intent. "There's nothing for us. That number 958 won't be able to walk more than 10 kilometers out of Longwang Manor." Lu Yuanji's gaze was sinister and cunning like a fox. "She's already been targeted by several groups of people. If I'm not wrong, she'll be robbed from VIP Room 15 and VIP Room 17 tonight." Tanning was stunned. He shook his head and said, "Luckily you reminded me. She has so many treasures on her, but she's not even in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. She's practically the fattest piece of meat. Who wouldn't want to rob her?" Tanning broke out in cold sweat and gave up on his original idea. There were at least 100 masters in the late stage of the Xiantian realm and above among the 1,000 people in the auction hall. In the ancient martial arts world, killing and robbing was too common. Moreover, Xiao Mimi had obtained so many heaven-defying treasures. Furthermore, her realm was so low. Of course, this was a situation that Ling Yun deliberately created. This was the second reason why he arranged for Xiao Mimi to participate in the auction tonight. Ling Yun had long planned that if there were no items that he wanted to auction tonight, then Xiao Mimi would become his bait. Want to kill and rob? Then please be prepared to be killed. Ling Yun was already grateful to those who wanted to kill Xiao Mimi. He was grateful to them for helping him bid for the auction. What about the Li family? Tanning asked Lu Yuanji after calming down. I've already arranged for it. I'll let you know the location when the time comes. Ling Yun heard every word of the conversation between Lu Ziyuan and Tanning through telepathy. However, he had no time to think about anything else. Xiao Mimi had already spent 16.5 billion in the 4 auctions. Ling Yun immediately asked Xiao Mimi if she had brought enough money. To Ling Yun's surprise, Xiao Mimi nodded without batting an eyelid. Ling Yun laughed involuntarily and asked, Tang Ming gave you more? Is it enough for 10 billion? Seeing Xiao Mimi nod her head again, Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Only Tang Ming knows me so well. Xiao Mimi didn't bring 15.5 billion, but at least 25.5 billion, this saved him the trouble of transferring the money on the spot. The Yi family's auction was nearing its end after midnight. However, it was still carried out in an orderly manner under Xia Homing's leadership. Just as Ling Yun was waiting for the auction to end, another auction item was placed on the auction stage. Spirit Cleansing Stone. Ling Yun was ecstatic. This was the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. And it was too big. Xia Homing stood on the stage, introducing the black stone that was half a meter square. This is the penultimate item for tonight's auction, the Clear Spirit Stone. I believe that everyone here should have felt it. Not only is this Clear Spirit Stone extremely hard, it also has the effect of calming one's heart and concentrating one's mind. It can prevent a cultivator from going berserk during a breakthrough. Furthermore, it has a miraculous effect on ordinary people too. If an ordinary person is delirious or even completely unconscious, as long as he has the Spirit Cleansing Stone by his side, there is a high chance that he will recover. Other than that, Xia Homing didn't seem to have any other uses for the Spirit Cleansing Stone. Therefore, he wasn't too excited. What he was most looking forward to was the last auction item. Without further ado, Spirit Cleansing Stone, weighing 512 kilograms. The starting price is 1 billion. Let the bidding begin. Xia Homing couldn't even be bothered to mention how much he increased the price because the Yi family's every increment was 1/10 of the starting price. 2 billion. After VIP number 13 won the Purple Jade Essence, he made another powerful move. Xia Homing had already explained the effects of the Spirit Cleansing Stone. Moreover, she came to Beijing for the Spirit Cleansing Stone. Therefore, her goal was clear. She increased the price by 1 billion. 1 billion, 2 billion. The Liu family and the Tan family were both bidding, but they weren't very interested. Even if they gave this to the Long family, they wouldn't be too happy. Few people on the first floor had reached the divine realm. They weren't too interested in the Spirit Cleansing Stone, so almost no one bid. In VIP room 13, He Yuqiong didn't immediately bid after jumping to 1 billion. She was observing to see how many competitors there were. After realizing that only 2 or 3 families were bidding, He Yuqiong was pleasantly surprised. Finally, no one was competing with her. She had already spent more than 13 billion. If she could get the Spirit Cleansing Stone within 3 billion, it would be exactly the amount she wanted to spend on this auction. This was also the last item she had to bid for. She was determined to get it. As long as she could get it, her mission would be completed. Therefore, she looked at the jumping numbers on the big screen and was about to bid. This time, she planned to bid 3 billion. However, before she could speak, she heard a lazy voice suddenly ring in her ears. Perhaps it wasn't just beside her ears, but directly in her mind. Little girl, don't be surprised. I suggest you listen to me first before you bid. Maybe I can save you a few billion. He Yuqiong was also someone who had experienced all kinds of big scenes. After hearing this voice, she stopped bidding and didn't do anything unusual. The voice was a little old, but it was very kind, making people feel very comfortable listening to it. Young lady, based on my observation of you tonight and the things you bid for, I'm guessing that there's a very important person around you who's suffering from a mental illness. He's probably delirious or acting abnormally, and I think he's an old man. He Yuqiong was visibly moved, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Because what he said was just too accurate, without the slightest error. I'm a doctor, so I must get this Spirit Cleansing Stone tonight. Therefore, I would like to ask you to do me a favor. How about it? And the price I'm willing to pay is to treat your family's illness. I've been a doctor for decades and saved countless lives. I'm best at treating mental illnesses. What do you think? As he spoke, Ling Yun used his divine sense to exert pressure on He Yuqiong. Instantly, He Yuqiong felt dizzy and her mind was a little fuzzy. Of course, it was Ling Yun. He was determined to get the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone, but he didn't want to spend too much money. Therefore, he used a little trick. Ling Yun had been observing He Yuqiong for a long time. He had studied her thoroughly. If the Spirit Cleansing Stone hadn't appeared tonight, Ling Yun wouldn't have bothered with her at all. However, when he saw He Yuqiong's eyes light up as soon as the Spirit Refinement Cosmos Stone appeared, as well as her determined gaze, he immediately knew that she was determined to get her hands on the Clear Spirit Stone, The other party wanted the spirit cleansing stone, but Ling Yun wanted the spirit cultivation cosmos stone. Even though the names were different, they were the same stone. Ling Yun knew very well that the other party had spent $13 billion just to save one person's life. That person must be someone close to her and was extremely important to her. Both parties were determined to get the stone, so there would be a desperate bid. Ling Yun felt that he wouldn't be able to get it without 10 billion. Obviously, no one, including Xia Homing, had high hopes for the stone. Moreover, there were very few bidders. If he spent more than 10 billion to bid for the spirit cultivation cosmos stone, it would be too much of a loss. He had missed the chance to pick up a bargain. He could save 7 to 8 billion just by treating someone's illness. This was a good deal. Moreover, Ling Yun waited until now to make his move because he had timed it right. The auction was coming to an end. Many people were ready to leave, so there was no need for him to hide himself anymore. Therefore, Ling Yun weighed the pros and cons and made his move decisively. He went straight to He Yuqiong. He Yuqiong felt dizzy and almost lost her mind. However, Ling Yun stopped pressuring her after proving himself. Therefore, she regained her consciousness immediately. However, He Yuqiong was still hesitant. She didn't even know who the other party was or where he was. How could she make a decision in such a short time? However, the voice quickly rang out again. Little girl, don't worry. Think about it, if this old man wants to bid with you and use a mental attack on you like I did just now, you won't even have the chance to bid. It's just that this old man is a doctor, so I'm not willing to use such despicable methods. In VIP room 9, Ling Yan's handsome eyes sparkled as he stared at the slowly changing numbers on the big screen. He had a smile on his face as he patiently communicated with the other party. When he felt that it was about time, he continued, also, the rare herbs, mind-cleansing incense, mind-nourishing pills, and the like that you just bid on. If used on that old man of yours, the effects would be better than the mind-cleansing stone. In fact, many of them have already overlapped. Those things would be enough for your old man to use for 5 years. What Ling Yun said was, of course, the truth. However, he also wanted to make the other party feel regret and give up on the idea of obtaining it. This way, if the other party really chose to bid against him, they would hesitate to make a move. Ling Yun could still save a lot of money. Little girl, I've said everything I need to say. If you still don't believe me, then let's have a fair competition. Sigh. What a pity. At the end of his sentence, Ling Yun pretended to sigh. VIP room 13. He Yuqiong stood rooted to the ground. After a long internal struggle, she decisively ordered, give up the bid. Ling Yan's mind suddenly relaxed. Very good, a very wise choice. This old man can guarantee that your family will be saved. He first communicated with He Yuqiong to let her know that he was still there. Then, Ling Yan immediately sent a telepathic message to He Yuqiong for her to bid. 3 billion. Number 958 made its move again. He Yuqiong was a little shocked. She thought to herself that she was not going to bid, but the woman on the first floor had made a move. Wouldn't that self-proclaimed miracle doctor still have to bid for it? He Yuqiong immediately wanted to communicate with the person just now and ask the mysterious old man if he wanted her to buy it for him first and then give it to him as a greeting gift. However, when she looked around, she realized that she had no way of contacting him at all. Sigh, what a pity. This way, I've made a profit. That was because Ling Yan had said that as long as He Yuqiong did not compete, he would personally treat her family. She had given up, but someone else had jumped out, and it was the most eye-catching number tonight. He Yuqiong looked at the 3 billion bid on the big screen and stomped her feet anxiously. She was thinking about how the old man would bid to defeat his opponent. At the same time, she really wanted to know which number had told her to give up just now. That way, it would be easier for her to find the person after the auction ended. Even though what Ling Yan had said to her just now was very reasonable, she was still gambling. She was worried. 40 seconds passed. Another 5 seconds passed. Only 10 seconds left, 3 billion going once, 3 billion going twice, 3 billion going. At this moment, He Yuqiong's heart was in her throat. She thought to herself that the old man should have made his move in the last 5 seconds. He was indeed very good at psychological warfare. Third time. Congratulations to number 958, you have successfully won the spirit cleansing stone with a bid of 3 billion. Xia Homing continued after the hammer fell. Same old rules. This auction item will be 10% off for number 958. Everyone was shocked. 5 shots, 5 hits. 5 shots, 5 successful bids. Moreover, they were all treasures that were auctioned at the same time. Even Xia Homing hadn't seen such a heaven-defying situation in many years, let alone others. Seeing Xia Homing's hammer fall on the big screen, He Yuqiong only felt a buzz in her head. Her face turned pale, and her body shook violently. He Yuqiong's first reaction was that she had been cheated, she had lost the bet. There was no old man, it was someone arranged by number 958 to trick her. He Yuqiong was extremely smart. After she understood this, she gritted her teeth in hatred and almost went crazy. That was because that number 958 had successfully crushed her twice tonight. In the end, he had tricked her again. My He family relies on gambling. We have always understood people's hearts. I didn't expect to fail miserably this time. I was actually tricked by a few simple words. He Yuqiong had never suffered such a huge loss before. She gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She ran to the VIP room to find that detestable number 958. Don't even think about tricking me. He Yuqiong stared at the calm masked woman in the spotlight. She thought to herself, I lost to you 2 times because I'm not as good as you. You can step on me if you want. But this time, don't blame me for being cruel and merciless when you play such a dirty trick. Thinking of this, He Yuqiong did not hesitate. She immediately took out her communication device and contacted one of the leaders in VIP room 17. The 3 of them had come with her. They were there to protect her and to monitor her. However, He Yuqiong knew that as long as she gave them the purple chalcedony later, it would not be a problem for them to help her once. After the auction ends, I will give you the purple chalcedony immediately. But I have a condition. Please help me keep an eye on someone, that number 958. Happy to help. She will definitely die. In VIP room 17, the leader didn't reply to the message on the communication device. Instead, he sent his voice directly to He Yuqiong's ears. After the telepathic transmission, the 3 people from the Nanyang Rogue Cultivators Alliance looked at each other and smiled at the same time. The light in their eyes was as frightening as it could be. Haha, the little girl can't control her temper. She's really angry. Sigh, I can't be bothered to talk to you now. Just stay depressed for a while. Ling Yun didn't reply to He Yuqiong after the successful bid. However, he had enveloped her with his divine sense. Even the contents of He Yuqiong's communication device were clear to him. However, he couldn't be bothered because it was normal for the other party to think that way. Of course, he didn't have to lie to He Yuqiong. It was just that it was difficult for him to explain himself at the moment. He could only let her misunderstand for a while. At this moment, the last item of the auction was finally brought to the stage. Xia Homing suddenly became very excited, and he became impassioned, which was rare for him. Attention everyone, the next item we will be auctioning is the finale of this auction. The finale was about to begin. Middle grade spiritual weapon, a supreme grade flying sword. This flying sword is from the Xianxia sect. As long as you have innate divine sense, you can drip your blood on it and use it in battle. Wow, as soon as Xia Homing's voice fell, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. Almost everyone, including the people from 2 floors, stood up. Middle grade spiritual weapon. A supreme grade flying sword. From the Xianxia sect, any one of these 3 conditions could shock everyone present, let alone all of them. Everyone went crazy. Countless people squeezed forward. To most of them, such a treasure had only been heard of in legends. Now that they had the chance to see it with their own eyes, they naturally wanted to take another look. There was only one exception, and that was naturally Ling Yun. No wonder the Yi family was willing to auction the innate sword embryo at midnight. No wonder Xia Homing wasn't interested in the spirit cleansing stone just now. Ling Yun wasn't even interested in the flying sword. He only said leisurely, it seems like the Yi family spent so much effort to organize such a grand auction not just for connections, resources, information, and profits. There's also prestige. Ling Yun's eyes glinted as he thought to himself, Yi family, oh Yi family, So you invited me here with this hidden motive, auctioning the supreme-grade flying sword and letting thousands of people speculate about the relationship between the Yi family and the Shushan sword sect was, of course, to raise the Yi family's prestige. However, to Ling Yun and the Ling family, who were rapidly rising and had already announced their strength, the Yi family's actions were obviously a show of force. It's a pity that you've used this trick on the wrong person. Ling Yun sneered. What was a middle-grade spiritual weapon? As long as he had the innate sword embryo, Ling Yun would be able to turn the clear shadow flying sword into a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, in the near future, he would be able to let the Yin Yang Gang Chi sword have a real sword body and forge his own natal flying sword. That would be a real treasured weapon. Ling Yun was about to have two flying swords, one a supreme-grade spiritual weapon and the other a treasured weapon. Why would he still be interested in a middle-grade spiritual weapon? Therefore, when he saw the supreme-grade flying sword, Ling Yun only took a glance at it before retracting his divine sense. He had already started planning for his actions after the auction. Old Bu had always wanted to write an auction, and he had been preparing for it for a long time. For the Yi family's auction, Old Bu had written an average of more than 10,000 words a day. Finally, he had finished writing to his heart's content. At the very least, he felt good about himself. He hoped that everyone would be satisfied. If there were any inadequacies, he hoped that everyone would correct him. 10 in the afternoon, after Ling Yan received the invitation to the Yi family's auction, he had already discussed it with Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao in detail. Hence, he did not need to think too much. He only needed to pass down a few orders and the deployment was complete. Even though the Yi family's auction hall was bustling with people from all walks of life jumping out to bid for the supreme-grade flying sword, Ling Yan's divine sense still noticed that many people were communicating with each other through their eyes or telepathy. There were even transcendent realm experts who were communicating with each other through their divine sense. Most of these people's eyes were flickering with eagerness. It was obvious that they were up to no good. It couldn't be helped. The bait that Ling Yan threw out was too tempting. There was no way they wouldn't be tempted. Once the auction was over, Xiao Mimi would leave the Long Wang Manor with 5 treasures, the Mountain of Flames, the White Jade Honey, the map of the Secret Realm, the Khanate Sword Embryo, and the Spirit Cleansing Stone. Even though there were only 5 treasures, the total value of these 5 treasures was almost 20 billion. Looks like there are many people who want to kill and rob tonight. Hee, Ling Yan laughed coldly in his heart because he was also one of those people who wanted to kill and rob. Of course, Ling Yan was very moral. He definitely wouldn't take the initiative to rob others. However, if anyone wanted to rob him, he would happily wait for them to come knocking on his door. Sigh, I'm a person with a bottom line, Ling Yan shook his head and sighed. At this time, in the auction hall, the competition for the supreme-grade flying sword had reached a white-hot state. It was too crazy. The starting price of the item was 5 billion, but now it had doubled, reaching a sky-high price of 10 billion. Moreover, there were at least 7 people bidding for it. Number 2, the Lu family, number 3, the Tan family, number 4, the Li family, number 6, the Sky Full of Stars, number 14 and 16, 2 Transcendent Realm experts, and the last one was a Transcendent Realm expert from the first floor. He had appeared out of nowhere and was actually determined to win. This was because the last bid of 10 billion was made by him from the first floor. A supreme-grade flying sword was simply too attractive to a Divinity Realm expert. Moreover, it came from Shushan. No matter who it was, as long as they got their hands on this flying sword, they would definitely be able to easily crush experts of the same realm, and even kill those of a higher level. As for the Lu family, the Tan family, and the Li family, these 3 secular families, they were also participating in this intense competition. Ling Yan wasn't surprised at all. This was because before the auction began, Xia Homing had added, no matter who it is, as long as they successfully bid for this flying sword, the Yi family will protect them for 3 years. The power behind the Yi family was the Shushan sword sect. The Yi family's promise was equivalent to the Shushan sword sect's promise. With such a huge temptation placed before them, it was only natural that they would fight to the death. This was especially true for the Lu, Tan, and Li families. Whether or not the Long family and the Ling family would protect these 3 families was still unknown. However, as long as they could bid for this supreme-grade flying sword, the Yi family would definitely protect them for 3 years. How could they not fight with all their might? However, when the price of the supreme-grade flying sword exceeded 10 billion, these tyrannical forces couldn't hold on any longer. The intense auction also turned into a stalemate, and everyone became very cautious with their bids. After the bid of 10.5 billion, the Divinity Realm expert from the first floor stopped bidding and gave up. The next to give up was the Li family. In the end, Li Junhua still placed all his bets on the Ling family. When the price of the supreme-grade flying sword reached 11.5 billion, VIP number 6, Stars in the Sky, also stopped bidding. At the same time, VIP number 16 also gave up. 12 billion. Lu Yuanji in VIP room 2 also gave up. Finally, only the Tan family in VIP room 3 and VIP number 14, a Divinity Realm expert, were left. It was very likely that he was representing an ancient martial arts family or a powerful sect to bid. After all, a price of 12 billion wasn't something an ordinary Divinity Realm expert could casually take out. Ling Yan didn't expect the Tan family to go to such lengths for this flying sword. However, even he had to admit that this supreme-grade flying sword was worth at least 10 billion. This was because this price was only equivalent to the market value of an ordinary listed company. Moreover, there was also the Yi family's promise to protect the winner for 3 years. That promise was worth at least 3 billion. Tan Ying's reason for going all out was simple but wise. At most, I'll spend money to bid for the flying sword and get the Yi family's promise to protect me. Then, I'll resell the flying sword. Ling Yan thought to himself that this Tanning might look stupid, but he wasn't stupid at all. He was much stronger than the one from the Lu family in VIP room 2. 3 billion for the Yi family's protection for 3 years was definitely worth it. In this auction, the Yi family wanted fame and profits, while the Tan family wanted protection and support, as well as the supreme-grade flying sword. Only the Divinity Realm expert in VIP room 14 wanted the flying sword purely. Therefore, when VIP room 14 bid 12.5 billion, Tanning immediately jumped the price by 1 billion. After bidding 13.5 billion, the supreme-grade flying sword ended up in the Tan family's pocket. Xia Homing couldn't wait to slam the hammer down and close the deal. Just from the transaction amount alone, their auction house had made a profit of 2.7 billion yuan. Of course, as for how the Yi family and Shushan would settle the score, no one knew. The Yi family's auction officially ended at 1 o'clock in the morning. Even though the live auction had ended, the real transaction had just begun. That was because it was just an auction, and the items hadn't been distributed to the bidders yet. Without a doubt, since number 958 had won the Yi family's opening prize and was the most dazzling person in the entire auction, the Yi family's auction house naturally had to settle the score with her first. In 20 minutes, Xiao Mimi made the payment, received the items, and checked the items on the spot. Everything was verified. Ling Yan had won a total of 5 treasures in this auction. After a 10% discount, he had spent a total of 17.7 billion. Because the opening prize was 1.99 billion, it had to be paid according to the quoted price. Only the other 4 treasures cost a total of 17.52 billion. After a 10% discount, it was 15.768 billion. Adding the 2 items together, it was 17.758 billion. During the final settlement, the Yi family took the initiative to reduce the number, so they only received 17.7 billion. In this way, Ling Yan had saved more than 1.8 billion. That opening prize was practically a free gift. It seems like the Yi family's opening prize wasn't too much of a scam. Now wasn't the time for Ling Yan to scold the Yi family for being a scam. He was secretly glad that he had won the opening prize. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save this 1.8 billion. After the transaction was completed, the Yi family took the initiative to ask Xiao Mimi how she planned to bring so many items with her. This was the service provided by the Yi family's auction house to their VIP customers. Even though they weren't responsible for their safety, they would definitely provide transportation. Moreover, it was free. Xiao Mimi didn't stand on ceremony. She calmly suggested that she only needed a truck that could carry these 5 items. You only need a truck? Are you sure? The Yi family was in disbelief. He even felt that it was unimaginable. Items worth 20 billion were to be carried away by a truck? I'm sure, thank you. This was the last thing Xiao Mimi said before she left the auction hall. The Yi family sent out a total of 20 Xiantian realm death warriors. They carefully carried Xiao Mimi's 5 treasures and followed her downstairs. According to the rules, these 20 people would escort Xiao Mimi all the way to a kilometer away from Longwang Manor. Then, they would immediately return. No matter who it was, as long as they were within a kilometer of Longwang Manor, they would be protected by the Yi family. No matter what happened, the Yi family would compensate them tenfold. However, no matter who it was, as long as they walked out of the protection range, the Yi family would not be responsible for their personal safety or the safety of the auction items. While Xiao Mimi was paying for the goods, Ling Yan had already collected the spirit stones on the ground and removed the small spirit defense formation. Then, according to the original plan of the 5 of them, they walked out of VIP room 9 and left the auction hall in a low-key manner. Throughout the entire process, Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen both released their divine senses to the limit. They covered the entire hall, especially Xiao Mimi. When Xiao Mimi and the 20 Yi family death warriors arrived at the lobby of the hotel, Ling Yan was already waiting outside. He sent a telepathic message from afar, asking Xiao Mimi to open the boxes containing the 5 treasures one by one. Then, he personally used his powerful divine sense to confirm that they were the same 5 treasures. Only then was he completely relieved. The truck provided by the Yi family arrived very quickly. The Yi family death warriors carefully placed the 5 treasures in the truck. Their service was indeed very professional and impeccable. Ling Yan was very satisfied. Almost an hour had passed, and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. This is really the perfect bait. This prey is too fat. I can't help but want to rob it myself. Ling Yan looked at the nondescript truck and was amused. He wondered if the hunters who were preparing to hunt were all in position. Xiao Mimi, after you leave the hotel, just say that you're heading east. After the Yi family escorts you out of Longwang Manor, just keep driving east. You don't have to worry about anything else. When he felt that it was about time, Ling Yan got into his car and gave Tai Xiaohu a look. Tai Xiaohu immediately started the engine and drove out of the hotel. They didn't go east immediately. Instead, they went south for a while, turned left at the next intersection, and drove east. Of course, no matter where Ling Yan's car was, he always made sure that Xiao Mimi's truck was within the range of his divine sense. He didn't even hesitate to burn a drop of divine energy for it. This truck was Ling Yan's life now. He didn't dare to be careless. 2 minutes after Ling Yan's car left the hotel, Xiao Mimi personally drove the truck and headed east under the escort of the 20 Yi family death warriors. The night was deep and the moon was like a hook, the bait was out, a hunting and counter-hunting operation personally planned and led by Ling Yan had officially begun. 1 kilometer to the east of Longwang Manor. At around 2 in the morning, 20 men of sacrifice from the Yi family escorted Xiao Mimi all the way here. Guest 958, according to the rules of the Yi family's auction, we can only escort you this far. After stopping the car, the leader of the 20 men of sacrifice said to Xiao Mimi, however, I have to remind you of 2 things. Please speak. Xiao Mimi nodded. First, follow this road to the east. The leader pointed to the east. Even though the road is clear, we will be out of Tong province after 6 kilometers. There will be continuous mountain ridges on both sides of the road. Even though most of the mountains are not high, with an elevation of 10 to 100 meters above sea level, it is very easy for people to hide in the dense forest. Therefore, it is very convenient for ambushes. Speaking up to this point, the leader glanced at Xiao Mimi and realized that her eyes were calm. He immediately continued, secondly, our Yi family auction house will provide 3 days of free food and lodging for all guests who have paid the auction deposit. As long as you don't leave the Longwang Manor's perimeter within these 3 days, our auction house will definitely guarantee your personal safety and the safety of your items. Therefore, I suggest that you follow us back to the hotel and wait until you feel that it is safe enough to leave. Even if you leave during the day, it will be much safer than now. The leader of the sacrifice from the Yi family was willing to tell Xiao Mimi this, not because he had any feelings for her, but because it was a matter of routine. Xiao Mimi shook her head. Thank you for telling me, but there is no need. Before we leave, you can open the compartment of the truck and check your belongings again. I guarantee that there is no problem. This was the real deal. Looking at the huge lock on the compartment, Xiaomimi was a little hesitant. At this moment, she heard Ling Yan's voice. There is no problem. There is no need to check. Xiaomimi shook her head again. If that is the case, the leader of the sacrifice immediately took out a prepared document and handed it to Xiaomimi. Please sign on this document. You just need to sign your VIP number tonight and the name you used to pay. It had to be said that the Yi family's auction house had been successful for decades. It was getting more and more popular. The service was thorough and the arrangements were thorough. Xiaomimi took the pen and paper and calmly signed the number 958 at the bottom of the document, as well as the identity she used this time, Xiao Suiyun. The leader took back the document and carefully put it away. Then, he cupped his fists at Xiaomimi and said, "Then, I wish you all the best. Goodbye." After completing the routine work, the leader of the men of sacrifice waved his hand lightly and turned around. He used his lightness skill and returned to the west. The other 19 men of sacrifice naturally flew up and followed silently. The Yi family's deathsworn would never watch their guests leave. This was also a rule because they knew that more than half of the guests in the auction were here on behalf of others. Once the guests left the Yi family's protection area with their auction items, someone would immediately come out to receive them. If they were present, it would be very inconvenient. "Boss, how far do you think this woman can drive the car after leaving the Yi family's protection area with so many treasures?" One of the deathsworn couldn't help but ask in a low voice when they were almost back at Longwang Manor. "Hee, I don't think it's far. It's at most 10 kilometers. In just a short while, there are already more than 10 cars heading east. They must be eyeing her treasures and are preparing to intercept and kill her." Someone answered immediately, but it wasn't the leader. It was another deathsworn. "Not necessarily. She auctioned something worth 20 billion. She's the only one in the limelight tonight. Moreover, she's been so calm from the beginning to the end. I don't believe that there's no one here to receive her." The deathsworn couldn't hold it in any longer. Someone spoke, and it immediately caused a heated discussion. "There's definitely someone to receive her. After all, that woman's realm isn't even as high as our boss's." Someone didn't forget to flatter their leader. "But even so, I don't think it's possible. There are a few experts on the second floor who will kill her." Most of the people on the second floor were representatives of major families or sects in the pugilistic world, or even divine-tier elites. Naturally, the deathsworn of the Yi family were familiar with most of them as they worked for the Yi family in gathering information, receiving, or escorting them. "Shut up, all of you." The leader, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, "Are you all itching for a beating again? Have you forgotten the rules?" The other 19 men of sacrifice from the Yi family immediately became obedient and kept quiet. No matter what, the mountain area 30 kilometers to the east will definitely be filled with rivers of blood tonight. It's a pity that we're too busy tonight and won't be able to see it." The leader of the men of sacrifice suddenly said. "Pfft." Everyone else looked at him with disdain. "We're almost back at the hotel. Don't talk about this anymore. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you if the first elder is unhappy." They were brothers who had gone through life and death together after all. In the end, the leader ordered, "Get to work." "Yes." The 20 deathsworn hurried back to the hotel, but none of them noticed that there were 5 huge shadows flying across the sky above Longwang Manor. On the east side of Longwang Manor, Xiaomimi had already gotten back into the car. She continued driving the truck that was filled with heaven-defying treasures. Xiaomimi was once a black-ranked assassin that the Assassins organization had painstakingly groomed. Other than her low cultivation level, she could be said to be proficient in everything. Driving was the most basic skill. She could even race in a truck like this. But now, Xiaomimi was driving very slowly. She allowed the cars behind her to overtake her. She was not worried at all. It was as if the car was just a pile of broken bricks. It was past 2 in the morning, so there were no cars left. Moreover, these cars were coming from the direction of Longwang Manor. There was no doubt that they were here to kill and rob. Just drive slowly. The more people there are, the better. We have to give them enough time to set up an ambush. At this moment, Ling Yan had already arrived at the night sky above Xiaomimi's truck. He was flying on his sword at an altitude of 1,500 meters. He used his divine sense to the extreme to observe the movements on the ground below. Sigh, there's a path to heaven, but you just have to barge into hell. Ling Yan looked down from the sky and saw that there was still an endless stream of cars coming towards the east. At the same time, there were many late-stage Xiantian realm experts who abandoned their cars and used their qinggong to follow Xiaomimi's truck from a few hundred meters away. They made use of the terrain, houses, and trees to conceal themselves. With so many people coming to die, it should be enough for tonight. Ling Yan used 5 heaven-defying treasures worth 20 billion as bait. He couldn't help but sneer as he watched the experts take the bait. However, Xiaomimi hadn't gone far yet. She was still in the plain area. There were scattered houses on both sides of the road, so no one made a move on her. Under the deep night sky, it seemed calm, but in fact, there was a turbulent undercurrent. Those who came to kill Xiaomimi didn't act alone. Some of them had already formed an alliance in the auction hall. Some of them met directly after the auction to discuss how to split the loot. There were also those with higher realms who took advantage of the opportunity to form an alliance while they chased after Xiaomimi. Blocking the way, killing, seizing the treasure, splitting the loot, and ensuring that they could escape unscathed. However, these people would never have imagined that no matter how they schemed, someone had already laid out an inescapable net, waiting for them to fall into a pot of boiling soup. 10 minutes later, Xiaomimi drove for 6 kilometers to the east. Indeed, low mountains began to appear on both sides of the road. They were relatively scattered at first, but they quickly became densely packed and continuous. At this time, at least 30 cars had overtaken her. There was a long queue in front of her, neither too far nor too close. Everyone had a tacit understanding. After driving for another few hundred meters, Xiaomimi found an empty car parked by the side of the road. As she drove forward, there were more and more cars parked by the side of the road. Similarly, those cars were abandoned by the side of the road, but the people inside were gone. In the pitch-black night, there were undulating mountains on both sides of the road. In the deep and quiet forest, there were abandoned cars on the side of the road. It was very strange, and the surroundings were full of murderous intent. However, Xiaomimi had never felt so secure before. She knew that Ling Yan was high above her head. That distance was no different from being beside her. Swoosh, 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 without a sound, 5 black figures flew down from the dense forest on both sides of the road. Each of them was dressed in black and had their faces covered. They held swords in their hands and went straight for the back of the truck. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and made the first move. "You're finally here." At this moment, Ling Yan almost couldn't help but sing "You're finally here." Ling Yan used his spiritual will to control his sword and descended 500 meters in a straight line. At the same time, the yin-yang astral energy sword shot out from his body and went straight for the 5 masters who had rushed out from the ground. Chi 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 chi. The yin-yang astral energy sword arrived above the ground in the blink of an eye. The gray blade the size of a willow leaf shuttled through the darkness like lightning. Almost at the same time, a hole appeared in the throats of the 5 masters who had rushed out. It was too fast. The 5 people were still charging forward, but it was as if they were frozen in time. Each of them raised their weapons and watched in horror as blood spurted out from their necks. Their eyes bulged out of their sockets and their throats made gurgling sounds. They could only watch as the truck calmly drove away. Then, they fell to the ground one after another, dead. Even in death, they didn't know how they died. Xiaomimi, continue to drive forward. Tai Xiaohu, come out and pick up the things. Remember, 2 of them have the Dahuan pill from the Shaolin temple. Don't miss it. Big brother Yun, don't worry. Other than their clothes, I won't miss anything else. After the 5 people fell to the ground, Tai Xiaohu dashed out from the dense forest not far behind. He was in charge of searching for the dead. Big brother Yun had specially taught him last night to pluck feathers from the geese. Ling Yan's hunt had begun. Thank you to Jialin Qingfeng, Lion City Haojiang, Dusty Memories for a Lifetime, Book Friend 201709051331, for your tips. Thank you. Dragon Emperor Legend, for your 10,000 yuan tips. Thank you to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. My child caught a cold yesterday and had a high fever of 39.5 degrees. Therefore, I only wrote 2 chapters through the night and couldn't update at night. 5610 How dare the few of you try to rob me? You really don't know your place. Ling Yan immediately rode his sword back to the high ground after killing them. He was amused. After reaching the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Level 3, Ling Yan's divine sense had a range of 3,600 meters. The effective attack range of the clear shadow flying sword was at least 1,500 meters, and the Yin-Yang Qi sword was at least 2,000 meters. This was because the Yin-Yang Qi sword was weightless and more suitable for divine sense than a flying sword. An effective attack meant that its speed, strength, penetrative power, and flexibility wouldn't be affected by distance. Of course, it was 100 times easier to use with one's mind than with one's hands. The current Ling Yun could easily kill people from 2,000 meters away. Even Xiong Biao, who was at the pinnacle of divine power realm, had to use his axes to defend against the Yin-Yang Qi sword. The first 5 people who jumped out were only at the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Not bad, though. 6 great recover pills. That's 1.2 billion. Ling Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He knew the prices of all kinds of treasures in the ancient martial world after attending the Yi family's auction. Below, Tai Xiaohu was very efficient. He quickly cleaned up the 5 people and stored all the weapons and elixirs they had on them into his spatial ring. Then, he flew into the dense forest and continued to pass through the dense forest, following Xiao Mimi's truck from afar. Currently, Tai Xiaohu possessed 3 types of light body techniques. Among them, the Dragon Fish Phantom ability and the Buddha Shadow Drifting Track were both combat-type light body techniques. When he entered the dense forest, it could be said that he appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Xiao Mimi continued to drive east. After a few hundred meters, she had no choice but to slow down after making a turn. There were 12 people in front of her, all of them at the late stage of the Xiantian realm. They couldn't be bothered to hide their tracks. They lined up on the road and blocked Xiao Mimi's path. One of them stepped forward and said to Xiao Mimi, "Miss, we won't kill you. As long as you leave the truck behind, we can let you go." Xiao Mimi sat in the driver's seat without moving. She couldn't even be bothered to speak. Chi. Ling Yan made his move again. Of course, it was the most convenient method, the Yin-Yang Gang Qi sword. The sound of piercing and slicing rang out continuously from behind the person who spoke. 7 or 8 people had a hole in their heads, coming out from the back of their heads. They didn't even have time to make a sound before they fell to the ground dead. The person who spoke just now was still very carefree, but when he heard the movement behind him, he immediately felt something was wrong. He immediately used his divine sense to scan, only to find that the 11 people behind him, who were still fine a moment ago, were suddenly all dead. Run. This was that person's first reaction. He didn't even turn his head. He immediately used his strongest movement technique and rushed into the dense forest beside the road. Chi, the Yin-Yang aura sword caught up to him in an instant, piercing through the back of his head and exiting from between his eyebrows, instantly killing him. Bang! The man's body was still moving forward after he died. He hit a rock on the side of the road and slid down, dying on the spot. "Seeing that you're wearing the golden black devilish silkworm robe, I'll leave your corpse in one piece," Ling Yan muttered to himself as he used his divine sense to scan the area. He then sent a telepathic message to Tai Xiaohu. The last person who died was wearing the golden black devilish silk robe. "We need this robe. Drag him into the forest later and take off his robe too." Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan the area. Ling Yan guessed that this was probably an alliance formed by a group of bandits. They had been killing people for their treasures for a long time after the end of the auction. This was because this group of people had all kinds of weapons and all sorts of unorthodox items in their 100 treasures pouches. They had many good things on them. However, it was a pity that they were all killed by Ling Yan in an instant before they had the chance to use them. Tai Xiaohu dashed out of the dense forest. He first kicked the 6 corpses in the middle of the road to the side of the road and cleared the path. Then, he immediately began to search for the spoils of war. In the driver's seat, Xiaomimi rested her chin on her hand as she watched Tai Xiaohu calmly. She couldn't help but recall the scene of her assassinating Ling Yun half a year ago. He kills people so quickly. I can't believe I tried to assassinate him back then. Xiaomimi couldn't help but blush as she thought about it. She thought that it was a miracle that she was able to survive Ling Yun's hands. Let's continue forward. Damn, there's a bunch of people in front who are actually trying to escape. Ling Yun floated in the air, but his divine sense covered a radius of 3,000 meters. He waited for Tai Xiaohu to finish searching before he immediately ordered to continue forward. Ling Yun wasn't the only expert with divine sense on this section of the mountain road. Almost everyone had it. People like Lu Yuanji from the Lu family didn't dare to come because they felt that they had no chance. The further they went, the stronger the experts in the forest in front of them were. This was because they knew that Xiaomimi would definitely have someone to help her if she dared to leave with the treasures alone after such a strong bid. No one was stupid because a fool would never be able to cultivate. Even those with slightly weaker comprehension would find it difficult to break through to the Xiantian realm. Those who dared to rob and kill for their treasures were definitely risking their lives. However, there were also ways to risk one's life. The stronger the experts would definitely be waiting in front. One reason was to observe Xiaomimi calmly and see how strong the person who was helping her was. Another reason was that even if there was really no one to help her, they didn't want to be the first to make a move and then become the target of all the experts. Therefore, the place where they were lying in ambush was around the mountain road in front. It was neither too far nor too close, and they could use their divine sense to observe the movements here. 12 late-stage Xiantian realm experts were all killed in an instant just by saying one sentence. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Oh no, this is a trap. There are peerless experts trying to hunt us down. Those who were smart were the first to react and immediately sent a telepathic message to the people around them. I saw it too. Those 12 people were killed in an instant, and even the 3 half-step Xiantian nines were the same. It's too scary. Someone responded immediately. He was scared out of his wits and only wanted to escape now. This was a temporary alliance made up of more than 10 late-stage Xiantian realm experts. The lowest level was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7, and half of them were half-step Xiantian realm 9. Their plan was to wait for Xiaomimi's car to arrive, then break the car and leave immediately after snatching the treasures. However, when they saw the scene with their divine sense, they were almost scared out of their wits. Many of them wanted to turn around and run. Everyone, don't panic. A half-step Xiantian realm 9 expert said with a glint in his eyes. Since the other party has the intention to hunt us down, we definitely won't be able to escape if we scatter now. He looked around and said, the only thing we can do now is to be on guard and wait for the car to arrive. Then, we'll attack together and destroy the car. We'll snatch the treasures first and use it as a threat. As long as the person surrounding us is willing to let us leave alive, we'll give them the treasures. If they don't agree, we'll destroy the treasures and fight to the death with them. Sigh. You're very smart, that's a good plan. What a pity. Unfortunately, Ling Yun heard it. This is indeed a trap, but who asked you to be so greedy? If you had given up on the treasures and fled immediately, I definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for you. But now, only death awaits you. Ling Yun's voice exploded in their ears. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold murderous intent. Chi 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 chi, the yin-yang astral energy sword flew into the dense forest and pierced through their heads in the blink of an eye. These people couldn't be more dead. They still wanted to threaten Ling Yun? This time, they didn't even have the chance to jump out. They were all dead. In the past few months, Ling Yun had indeed experienced more than 10 battles of life and death. That was because there were always people with a higher cultivation level than him. He was fighting above his level. Now, he had reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage 3. He was a true cultivator. He could kill an expert at the pinnacle of divine power realm level 3 if they weren't careful, let alone those below the divine power realm. Tai Xiaohu sped from the distant forest and quickly searched for the spoils of war. After 2 waves of people consecutively, he was now very familiar with what he was doing. First, he collected the weapons, then the 100 treasures pouch, and finally, he searched the body. If there was anyone wearing golden silk soft armor or clothes with better defensive capabilities, he would take off their clothes and take them. Plucking the feathers from the geese, leaving not a single blade of grass behind, this feeling was simply amazing. Just like that, Xiaomimi acted as bait and drove forward, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Ling Yan was in charge of killing, while Tai Xiaohu was in charge of searching for the spoils of war. The three of them cooperated and killed all the way east. In more than half an hour, Xiaomimi had traveled less than 15 kilometers on this mountain road, and Ling Yan had already killed 5 waves of people. Among them, there were temporary treasure hunting alliances, bandits who had been doing this for years, hypocrites who claimed to be righteous in the martial arts world, assassins, and lone wolves. However, Ling Yan didn't care who they were, and he couldn't even be bothered to ask. As long as they were lying in ambush on both sides of the road, he would crush them all. Tai Xiaohu's hands were sore from picking up treasures, and he was already numb to corpses. Instead, whenever he saw a dead person in the forest, his eyes would light up and he would immediately search for them. However, after the truck drove forward for another 2 kilometers and made a big turn, everything came to an abrupt end. Because there were 5 people dressed in ancient clothes of different shapes and sizes standing in the middle of the road like javelins, blocking Xiaomimi's path. All 5 of them were masters of the divine power realm. Of course, Ling Yan recognized them. These 5 people were from the East Sea Rogue Cultivators Alliance, and they were here for the secret realm map. Ha 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 ha, seeing Xiaomimi's truck appear from the corner, the 5 people actually laughed out loud. One of them took a step forward and abruptly raised his head to look at the night sky above the vehicle. Since this vehicle can really make it here, then please show yourself. Without hesitation, Ling Yan rode on his sword and dived down. In an instant, he landed 50 feet away from the 5 of them. Tsk tisk, the 5 people from the East Sea Rogue Cultivators Alliance praised, and one of them said, no wonder that woman could be so calm, so there was a master in the middle stage at Qi Cultivation protecting her. Unexpected, unexpected. Oh? Is that so? Ling Yan smiled back and said indifferently, is that so? Since you have seen it, what else can't you think of? Ling Yan keenly noticed that when the other party mentioned his realm, he said that it was the middle stage of Qi Cultivation, not the divine power realm. The difference was too big because the transcendent realm corresponded to ancient martial arts cultivators, while the Qi Cultivation realm corresponded to immortal cultivators. There was no doubt that Ling Yan was a cultivator in the eyes of these 5 people, and they weren't surprised at all. However, Ling Yan had long understood this because the Yi family was backed by the Shushan sword sect. Their auction house had even taken out mid-grade flying swords. It was obvious that the Long family, Yi family, Heaven group, and Dragon group of Huaxia knew that there were immortal sects and immortal cultivators in Huaxia. What we didn't expect was that you alone could protect this girl and arrive here unscathed. What's even more unexpected is that you have such cultivation at such a young age. What a pity. The leader of the East Ocean Itinerant Cultivators Alliance smiled and explained to Ling Yan patiently. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu didn't need to hide anymore. He rushed out of the dense forest, but the other party was too arrogant and ignored him directly. This infuriated Tai Xiaohu. The feeling of being ignored was unbearable. Ling Yan was unmoved. What's a pity? The leader shook his head and sighed. I have to say, with your ability to use sword kinesis flight, you can definitely defeat at least 4 of the 5 of us in a one-on-one fight. It's a pity that you can't kill any of us in a second. In that case, it's obvious that you can't protect that car. The tall leader laughed heartily. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed to the truck behind Ling Yan. Don't you think it's a pity? Oh? Is that so? Ling Yan laughed and clapped lightly. Seems like you guys want to fight me with numbers? The other party was furious to see Ling Yan's indifference. He said coldly, friend, don't be too arrogant. If the 5 of us attack together, you can at most block 3 of us. I think you know very well what the consequences will be. Ling Yan nodded. I admit that. So? The leader's expression softened a little. So, as long as you leave the carriage behind and give us the 5 treasures in it, we can let the 3 of you leave without any obstructions. How about it? Ling Yan didn't say anything but sighed regretfully. He shook his head and said, "You wish." "Unfortunately. I hate it when people bully me with numbers." "What, you?" The leader still wanted to threaten Ling Yun, but he suddenly had an idea. He looked up and saw 5 human-shaped birds swooping down from the night sky. The 5 humanoid birds were all tall and big. After transforming, their appearances were not as ferocious as imagined. Instead, they were abnormally handsome. When they spread their wingspans were more than 6 meters, especially the one in the lead, whose wingspan was more than 10 meters. Furthermore, their wings and eyes were both purple. Blood Tribe. When the 5 rogue cultivators of the East Sea Rogue Cultivators Alliance saw the 5 Blood Clan members descending from the sky, their expressions changed instantly, especially the leader. He was too arrogant, and he was too arrogant just now. He had already stated the comparison of strength between the two sides, but now, the other side suddenly had 5 more powerful blood breeds. In this way, the difference in strength between the two sides was instantly reversed. Excluding Tai Xiaohu and Xiao Mimi, they had become 5 against 6. The opponent had one person to deal with each of them while the other could watch the battle and help at any time. Moreover, Ling Yan could fight 1 against 3. The other 5 Blood Tribe members could easily deal with the remaining 2. Ling Yan was still smiling. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. He asked, "What about now?" The leader of the East Sea Rogue Cultivators Alliance instantly turned pale. He never dreamed that the Blood Tribe from the west would appear in Huaxia, and in the capital of Huaxia. "Attack!" The leader glared at Ling Yun and suddenly ordered. At the same time, he flew directly into the sky and flew directly towards Xiao Mimi's carriage. Chi 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 chi, Ling Yun's Yang Chi sword had already soared into the sky and instantly appeared in front of the leader, piercing his chest. "Humph, this little ability is useless against me." The leader snorted coldly and directly used his palms to block the Yang Chi sword. His palms glowed with a green light and actually blocked the Yang Chi sword. At the same time, a green light rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly turned into a 5-foot-long sword. It rushed towards the carriage at lightning speed. After the appearance of Ling Yun's 5 Blood Tribe members, the leader decisively changed his plan from killing and robbing to just taking the treasure. Then, he calmly retreated. Clang! Ling Yun had already flown into the sky and blocked the path of the green flying sword. The Devil's Underworld Essence blade was already in his hand. He suddenly slashed at the huge flying sword. Boom! Where the blade and sword collided, the air surged and exploded. The huge flying sword was actually sent flying by Ling Yun's blade. "The 5 of you, hold them back for me." Only then did Ling Yun have the time to order the 5 Blood Tribe members to keep an eye on the other 4. At the same time, he wielded the Devil's Underworld Essence blade and stepped on the clear shadow flying sword, heading straight for the leader. Ling Yun's only weakness was that he couldn't fly before reaching the middle stage at Qi Cultivation. Naturally, the clear shadow flying sword couldn't attack the enemy when he was on his sword. However, Ling Yun wasn't afraid at all. Even though Ling Yun's Yang Chi sword couldn't change its size, its speed, strength, and penetrative power were even stronger than the clear shadow flying sword at close range. Therefore, Ling Yun activated his divine will and decisively used the Yang Chi sword to block the opponent's flying sword. Then, he wielded the Devil's Underworld Essence blade and charged towards the bare-handed opponent. Devil's Underworld Essence blade. Spatial ring. The leader's pupils shrank when he saw the spatial ring that suddenly appeared in Ling Yun's hand. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "So you're Ling Yun." Ling Yun's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Who would have thought that the East Ocean Itinerant Cultivators Alliance would know about Ling Yun's heaven-defying reputation? It wasn't hard to imagine. 10 days ago, Ling Yun had destroyed the Sunshin Alliance. However, these two families had already sent their outstanding descendants to the East Ocean and the East Ocean Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. In addition, Sikong Wuching had also escaped to the East Ocean, and the Bailey family had also returned to the East Ocean Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. "Brothers, there's a change of plans. Kill him." After confirming Ling Yun's identity, the leader's eyes lit up. He had heard of some of Ling Yun's deeds and knew that as long as he killed Ling Yun, he would receive great benefits. There were 5 treasures in the truck: the clear shadow flying sword, the Devil's Underworld Essence blade, and the Shinnon cauldron. Taking Ling Yun's spatial ring aside, the profits would be greater than exploring any secret realm. The leader's eyes turned red. His blood boiled as he attacked with all his might to meet Ling Yun head-on. The truck wasn't important now. Killing Ling Yun was the leader's goal. Of course, Ling Yun also wanted to kill all of them. Seeing that the other party had suddenly changed their target, he was elated. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Ling Yun rode on his sword and arrived in front of the leader in the blink of an eye. He slashed down 3 times, solid and without any fancy moves. However, it was too fast. These 3 slashes were wrapped in a terrifying blade aura and turned into a blade screen that enveloped the leader in an instant. That leader was indeed powerful. His entire body shone with a green light that protected his entire body. At the same time, he waved his fists, which also shone with a green light, and actually met Ling Yun's slashes head-on. Boom boom boom, the black blade screen and the green fist collided violently. 3 consecutive collisions caused a huge explosion in the air. However, it was obvious that this leader had overestimated himself. He only managed to block Ling Yun's first 2 strikes, and he was already exhausted. Ling Yun's 3rd strike almost split open his green light shield and sent him flying. How is this possible? The leader was sent flying. His eyes widened in disbelief. Ling Yun was only in the middle stage of Qi cultivation. It was understandable that his spiritual will was strong enough to block his flying sword, but how could his physical body and strength be even stronger? Ling Yun laughed coldly in his heart. He had already tested the other party with the yin-yang astral sword. Even though the other party was strong, his realm was definitely below Zhou Wenyi's. The other party might be able to use his divine will to block his yin-yang astral sword, but the other party's physical strength was definitely inferior. Boom! Ling Yun suddenly burned more than 10 drops of divine energy. The power of his divine will increased exponentially, and his yin-yang astral sword increased in speed and strength. It actually started to force the other party's green flying sword back. It entangled the huge flying sword tightly, forcing it further and further away from the truck. Of course, the clear shadow flying sword under Ling Yun's feet was also faster. After he sent the other party flying, he activated the clear shadow flying sword and immediately arrived in front of the leader. Swoosh 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 swoosh, Ling Yun didn't hold back. The Devil's Underworld Essence blade slashed continuously, and the other party could only block without any strength to retaliate. At this moment, the leader was suffering unspeakably. Other than the green flying sword, he didn't have any other weapons. Ling Yun was wielding the Devil's Underworld Essence blade. Every slash of his blade was not only vigorous and ferocious, but the murderous aura on the Devil's Underworld Essence blade was also getting stronger and stronger. That cold murderous aura made his blood boil, and he lost control of his mind. When he activated his flying sword, he naturally couldn't order it around, and his flexibility was greatly reduced. The leader dodged around in the air. At the same time, he took the time to look down and found that the situation on the ground was the same. His 4 companions were being suppressed by the 6 opponents. Not to mention helping, it was difficult for them to even escape. The most despicable thing was that even the person at the pinnacle of Xianxia stage 5, who he looked down on, actually rushed into the fray at this moment. He waved 2 black cudgels in his hands like a maniac, impenetrable by wind and rain. Whoosh! At this moment, Ling Yun sped up again and caught up to him. He slashed at the side of his body. It was so fast that the leader had no choice but to raise his fist to block. Boom, gotcha! The green light that enveloped the leader's fist was shattered by Ling Yun's blade. The blade entered his body, and a wound instantly appeared on his fist. Friends from the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, the 3 of you definitely won't be able to snatch the other party's treasure. Please show yourself quickly and help us kill this person. Then, we can split the spoils of war equally. How about that? The leader shouted without hesitation. He knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer, so he was injured. Thank you, Mage Xiaotao, for his tips. Thank you, I am Chong Kong, for your unlimited tips. 7410. In fact, every time the Yi family held an auction, they would use a secret channel to promote the East Sea Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, especially when they were going to auction the secret map. This was because the 3 major auction houses in the capital of China knew that the East Sea Itinerant Cultivators Alliance was determined to get the secret map. The reason was simple. There were many disciples from declining cultivation sects in the East Sea Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Almost all of these people had qi cultivating methods. They often cultivated very fast in the early stage and could easily crush the ancient martial arts geniuses of the same age. However, once they entered the qi cultivating stage, their cultivation speed would suddenly drop and become slower and slower. Many people would even stagnate. This situation was not caused by their lack of talent or understanding, but a very objective and realistic reason. That was the exhaustion of spiritual energy on earth and the fact that they were very poor. They couldn't find or buy the cultivation resources they needed. The East Sea Itinerant Cultivators Alliance was located on hundreds of islands of different sizes in the vast East Sea. After thousands of years, how many paradises could there be? How many secret realms could there be for those people to cultivate day and night? How many years would it take for a cultivator in the middle stage of qi cultivating stage to break through to the next realm just by breathing and meditating day and night and absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon? Therefore, as long as the cultivators in the East Sea Itinerant Cultivators Alliance reached the qi cultivating stage, they would encounter such a situation. Over the years, there had been many rogue cultivators who had reached the qi refining realm sneaking back to the mainland to look for a blessed place with abundant spiritual qi or to explore the legendary secret realms. As long as they found one, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time and quickly pull ahead of others. Or, they could bring out all kinds of mysterious treasures from the secret realms and sell them in the Huaxia auction house. Then, they could exchange them for the cultivation resources they needed. In this way, they could achieve the same result through different means, and it could also double their cultivation speed. At least, it would be less painful. However, how could it be so easy? The current Earth was in the end of days. Spiritual qi was exhausted, and science and technology were advanced. All the famous mountains, rivers, and ancient relics had long been occupied by the prosperous cultivation sects, ancient martial arts sects, and reclusive families on the inland. How much trouble could a few individual cultivators in the refinement stage cause? For example, the 5 itinerant cultivators from the East Sea who came to participate in the Yi clan's auction could not even touch the Yi clan. Everything could only be done according to the rules of the auction. Not to mention top forces like Shushan Sword Sect, Kunlun Sword Sect, or Heavenly Sword Sect. The territories of those forces were things that they didn't even dare to enter. There was only one way left, and that was to bid for the secret territory map. Only this kind of secret territory map that was accidentally discovered by others was an ownerless land. Normal ancient martial arts cultivators could not explore it and were willing to auction it. Then, they would pool their money to buy it. Then, they would explore the secret territory together to find their own opportunities to increase their cultivation. Many regulars who attended various auctions for years basically understood the situation. Most of them knew that even if they managed to get the map, they wouldn't have the ability to explore such a dangerous secret realm. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to safely take the map away, which was why most of them would just make a symbolic bid. As long as there were divine tier elites bidding on the second floor, they would simply give up. Therefore, the final transaction price of this kind of secret territory map was usually very low. The reason was simple. If the secret territory was easy to explore, why would those who knew about it sell it? Just like Meng Xing, he must have used everything he had learned and explored all the places he could before he was willing to tell others about the location of the secret territory. The Yi clan auction house definitely knew that even with the Yi clan's entire strength, they wouldn't be able to explore the secret territory. Therefore, they put the map up for auction. On one hand, it was a gimmick. On the other hand, they naturally hoped that the winner would bring out more treasures from the secret territory and continue to auction it through their auction house. They could earn a handsome commission. Therefore, the Yi clan auction house never cared about the high price of the map. As long as it didn't go unsold, they would make a profit. But this time, Ling Yun, a cultivator who was known as the mystery hunter in the cultivation world, had come. He saw that there was a secret territory map, and Xia Homing's explanation made sense. Most importantly, the price was so low. How could he not fight for it? As long as there was a secret territory, whether it was real or fake, he was willing to spend 1 or 2 billion to buy the location and explore it. He would rather buy the wrong thing than let it go. That was his principle. Ling Yun was a super nouveau riche now. He had money. Therefore, he used it to crush the 5 poor people from the East Ocean Wandering Cultivators Alliance. Moreover, the bidder was Xiao Mimi, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 3. If they couldn't get the secret territory map, the 5 people from the East Ocean Wandering Cultivators Alliance would have come for nothing. Moreover, they were slapped in the face by a Xiantian Realm expert. How could they let this go? The people from the East Ocean Wandering Cultivators Alliance, regardless of whether they were ancient martial arts practitioners or cultivators, lived on the island all year round. Most of them were narrow-minded, arrogant, selfish, and greedy. Therefore, even though they were poor, they didn't care about the ancient martial arts practitioners on the mainland. They didn't care about Xiao Mimi and her escorts either. The purpose of these 5 people guarding here was actually the same as Ling Yun. They wanted to rob all the experts who came to kill Xiao Mimi tonight. That way, not only would they be able to get the secret map for free, but they would also be able to earn a huge sum of money. In fact, if possible, even the 3 spirit cultivators from the Nanyang Rogue Cultivator Alliance were within their hunting range. If they successfully achieved their goal, they wouldn't have to explore the secret territory. They would have earned enough from this trip inland. It could be said that they each had their own ulterior motives. However, the leader of the 5 people from the East Ocean Wandering Cultivators Alliance, Wang Chongxiao, who was at the mid-stage of Qi Cultivation Level 6, would never have dreamed that Ling Yun would be able to crush him so easily with his own strength. Not only could Ling Yun crush him easily, but Ling Yun also had 5 devil-like helpers from the Blood Clan who could easily crush his 4 companions. Wang Chongxiao was the only one who could feel the terrifying pressure from Ling Yun. Especially Ling Yun's strength, it was too terrifying. It was not a strength that a cultivator in the mid-stage of Qi cultivation level could possess. Now that Ling Yun had broken through his defense and was chasing after him, Wang Chongxiao knew that if this continued, he would be killed by Ling Yun sooner or later. Once he died, his 4 companions wouldn't even be able to escape. Wang Chongxiao had no choice but to change his plan again. He began to summon helpers and formed a temporary alliance with the 3 spirit cultivators from Nanyang. He already knew that the 3 of them were hiding nearby. They were sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, waiting for the fishermen to reap the benefits. Naturally, Ling Yun also knew that the 3 spirit cultivators from Nanyang were nearby. Therefore, he didn't exert any strength and only pressured Wang Chongxiao to do so. Because this was the only way he could capture all 8 of them in one fell swoop, the 3 spirit cultivators were watching the battle in the dark. Naturally, they were also analyzing the strength of both sides. If Ling Yun's performance was too strong, the other party probably wouldn't even show up and would directly escape. Sure enough, after the 3 spirit cultivators carefully compared the various forces, they heard Wang Chongxiao's call and immediately appeared on a mountain 2 kilometers away. After they appeared, they were like 3 ghosts, rushing towards the battlefield at high speed. Ling Yun was instantly overjoyed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Ling Yun flew quickly in the air and slashed at Wang Chongxiao 3 times. After sending him flying, he immediately sent a sound transmission to Edward and the other 5 Blood Clan members below. The 5 of you, get ready. When the 3 of them arrive, use the Cage of Darkness at the same time and trap the 4 people on the ground. Of course, it would be best if you can kill 2 of them directly. Ling Yun had just burned more than 10 drops of God Essence. His divine sense was tyrannical, and he was observing the strength of the 3 spirit cultivators through their momentum. The 3 of them are about the same in terms of strength. Their cultivation levels are around the 5th level of the divine power realm. Ling Yun quickly made a judgment. At the same time, he had already thought of a way to deal with them. He hadn't used his strength yet. He was waiting for the other party, because the 3 of them had purple chalcedony on them. Then, Ling Yun sent a sound transmission to Xiao Mimi. Xiao Mimi, hurry up and get out of the car. Stay away from that truck. Xiao Mimi received the order and immediately jumped out of the car. Her body floated, and in an instant, she was 7 to 8 feet away from the truck. The 3 spirit cultivators had been watching the battle from afar for a long time. They had already compared the strength of the 2 sides. Wang Chongxiao was right. If they didn't show up, the 5 people from the East Ocean Wandering Cultivators Alliance would be killed by the other party sooner or later. Then, Ling Yun would deal with them. The 3 of them could only escape or die, but if they joined in immediately, they could instantly turn the whole situation around. So they rushed over, the three spirit cultivators from the Nanyang Wandering Cultivators Alliance didn't fly. Instead, their figures flickered as they traversed through the forest and arrived in an instant, but none of them joined in the battle, nor did they make a move to kill. Instead, they all rushed towards the truck with the treasures. You guys! Wang Chongxiao was furious. These three spirit cultivators were extremely shameless. They rushed over and actually wanted to take advantage of the time when he was entangled with Ling Yun to snatch the treasures. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. If the three of them really succeeded, it would really be like a wedding dress for others. Good move. Ling Yun was in the air, but he was beaming with joy. He even praised the three of them. He was really too happy because the other party's actions were exactly what he wanted. Move the mountain, hide. Just as the three spirit cultivators were about to reach the truck, Ling Yun suddenly burned his divine yuan force and used it to move the truck into the air. The East Ocean Wandering Cultivators Alliance and the Nanyang Wandering Cultivators Alliance were all here. Ling Yun finally began to exert his strength. The truck rushed into the sky. Ling Yun was already prepared. Under the burning of his divine yuan force, the speed of the sword reached its limit. It actually broke through the sound barrier and caused the air to explode. In a flash, Ling Yun was almost on top of the truck in an instant. At the same time, he slapped the truck with his big hand. Keep. The truck with the 5 heaven-defying treasures was completely kept into Ling Yun's spatial ring and disappeared. The 5 treasures were bait. Now that all the big fish had taken the bait, Ling Yun naturally had to take the bait away. The one who moved the mountain was the truck, but the one who hid was Xiao Mimi. Naturally, it was for her safety. The truck disappeared without a trace, and hundreds of huge black iron balls appeared out of thin air. They quickly formed an array in the air. Armillary sphere maze formation. Fall. Whoosh. Hundreds of huge iron balls were waved by Ling Yun and fell to the ground at lightning speed. They formed the armillary sphere maze formation and trapped the 3 spirit cultivators of the Nanyang Wandering Cultivators Alliance in it. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Keep the truck, hide Xiao Mimi, and trap 3 spirit cultivators. Ling Yun did it in one go. Actually, this wasn't the first time Ling Yun had used this move. Back in Xianxia City, Ling Yun had used this move to deal with the terrifying Grand Duke Dracula and protect the people in Mansion No. 1 when the immortal light shone on Xianxia City. It was just that Ling Yun had just broken through to the Qi cultivation realm. Using the Dragon Elephant divine force and 10 times his combat power, he barely managed to reach the pinnacle of Qi cultivation realm level 3. He desperately condensed 3 drops of divine energy to achieve all this. But now, Ling Yun's true realm had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation realm level 3. More than 10,000 drops of divine energy had formed a small lake between his eyebrows. It was endless. Things were different now, therefore, Ling Yun did it in one go. It was too easy. A small truck was only made up of a driver's cab, a carriage, an engine, 4 wheels, and some metal sheets. How could it be as heavy as 100 iron balls? Ling Yun didn't even need to burn his divine energy to move it now. He burned his divine energy for speed, the speed at which the truck soared into the sky and the speed at which he flew on his sword towards the truck. In order to get the purple chalcedony, Ling Yun had to lure the 3 spirit cultivators. He had to keep the 5 treasures in the car. Moreover, if the 3 spirit cultivators didn't appear, he couldn't keep them. Only the planted Chinese parasol tree could attract the golden phoenix, but now that the 8 big fishes had taken the bait, Ling Yun naturally couldn't let them eat it. Therefore, he kept them without hesitation. Of course, all of this seemed simple, but there were many prerequisites. And there were many prerequisites. First, you had to have a spatial ring, and the space was big enough. You had to know how to move mountains, know how to conceal yourself, know how to set up a formation, and be able to instantly trap 3 spirit cultivators of the divine power realm. Just from this point, one could see the terrifying value of the spatial ring. There were too many benefits, too many to count. This, Wang Chongxiao, who had just been chased by Ling Yun and rushed back to snatch the treasure, was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? He was dumbfounded because Ling Yun's move was too heaven-defying and perfect. It was so perfect that it was unbelievable, because after this move, the truck with the treasures was gone, the driver of the truck was gone, and even the 3 spirit cultivators who rushed over, seemingly wanting to help, were gone. At this moment, they were at the location of the truck, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness, and even their divine sense could not detect it. A trap. This is definitely a trap. Wang Chongxiao roared in his mind, starting to panic. This isn't just a trap for those below the divine tier, it's aimed at the 8 of us. Not good, the opponent is too strong and has too many tricks up his sleeves. He wants to catch us all in one fell swoop. Wang Chongxiao instantly understood. He was filled with regret, his intestines turning green. He knew that Ling Yun had a spatial ring, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect it to be so big, able to fit a truck and more than 100 half-meter diameter iron balls. At this moment, Ling Yun, who was in the air, stood on his sword, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He was smiling, his expression harmless, calm. Facing the stunned Wang Chongxiao, he said, "Fellow Daoist, the helpers you called are here. Do you want to go down and greet them?" "Helpers? Greet? Fight my ass, hurry up and run." Wang Chongxiao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted to the people below, "We can't afford to provoke this person, brothers, run." With that, he turned and fled without hesitation. Of course, he could fly, he was escaping. Now, Wang Chongxiao couldn't care less. He wished he could grow a pair of wings and escape as far as he could. Eh? Fellow Daoist, don't run, slow down. Fly slowly, don't crash into the mountain. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't let him escape. While he was teasing him, he activated his divine sense and chased with all his might, the distance between the two closing. When Wang Chongxiao was burning his divine energy, even his flying speed couldn't compare to Ling Yun's. Kill. At the same time, Ling Yun gave an order to Edward, Chester, and the other members of the Blood Clan. In the name of the Lord, Dark Cage. In the name of the Lord, Dark Cage of Blood. Under Ling Yun's command, Edward, Chester, and the other members of the Blood Clan chanted incantations at the same time, casting the dark cage and trapping the 4 wandering cultivators on the ground. Especially Edward, who had successfully advanced to the peak of the Grand Duke, his strength was too terrifying, far surpassing that of Grand Duke Dracula. The dark cage of blood directly trapped 2 wandering cultivators. Even in the darkness of the night, the dark cage of blood was incomparably clear, even darker than the night sky. It was almost tangible, and it trapped the 2 wandering cultivators tightly. One had to know that Ling Yun had used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force to reach the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 3 in a short period of time. He had also used the power of lightning, the 1000 Chance 9 Slaughter Formation, and the Divine Yang Cultivation Technique to kill Dracula. Moreover, that was Ling Yun, the strength of a Grand Duke of the Blood Clan was evident. It was definitely enough to battle with an ordinary mid-stage Qi Cultivation Stage cultivator. Evil Eye. After trapping his opponent with the dark cage of blood, Edward cast the Evil Eye secret technique without hesitation and looked into his opponent's eyes. Edward's opponent was the strongest among the 4 wandering cultivators, at Qi Cultivation Stage 5. His divine sense was very strong, but he was also confused by the Evil Eye for a moment. In a battle between experts, there was only a thin line. That moment was enough to take his life. Spear of Blood. A blood-red spear appeared in Edward's hand out of thin air. He charged forward with his demonic godlike body, raised his arm, and stabbed at the heart of the person trapped in the cage. Pooh! That wandering cultivator's heart was instantly pierced through. Fresh blood gushed out of his body, but it didn't splatter. Instead, it slowly entered Edward's spear, then flowed back into Edward's arm, integrated into his body, and was completely absorbed by him. A cultivator at Qi Cultivation Stage 5 was extremely vigorous, and it was definitely a great supplement for Edward. The wandering cultivator was stabbed to death by Edward, but the other wandering cultivator trapped in the same cage was already scared out of his wits. He was only at the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 4, and in order to escape, he was madly attacking Edward's dark cage of blood. This time, Edward didn't even use the Evil Eye. Suddenly, another blood spear appeared in his other hand, and he stabbed it at that person. That person was horrified and quickly dodged, but he couldn't break through the dark cage's range. Kill. That wandering cultivator knew he couldn't escape, so he started to fight with his life on the line. Unfortunately, they had been fighting for a long time, and Edward's defensive spells were too strong. He couldn't break through Edward's defense at all. Even if he fought with his life on the line, it was useless, and he was quickly killed by Edward. On the other side, the other 4 members of the Blood tribe naturally followed suit. Pierce and Els were 2 peak marquises, while Paul and Chester were 2 peak counts. The 4 members of the Blood tribe trapped the 2 people with lower realms. Then, the 4 of them used the evil eye secret art at the same time, stabbing out blood spears and quickly killing the 2 people. At this point, the 4 wandering cultivators who came to the mainland with Xianxia were all killed. He. Chester was using the blood spear to absorb that person's blood. His purple eyes shone brightly as he laughed excitedly. This blood is really nutritious. The 4 of them couldn't suppress their realms any longer. They were just waiting for the mid-autumn full moon to use the power of the moon and the moon to break through. The battle on the ground had ended, so Tai Xiaohu naturally started to clean up the battlefield and pluck the feathers from the 4 corpses. He had fought to his heart's content in the battle just now. Even though he didn't receive any tangible benefits like the 5 Blood clan members, he had a deeper understanding of the martial arts that Ling Yun had imparted to him. He was able to integrate it further, and he had also broadened his horizons. Masters of the divine realm were no longer so unreachable in his eyes. The most important thing was that he had finally vented his anger. Still running. At this time, Ling Yun had already caught up to Wang Chongxiao, but he didn't attack again. He only flew beside him. This made Wang Chongxiao's hair stand on end. Seeing that his 4 companions were all dead, he knew that he couldn't escape anymore. He could only bite the bullet and ask, Ling Yun, what is the meaning of this? Nothing much. Ling Yun chuckled as he flew on his sword. Didn't you hear me call you fellow Taoist? I can see that you're quite strong. How about it, are you interested in following me? Ling Yun was very straightforward as he stated his intentions. After all, they had no enmity before this. In the cultivation world, there was no need for a reason to kill and rob. It was all about strength. He didn't need to kill them all. Another reason was that Ling Yun knew that this person was also a cultivator with decent strength. He guessed that he had a certain reputation in the East Ocean. Ling Yun wanted to understand the various forces of the East Ocean Itinerant Cultivators Alliance and the various situations in the Huaxia cultivation world through him. This would save him a lot of trouble in the future. In addition, Ling Yun had an expert in the mid-stage of Qi cultivation stage 6 as his subordinate. In this day and age, it wasn't easy to find a cultivator with such strength. It would be a pity to kill him. Following you. Wang Chongxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was already close to 50 years old, and the other party was obviously not even 20 years old. Yet, he said that he wanted to take him in as his subordinate. However, thinking about Ling Yun's terrifying strength and the unimaginable means of a cultivator, as well as the spatial ring that cultivators dreamed of, Wang Chongxiao was really tempted. He would only lose a little bit of freedom, but he might gain the opportunity to increase his realm. This opportunity was right in front of him, fleeting. You really won't kill me? Wang Chongxiao turned to look at Ling Yun and asked hesitantly. If I really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to fly this far. Ling Yun chuckled. Of course, if you don't agree, I'll definitely kill you. Oh yes, by the way, I made my own spatial ring, and I can make many of these at any time. Also, Ling Yun began to use his silver tongue. I'll follow you. Unexpectedly, Wang Chongxiao only heard this sentence and couldn't wait to agree. He was afraid that Ling Yun would go back on his word. F***ck, so straightforward? Ling Yun immediately rolled his eyes and frowned. I'm not done bragging yet, genius website. Mobile version. Of course, Ling Yun wasn't bragging. He had been cultivating in Huaxia for half a year and finally met a real cultivator. He couldn't wait to show off. No matter what, this was a true kindred spirit. That was why Ling Yun addressed him as a friend. After getting the other party's approval, Ling Yun didn't say anything else. He turned around and flew back to the armillary sphere maze formation. Ling Yun knew that he didn't need to place any restrictions on the other party. He could make the other party follow him wholeheartedly just by saying that he could do whatever he wanted with the spatial ring. Eh? Sure enough, Ling Yun turned around abruptly. The 2 of them crossed paths and created a huge gap in the air. Wang Chongxiao was stunned for a moment before he turned around and chased after Ling Yun. I still don't know how to address you. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to show off since he still had to kill the 3 spirit cultivators. He immediately asked for the other party's name. I'm Wang Chongxiao. Wang Chongxiao answered honestly and was very respectful to Ling Yun. He was very smart and had a high level of understanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached such a realm. Therefore, after agreeing to follow Ling Yun, he changed his identity very quickly. He wasn't pretentious and was very straightforward. This was beating him until he was convinced. The cultivation world didn't care about age or identity. It only cared about strength. Wang Chongxiao, Qi soaring to the heavens, what a good name. Ling Yun laughed and teased. You guessed it right. I'm indeed Ling Yun. Moreover, your choice just now was very wise. As long as you are dead set on following me, there's no need for any mystic territory map at all. If we want money, we have money. If we want resources, we have resources. If we want treasures, we have treasures. I guarantee that you won't even be able to finish using them. With that, Ling Yun turned to look at the stunned Wang Chongxiao and smiled. I think you've seen all of this at the Yi family's auction and just now, right? Wang Chongxiao nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes, yes. I was only thinking about the spatial ring just now and actually forgot about these. Ling Yun's meaning was obvious. He was reminding Wang Chongxiao that by following him, he would not only have the opportunity to obtain these benefits but also the opportunity to go to the secret realm. Of course, these benefits couldn't be given casually. Wang Chongxiao's performance had to satisfy Ling Yun. That naturally required a test. Ling Yun didn't need to tell him this. Wang Chongxiao suddenly raised his head and asked awkwardly, if that's the case, how should I address you? Ling Yun chuckled to himself. Wang Chongxiao had gotten into character too quickly. His face was indifferent as he said, it doesn't matter how I address you. You can call me whatever you want. You can call me fellow Taoist, young master, or just call me by my name. Without hesitation, Wang Chongxiao bowed slightly and shouted, young master. This child is worth teaching. Needless to say, he was sensible. Ling Yun was very satisfied with the fact that a sensible person would naturally get things done. When facing people in the secular world, you can call me boss. Ling Yun added. Their relationship as master and servant had been decided. Come, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Let's see if you can escape just now. While they were talking, the two of them had already flown back to the night sky above the armillary sphere maze formation. One of them was riding on a sword while the other was riding on the air. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, intense rumbling sounds could be heard from within the armillary sphere maze formation. It was obvious that the 3 trapped spirit cultivators were trying their best to break the formation. As for the 5 Blood Clan and Tai Xiaohu, they had already cleaned up the battlefield and collected all the treasures that they should. At this moment, they were standing outside the formation, carefully guarding against the 3 spirit cultivators breaking out of the formation. When they suddenly saw Ling Yun and Wang Chongxiao returning together and standing side by side in the air, they were stunned for a moment, but they quickly understood. His name is Wang Chongxiao. From now on, we're all on the same side. Ling Yun only said Wang Chongxiao's name and then announced Wang Chongxiao's new identity with a simple sentence. May I ask, young master, what kind of formation is this? It's so powerful that even 3 experts of the 5th level of the divine power realm can't break it? Wang Chongxiao was very aware. He didn't care at all. He didn't even look at his 4 dead companions and immediately asked about the main point. In fact, he wanted Ling Yun to directly open the formation and kill the 3 spirit cultivators himself. He wanted to show off to Ling Yun as a greeting gift. This is called the armillary sphere maze formation. It can isolate divine sense and vision. If you don't know how to walk in this formation, you can only use brute force to break it. There's no other way. Ling Yun explained proudly. He looked down from the sky, waiting for the 3 spirit cultivators to break out of the formation. At the same time, he didn't forget to use his divine sense to remove the concealment technique that he used on Xiaomimi. Now, Ling Yun had taken Wang Chongxiao as his follower. There were even 5 Blood Clan below him. Including himself, it could be said that he had a strong army. He wasn't afraid of the three spirit cultivators attacking Xiaomimi. Bang! Finally, a large flattened metal ball shot out of the white mist and flew far away. Ling Yan raised his hand and waved, and the large metal plate that was the size of a pot lid was kept into the cosmos ring. Bang 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 bang, following that, another large metal ball flew out. They were smashed into all kinds of strange shapes. One after another, the white mist became thinner. Wow! At this time, Wang Chongxiao could see through the white mist and see the situation inside the formation. Then, he took a deep breath. Over 100 big iron balls were flying up one after another at an extremely fast speed, fiercely crashing into the three spirit cultivators. The three of them formed a triangular formation and moved with their backs facing each other, continuously blocking the incoming big iron balls and sending them flying. They used all their strength in every attack, hoping to directly smash the large metal balls out of the formation and stop the formation from forming. It was too terrifying and too convenient. As long as this formation was set up, experts below the divine realm would not be able to come out. They would definitely be smashed to death or die of exhaustion, because, due to the magical power of the formation, it did not mean that as long as one had enough strength, one would be able to smash those big iron balls out of the formation. It required strength, but even more so, luck. Only by accident, if the big iron ball was hit at the right angle, it would fly out of the formation. Otherwise, it would fall back into the formation, waiting for the opponent to trigger it again and fly out again. Wang Chongxia's expression became even more respectful. He was shocked by Ling Yun. Young master is really a god. No wonder you had to bid for this map of the secret territory. He instantly thought that since Ling Yun could set up such a powerful formation, he was naturally a formation expert. Wouldn't it be easy for such a person to explore the secret territory? Ling Yun listened to Wang Chongxia's casual flattery. However, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Sigh, in the future, I can't just use these large metal balls. I have to change the materials. Ling Yun wasn't pretending. It had only been 3 minutes since he set up the armillary sphere maze formation and trapped the other party. The three spirit cultivators had almost destroyed the formation. Moreover, this was a large metal ball. If it was a stone, it probably wouldn't even last half a minute. Bang 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 bang, the power of the formation was getting weaker and weaker. The three spirit cultivators were naturally energized. They saw the light of dawn and waved their palms frantically, smashing towards the large metal balls flying towards them. More and more large metal balls were smashed out of the formation. The figures of the three people were no longer blurry but extremely clear. The three of them were all from Nanyang, a country where Buddhism flourished. They were all skinny and the tallest was only 1.7 meters. All of them had dark skin. One of them had green eyes, and the other had dark red eyes. He had a terrifying knife scar on his face. He looked very scary and eerie. At this moment, the three of them were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Their eyes were cold. They knew that they had been schemed against, but they remained silent and did not speak. They were just trying their best to break through the formation. Bang! The scarred man with dark red eyes suddenly swung his fist and smashed another large metal ball flying towards him out of the formation. In an instant, his eyes lit up, the vast white fog disappeared instantly. The armillary sphere maze formation had been broken. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the three of them broke the formation, the three figures rushed into the sky at the same time. 6 withered arms waved at the two people in the sky at the same time, spraying green poisonous fog in the direction of Ling Yun and Wang Chongxiao. Then, without looking back, they flew towards the forest in the north. They didn't want to fight, they just wanted to escape. Humph. It's just a small trick. Wang Chongxiao's body was covered in a green light once again. This time, it enveloped Ling Yun as well. Then, he waved his palm and directly dispersed the poisonous fog in the sky. He was about to chase after them. No need. Ling Yun rushed out on his sword. He didn't even need to open the mixed elements unity law shield. Just like that, he passed through the poisonous fog and descended on his sword. He was at the peak of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. This kind of poisonous gas couldn't penetrate his skin at all. He only needed to hold his breath. Whoosh! How fast was Ling Yan's sword? In the blink of an eye, he chased after the three spirit cultivators. Wang Chongxiao, who was behind, was suddenly stunned. He saw with his own eyes that Ling Yan's body was actually emitting rays of white light. The light was getting stronger and stronger, and it actually lit up the surrounding forest as if it was daytime. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Such terrifying pure yang qi. Wang Chongxiao, who was in the air, could feel the blazing heat emitted from Ling Yan's body. The temperature was so high that it actually burnt the forest. This was naturally the phenomenon that appeared when Ling Yan activated the divine yang cultivation technique. A white sword of light suddenly appeared in his hand, pure yang sword. All of you, go to hell. Ling Yan used the divine yang cultivation technique. This time, it wasn't to show off, but as he got closer and closer, he realized that the three people in front of him had become eerie at the same time. The murderous aura suddenly increased, and there were three cold things pouncing towards him, pure yang breaking evil. Whoosh! Ling Yan only swung his sword once, and the three cold things were all killed. They were directly turned into nothingness by the blazing pure yang qi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Ling Yan casually killed the three cold and evil things, he used the sword to increase his speed. In an instant, he caught up to the three spirit cultivators and slashed them 3 times. Ling Yan's murderous aura was shocking. Naturally, he used the 9th killing sword technique. The pure yang sword qi reached up to 30 meters long, and all of them slashed at the back of the three people. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 Nanyang spirit cultivators were all split in half by Ling Yan. The divine yang cultivation technique was actually so terrifying when it was used by Ling Yan, who was at the peak of qi cultivation stage level 3. After killing the 3 people, Ling Yan didn't stop. In an instant, he flew to the side of the spirit cultivator with dark red eyes and raised his hand. A purple light flashed and disappeared. It was the purple chalcedony from the auction. Ling Yan had successfully collected it. The 3rd watch was completed. Thanks to Xiao Tao, Hidden Sword Carefree, A Day Opens Your Eyes, Lonely Heaven, Heart Dreaming Chant, Return of the Celestial Sword and other enthusiastic book friends for their generous tips. Thanks to Justicino. 1 for his 5,000 coins tip. Thank you everyone for your double monthly votes. Genius website. Mobile version. The 3 spirit cultivators of Nanyang had calculated everything, but they did not expect that they would fail to steal a chicken and instead end up losing their rice. They all lost their lives here. In the air, Wang Chongxiao was flabbergasted. He thought that Ling Yan wanted him to witness Ling Yan's formation techniques, but he didn't expect that he was wrong. So wrong that it wasn't the case at all. In one move, he had instantly killed 3 spirit cultivators of the 5th level of the divine power realm. Ling Yan had only slashed at each of them once, and they were all cut in half at the waist. With such a terrifying attack power, how many swords could he, Wang Chongxiao, withstand? Wang Chongxiao's heart palpitated at the thought. Ling Yan had been toying with him the moment he came up with the devil's blade. No wonder Ling Yan had asked him if he could escape if he wanted to. The answer was obvious. It was impossible. In fact, as one of the top cultivators in the East Ocean Rogue Cultivators Alliance, Wang Chongxiao had a good understanding of the Nanyang Rogue Cultivators Alliance. The forces in Nanyang were complicated, and most of the cultivators were spirit cultivators. Even though they were slightly weaker than Huaxia cultivators at the same realm, they all had special skills. Most of them had cultivated unorthodox techniques since young, such as goo, poison, and black magic. Some even had spirit children, which were fierce little ghosts. For example, Wang Chongxiao's strong divine sense allowed him to notice that the 3 of them had released their demonic beasts just as Ling Yan was about to catch up to them. These beasts were invisible to ordinary people, but they were extremely ferocious and specialized in sucking the heart and flesh of humans. Even Wang Chongxiao would find it difficult to get rid of them once he was entangled by them. It would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. However, they were killed by Ling Yan with 1 slash before they could even reach Ling Yan. This was, of course, the heaven-defying power of the divine yang cultivation technique. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been recognized as the best offensive technique in the cultivation world. However, while it was powerful, the requirements for the cultivator were too harsh. Moreover, the consumption of cultivating it was too shocking. Without the support of a top-notch force, it was impossible to cultivate it. It was better to give up as soon as possible. Even now, Ling Yan was cultivating the divine yang cultivation technique with the mindset that he had no time to waste. No matter what, at least its offensive power was there, and it would be of great help to Ling Yan in the early stages of his cultivation. Of course, Ling Yan didn't have time to think about that. After killing the 3 spirit cultivators, he immediately felt some regret. He should have left one alive and interrogated him before killing him. This was because Ling Yan suspected that the relatives of guest number 13, who were delirious, might have a lot to do with these 3 spirit cultivators, and it was very likely that they were behind it. After all, they were all spirit cultivators. It would be too easy for them to deal with an ordinary person. This thought flashed through Ling Yan's mind. He had no choice. He had to kill them instantly because VIP number 13 had already given the purple jade essence to them. Ling Yan was afraid that they would destroy the purple jade essence after realizing that they couldn't escape. If that happened, Ling Yan would lose more than he gained. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't do it for someone else. After Ling Yan kept the purple jade essence, he didn't return immediately. Instead, he used his divine sense to envelop the bodies of the 3 spirit cultivators. He wanted to see if they had any other treasures on them. But he was instantly disappointed. Other than the purple chalcedony, the only things left on the 3 spirit cultivators were some poison powder that they had yet to use. There was also a simple communication device, and nothing else. The screen of the communication device glowed in the dark. Ling Yan grabbed the communication device with his mind. Ugh. The wandering cultivators of Nanyang are really too pitiful. They are really poor. Ling Yan shook his head and sighed. He suddenly used his divine sense to wrap the 3 bodies together. Then, he took out a long knife and slashed them a few times in the air. When blood flowed out, he sprinkled corpse-dissolving powder on them to destroy their corpses. There was no other way. The pure yang sword chi was too terrifying. The huge wounds were all charred black. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. Ling Yan could only use the corpse-dissolving powder on their bodies. Otherwise, the corpse-dissolving powder wouldn't be effective. Chi. The 3 bodies sizzled as they were completely dissolved by the corpse-dissolving powder. Only then did Ling Yan ride his sword and return to the sky above the highway. He quickly came to Wang Chongxiao and frowned. I say, why are you wandering cultivators so poor? Those 3 spirit cultivators are even poorer than you. They didn't even bring a weapon when they went out to do business. Other than the purple jade essence, Ling Yan didn't get any benefits from the 3 spirit cultivators. He was a little unhappy. Cough cough, Wang Chongxiao was speechless. It was really awkward. He thought to himself, if we were as rich as the Yi family, why would we risk our lives to do such a thing? But now, he wouldn't dare to say that even if he was beaten to death. He could only blush. Young master is right. Most wandering cultivators are poor, especially those from Nanyang. They are poor to begin with. They can't find any cultivation resources. That's why they focus on spiritual cultivation or Buddhist cultivation. Alright, I understand. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. He waved his hand and raised the simple communication device in his hand. You won't be able to use this. They seem to have sent out a distress signal. Let me see. Wang Chongxiao took the communicator, fiddled with it for a bit, pressed a button, and then heard a voice message. They didn't understand the other words, but both of them heard the 2 words in the voice, Ling Yan. F***ck, Ling Yan's face darkened. He knew that this must be the signal that the 3 spirit cultivators sent out when they were escaping. It was probably something about being chased by Ling Yan or being schemed against by Ling Yan. Wang Chongxiao thought of it too. He immediately lowered his head. And didn't dare to look at Ling Yan. His back was soaked in cold sweat. That was because he was the one who shouted Ling Yan's name. This debt is on your head. Ling Yan said in a low voice. Yes. Wang Chongxiao lowered his head. It's all my fault. If they dare to seek revenge on young master, I will definitely lead the way. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. He raised his hand and pointed at the 7 people below, including the 5 blood clan members, Tai Xiaohu, and Xiao Mimi. Look at them. Have they said a single word since they appeared? Wang Chongxiao raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. This was indeed the case. They were a professional robber team. They were too professional. Learn from them in the future. Ling Yan reminded them again. Just as he was about to descend on his sword, he suddenly turned his head and looked towards the west. Xianxia had arrived. Ling Yan immediately smiled. It seemed like Xianxia had also succeeded. He immediately rode on his sword to meet him. How was it? How else could it be? Xianxia smiled and rolled his eyes at Ling Yan. Then, he smiled brightly. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. As he spoke, Xianxia stretched out his hand towards Ling Yan. A large bundle of golden black devilish silk appeared in his hand. It was the 36 kilograms of supreme-grade golden black devilish silk. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yan instantly burst into laughter. He gave Xianxia a thumbs up and praised, well done. After the auction ended, Ling Yan brought Tai Xiaohu and Xiao Mimi to the east. Then, where did Xianxia and Qin Dongshui go? It turned out that Ling Yan split his forces into 3 groups. He was on one group, Xianxia and Qin Dongshui were on another, and Mo Wudao was on another. Naturally, Mo Wudao pretended to be a charlatan and went to contact He Yuqiong on Ling Yan's behalf. Along the way, Ling Yan used the 5 heaven-defying treasures as bait and killed his way to the east. Xianxia and Qin Dongshui were in charge of secretly escorting the Li family back home after the auction ended. Of course, this definitely required communication with Li Junhua, but with Xianxia's abilities, she naturally had a way to convince the other party. Thus, after the auction ended, the Li family immediately left Dragon Prosperity Manor with the auction items. After the Li family left Longwang Manor, they walked less than 5 kilometers in the direction of Beijing. As expected, they were intercepted by the Liu family and the Tan family in a secluded area. The result was obvious. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xianxia and Qin Dongshui emerged from the shadows and defeated the experts sent by the Liu and Tan families, killing them until they pissed their pants. However, the 2 of them didn't kill anyone because that wasn't their goal. After intimidating the enemy, Xianxia negotiated with Liu Yuanji and Tanning separately. As long as they paid a certain price, she would let them go. In the end, the Liu clan handed over the 30 bottles of body-tempering liquid they had won, the Tan clan handed over the 6 bottles of dragon tiger pills they had won, as well as the dozen or so divine weapons they had won. Only then did they leave. As for the sky-high flying sword that Tanning won, he couldn't possibly bring it with him. Xianxia also knew that she couldn't get it, so she didn't even mention it. After the Liu and Tan families left, Xianxia told Li Junhua that everything was arranged by Ling Yan. If he didn't believe it, he could verify it on the spot. Who knew that Li Junhua was so resolute? Once he heard that the Ling family was protecting the Li family, he immediately gave the 36 kilograms of golden black devilish silk to Xianxia. Xianxia was originally here for the golden black devilish silk, so she accepted it on the spot. Then, she asked Qin Dongshui to continue escorting the Li family back home while she rushed over. That Liu Yuanji and Tanning were too impatient. They saw that the Li family left Longwang Manor immediately after the transaction was completed, so they actually chased after them personally. That's why we got such a great bargain. Xianxia said with a smile after she briefly explained the situation. Of course, it was a great bargain. 30 bottles of body-tempering liquid, 6 bottles of dragon tiger pills, and dozens of legendary weapons added up to at least 6 billion. Furthermore, these items were extremely useful to the direct descendants of the Ling family. They were just in time to be put to good use. What a good wife. I trust you. Ling Yan was overjoyed and teased Xianxia. At this point, the Rainbow Flame Mountain, the White Jade Peak Honey, the Secret Realm Map, the Innate Sword Embryo, the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone, the Purple Chalcedony, and the 36 kilograms of supreme-grade golden black devilish silk, the 7 most valuable items of the Yi family's auction had all been collected by Ling Yan. Thank you, everyone, for your double monthly votes. Disregarding everything else, just based on the final price of the Yi family's auction, the total value of these 7 treasures added up to about 35 billion. Besides that, Tai Xiaohu had plucked all the way from Ling Yan's east. He had looted all kinds of weapons, elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs, and so on. He had no idea how much he had looted. If he were to estimate their value, they would be worth at least 10 billion. One had to know that those who came to the east to kill Xiao Mimi were at least in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. The things that Tai Xiaohu had looted were either used by experts in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm or treasures that he had just won from the auction, adding on the body-tempering liquid and dragon tiger pills that Xianxia had extorted from the Lu and Tan families, the two families that were eager to rise in power. They were worth at least another 6 billion. That's enough for tonight. Ling Yan was very satisfied. He nodded with a smile. He had only spent 17.7 billion on tonight's auction. In just 2 hours after the auction, Ling Yan had looted at least 31 billion worth of items. It was almost double the money he had spent. This was not enough, it was too much. Ling Yan had made a huge profit. One had to know that the total value of the Yi family's auction, including the items that were auctioned on the computer, was only about 200 billion. Ling Yan had bought and robbed 50 billion worth of cultivation resources. This was a quarter of the total value of the Yi family's auction. Of course, he had made a huge profit. Looks like I'll have to attend auctions like this more often in the future, Ling Yan calculated in his heart. Then, he looked around with flagging interest. It's just that there's no more profit to be made tonight. Seeing that Ling Yan was taking advantage of the situation, Xianxia glared at him and said coquettishly, "Are you done yet? Be careful that you don't turn greedy into poor." Cough cough, Ling Yan stopped pretending immediately. He took out 2 bottles of corpse-dissolving powder and threw them to Tai Xiaohu. "Xiaohu, a lot of people know that we are heading east tonight. There will definitely be people coming over to check on us in a while. So, you and the other 5 vampires, the 6 of you will go back the way you came and clean up the battlefield and the corpses. You must completely destroy the corpses." Then, he instructed Edward, "The 5 of you, help Tai Xiaohu move the corpses. As for the bloodstains on the ground, I'll leave them to you. After everything has been settled, the 5 of you will take Tai Xiaohu and fly directly back to the Ling family. Remember, avoid the Yi family auction house." Upon receiving the order, Tai Xiaohu and the 5 blood-breed slaves immediately responded and returned to clean up the battlefield. "Big Brother Yun, what should we do with the abandoned cars on the road?" Tai Xiaohu asked as he suddenly remembered something. Without waiting for Ling Yan to speak, Xianxia suddenly said, "You don't have to worry about those cars. Someone will drive them away soon." Xianxia had followed this road all the way from the west. She had thought of this problem a long time ago, and had already arranged for someone from the Assassins organization to drive them along the way. Naturally, these vehicles would never see the light of day in the future. It was most suitable for the Assassins organization to deal with them. Okay, after Tai Xiaohu and the rest left, Ling Yan pondered for a moment and said to Xiao Mimi, "You go with them. After they're done cleaning up the battlefield, return to Beijing with them and hide for a few days." Okay. With Xianxia present, Xiao Mimi couldn't say much to Ling Yan. She immediately agreed and caught up with Tai Xiaohu and the rest. At this moment, Xianxia hadn't said a word. She was sizing up Wang Chongxiao with a hint of a smile in her beautiful eyes. "His name is Wang Chongxiao." After Ling Yan had arranged everything, he immediately introduced him to Xianxia. "He's from the East Sea Road Cultivators Alliance. He said he'll follow me from now on." Wang Chongxiao finally had a chance to speak. He asked respectfully, "May I know who this is?" Wang Chongxiao was already dumbfounded when he saw that Xianxia was also at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 3. He thought to himself, so it wasn't that Ling Yan had fewer people, but that he had split up and gone to the other side to rob things. "This is my wife, Xianxia." Ling Yan chuckled as he patted Wang Chongxiao's shoulder. "You have to call her young mistress. From now on, her orders are my orders. Don't listen to his nonsense." Xianxia glared fiercely at Ling Yan. "I'm this generation's holy maiden of the devil sect. You can call me. Xianxia thought for a long time but couldn't think of how Ling Yan should address her. Instead, she heard Wang Chongxiao greet her respectfully, "Greetings, young mistress." Xianxia was instantly speechless. He wondered what method Ling Yan had used to tame this Wang Chongxiao into submission. But no matter what, even though Xianxia didn't agree, she didn't refuse either. "I wonder how Mo Wudao is doing. There's still no news from him." Ling Yan was a little worried when he thought of Mo Wudao. He immediately said, Xianxia, let's go back. I have to find Mo Wudao. Xianxia smiled and shook her head. Everything for tonight has been settled. I won't be going to the capital with you. After all, she was a member of the devil sect. Now that the Ling family was on the rise, she didn't want to bring any trouble to Ling Yun. As she spoke, Xianxia began to take out items from her spatial ring. Golden black devilish silk, body-tempering liquid, dragon tiger pills, various weapons, and so on. I have no use for these things. They're all yours. She handed all the items she had extorted from the Lu and Tan families to Ling Yun. Then, she reminded Ling Yun, the people who came here to kill Xiao Mimi tonight are all famous figures in the pugilistic world. Each of them has a powerful background. Their sudden disappearance will definitely cause a huge commotion. Ling Yun, even though the Yi family auction house has its rules, such a huge incident is still a slap to the Yi family's face. It will affect the Yi family auction house's business in the future. So, after you return to the capital, try to keep a low profile. After you've settled everything in the capital, Xianxia didn't finish her sentence, but it was obvious that after she had settled everything in the capital, she would naturally go to Mount Longhu's Wind Thunder Valley to participate in the Devil Subduing Conference. I know, don't worry. Ling Yan could feel Xianxia's worry and reluctance to part. He smiled and agreed, giving her a reassuring look. Then I'll be leaving. If you need anything, contact me directly. With that said, Xianxia flew up into the air, and with a light leap, she flew over a mountain peak, heading straight for her little wooden hut. Ling Yun, on the other hand, flew on his sword and watched Xianxia fly away, feeling a little lost. Young master, what do we do next? Wang Chongxiao naturally flew into the air as well. He waited until Xianxia was far away before he carefully asked. Ling Yun withdrew his gaze. With a thought, he took out his communicator and contacted Mo Wudao. Hey, little Daoist, have you had enough of pretending? Where are you now? Big brother Yun, I'm in a park beside the East Fifth Ring Road. I'm with He Yuqiong now. VIP number 13. Mo Wudao immediately answered Ling Yun and gave him a rough address. Let's go. After Ling Yun received Mo Wudao's address, he immediately flew west. Wang Chongxiao naturally followed closely behind. Their flying speed was simply too fast. Even though the two deliberately made a big turn in the air to avoid the Yi clan auction house, they still arrived at the park that Mo Wudao mentioned very quickly. One had to admit that Mo Wudao really knew how to pick a place. 3 in the morning was the time when ordinary people slept most soundly. No one would still be wandering around the park at this time. As for what method Mo Wudao used to make He Yuqiong willingly follow him here after 1 in the morning, no one knew. Ling Yun and Wang Chongxiao arrived in the sky above the park. From afar, they saw Mo Wudao and He Yuqiong sitting on a bench by a small lake, chatting. This guy, he's really weird. Ling Yun was a little speechless. Did I send you here to run errands or to pick up girls? Of course, as much as he complained, he couldn't be bothered with such a small matter. He said to Wang Chongxiao, I'm going to give you a very important mission. It's also your first mission since you've joined me. Can you complete it? Seeing Ling Yan's serious expression, Wang Chongxiao was instantly excited. I guarantee that I can complete it. That's good. Ling Yan's expression changed immediately. He chuckled and said, go find a zoo now. You know a zoo, right? It's a place where many wild animals are kept. Catch an animal for me. Hearing this, Wang Chongxiao almost vomited blood on the spot. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. The first important task he received after following Ling Yun was to catch an animal. Asking a mid-stage Qi Cultivation Stage 6 cultivator to catch an animal was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. What, is there a problem? Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh at Wang Chongxiao's constipated expression. If not for the fact that he came from a deserted island in the East Sea and didn't understand modern society, he wouldn't have asked him to catch animals. Instead, he would have asked him to steal patients from hospitals. Actually, Ling Yun was overthinking this. The cultivators of the East Sea Alliance didn't stay on deserted islands all year round. Every once in a while, they would come to the inner world to take a walk. It wasn't to obtain any fortuitous encounters or benefits, but purely to kill their loneliness, travel the world of mortals, and rest their minds. Therefore, they weren't incompatible with their secular society. Please don't misunderstand, young master. Wang Chongxiao explained hurriedly. Of course not, I was just thinking about what kind of animal you need. Please let me know so I can have a better idea. I see. Ling Yun nodded, too lazy to expose him. Well, there's no specific requirements. Cows, sheep, pigs, dogs, anything is fine as long as it's big enough and alive. As far as I know, there should be a zoo about 15 kilometers west from here. Go there and take a look. Be careful not to be discovered. Go there quickly and come back quickly. Ling Yun gave a few simple instructions and suddenly remembered something. However, this is Beijing. If you want to fly, you have to fly higher. Also, you have to avoid the area within the Third Ring Road. There's a formation there that suppresses divine sense. Don't fall to your death if you accidentally barge in. Ling Yin reminded Ling Yin again. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, young master. Wang Chongxiao listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Finally, he said, then I will go. With that, Wang Chongxiao flew 3,000 meters into the air and headed west to catch animals for Ling Yun. This Wang Chongxiao is very smart. It seems like he really can't bear to leave. Ling Yun wasn't the least bit worried that Wang Chongxiao would take the opportunity to escape. That was because Wang Chongxiao had seen it with his own eyes just now. Other than Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen and Tai Xiaohu both had spatial rings on their hands. Furthermore, their designs and shapes were all the same. With Ling Yun's spatial ring hooking him, Wang Chongxiao couldn't chase him away, let alone escape. On the ground, on a bench beside the quiet lake in the park. Come, Missy, I've already seen your face just now. It's the appearance of someone born with wealth. Now, let me take a look at your palm again and tell me about your fortune for the next 3 months. Emma Wu Dao was dressed in a coquettish Daoist robe, acting like an immortal. He was still trying to take the opportunity to touch He Yuqiong's hand. He Yuqiong's face was filled with vigilance. She crossed her hands on Emma Wu Dao's left leg, not willing to reach out even if she was beaten to death. After the Yi clan's auction ended, He Yuqiong completed the transaction quickly because she was a VIP. She asked the Yi clan's deathsworn to deliver the items she had bid for to her room. After obtaining the purple chalcedony, He Yuqiong immediately gave the treasure to the leader of the 3 spirit cultivators, the scarred man with a pair of dark red eyes. After obtaining the purple chalcedony, the scarred man immediately left the Longwang Manor and chased after his 2 companions. They rushed to the east to kill Xiao Mimi. Emma Wu Dao had been waiting for a long time. 10 minutes after the 3 spirit cultivators left the hotel, he used telepathy to contact He Yuqiong. Ling Yan's task was simple. He had to find a way to ask He Yuqiong out and get her and Emma Wu Dao to leave the Longwang Manor and the Yi clan's sphere of influence. This way, it would be easier for Ling Yan to negotiate with He Yuqiong after he was done. Emma Wu Dao's method was simple. He only used 2 sentences to successfully ask He Yuqiong out. Miss, I'm the disciple of the person who spoke to you at the auction. If you still want your family to be saved, please leave the hotel temporarily and come to the west side of the Longwang Manor for a chat. I'll only wait for you for half an hour. If I don't see you in half an hour, then your matter has nothing to do with us anymore. At that time, He Yuqiong was in her room inspecting the items she had obtained from the auction. After hearing these 2 sentences, she was extremely shocked. She never thought that the other party would actually do as he said. He really took the initiative to contact her after the auction ended. He Yuqiong's first reaction was that she had misjudged, because the auction was already over. If the other party really lied to her, he would have already achieved his goal. He could just run away. Of course, there was no need for him to take the initiative to ask her to meet him. Moreover, the items she had obtained from the auction had already been sent to her room. With the protection of the Yi clan and the dozens of bodyguards and servants she had brought with her, as long as she did not leave the Longwang Manor, no one would be able to snatch it away. Then, there was only one reason left. The other party was keeping his promise. He wanted to complete the verbal agreement from the auction. He Yuqiong was very upset. She felt that she had wronged a good person. Thus, she made a prompt decision. After settling the matters in front of her, she hurriedly left the hotel with her 2 capable bodyguards and rushed to the west side of the Longwang Manor. Mo Wu Dao naturally followed her secretly. He guided her along the way until He Yuqiong's car drove out of the Yi clan's territory. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he finally showed himself and met up with He Yuqiong. He wore a coquettish Taoist robe and held a Taoist horsetail whisk. He deliberately put on a sage-like appearance. It was easy to bluff people. In addition, he was proficient in feng shui and physiognomy. Using his silver tongue, he won He Yuqiong's trust in a few words. Then, Mo Wu Dao said that this was not the place to talk. His master was currently waiting for her in a park near the East Fifth Ring Road. He Yuqiong was very knowledgeable. She knew that most of the experts were independent and mysterious. Thus, when she heard that the person who transmitted the message to her at the auction was waiting for her, she immediately followed Mo Wu Dao here. With this delay, when they arrived, it was already 2:30 a.m. Coincidentally, it was the time when Ling Yin killed the 3 spirit cultivators. That was why Mo Wu Dao did not have the time to contact Ling Yin. However, when He Yuqiong followed Mo Wu Dao into the park and came to this quiet little lake, she did not see the master that Mo Wu Dao mentioned. She was instantly embarrassed and did not know whether to advance or retreat. She rushed here excitedly but did not see him. She wanted to go back immediately. However, she was already here. Mo Wu Dao only told her to wait patiently and did not do anything to her. If she left just like that, she was really unwilling. A man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. She was the daughter of a rich family. The other party was just a young Taoist whom she had just met. What was going on? Fortunately, she did not have to wait for long. Mo Wu Dao received a call from Ling Yun. After the other party finished the call, he walked back and said that the godly doctor would be here soon. He Yuqiong saw that there was really someone coming. She immediately felt more at ease and began to wait for the godly doctor. However, Mo Wu Dao could not stay idle. Taking advantage of this gap, he actually took the initiative to look at the lady's physiognomy. Actually, He Yuqiong was very shocked. Because Mo Wu Dao only looked at her physiognomy. The things that he said about her past were actually not far off. Such a magical physiognomy technique naturally made He Yuqiong look forward to meeting Mo Wu Dao's master. She felt that this time, she might really have met an otherworldly expert. Maybe Grandpa can really be saved. This was He Yuqiong's thought at this moment. However, after Mo Wu Dao looked at her physiognomy, he actually wanted to look at her palms. The lady naturally refused, her face full of vigilance. Taoist Mo, how much longer will it take for your master to arrive? Just as Mo Wu Dao was about to speak, he suddenly realized that there was an extra person in front of him. Naturally, it was Ling Yun. I'm here. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss He. Ling Yun descended from the sky. However, he did not land on the ground. Instead, he was still riding on his sword. He stood in the air a foot above the ground and greeted He Yuqiong. Ah! Suddenly, there was an extra person in front of her. Furthermore, he was standing on a huge green sword and floating in the air. He Yuqiong was so shocked that she almost screamed. Of course, this was done deliberately by Ling Yun. However, He Yuqiong was someone who had seen big scenes. After she screamed, she immediately shut her mouth and looked at Ling Yun carefully with the light from the street lamps in the park. After seeing Ling Yun's appearance, she was a little incredulous. She asked in surprise, You are Taoist Mo's master? May I know Senior's name? Master? Ling Yun found it funny. He looked at Mo Wu Dao strangely. Seeing that Mo Wu Dao was winking at him, he immediately understood. It seemed that Mo Wu Dao had not told her his name. That was easy. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Oh, Miss He has misunderstood. I am not his master, but his senior brother. His name is Lin Tian. Ling Yun randomly gave himself an alias. It was not for anything else, but to prevent himself from harming He Yuqiong if he told her his real name. After all, the 3 spirit cultivators came together with He Yuqiong. Ling Yun was still unclear about the relationship between them. Now that the 3 spirit cultivators had been killed by Ling Yun, they even sent out a message before they died. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that He Yuqiong did not know that the three spirit cultivators had been killed. Therefore, the message they sent out before they died was most likely sent to the sect that the three spirit cultivators belonged to. Ling Yan's name had already been exposed. If he still used this name to interact with He Yuqiong, the other party would definitely be suspicious. It was very likely that they would harm He Yuqiong's family. In that case, Ling Yan would not be helping her, but harming her. Oh, so it's senior brother Lin. When He Yuqiong saw that it was not the divine doctor, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. She hurriedly asked, "Then may I ask where your master is now? Is that senior still coming?" Ling Yan knew what He Yuqiong was thinking. He smiled slightly. "I have already learned 90% of master's medical skills. Therefore, I can just come and see you." As he said that, Ling Yan used his spiritual will. The flying sword made 2 rounds before returning to He Yuqiong's side. Only then did he put away the flying sword and land on his feet. "How is it?" He Yuqiong looked at Ling Yan's flying sword and watched as the huge flying sword under his feet became smaller and smaller. Finally, it completely disappeared. How could she not know that she had met a real expert? She no longer had any doubts. She stood up abruptly and kowtowed to Ling Yan. "I am He Yuqiong. I beg a mortal to save my grandfather and my He family." It was 4 a.m. today. Thank you everyone for your double monthly votes. I am very touched. End of chapter 1395. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.